Your Highness, please awaken. What are you all standing there for? Has the royal physician arrived? Oh dear, what shall we do? A cacophony of frantic voices filled Ning Fan's mind, and as his fingers trembled, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness and excruciating pain in his head. His Highness has awakened? He has. The attendants' voices rose in pitch, and as Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes, he beheld an elderly man clad in black attire. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Ning Fan pressed a hand against his head as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth, causing his head to throb painfully. Dayu, I have transcended. The second prince of the Dayu nation? With great effort, Ning Fan propped himself up on the bed, attempting to rise, but the two young maidens hastily came forward to assist him. The sensation in his limbs felt akin to being shattered, and he could not help but furrow his brow. I never expected to have transcended. This is neither a fantastical realm nor a world of cultivation, but rather an alternate historical dynasty. A time of strife among nations, a chaotic era. A glimmer of profound insight shone in Ning Fan's eyes. Heaven had bestowed upon him a chance to live anew. In this lifetime, would he lead a life as unremarkable as in his previous one? Your Highness, the royal physician will arrive shortly. Please bear with it for a moment. Alas, Your Highness, while your usual mischief may be overlooked, this time it has gone too far. The house of Duke Jin Yi Wei is renowned for its loyalty and valor, a family of great merit for you. How could you? The elderly man in black sighed deeply, his face etched with concern. This time, even the emperor may find it difficult to intercede on your behalf. This beating appears to be in vain. If Duke Jin Yi Wei insists on pursuing this matter, it seems your predicament may be dire. As the elders spoke, a sudden clarity washed over Ning Fan, and a series of both familiar and foreign images flickered through his mind. Through the memories of his predecessor, he began to grasp the unfolding events. The former self had been frail and plagued by misfortune since childhood, thus receiving the emperor's favor and being indulged, leading to a rebellious and unlearned disposition. He roamed the imperial city, engaging in tyranny and misdeeds, shunning any matters that involved others. To his surprise, he had now set his sights on that particular individual. It must be noted that her father commanded an army of 300,000, the Dayu war god, a figure of paramount stature among the martial generals of the realm. As the eldest daughter of Duke Jin Yi Wei, Li Xiaoning was equally formidable, having carved out a fearsome reputation as a valiant general on the northern battlefields, earning the moniker Iron-Blooded Amazon in just 3 short years. Under the influence of a few dubious companions, he had deceived her into a theater, intending to drug her. How could a renowned general, adept in the treacheries of the battlefield, be an ordinary person? Instead of succeeding in his scheme, he ended up receiving a thrashing, hastily falling from the upper floor in the process. Ning Fan could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. The fact that his former self had survived to this day was indeed miraculous. Over the years, at least 7 or 8 death row inmates had sacrificed themselves to shield him from trouble. System, are you there? Congratulations, host. The Eternal Emperor system has been activated, and it is currently loading. Upon hearing a sudden notification in his mind, Ning Fan felt a jolt of excitement coursing through him, his face lighting up with surprise. As expected, the system was essential for any traveler. Uncle Lin, there's no need to summon the imperial physician. I am quite well. Your Highness, you have fainted. There's no cause for concern. You all may leave. I wish to rest for a while. Yes. The elderly gentleman in black respectfully bowed, sending the others away, and quietly closed the door behind him as he departed. System loading complete. Based on the system's assessment, the host is in a perilous situation and has received an activation gift package. Activation gift package? Ning Fan paused in surprise and quickly inquired, what functions do you possess, system? This system can summon historical figures from your past life in China to assist the host in becoming an eternal emperor and establishing a supreme dynasty. Eternal emperor? Does this imply that I am to embark on the path of kingship? A glint of ambition sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes. Without the system, given his experiences from 2 lifetimes and his current identity, he might have chosen the path of a carefree prince, continuing his indulgent and extravagant lifestyle. However, with the system's assistance, the lofty throne of the 9-5 could indeed be within his grasp. The royal blood coursing through my veins may serve as a hindrance to that golden throne, yet is also a tremendous advantage. Perhaps it is time to have a serious discussion with my mother. Reflecting on his identity, Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. His mother was the princess of the great Zhou, and he bore the blood of two royal families. 13 years prior, when his father was still a prince, the great Yu had vanquished the Zhou, and his mother had been cast into the cold palace. He had nearly lost his life amidst the chaos, until Emperor Yu emerged from that bloody turmoil to ascend the throne. Although Emperor Yu had showered affection upon him and his mother, Ning Fan understood that from that moment of upheaval, he was destined to be estranged from the imperial throne. This was one of the reasons Emperor Yu allowed him to act recklessly in the Capitala caged bird. Had he not traversed through time, his former self might have lived a life free of worries, yet also devoid of any claim to the throne, and would never have been granted a fief. System, open the activation gift package. Congratulations, Master. You have received a top-tier General Summoning card, a bone-washing pill, and the 13 Lethal Spears manual. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ning Fan eagerly opened the details of the rewards and examined the introduction of each task reward. Top-tier General Summoning card can randomly summon a top-tier general from the pre-Qin era without any memories of their past life. Bone-washing pill, capable of washing the marrow and refining the bones, improving one's physique, expelling impurities from the body, and enhancing martial arts talent. 13 Lethal Spears, a martial arts manual passed down by a mysterious master of spear techniques from the Blue Planet when mastered. Each strike is lethal, capable of sweeping through a myriad of troops. After reading the descriptions of the 3 items, a smile of delight spread across Ning Fan's face, and he voiced the questions swirling in his mind. System, how many levels are there for the summoning cards? In response to the master, summoning cards are classified into 3 tiers: first rate, top tier, and unparalleled. Thus, the characters summoned by the master will at least be of first-rate caliber. For instance, within the 3 kingdoms, notable warriors such as Yan Liang and Wen Chou, alongside civil officials like Su Yu and Guo Tu. Top-tier warriors and civil officials include figures like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Su Shu, and Chen Gong, among others. As for unparalleled talents, they encompass the likes of El Bu, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, Guo Jia, and Sun Yu, and so forth. I see. A look of realization flickered across Ning Fan's face as he slightly nodded. How can one obtain summoning cards? The master can exchange them using merit points or complete system tasks to trigger task rewards. Merit points? Precisely. Without waiting for further inquiry from Ning Fan, the system elaborated. As long as the master achieves merits for the nation, corresponding merit points can be earned. Listening to the system's explanation, Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He wondered which eminent warrior the top-tier summoning card would summon. System, use the top-tier warrior summoning card. Usage successful, please hold on. Congratulations, Master. You have summoned the top-tier warrior from the late Han Dynasty, the ancient Jin Yi Wei. As the system's notification concluded, a look of delight emerged on Ning Fan's face. He was taken aback to find that it was none other than Yi Wei, renowned for his unmatched prowess in battle. The loyal bodyguard of Cao Cao, he was known for his extraordinary martial abilities. Though tragically, he met his demise at the hands of Zhang Xiu during the Battle of Wancheng, due to Cao Cao's special attributes flaring up. Master, would you like to view Jin Wei's attribute page? Yes. A glimmer of expectation lit up Ning Fan's face in his previous life. Jin Wei ranked 3rd among the fierce generals in the 3 kingdoms, despite lacking notable achievements compared to the likes of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The specifics of their strengths remained uncertain. Yet one thing was undeniable. Jin Wei's prowess was undoubtedly among the top 5 across the entire 3 kingdoms. Name, Jin Wei Loyalty, Loyal Martial Power, 98 Intelligence, 68 Leadership, 79 Politics, 60 Unit Type, None Divine Weapons, Great Double Halberd, Small Flying Halberd, Long Sword Ultimate Skill, 5-Step Flying Halberd Technique Special Attributes, Divine Strength, Innate Divine Power, increasing martial power by 2 points, and Guardian when guarding the master. Martial power randomly increases by 1 to 3 points. Note, Jin Wei, a half-step unparalleled warrior, is loyal and valiant, suitable for protection. After reviewing Jin Wei's attribute page, A hint of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. He was amazed that the system could quantify an individual's abilities, thus facilitating optimal utilization of talents. With his special attributes, he possesses an impressive martial power of nearly 100. Such strength must surely place him on the threshold of the unparalleled system. Where is Jin Yi Wei now? In response to your inquiry, he shall arrive within a day. Ning Fan nodded slightly. According to the system, the summoned civil and military officials in this realm possess their own unique experiences and identities, akin to living beings. They were not mere cold instruments, but individuals with flesh and blood, their personalities and abilities mirroring those of their past lives. System, where is the bone-cleansing pill? It has been allocated to the system space. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve it. With a decisive command, Ning Fan's consciousness descended into the system space, resembling a two-dimensional grid where each cell represented an independent cubic meter suitable for storage. It bore resemblance to the storage rings found in fantastical novels of his former life. Bone-cleansing pill. Consuming this pill will transform my martial aptitude. At present, my body is frail and vulnerable, excessively weak. Observing the jade vial in his hand, Ning Fan opened it to reveal a round, translucent pill, which he promptly placed at his lips and swallowed whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm sensation flowed from his throat throughout his body, causing a tingling sensation that was both delightful and maddening. As a foul odor filled the air, he became drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to his skin. Visible dark stains spread across his body, nearly provoking him to retch. "Someone come, Your Highness." The ever-vigilant steward Lin Yong hastily entered, bowing respectfully to Ning Fan. "Your Highness, what are your commands?" "Prepare hot water. I wish to bathe and change." "As you wish." Lin Yong's brow furrowed at the pervasive stench in the room, but upon realizing it emanated from his lord, he bowed again and retreated silently. "It seems there are no apparent changes. However, my skin appears much smoother and fairer, and there seems to be a slight increase in my bodous flexibility." After inspecting his physique, Ning Fan made his way toward his quarters. With the assistance of several lovely maidservants, he indulged in a warm bath and donned clean attire. Just as he was about to delve into the study of the 13 lethal shots, Lin Yong rushed in, urgency etched on his face. "Your Highness, a robust man is outside, claiming to come at your command." "Oh." Ning Fan's eyes brightened with surprise. "Could it be Jin Yi Wei? Quickly, let him in." "Yes." Seated in the grand hall, Ning Fan heard the sound of hurried footsteps and soon saw Lin Yong escorting a brawny man into the room. Upon noticing Ning Fan seated at the head, the man immediately bowed. "My lord, I have brought him." "Very well, Lin Bo, you may withdraw." "But my lord." "No need for concern." Ning Fan waved his hand gently, reassuringly stating, "He is my ally." "Understood." Lin Yong lingered for a moment, then respectfully retreated. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Jin Yi Wei, who stood over 9 feet tall, his bare chest exposed, arms robust and powerful, with round, fierce eyes and a dark complexion. The very presence of this man exuded an aura of earnestness. "Jin Yi Wei, present yourself to the Lord." "Ha ha ha, a lie. I have eagerly awaited your arrival." Ning Fan laughed heartily, stepping forward to assist Jin Yi Wei, patting his shoulder gently as he spoke. "A lie. From this day forth, the safety of this sovereign shall rest in your hands. Rest assured, my lord, with me present, no one shall lay a finger upon you." Jin Yi Wei replied with a simple smile, scratching his head in thought. "However, the steward just took my twin sabers. You must allow me to wield them for your protection." "Very well." Ning Fan chuckled, calling out to the outside, and Lin Yong promptly ordered the servants to bring forth Jin Yi Wei's twin sabers. Observing Jin Yi Wei, now armed and standing like a guardian deity, exuded an overwhelming sense of security and formidable intimidation. "Your Highness!" Alas, trouble has arisen. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and Lin Yong furrowed his brow, preparing to step outside when a figure rushed in, collapsing to his knees with a distraught expression. "The young lord of the Jingwood Duke's residence is leading troops here, demanding an explanation for his sister." "Your Highness, young Lord Li is notoriously unruly. You must find a place to hide." "Lian?" Ning Fan's mind quickly filled with information about this individual. Although both hailed from the upper echelons of the capital, they did not traverse the same circles. 3 years prior, this young man had accompanied his father on a campaign. While not as dazzling as the eldest daughter of the Li family, he was nevertheless a capable general. It was unexpected that the Li siblings had returned to the capital simultaneously. Your Highness, the Li scion is known for his reckless nature in the entire capital. Only the Li family's eldest daughter can contend with him. Perhaps you should avoid confrontation. In case this young man acts impulsively, it could disturb your Highness. Lin Bo interjected softly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Unnecessary. A guest has arrived. Is it not impolite to avoid meeting them? Ning Fan felt a twinge of frustration, realizing he must clean up the mess left by his predecessor. Let's go and meet this young fool from the Li family. Chapter 3. His Highness engaging in reasoning? Lin Yong, witnessing the futility of his persuasion, reluctantly led Ning Fan towards the entrance of the royal residence. Before they could reach the gates, an irate voice erupted into the air. What? Have you bullied my sister and now realize your guilt? Are you shrinking back like a turtle? Hurry and let Ning Fan come out. This scoundrel, who dares to act without facing the consequences, has my sister risking her life on the front lines for the sake of you, only to return to the capital and be schemed against by this brute. Is this not disheartening? Even if this matter escalates to His Majesty, I demand an explanation. Ning Fan suddenly halted, a grave expression crossing his face. Lin Yong quickly sought to reassure him, saying, Your Highness, do not take this boy's words to heart. He lost his mother at a young age and was raised by the eldest daughter of the Li family. The bond between them is profound. His words may be excessive, but please do not hold it against him. Lin Yong's face was etched with worry, fearing that the incident might reach the emperor, which would surely bring no benefit to his own prince. I have my own considerations, Ning Fan replied calmly, striding toward the gates, where he beheld a man clad in armor, flanked by over 10 guards, blocking the entrance to the Xianyong Wangfu. Ning Fan, come out at once, or I shall raise your Xianyong Wangfu to the ground today. Li Yin slowly raised his right hand, poised to command an assault on the residence, when a group emerged from within, led by a figure draped in a white python robe, whose handsome visage bore an air of valiance. Ning Fan. Li Yan's gaze fixed upon Ning Fan, instantly igniting a torrent of fury within him. He dismounted his steed, fists clenched, charging towards Ning Fan. Young master, stand down. Lin Yong's expression shifted as he prepared to step in front of Ning Fan, only to see a towering figure beside him take a step forward, swinging a mighty fist to meet the oncoming threat. Brute, do not harm him. Ning Fan quickly interjected. Hearing this, Jin Yi Wei silently moderated his strength, and their fists collided with a resounding thud. Li Yin felt a numbing sensation course through his arm, as though his bones might shatter, the recoil forcing him back several steps before he could steady himself. In stark contrast, the iron-like giant before him remained unfazed, his stance unyielding. General, the soldiers behind Li Yin exchanged apprehensive glances, drawing their swords, while the guards of Xianyong Wangfu stood their ground, resolutely positioning themselves in front of Ning Fan. All of you stand down, Ning Fan commanded, directing his gaze at the royal guards. Step back. Brute, you as well. Yes. With Ning Fan stepping forward, Li Yin, disregarding the pain in his arm, coldly fixed his gaze upon him, awaiting his response. Young Lord Li, it is wholly inappropriate to mobilize such forces today. After all, we are under the Emperor's watchful eye. Should this matter escalate, neither you nor I would emerge unscathed, and it would tarnish your elder sister's reputation. Concerning your sister, I shall provide her with an explanation within 3 days. As Ning Fan's words fell, Li Yin had yet to react, while Lin Yong appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Can such words truly be spoken by our esteemed prince? Given his character, regardless of right or wrong, he should have stormed in and unleashed a torrent of invective, followed by his guards rushing in to deliver a sound thrashing. Yet today, he has opted to engage in reasoned discourse with others. Has he perhaps undergone a transformation? I shall await your explanation for 3 days. Otherwise, even if this escalates to the imperial presence, the house of Jinghua will not relent. After delivering his harsh words, Li Yin crossed his arms and strode away. Ning Fan gazed at his retreating figure, then turned to Lin Yong beside him. Lin Bo, please investigate why the Li siblings have returned to the capital. Lin Yong, startled by Ning Fan's solemn expression, quickly offered a respectful bow. As you command. In the imperial palace, within the study, a figure knelt quietly before the emperor, detailing the events that transpired before the Xianyong prince's residence, recounting the dialogue between Ning Fan and Li Yan verbatim. The emperor Yu, engrossed in reviewing memorials, trembled upon hearing of Ning Fan's actions, causing ink to drip onto the documents. Paying no heed to the mess, he raised his gaze to the figure below and intently commanded, "Repeat the second prince's words once more." Yes. The individual respectfully bowed, then pondered before speaking. The second prince stated that such a grand mobilization today. Emperor Yu listened earnestly, placing his brush upon the inkstone, murmuring, "Has this young man suddenly gained enlightenment? No, this is not so simple. Go, send someone to thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Fengxiang Tower. The second prince's situation is far from straightforward. I also wish to know about the guard beside him." A sharp light flickered in Emperor Yu's eyes as he murmured, "The lad from the Li family is cunning and never one to be trifled with. To have repelled him with a mere blow is no small feat." Understood. The cloaked figure silently departed the study. Just as Emperor Yu picked up his brush again, a thought struck him, and he quietly summoned a serving eunuch. "Send someone to the Jingyi Duke's residence with some bright pearls and jade artifacts, as a gesture to appease the young lady of the Li family on my behalf." Yes. After the figure vanished from the study, a fierce glint ignited in Emperor Yu's eyes. If no one is instigating behind the scenes, then all is well. But if someone is indeed using my son as a pawn, a chilling aura of menace enveloped the study, causing the temperature to plummet significantly. In the Xianyong prince's residence, Ning Fan sat in the central hall, quietly awaiting news from Lin Yong. "Your Highness." A figure strode into the grand hall, briefly pausing to regard Jin Yi Wei before turning to Ning Fan and offering a respectful bow. "Have you uncovered the truth?" "In response to your Highness, I have learned that Li Xiaoning has returned to the capital due to an old marriage pact." "A marriage pact?" "Indeed." Lin Yong nodded slightly, explaining, "In earlier years, the Jingyi Duke made a verbal agreement with the Cheng'an Marquis to betroth Li Xiaoning to the Marquis's eldest son. Now that the eldest son of the Cheng'an Marquis's household has reached a marriageable age, he has brought up the old agreement, and Li Xiaoning has come for this matter." "What does the Li family signify?" "In response to your Highness, this humble servant has learned that 3 days ago, Li Xiaoning went to the estate of the Earl of Cheng'an to withdraw from her engagement." "The Earl of Cheng'an." A contemplative expression crossed Ning Fan's face as he murmured, "If memory serves me well, the Earl of Cheng'an is a supporter of my fourth brother." "What does your Highness imply?" "It is no secret that the Earl of Cheng'an backs the fourth prince in court. Should the Earl's estate form a union with the Duke of Jingyi, it would effectively entangle the Duke's family in the fray, aligning them with the fourth prince." "How could this be?" "The Emperor is still in his prime, and the royal family has yet to establish a successor. How could the Duke of Jingyi become embroiled in the struggle for succession?" "Huh." Ning Fan let out a cold laugh. "My fourth brother has never been particularly astute, and the Earl of Cheng'an appears rather naive. Not to mention a mere verbal agreement from years past. Even a formal written engagement would be dismissed, given the Duke of Jingyi's esteemed status into you. Surely, he would never consent to such a union. It must have been a jest made by the two gentlemen after a few drinks. However, it seems the Earl took it to heart. But, your Highness, what relevance does this have to you? Could this matter be connected to the incident at Fengxiang Building?" Lin Yong looked at Ning Fan with some confusion. "As our second master has never shown interest in court affairs, indulging instead in wine and merriment, reveling in carefree days, and has always disregarded the intrigues of court politics. Why, then, is he concerned with the current state of affairs?" Chapter 4. The Summons of Emperor Yu and the Meeting with the Female General. The incident at Fengxiang Tower was orchestrated by those young rascals under Lin Chang's command. "What?" Lin Yong's expression grew stern, and a hint of anger flickered in his eyes. "Your Highness, do you mean to imply that Lin Chong and his companions have conspired to frame you?" "It cannot be deemed a frame-up, at best. It could only be considered an enticement. They have even prepared the sedative for me, merely awaiting my fall into their trap. However, knowing their ulterior motives, why would you still?" Lin Yong cautiously glanced at Ning Fan and inquired softly. A look of helplessness appeared on Ning Fan's face. After all, he couldn't reveal that it was his predecessor, a fool, who had been led by the nose. A graceful lady deserves a worthy gentleman. Alas, Lin Yong was momentarily rendered speechless. He understood his lord's disposition all too well. Yet, my lord, why must they act in such a manner? Why is this being done? Ning Fan fell into a brief contemplation before calmly stating, if I am not mistaken, they must be plotting for the benefit of my rather unworthy elder brother. The Prince Sheng? Lin Yong furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation for a moment, before gradually revealing a look of realization. Both the Lin and Zheng families are relatives of His Highness the Crown Prince, and it is only natural that they would be averse to the idea of the Jingwood Duke's residence aligning itself with the fourth prince. Therefore, I wish to enlist your assistance in disrupting the union between the two families. Indeed, this aligns with my conjecture. Ning Fan nodded slightly and pondered. However, Lin Xiushi and Zhang Xian should not possess such a myopic perspective. It is evident to any discerning individual that the Duke of Yasukuni would categorically reject the proposal of marriage from Lord Cheng'an. Why then would they engage in such a superfluous endeavor? Indeed, could it be that the two families have other schemes in mind? Ning Fan gently shook his head and pondered before speaking. It seems that Li Xioning's return to the capital this time is certainly not merely due to a trivial verbal marriage agreement. Lin Yong nodded in agreement, affirming the eldest daughter of the Li family wields significant military power and holds a crucial position in the northern frontier. Without His Majesty's special permission, she would never return to the capital at this moment. Ning Fan pondered for a moment without arriving at any conclusion, then softly remarked, if my conjectures are correct, my father, the Emperor, should soon summon me. The imperial edict has arrived. A resounding call echoed from outside the courtyard, causing Ning Fan's gaze to sharpen. He stepped forward, making his way into the courtyard. By the Emperor's decree, His Highness Prince Xianyong is summoned to the palace to meet the sovereign forthwith. This is a royal command. Your son acknowledges the order. Beside him, Lin Yong gazed at Ning Fan with eyes full of reverence. For some inexplicable reason, their wayward prince seemed to have suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, transforming into a figure of remarkable wisdom and cunning strategy. The imperial study, Emperor Yu reclined languidly upon his dragon throne, his tranquil gaze fixed upon the figure of the man clad in black below. I report to your majesty, the investigation has yielded results. The incident at Fengshan Tower was orchestrated by His Second Highness, who was incited by Lin Xiang's son, Lin Chong, along with several other scions. The narcotic was prepared in advance by Lin Chong, indicating a premeditated scheme. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he darkly inquired, surely Lin Xiushi is unaware of this matter? Your Majesty, it appears that this scheme originates from a few younger individuals who, in a bid to tarnish the reputation of the Li family's daughter, have employed the name of Prince Xianyong to disrupt the alliance between the Jingwood Duke's residence and the Cheng'an Marquisate. How absurd! Emperor Yu, filled with fury, could not help but smile derisively, a hint of sarcasm gracing his lips. So, it appears that the old fox of the Lin family remains unaware of the situation? I suspect he must have caught wind of it by now. In that case, I shall refrain from sending someone personally to investigate. A sigh of relief escaped from the depths of his heart. With no heir apparent yet established, the myriad princes were restless, yet they wielded no real power. Their skirmishes merely trifling affairs under his control. However, should prominent court officials become embroiled, that was a scenario he could not allow to unfold. Your Majesty, Lady Li Xioning of the Jingwood Duke's residence requests an audience. Admit her. Emperor Yu appeared unperturbed by Lady Li's arrival. He straightened in his seat and beheld a valiant woman clad in armor, striding confidently into the hall. I am but a humble servant, Li Xioning, paying my respects to your Majesty. Rise, my dear minister. Thank you, your Majesty. A look of appreciation illuminated Emperor Yu's countenance. Though Li Xioning was a woman, she was in no way inferior to her male counterparts. In a mere 3 years, she had forged a fearsome reputation as the Shurug general in the northern territories, instilling dread among the tribes of the northern wilderness. It was evident that even without the backing of the Duke of Jingwa, her influence within the military was formidable. My esteemed minister, what brings you here today? Your Majesty, I have come to express my apologies. Oh, the Emperor cast her a surprised glance. You, my dear minister, have rendered remarkable service to our great Yu Dynasty. I have yet to reward you. So what fault have you committed? Your Majesty, today I inadvertently offended His Highness, Prince Xianyong, and unilaterally led troops to besiege the Duke's residence. Such transgressions are inexcusable. I implore you to impose punishment. Upon hearing her words, a playful glint flickered in the Emperor's eyes. If that is the case, why is it not Li Yin who stands before me, but you seeking to atone? Your Majesty, as the elder sister, it is my failure in discipline that has led to this. I am willing to bear the punishment on behalf of my brother. Ha ha ha. The Emperor laughed heartily, gesturing dismissively. My dear minister, you are not here to offer apologies. You have come to demand retribution. I am already aware of the matter concerning Fengxiang Tower. It is only natural for Li Yin to defend you. I absolve him of any wrongdoing. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding Fengxiang Tower. You are the sole female general of our great Yu Dynasty, who has achieved remarkable feats. I shall not allow any meritorious subject to be wronged, not even by my own son. Errors must be met with consequences. I have summoned Prince Xianyong. Worry not. I shall not be lenient. A complex expression crossed Li Xianyong's face as she offered a slight bow, remaining silent. Your Majesty, His Highness, Prince Xianyong has arrived. Oof. Let this ungrateful son of mine come forth. Yes. The eunuch bowed respectfully before swiftly exiting the grand hall. Shortly after, Ning Fan entered with a commanding presence, his demeanor shifting upon spotting the graceful figure below. Son pays respects to father. Do you know why I summoned you? Your Majesty, I presume it concerns the incident at Fengxiang Tower. Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianyong, responding quietly. Oomph. Ning Fan, how audacious you are. The Emperor Yu, instantly consumed by fury, rose abruptly, his gaze fierce as he thundered. General Li has rendered exceptional service for our great Yu Dynasty, risking his life on numerous occasions. Now, upon returning to the capital, he must endure such indignities at your hands. This is a transgression deserving of the gravest punishment. Someone, seize this ungrateful wretch and execute him. Your Majesty. The eunuch, witnessing the scene, felt his legs weaken and collapse to his knees, whispering, Your Majesty, you must not. Although the second prince has erred, he is still of royal blood. I implore your Majesty for mercy. Li Xianyong observed the Emperor's countenance. Her heart stirred, even though she recognized the charade. Her resentment diminished significantly. Your Majesty, I beseech you to retract your command. Li Xianyong stepped forward respectfully, her voice steady. The second prince has acted out of momentary folly, and I have not suffered any harm. I implore your Majesty to spare his life. Thus, you suggest that I pardon him unscathed? Li Xianyong inwardly berated the shamelessness of the situation. Being astute, she understood that the Emperor was seizing this opportunity to admonish Prince Xianyong while simultaneously granting her a semblance of favor. Even if she refrained from interceding, the blade of justice would not fall upon Ning Fan. However, now that she had stepped forward to plead, she had afforded the Emperor due respect. Yet she had not anticipated that he would so easily grant him absolution. I did not demand the execution of your son, nor did I imply that he should be let off so lightly. Chapter 5. The Enfeoffment of Princess Channing Father. I have something to say. Ning Fan remained remarkably composed upon hearing Emperor Yu's decree of execution. While it was true that his actions may lead to dire consequences, he had yet to employ the sedative he carried clandestinely in his pocket. Furthermore, the act of executing a royal prince was not a matter to be decided by Emperor Yu alone. The imperial clan court would certainly intervene. Oh, what is it that you wish to convey? The Emperor's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Even in the face of death, the prince exhibited not a trace of panic, his eyes betraying no emotion. This was peculiar indeed. Your Majesty, regarding the incident at Fengxiang Tower, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and willingly accept punishment. However, there are deeper reasons at play, and I implore you to discern the truth. Ning Fan's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, his tone remarkably calm. Regardless of the transgressions committed by his former self, rather than engage in feudal justifications, he chose to openly admit his faults. After all, his reputation in the capital was already tarnished beyond repair, rendering him a target of disdain. Acknowledging his mistakes now would lend him an air of candor. Oh, the emperor's expression reflected profound astonishment as he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, murmuring, "What do you mean by being used as a pawn? Who has manipulated you? As a royal prince of the realm, who would dare to scheme against you? Emperor, you was already well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Fengxiang Tower affair. Yet he was curious to hear his son's interpretation. Was he truly enlightened, or merely engaging in theatrics? Your Majesty, it was the son of Left Chancellor Lin Qiushi, along with Zheng and the son of the Minister of Rights, who conspired with several influential youths in the capital to incite me against General Li. That day, while I was at Fengxiang Tower indulging in wine, they approached me and, after much persuasion, presented the pre-prepared sedative, attempting to sully General Li's reputation. As Ning Fan concluded, Li Xiaoning, who stood nearby, wore an expression of skepticism. I hold no grievances against them. Why would they act thusly? Some simply do not wish to see the union between the Marquis of Chengyan and the Duke of Jingwu come to fruition. Father, I have conveyed all I wish to say. I submit to your judgment." The emperor regarded him with a penetrating gaze before calmly commanding, "Bring him forth." Yes. Several burly imperial guards strode forward, seizing Ning Fan and escorting him towards the palace exit. Li Xiaoning stood still before the throne, her expression shifting, her beautiful eyes occasionally flashing with intensity. "My loyal minister, do you comprehend the reason I summoned you back to the capital?" Li Xiaoning momentarily paused, regaining her composure before shaking her head slightly. "I am unaware. I beseech your Majesty to enlighten me. Half a month ago, I received a secret missive informing me that the Duke of Jingwu's household was conspiring a rebellion in the northern regions." What? Li Xiaoning's complexion changed abruptly, and she knelt with a thud, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please discern the truth. Our Jingwu Duke's household, from top to bottom, harbors unwavering loyalty to you and to your Majesty. Were it not for your Majesty's distrust, my father and I would willingly present the military talisman and resign to return home. Do not be hasty." Emperor Yu shook his head with a smile and replied softly, "I am more aware of the Jingwu Duke's loyalty than anyone else. If it were not for his efforts in supporting me to ascend to the throne, there might not be a you today. I summoned you for two reasons. First, to draw the snake out of its hole. I wish to uncover who is secretly stirring up trouble. Second, I fear there are those who might sow discord and undermine the morale of our frontline soldiers. With the Jingwu Duke stationed in the northern borders, it is essential to summon you back to convey this matter personally. Lastly, there is a rather difficult task awaiting you." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Li Xiaoning's expression calmed slightly, and she respectfully clasped her hands, saying, "Please, your Majesty, give your orders, and I shall exert my utmost effort." Well, it is not a matter of great import. The Ministry of War has recently recruited 100,000 new soldiers, but our seasoned generals are far away at the borders. Since you have returned to the capital, I entrust the training of these new troops to you. Training soldiers? Li Xiaoning was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended the emperor's intent. Given the perennial warfare along the borders and the aging frontline soldiers, it was indeed time for you to infuse fresh blood into the ranks. However, what deeper significance lay in assigning this task to her? Outside the hall, a series of piercing cries echoed, prompting Li Xiaoning to respectfully bow, saying, "I shall obey your command. Come forth. Here, proclaim the edict." Yes, Li Xiaoning, the eldest daughter of the Jingwu Duke, has achieved numerous military exploits since taking command, protecting our realm and safeguarding our mountains and rivers as a woman. I am deeply gratified and hereby elevate her to the title of Princess Chongning, bestowing upon her 1,000 bolts of fine silk and a residence. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoning trembled, her face reflecting gratitude as she immediately knelt in thanks. "I, your Majesty, am profoundly grateful for your graciousness." After enduring 30 strikes of the rod, Ning Fan, despite his pitiful cries, remained lively and sprightly, clearly having established connections previously, with Emperor Yu turning a blind eye. After waiting quietly outside the hall for half an hour, he saw a eunuch leading a graceful figure out from the study. Having not observed closely before, Ning Fan now realized that this formidable female general was, in fact, a gentle beauty, clad in a simple long dress. With brows like delicate smoke and skin as white as jade, her exquisite features formed a visage capable of enchanting the world. Her starry eyes glimmered with a hint of aloofness, while the spirited aura between her brows captivated the heart and soul. "Congratulations, princess!" Li Xiaoning was taken aback. She had just received the decree in the hall, yet somehow Ning Fan, who had not yet stepped into the great hall, was already aware of it. Truly astonishing. "Your Highness, were you waiting for me?" "Indeed." Ning Fan nodded slightly, smiling as he proposed, "Shall we take a stroll together?" Upon hearing Ning Fan's remarks in the grand hall, Li Xiaoning was filled with curiosity towards the infamous second prince. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. The two then made their way outside the palace. As they stepped beyond the palace gates, they were approached by a burly man with a dark complexion. Li Xiaoning furrowed her brow and instinctively stepped forward, subtly shielding Ning Fan behind her. "Master!" The dark-faced man was none other than Jin Yi Wei. Without the express permission of Emperor Yu, even Ning Fan's bodyguards were not permitted to enter the palace city at will. "Is he one of yours?" "Indeed." Li Xiaoning cast a surprised glance at Ning Fan. The man before her had strong, muscular arms, thick calluses on his hands, and exuded an aura of menace, clearly not an ordinary individual. It appeared he had been stained with the blood of many. She had initially assumed he was a fierce general from the army, only to discover he was a retainer of Prince Xianyong. "May I inquire your esteemed name, brave sir?" "I am called Jin Yi Wei." Jin Wei, unaware of this lady's identity, recognized that anyone who could walk alongside the prince was undoubtedly of high status. He smiled broadly to convey his goodwill. "Brave Sir Dian, would you be willing to join the military?" "I shall heed the prince's words." Jin Wei glanced at Ning Fan with a somewhat simple-hearted expression, silently following behind him. "Princess, it seems a bit ungracious to recruit my men before my very eyes." Li Xiaoning, meeting Ning Fan's sorrowful gaze, couldn't help but smile. Strangely enough, despite this rogue having plotted against her just days prior, she felt no trace of resentment in his presence. Chapter 6. The first system task, it is said that His Highness, the Prince of Xianyong, is notoriously known in the capital as a debauched scion, notorious for his tyrannical behavior toward both men and women, engaging in theft and extortion, committing every conceivable wrongdoing. However, upon meeting him today, he does not seem as despicable as the rumors suggest. As Li Xiaoning spoke, she observed Ning Fan's expression, noticing his calm demeanor devoid of any hint of embarrassment or anger. She continued, "Your Highness mentioned earlier before the Emperor that someone does not wish to see the alliance between the Jingwu Duke's residence and the Chang'an Marquis' residence. What could be the reason for this?" "Ah, the princess, having spent years on the battlefield, may not be well acquainted with the affairs of the capital," Ning Fan replied. Anticipating her curiosity about the matter, he gently elaborated, "The Chang'an Marquis is a staunch supporter of my fourth brother. If the Jingwu Duke's residence were to ally with the Chang'an Marquis' residence, my fourth brother would likely wake up laughing in his sleep. Does your Highness imply that an alliance with the Chang'an Marquis equates to supporting the fourth prince?" she inquired. "Indeed." Ning Fan cast a sidelong glance at her and continued thoughtfully, "Perhaps the princess does not see it this way, but others will undoubtedly label the Jingwu Duke's residence as aligned with the fourth prince." "Oomph." A hint of derision flickered across Li Xiaoning's face. "Years ago, at a banquet celebrating my father's victory with the Chang'an Marquis, a mere jest was taken seriously. It is bewildering how the Chang'an Marquis has become more backward with time. With the current uncertainties, he dares to take sides prematurely. Yet, who instigated Lin Chong and the others to sway His Highness? Who was behind them?" Li Xiaoning's brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing her features. If the Chang'an Marquis had indeed involved himself in the struggle for succession, she would be somewhat surprised. However, if the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Personnel were also entangled, the situation would indeed be more complex. Could it be that the Emperor already has a candidate in mind? The eldest daughter of the left chancellor's residence is the Princess Sheng, after all, Li Xiaoning added. The Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Rights are related by marriage. Nevertheless, this matter likely does not originate from the intentions of the elders of either family. It is likely that Lin Chong and his fools acted independently without informing their families. A cold smile crept onto Ning Fan's lips. Now that the matter had reached the emperor's ears, it was probable that the left chancellor and the Minister of Personnel could no longer remain idle. Ah, I see. A look of realization dawned on Li Xiaoning's face. She then scrutinized Ning Fan intently. Was he truly as incompetent and reckless as the rumors portrayed? Now that everything is clarified, Princess, I must take my leave. I apologize for any previous offense, Ning Fan said, offering a slight bow before taking his leave, for he had a multitude of matters awaiting his attention. The system remained unexplored, and he still needed to delve into the intricacies of the 13 deadly guns. Would your highness accompany me for a short distance? The Xianyong prince's residence is conveniently along the way to the Jingwu duke's residence. Without waiting for Ning Fan's consent, Li Xiaoning hopped into the carriage bound for the Xianyong prince's residence. Ning Fan, taken aback, marveled at the fact that the illustrious eldest daughter of the Jingwu duke, the emperor's esteemed Longning princess, would willingly share a carriage with a notorious libertine like himself. What a rarity. Let's be off. Ning Fan sighed in resignation. After greeting Jin Yi Wei, he climbed into the carriage. The carriage was spacious enough for two individuals to sit on either side without any sense of crowding. Li Xiaoning appeared unperturbed, as the young nobleman before her seemed to pose no threat in her eyes. Your Highness, may I inquire the purpose of your return to the capital? Did you not hear, my dear? It is, of course, to honor my father's verbal agreement from years past. Ha! Do not attempt to deceive me, for without His Majesty's special summons, how could a border commander return to the capital so easily? Indeed, it seems I cannot conceal it from you. The court has recently been recruiting new soldiers, and His Majesty has summoned me to train them. Train soldiers? A look of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face as he was about to inquire further when a system prompt echoed in his mind. System task released. Train soldiers, Task deadline, 7 days. Task requirements. Within 7 days, persuade Emperor Yu to grant training authority. Task rewards. Comprehensive training manual for new soldiers. 1 unit summoning card. 500 merit points. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Ning Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected activation of a system task, especially one concerning military training. He had always steered clear of political affairs, and his reputation as a playboy was already well known in the capital. How would Emperor Yu react if he were to personally request the authority to train soldiers? When does the princess plan to visit the military camp? Early the day after tomorrow. Seeing the change in Ning Fan's expression, Li Xiaoning displayed a hint of curiosity. What? Does His Highness intend to train in the barracks as well? As soon as her words fell, Ning Fan's eyes brightened. The chief instructor of the new recruits was right before him. If he could persuade her, perhaps she could approach Emperor Yu on his behalf, making the endeavor simpler. Princess, I have a keen interest in the art of military training and shall visit your esteemed residence tomorrow to seek your guidance. Oh, Li Xiaoning, uncertain of his intentions, cast a wary glance at him but did not decline. Before long, the carriage arrived at the residence of the Duke of Jingwu. Ning Fan, displaying utmost politeness, softly said, Princess, please take care on your way. I shall visit tomorrow. Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence. With that, she stepped into the Duke's residence. Upon returning home, Ning Fan immediately retreated to his study, leaving Lin Yong in a state of astonishment. Ever since the prince had occupied the Wang residence, he had never set foot in the study. To do so today was utterly extraordinary. Once inside the study, Ning Fan wore a contemplative expression. In his past life, he had never served in the military. However, he had heard of certain training methods from later generations. While he was unfamiliar with the training practices of this era, he believed that adapting a few universally applicable conditioning techniques for modern times would suffice to astonish Li Xiaoning. After nearly an hour of diligent work, he penned over 1,000 words. Although the handwriting was rather unsightly, the content was still discernible. Kumin, at your service. Upon hearing his master's call, Lin Yong strode in and, noticing the wet ink on the desk and the lingering scent of ink in the room, paused momentarily. Could it be that His Highness has taken to practicing calligraphy? Why do you stand there in a daze? Come here and transcribe this document for me. It must be done neatly, as it is intended for the audience with the sovereign. Certainly. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yong stepped forward to take a glance, and his pupils immediately contracted. The method of military training? Your Highness, what is this? Do not concern yourself with such matters. Deliver it to me before dawn tomorrow. The contents herein must not be disclosed. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Upon witnessing her lord enter the palace, Lin Yong was taken aback as he observed him commencing serious matters. Without hesitation, and with Ning Fan's permission, she began transcribing diligently in his study. Chapter 7. The Deadly 13 Shots. Martial arts assistance function, although it was merely 1,000 words. The technique could be transcribed in the time it takes to enjoy a cup of tea. However, due to Ning Fan's exquisite calligraphy, graceful and spirited, Lin Yong was compelled to painstakingly copy it for half an hour, frequently seeking his guidance. Once completed, Ning Fan meticulously examined the work and had to admit that the old man's handwriting was commendable. Though it lacked the grandeur of a master, it was nonetheless striking, at least in Ning Fan's discerning eye. Excellent. Everything hinges on tomorrow. According to the system's regulations, 100 merit points could summon a first-rate talent, while 500 could call forth a top-tier genius. As for an extraordinary figure, one would need 1,000 merit points. Thus, the quest issued by the system promised substantial rewards with relatively low difficulty. System, what is the purpose of the troop summon card? Replying to the master. The troop summon card can call forth special military units from the history or legends of Huaxia. Hiss. Ning Fan's gaze instantly ignited with fervor. This meant that the formidable Qin soldiers, the Wei Wu troops, the tiger and leopard cavalry from the Three Kingdoms, the Assault Brigade, as well as the Qihua army from the Jin Dynasty, could all be summoned. Units such as the White Horse Yitong, the Beihui army, and the White Robe army could also be called forth through the troop card. Not only historical military units, but even those from novels and legends could be summoned. How splendid! Although he had yet to receive the quest rewards, Ning Fan was determined to succeed in this task. Above all, he must acquire the right to train troops. Perhaps he should devise a method to persuade his father, the emperor, to allow him to venture outside. Within the confines of the capital, many endeavors were stifled. If he could break free and gather strength, even if the throne did not pass to him, he would still possess the power to seize it. However, he knew that escaping would not be an easy feat. Ning Fan was acutely aware that his unique bloodline would prevent him from leaving Emperor Yu's sight, at least until the position of Crown Prince was firmly established. After much contemplation, Ning Fan isolated himself in the study and began to fervently scribble on the paper. Papermaking, movable type printing, salt purification, winemaking, steel casting, glass manufacturing, cement production, brick kilns, curved plows. He wondered if essential artifact for time travelers, such as horseshoes and stirrups, existed in this world. He must remember to investigate tomorrow. Ning Fan jotted a question mark next to horseshoes and continued to ponder. As a reborn individual with the system, he yearned to manifest his value as much as possible, striving to reduce his dependence on the system in certain aspects. Yet, after filling an entire page, he realized that aside from movable type printing and the method for salt purification, he was utterly ignorant of the others. Damn it! Having read countless mindless novels in his previous life, he truly believed that merely knowing the names of these concepts would suffice to create them. Without prior exposure to these fields, while he understood some principles, bringing them to fruition was far from simple. It seems he would have to rely on the system, after all. Until the late hours of the night, Ning Fan meticulously gathered his densely written pages, wrapping them carefully in a childhood pouch, concealing them in what he believed to be the most secretive location. A profound sense of fatigue washed over him as he stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of dizziness and tinnitus. He noticed fine beads of perspiration forming in his palms, his mouth parched, and his waist and knees aching with weakness. This affliction bore a resemblance to kidney deficiency. This body was undeniably frail. The body is the foundation of revolution. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey of physical fortification. Shaking off the weariness from his visage, Ning Fan retrieved the manual for the 13 deadly guns from his system space, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his face. According to the system, mastering it to perfection would allow him to sweep through legions. Whether in his past life or this incarnation, he had always yearned for the battlefield. Fantasizing about donning armor and wielding a spear, traversing the arena of war, claiming the heads of enemies amidst a sea of soldiers. Now, having been bestowed with a second chance at life, this once distant dream seemed well within reach. Moreover, Ning Fan understood that to ascend to such heights, engaging in warfare was inevitable. Upon opening the gun manual, he was confronted with a page densely filled with minuscule text, rendering him speechless. A gun manual even contained an author's preface. I was born amidst a heavy snowfall, fighting merely to survive from a young age. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. When these 13 emotions converge, I comprehend the essence of my marksmanship. Gazing at the densely packed text, Ning Fan felt a headache brewing. He silently turned the page, only to find the first page of the manual was a colorful edition, adorned with exquisite illustrations and detailed explanations of the first technique, clearly elucidating the art of the gun. Was it truly this simple? As he observed the illustrations, his eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning to leap from his bed and wield a spear immediately. The following morning, Ning Fan arose early, much to the astonishment of Lin Yong and the other servants, for typically, the second master would not descend from his slumber until the sun was high in the sky. Your Highness, what brings you up so early today? Go, summon Jin Yi Wei for me. Yes. Ning Fan stretched his limbs and performed a set of calisthenics in the courtyard, instructing the guards to fetch a long spear. He began to practice the techniques as described in the manual, executing each move one by one. After merely a few simple motions, his body was already drenched in sweat. The first technique, named Longing, comprised a total of 49 movements. Only by thoroughly mastering these movements and employing them with versatility could one achieve greatness. Your Highness, what are you doing? Oh my! Lin Yong, accompanied by Jin Yi Wei, approached. Upon witnessing their master wielding a long spear in the courtyard, moving as if in a realm unbounded, they were instantly filled with trepidation and rushed forward to intervene. My lord, please take a break. Do not injure yourself. Step aside. Ning Fan, invigorated by his practice, paid no heed to their advice. With a flourish of the spear, he thrust forward once more, the air crackling with the sound of friction. Beside him, Jin Yi Wei observed Ning Fan's technique with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and softly cautioned, My lord, your spear play is exceedingly profound. Given your current physical prowess, it may prove challenging to cultivate it to perfection. Upon hearing Jin Yi Wei's admonition, Ning Fan resembled a deflated balloon, his entire aura dissipating as though all his strength had been sapped. He wiped the sweat from his brow and cast aside his spear. Evil One, do you possess any methods to cultivate a robust physique? Zhang Wei displayed a look of perplexity upon his face, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly as he said, My lord, physical prowess is cultivated through diligent practice. It is certainly not achieved in a single day. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan fell into a moment of silence. At present, his physique was likely inferior even to that of an ordinary person, let alone in comparison to martial practitioners. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. He understood that cultivating one's skills was not an endeavor that could be achieved overnight. He possessed the unwavering determination to persevere. Once more the long spear was raised, following the familiar motions etched in memory. However, the speed had noticeably diminished, reduced to a mere fraction of its former swiftness. Jin Yi Wei and the others silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from offering any counsel. Lin Yong gazed with a twinge of concern at the somewhat emaciated figure, pondering what sort of affliction had so profoundly altered the prince over the past 2 days, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Upon detecting the master's predicament in martial arts practice, the martial arts assistance function has been activated. Chapter 8, Ning Fan's attribute page, Ancient body refinement method. A sudden system notification echoed unexpectedly, causing Ning Fan to momentarily pause. As another alert resonated within his mind. You have gained insight from practicing the 13 lethal shots. Experience points 1. A profound astonishment flickered in Ning Fan's eyes as a luminous screen materialized in his mind, revealing a display. 13 lethal shots. Beginner, 21,100. What does this mean? Ning Fan inquired. Master, the martial arts assistance feature can aid you in your training. With each practice session, you'll earn corresponding experience points. Once your experience points reach their limit, you may elevate the rank of your ultimate technique. The ranks are Beginner, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Master, and Perfection. Does this imply that I will encounter no bottlenecks in my martial arts training? As long as I accumulate experience points, I can seamlessly integrate the techniques of the spear. Precisely. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's countenance brightened with joy. Initially, he had intended to invite several masters of spear techniques to impart their knowledge, but unexpectedly, the system had granted him a remarkable advantage, assisting him in his training. Once more, in an instant, it felt as though an inexhaustible reservoir of power surged within Ning Fan, compelling him to repeatedly practice the first move of the 13 lethal shots. You have practiced the first move of the 13 lethal shots. Experience points 1. You have practiced the first move of the 13 lethal shots. Experience points 2. You have practiced the first move of the 13 lethal shots. Experience points 2. As notifications resounded, the values in parentheses shifted accordingly. For a full hour, Ning Fan persevered without pause, his garments drenched in sweat. Even his arms, which gripped the spear, began to tremble lightly, yet he continued to grit his teeth and endure. Second Master, please take a break, I implore you. Such disregard for your body is unbearable, even for a deity. Master, martial arts require a gradual approach. One must not rush. Jin Yi Wei, standing nearby, also urged, his expression reflecting admiration. Our master is indeed a person of great ambition. Such tenacity is truly formidable. System. Display the martial arts assistance page. 13 lethal shots. Beginner level, 26,100. It appears that to advance this first move to the minor achievement level, at least 3 days are necessary. This body has now reached its limits. As Jin Yi Wei remarked, excess can be detrimental. The fact that I could persist for this long is likely due to the effects of that bone-washing pill. Ning Fan gradually retracted his spear technique, swaying slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Yong hurried forward to support him, concern etched across his face. Second Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. Someone, prepare tea and bring it to the hall. As Lin Yong assisted Ning Fan into the main hall, he instructed the servants. Detected that the master has embarked on the path of martial arts. Shall I scan the host's 4-dimensional attributes and activate the personal page? Yes. Scanning in progress. Please hold on, Master. Name. Ning Fan, identity, second prince of the Dayu Dynasty, king of Xianyong, a notorious dandy in Yuan City. Esteemed patron of Fengxiang Tower. Strength, 39, note, a combination of physique and martial arts. With an average value of 50, intelligence, 81, note, a composite score based on previous life IQ. Barely reaching the level of a second-rate talent. Leadership, 59, note, capable of commanding a skirmish of fewer than 50 individuals. Politics, 61 note, a victim in the court. A plaything in the hands of powerful ministers, divine weapon, none ultimate skill. 13 lethal shots, not yet mastered, summoned hero. Jin Yi Wei upon reviewing his attribute page. Ning Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated that his 4-dimensional attributes might be somewhat exaggerated. Yet he had never imagined they would be this extreme. Only his intelligence barely met the standard, thanks to the amalgamation of his 2 lives and the IQ of his predecessor. However, the sole consolation lay in the system bestowing upon him a nurturing gift package. System, open the gift package. Congratulations, Master, you have received a bottle of Luwei Di Huang Wan, a bottle of Suyang Gujing Wan, a bottle of Jin Kuei Shinchi Wan, and a bottle of Wuzi Yinzong Wan. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained an ancient medicinal formula for body refinement. Upon seeing the contents of the nurturing gift package, Ning Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this truly a nurturing gift package? It was clearly a kidney-replenishing bounty. System: Lu Wei Di Huang Wan is for kidneying deficiency, while Suiyang Gujing Wan addresses yang deficiency. Which remedy should I take? Replying to the master, the system detects that you suffer from both yin and yang deficiencies. Both remedies can be taken simultaneously. Ning Fan was left speechless. He had consumed these remedies more than enough in his previous life, and now, in this new existence, he found himself unable to escape the clutches of these cursed pills. System: what is the purpose of this ancient medicinal formula for body refinement? The ancient medicinal formula can be used to brew medicinal baths, which serve to relax the muscles, strengthen the bones, and invigorate the blood. Soaking in these baths after daily martial training will benefit your health and enhance your foundational skills. A spark of realization ignited in Ning Fan's mind. He had truly struck gold this time. He had not anticipated the system to be so generous, directly rewarding him with an ancient formula. The value of such a formula rivals that of martial arts manuals, if not surpasses it. Physical constitution is the cornerstone of a martial artist, if one's physique is inadequate. As in Ning Fan's case, even the most profound martial skills would be difficult to master. The formula he now possessed could enhance a martial artist's foundational talent, and its value was self-evident. He even worried that if news of the formula leaked, it could incite a bloody storm, necessitating utmost caution on his part. Lin Yong, at your service, master. Ning Fan promptly called out, and Lin Yong hastily approached with a cup of tea. What commands does your highness have? Take this formula and send different individuals to various pharmacies to procure these medicinal ingredients. Remember, this formula must not be disclosed. Observing Ning Fan's solemn expression, Lin Yong also nodded gravely. Second master, I shall personally attend to this matter. You need not worry. Lin Yong, having accompanied his mother from the great Zhou as a dowry, possessed unwavering loyalty and was exceptionally reliable in his endeavors. Ning Fan felt entirely reassured in trusting this task to him. While resting, Ning Fan did not remain idle. He meticulously inscribed the method for purifying fine salt on a paper, intending to assign this task to Lin Yong as well. Prepare the carriage. We shall visit the Jingwa Duke's residence for a meal. Yes, Jin Yi Wei responded respectfully. Ning Fan sat up from the bed, stretching slightly, only to feel a profound fatigue and a dull ache in his limbs. Nevertheless, in pursuit of fulfilling the system's task, he steeled himself and made his way towards the Jingwa Duke's residence. Chapter 9. The prodigal son of the Lin family visits the Jingwa Duke's residence in the left chancellor's manor. In the study, the young master of the Lin family resembled a startled quail, trembling before Lin Xiushi, his head bowed in silence. Fool! Have you consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards to dare plot against the second prince of the realm? Are you intent on bringing ruin to our Lin family? Lin Xiushi glared at his foolish son, shaking with anger as he pointed a finger at him, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Father, is he not just a discarded prince lacking imperial favor? Lin Chong retorted defiantly, seemingly unfazed. He believed that his actions were justified, considering the situation from the perspective of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Do you think yourself clever, treating others as fools? Is he not a fool himself? Lin Chong mumbled. I merely made a few comments, and that useless prince rushed off to administer poison, only to be exposed in the end. Utterly foolish. Lin Xiushi's face was etched with disappointment. You may regard Prince Xianyong as a fool, but do you think His Majesty is also a fool? Do you believe that without your interference, the Jingwa Duke's residence would consider an alliance with the Cheng'an Marquis's house? The Jingwa Duke is a figure of immense stature, a war god of our Dayu kingdom, who once single-handedly supported His Majesty to the throne. Would he allow his daughter to marry the son of a mere earl? Lin Xiushi's disappointment deepened, and after releasing his pent-up anger, his expression gradually returned to calmness as he sighed wistfully. As the current chancellor, my every move is scrutinized by countless eyes. Now, due to your arrogance, disaster is approaching our manor. Father, is it truly that grave? Lin Chong appeared shaken, his complexion paling as a hint of fear crossed his face. Had he not merely plotted against a worthless prince? Moreover, the scheme had failed. Yet his father's demeanor suggested that calamity was imminent. Humph! If His Majesty were to harbor suspicions, mistaking our manner for involvement in the struggle for the throne, our entire Lin family would face annihilation. Lin Xiushi sighed deeply, lamenting, I have always been cautious and diligent, fearful of inciting His Majesty's doubts. Yet you, in an instant, have offended both the Xinyong prince's house and the Jingwu duke's residence. Lin Xiushi looked at his wayward son, wishing he could send him back to his mother's womb. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. My lord, someone from the palace has arrived. His Majesty requests your presence in the palace. At the Jingwu duke's residence, upon hearing of Ning Fan's visit, Li Xiaoning personally came out to greet him. Li Yin glared at Jin Yi Wei with hostility, snorting softly and turning his head away. Your Highness, I apologize for the disturbance. Please do not take offense. Such words are unnecessary. It is an honor for the Jingwu duke's residence to receive a visit from His Highness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded into the residence, where distant sounds of clashing and shouts could be heard. Before Ning Fan could inquire further, Li Xiaoning explained, within the Duke of Jing's estate, there exists a martial arts training ground where soldiers accompanying me back to the capital are currently undergoing their training. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face as he smiled and said, Might I be permitted to observe? Your Highness has an interest in the martial arts? Li Xiaoning responded with a laugh. Indeed, I not only harbor such interest, but also aspire to one day slay enemies on the battlefield, wielding a 3-foot sword to establish unparalleled achievements, expanding the territories of our great Yu. Only then can a man's true character be revealed. Upon hearing Ning Fan's ambitious declaration, Li Xiaoning displayed a hint of astonishment, not expecting the capital's most notorious young scion to utter such words. Li Yin scoffed, With your physique, Your Highness, I fear you wouldn't even be able to stay mounted on a war horse, let alone slay enemies on the battlefield. Yinner, do not be disrespectful. Li Xiaoning quickly admonished Li Yin, turning to Ning Fan to offer her apologies. Jin Yi Wei silently observed Li Yin, raising his fist in a gesture of warning. Li Yin shrank back, his gaze towards Jin Yi Wei filled with trepidation. You speak the truth, young lord. In my current frail state, I might struggle even to lift a blade. However, the art of warfare has never relied solely on brute strength. It is about strategy, troop deployment, and considering the greater picture. Oh, it seems Your Highness possesses some understanding of military command. Li Yan's face bore a hint of mockery. Merely having perused a few books does not constitute true understanding. I am eager to hear more. Warfare is a path filled with deception. The art of war lies in its ever-changing nature, striking when least expected. Such complexities cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Ning Fan slightly shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as the group arrived at the martial training ground of the Duke of Jing. Before them stood hundreds of armored warriors practicing their combat skills. Upon sighting Li Xiaoning, 2 burly men strode forward and saluted. We pay our respects to the general. Li Xiaoning nodded slightly, allowing them to rise, then turned to Ning Fan with a light laugh. Your Highness, these men are the elite of my Chongning army. These 2 are my generals, Chu Yang and Zhang Jun. You 2 step forward to pay your respects to His Highness, the King of Xinyong. King of Xinyong? Both men were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of anger as they directed their ire at Ning Fan. General, is this the scoundrel you have employed such despicable means to bring here? Impudent. Jin Yi Wei stepped forward, glaring fiercely. How dare you disrespect my lord? And who are you? I am Jin Yi Wei, the bodyguard of my lord. So you are merely this young lord's lackey. Jin Yi Wei's face darkened with fury as he charged towards the 2, who showed no sign of retreat. Chu Yang countered with a powerful punch, meeting Jin Yi Wei head-on. A dull thud echoed as Jin Yi Wei's expression shifted to one of surprise, while Chu Yang found himself staggering back, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Jun rushed to assist. The 3 engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding as they became entwined in battle. Li Xiaoning and Ning Fan refrained from intervening, quietly standing aside and observing with detached interest. It seems Jin Yi Wei is in for a rough time. Chu Qi and Zhang Jun's skills are certainly among the finest in our northern garrison, one remarked. In my view, Jin Wei will struggle to withstand the onslaught of the two. A sense of vengeance flickered across Li Yan's face, but upon catching a glimpse of his sister's icy gaze, his smile abruptly vanished. He approached, lowering his head. Sister, is this your idea? I only intended for them to vent your frustrations. Li Xiaoning remained silent, her attention fixed on the fray. Jin Wei, with his iron fists, was overpowering the two esteemed commanders of the northern garrison. The tide of battle unmistakably turning against Chu Yang and Zhang Jun. How could this be possible? Li Yan exclaimed as he witnessed Chu Yang being sent flying by a single punch, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. Zhang Jun, having endured a punishing kick, paled and prepared to retaliate once more. Enough! Li Xiaoning's countenance was as cold as ice. With a commanding voice, she declared, Chu Yang, Zhang Jun, Li Yan, you have disregarded military regulations and committed acts of insubordination. Each of you shall receive 50 strokes of the rod and face a demotion of 3 ranks. Chapter 10. Persuading the Princess. Harmony among rulers, Your Highness. I humbly admit my lack of strictness in managing the subordinates, and I did not intend any offense. Please, allow me to accept your punishment. Observing the sincere expression on Li Xiaoning's face, Ning Fan discerned that this performance was likely orchestrated by that scoundrel Li Yan. He nodded slightly and replied, The princess has already dealt with them. What further transgression remains? Your Highness, shall we discuss matters within? That is precisely my intention. Ning Fan smiled and nodded, turning to Jin Wei beside him, and softly instructed, Heir, you shall remain here and refrain from any further conflicts. Understood, Your Highness. After giving this brief command, Ning Fan followed Li Xiaoning into the main hall. Once the host and guests were seated, 2 young maidens served tea. Might I inquire what brings Your Highness here today? Li Xiaoning directly approached the subject at hand. Did I not mention yesterday that I wish to seek the princess's guidance on military training? Ning Fan replied with an amiable smile. Is Your Highness serious? Of course. A flicker of unusual light danced in Li Xiaoning's eyes. Could it be that this notorious dandy seeks to usurp the position of a prince? Noticing the contemplative expression on Li Xiaoning's face, Ning Fan retrieved a prepared document from his sleeve and presented it. This contains my insights on training new soldiers. I implore the princess to share her thoughts. Oh, Li Xiaoning was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ning Fan had come so well prepared. Curiosity sparked within her. What kind of military training methods could this renowned wastrel propose? As she opened the document, her eyes brightened. She was astonished to discover his remarkable skill in calligraphy. However, as she delved deeper, a serious expression emerged on her face. Your Highness, did you compose this yourself? Indeed, Ning Fan replied earnestly, smiling as he assured her. Rest assured, you are the first to review these methods. Might I inquire what insights you possess? Gasp! Li Xiaoning gazed at Ning Fan in astonishment. She had never imagined that this infamous, hopeless second prince could possess such profound knowledge of military strategy. It was likely beyond anyone's imagination just how invaluable the training methods documented on these pages were, containing even some novel ideas she had never encountered before. Yet, she was certain that each method recorded here would indeed prove effective. This was her instinct, honed over many years in the military. It had led her to victory after victory. Thus, Li Xiaoning held unwavering faith in the training methods inscribed on this paper. Bring him here, at once. Go summon Li Yan for me. Yes. Li Xiaoning turned to Ning Fan and said, Your Highness, I shall have Yin attempt these movements. Ha! The young lord has just faced punishment. He is likely unable to move at all now. Li Xiaoning suddenly recalled that she had just ordered him to receive 50 strikes, and she cast a troubled glance at Ning Fan. Currently, it was just the two of them present, and these training methods were of utmost importance. Let us proceed to the training grounds and have the soldiers give a try. After all, if it were truly effective, even if it were a new method, it would eventually come to light. The two walked side by side toward the training ground when Li Xiaoning suddenly halted, turning to Ning Fan and softly inquired, Is Your Highness's intention aimed at the princely title? Princely title? Ning Fan paused, momentarily taken aback, for he had not considered this aspect. According to the laws of Dayu Any royal prince upon reaching the age of 16 is to be conferred a title, and to ascend to the status of a prince, one must achieve military merit. In the entirety of Dayu, aside from the two imperial uncles, only his half-brother, the Crown Prince Shang, held such a title. Presently, although the Crown Prince of Dayu has not been officially appointed, it is well known among the court that the title has already been informally designated to the eldest son, Ning Fan. From a young age, Ning Chun bore the mantle of prodigy, recognizing 1,000 characters at 3, composing poetry by 6, and assuming responsibility for state affairs by 9, assisting Emperor Yu in reviewing memorials. However, due to his overly radical ideas, he fell into disagreement with the emperor and was dispatched to the military at the tender age of 16. It was initially believed that this prodigious crown prince would fade into obscurity and lose imperial favor. Yet in a mere 5 years, he emerged as a formidable warrior in the Western territories. Now, having just surpassed his coming of age, he commands an army of 100,000, intimidating the Western Front and vanquishing the formidable nation of Dayan. Reports of his victories frequently reach the capital, earning him the emperor's utmost favor, though their political differences have kept the title of crown prince in abeyance. Ning Fan's previous incarnation shared a relatively amicable relationship with his half-brother, who displayed kindness toward all his siblings, never exhibiting arrogance despite the accolades he received from a young age. Ning Fan, known for his mischievous nature, had often found himself in trouble, with his elder brother stepping in to take the blame on several occasions. Thus, in the memories of his previous self, he held a blend of fondness and reverence for this elder brother. "Your Highness?" Observing Ning Fan lost in thought, Li Xiaoning gently called out, pulling him from his reverie, to which he responded with an apologetic smile. For reasons unknown, witnessing Ning Fan's current demeanor, exuding elegance and grace in both speech and mannerisms, contrasted sharply with the rumors of a frivolous nobleman, igniting within Li Xiaoning a profound curiosity about this so-called dandy. "Miss, a mere method of military training cannot procure a princely title. Besides, my lineage condemns me to lack my father's favor. Today, I present this military training method in hopes of securing the authority to conduct military exercises." Authority to conduct military exercises? Li Xiaoning's expression hardened, a solemnity overtaking her features. Could it be that the king of Xinyong sought to encroach upon military power? "Please do not misunderstand, my lady. I merely wish to gain the right to participate in training the new recruits, to personally validate the efficacy of this military training method. To be candid, the training method in your possession is far from complete. To put it bluntly, it is merely a truncated version, significantly divergent from my expectations of a proper military training method. Only through practical validation can I ascertain its viability." Upon hearing Ning Fan's explanation, a profound astonishment flickered within Li Xiaoning's eyes. Her military training method was merely a truncated version? It is essential to understand that even this so-called abridged version is sufficient to elevate the combat prowess of the Great Yu's warriors by 1 or 2 tiers. Just imagine the terror that the complete military training method would inspire. In the imperial palace, Emperor Yu, after thoroughly admonishing Lin Xiaoshi, revealed a satisfied smile. Clearly, this old fellow had been significantly intimidated, leading him to make numerous concessions, even taking a step back to advance by proactively suggesting his retirement. Although the notion of retirement was impossible, Emperor Yu seized this opportunity to reclaim considerable authority. Currently, the position of the right chancellor remains vacant, while the left chancellor's household holds a dominant position, garnering considerable prestige and influence among the scholars, which inevitably raises Emperor Yu's caution. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoshi, being a cunning old fox, understood the need to adapt and anticipated the emperor's intentions, willingly relinquishing some power. With Lin's concerns alleviated and Emperor Yu benefiting from the arrangement, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed between the sovereign and his ministers. "Your Majesty, Princess Chongming and His Highness Prince Xianyong request an audience." A profound look of surprise crossed Emperor Yu's face. What brought them here? Lin Xiaoshi also felt a jolt of alarm, wondering if the Duke of Jinghua had uncovered the schemes of the rebellious son and brought Prince Xianyong to lodge a complaint. "Admit them," Chapter 11. The capital's premier dandy. Seeking to serve the court? Your Highness, the Duke of Xianyong, and Princess Chongning are here for an audience, a courtier announced sharply, prompting the two to step together into the grand hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a slender, graying elder standing nearby, causing them to pause in surprise. Your son pays his respects to father. Greetings, Your Majesty. After bowing, the elder offered a slight nod to Ning Fan, acknowledging the Duke of Xianyong. Ning Fan returned the gesture with a subtle inclination of his head. The Emperor Yu, seated in a position of authority, regarded the scene with curiosity. It was unusual for this young man to visit the palace unbidden. He must have come for a matter of significance, perhaps even related to the Fengxiang Tower incident. Ning Fan, Xiaoning, what brings you both here? Your Majesty, the Duke of Xianyong has devised a novel military training method. After conducting trials at my residence, I can confirm its effectiveness. Should we adopt His Highness's methods, it could enhance the combat prowess of our soldiers by 20%. What did you say? The Emperor's expression shifted to one of grave concern, while Lin Xiushi, standing nearby, turned to Li Xiaoning in astonishment. Princess, this matter is of great import. It is no jest. Father. Ning Fan slightly bowed, retrieving the meticulously prepared training manual from his sleeve. This is the detailed methodology I have composed for your review. The elderly eunuch stepped forward to receive the substantial stack of papers and presented it to the Emperor. Instead of hastily examining the documents, the Emperor fixed his gaze on Ning Fan. My second son, you have never set foot in a military camp. When did you learn about military training? Your Majesty, although I have not visited a military camp, I often listen to the storytellers at the theater recount tales of the battlefield. Through their narratives, I engaged with the guards of my residence to explore various techniques. The theater? Storytellers? The Emperor's countenance darkened significantly as he retorted, Very well, today I shall see what novel methods you possess that can persuade the princess to endorse you. As he spoke, he slowly unfolded the papers presented by Ning Fan and casually scanned the contents, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Is it truly possible to enhance the strength of our soldiers with just these few implements and movements? Intriguing. Princess, are you certain this training method is more practical than our current military practices? Your Majesty, Li Xiaoning replied with unwavering confidence. Before our visit, I had commanded our troops to validate the methods, and they proved effective. Moreover, as His Highness mentioned, this training method is not yet comprehensive. There are still some ideas he has yet to implement. Oh, the Emperor regarded Ning Fan with a hint of surprise, a smile gracing his lips. My second son, is what the princess says true? Your Majesty, Ning Fan bowed slightly. I have not commanded troops nor participated in their training. Thus, there are indeed considerable gaps between the training method in your hands and what I envisioned. The gaze of Emperor Yu took on a playful nuance, as he discerned that his foolish son seemed somewhat transformed from before. The exuberance that once characterized him had diminished, and the fear that once flickered in his eyes when looking at his father had vanished. Your Majesty, I have come to request your permission for Prince Xianyong to participate in the new soldier training and to be granted the authority to train troops. I wish to formally test the training methods devised by Your Highness to ascertain their effectiveness. Upon hearing Li Xiaoning's words, Emperor Yu maintained a tranquil expression, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth as he softly inquired, Is this your wish, or that of the second prince? Father, it is my own desire. Oh, the Emperor's demeanor gradually shifted to one of intrigue. What? No longer inclined to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel? Of course I wish to. Ning Fan responded without hesitation. However, upon noticing a hint of anger on the Emperor's face, he quickly added, Yet, I also wish to alleviate some of your burdens. For as the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Being a royal prince, supported by the state, I naturally aspire to contribute to the country, serve the court, and seek the welfare of the people, so as not to disappoint your expectations. At this declaration, everyone in the grand hall, including the old eunuch beside Emperor Yu, was momentarily stunned into silence. Could these words truly have come from the second prince? The capital's most notorious playboy, seeking the welfare of the people and serving the court? What a farce! The rise and fall of a nation is indeed a shared duty. Such sentiments were profoundly reasonable. It seemed the sun had risen in the west today. Our foolish son had matured. A rare smile graced Emperor Yu's lips as he remarked, "It is a rarity for you to contemplate engaging in serious matters at such an age. I grant you permission." Ning Fan's face lit up with surprise upon hearing the emperor's words, but his joy was swiftly eclipsed by the next statement. "As long as you do not disturb the citizens of our capital, you may do as you please." "Thank you, father." "Thank you, your majesty." They both bowed respectfully. Ning Fan's smile broadened as he heard the system prompt in his mind. "Father, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, go. Xiaoning, keep an eye on him for me. Should Prince Xianyong dare to set foot in the pleasure district again, I authorize you to enforce military law." "Understood." Li Xiaoning turned to the wayward prince, raising her fist in a gesture of innocence. "I am merely following orders. Please do not hold it against me, your highness." "Father." Just as Ning Fan was about to depart, he suddenly halted, turning back to face Emperor Yu with a mischievous grin. "A few new top courtesans have arrived at Fengxiang Tower. Their figures and singing are simply breathtaking. Perhaps we could visit together when you have some leisure time." At this remark, the imperial study fell into an uncanny silence once more. Lin Xiaoshi briefly froze before suppressing a smile, while Li Xiaoning cautiously observed the emperor's expression. "Unrivaled." Emperor Yu erupted in fury, seizing the inkstone from the table and hurling it at Ning Fan, bellowing, "I shall beat you to a pulp." "Ah, father, I was merely jesting." In jest, as the Emperor Yu advanced with a fierce demeanor, akin to a wolf pouncing on its prey, Ning Fan hastily took flight, exclaiming, "Father, I have erred. Someone, restrain him on my behalf." "Alas! Ouch, that hurts. Do not strike my face, father." After receiving a thorough thrashing from the Emperor Yu, Ning Fan, resembling a defeated rooster, hung his head in dejection and lamented, "If I shall not go, what compels you to resort to violence? After all, you are a sovereign. Is this the extent of your forbearance? I understand your daily toils and wish to take you out for a leisurely respite, a gesture of filial piety, witnessed by heaven and earth. Why, then, do you remain ungrateful?" Observing the Emperor Yu's breath quickening once more, Ning Fan hastily bowed and declared, "I shall take my leave. Begone." With the emperor's roar echoing through the hall, Ning Fan departed in a disheartened manner. Lin Xiaoshi, noting the emperor's countenance, gently interjected, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. His Highness is merely a bit unruly." "Oomph." The Emperor Yu, seated upon the dragon throne, gazed at the retreating figure, his anger dissipating entirely, murmuring to himself, "Never has anyone dared to challenge me in such a manner. This lad, who once cowered before me, why does he now exhibit such audacity?" The headliner of Fengxiang Tower, a flicker of curiosity gleamed in the Emperor Yu's eyes as he turned to Lin Xiaoshi. "Lin Xiang, is it truly as the second spoke of regarding the headliner at Fengxiang Tower?" Ahem. Chapter 12. Special Summoning Card. The renowned tycoon of the Ming Dynasty. Shen Wansan, how ruthlessly he strikes. Had I foreseen this, I would not have acted so rashly and endured an unnecessary beating. Nevertheless, the system task has been accomplished. A glimmer of anticipation graced Ning Fan's countenance as he accessed the system to review the task page. "Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. Military training? Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the new soldier training manual, 1 unit summoning card, and 500 merit points. Congratulations, Master, for your first successful completion of a system task. You have received an incentive gift pack. Upon system evaluation, the task has been rated as A-class, granting you 1 chance for a high-level lottery draw." As soon as he opened the system, a series of notifications rang out, and an expression of delight illuminated Ning Fan's face, astonished by the unexpected rewards. "System. Activate the incentive gift pack. Congratulations, Master. You have received 1 special summoning card, the ancient brewing technique, and the refined salt purification method." A special summoning card? A look of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's features. What purpose does this card serve? Just as he was about to inquire, the system elucidated, The special summoning card can summon extraordinary talents from historical eras. Extraordinary talents? Such as Zhang Zhongjing, Li Shizhen, Liu Ban, Nie Zhang, and Yao Li, among others. Understanding dawned upon him, and with renewed purpose, he stepped onto the carriage and plunged into the cabin. Returned to the manor. Jin Yi Wei drove the carriage away, while Ning Fan sat within, brimming with anticipation. He communicated with intent. System, utilize the special summoning card. Congratulations, Master. You have summoned Shen Wansan, the wealthiest man of the Ming Dynasty. Shen Wansan. A moment of hesitation fell upon Ning Fan as he recalled the information about this man. He was indeed a veritable titan of wealth, a commercial prodigy who, single-handedly, contributed to the construction of half of Nanjing. Though such claims may border on exaggeration, they nonetheless affirm his immense riches. Regrettably, wealth often breeds arrogance. This man dared to propose rewards for the army on behalf of the old Jew, provoking his ire and resulting in banishment to the frontier. It must be said, his life is steeped in myth, with tales of his exploits flourishing among the people. Now, as Ning Fan aspired to build a commercial empire, the system had bestowed upon him such a luminary of business acumen, an ideal match. Initially, he had contemplated sending Lin Yong to the field, yet Shen Wansan's arrival presented him with a far superior option. System, display Shen Wansan's attributes. Name, Shen Wansan Dynasty, early Ming loyalty, utterly loyal martial power, 67 intelligence, 92 leadership, 73 politics, 55 special attribute, treasure basin, a financial reservoir, possessing a terrifying ability to amass wealth in the realm of commerce. Upon observing Shen Wansan's unique attributes, Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The value of Shen Wansan was undoubtedly on par with that of an extraordinary general. Where is Shen Wansan currently? Replying to the master, Shen Wansan is awaiting you at the entrance of the royal manor. Ning Fan nodded slightly, murmuring, System, what does this high-level lottery entail? After each task is completed, the system evaluates the performance, categorizing it into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C, each corresponding to distinct prize rewards. So, it is utilizing the advanced lottery. Please hold on. Ning Fan gazed at the golden wheel that suddenly appeared on the screen, adorned with dozens of different items, radiating brilliance. As a massive pointer began to spin. Stop! With a command from Ning Fan, the pointer came to a halt, landing on a resplendent golden segment, followed by an announcement. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired Master-level calligraphy complete. As the notification sounded, Ning Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A vast ocean of calligraphic knowledge flooding his mind, encompassing various styles such as the slender gold script, flying white script, cursive, clerical, and running scripts, all indelibly etched in his memory. A skill-based reward? A look of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. In that brief moment, he had transformed into a master of all calligraphic forms. Quite intriguing. The master is destined to become an unparalleled emperor. Whether in governance or in the arts of music and painting, mastery is essential. The palace was merely a quarter of an hour's distance from the Xianyong prince's residence. Upon arriving, he spotted a portly middle-aged man, exuding an air of prosperity, standing at the entrance. As the carriage came to a halt, Ning Fan stepped out with purpose. Upon seeing Ning Fan, the stout man quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Shen Wansan, at your service, Your Highness. There's no need for excessive formalities. Ning Fan scrutinized the rotund figure before him, sensing the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Come, let's converse inside. Ning Fan, disregarding the opportunity to use the troop's summoning card, took Shen Wansan by the arm and led him into the residence. In any era, financial resources are indispensable, and Shen Wansan was destined to be his future benefactor. Witnessing their prince personally escorting this middle-aged man into the residence, the passing servants displayed expressions of surprise. It seemed that a new noble would soon grace their household. The two settled in a pavilion, and Ning Fan pondered before speaking. Wansan, I have instructed the steward to hand over all the gold and silver in the residence to you. Within half a month, can you establish a trading firm? Your Highness, May I inquire how much gold and silver the residence currently possesses? Ning Fan's expression faltered, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He truly had no knowledge of the residence's wealth, as this matter had always been managed by Lin Yong. Your Highness, you have returned. Just as he mentioned Lin Yong, the steward approached with a respectful bow. Linbo, you have arrived just in time. I ask you, how much silver do we currently have in the residence? Silver. Upon the mention of finances, a look of discomfort crossed Lin Yong's face as he replied softly, Your Highness, there are fewer than 1,000 taels of gold. How can it be so little? Your Highness, since the end of this year, you have already bestowed no less than 10,000 taels of gold at Fengxiang Building. Were it not for a few shops owned by our residents, we might struggle to support even the servants. Ning Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he still possessed several shops. He turned to Lin Yong and inquired, Linbo, how much can these shops be valued at? These shops were bestowed upon us by Her Highness. Your Highness must not act recklessly. Enough of this nonsense. How much are they worth? Our estate shops are situated in prosperous locations. They must be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Your Highness, since we already possess these shops, there is no need for evaluation. Simply allow my subordinates to take over. Upon hearing the tone of this newcomer, Lin Yong's expression shifted. Realizing he was a stranger seeking the royal family's properties, could he be a fraud? Wan San, there is no hurry regarding the shops. I possess several recipes for wine. Please find a few craftsmen from our estate to brew the wine for me. Recipes for wine? Indeed, do not underestimate these few recipes. Within a year, they could make us exceedingly wealthy. Lin Yong gasped in astonishment, while Shan Wan San's eyes gleamed with intensity as he solemnly accepted the recipes, assuring, Your Highness, you can rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Yes, remember, the recipes must not be leaked in the slightest. Understood. Chapter 13. The 18 Riders of Yinyan. The renowned general of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Shubao, Shan Wansan strode away with a wine recipe entrusted to him by Ning Fan, while Lin Yong had acquired the necessary medicinal herbs for the ancient method of body tempering. However, Ning Fan found himself preoccupied with matters of greater significance. System. Activate the troop summoning card. Activation successful. Please hold on. In an instant, the troop summoning card within the system's realm transformed into shimmering golden light, and Ning Fan's face lit up with anticipation. This card had the potential to summon legendary troops from novels. He wondered if it could call forth the formidable snow dragon riders of Bailiang. The thought of historical forces, such as the 800 elite of the Trap Formation, Yufei's Backway Army, the Iron Eagles of the pre-Qin era, the Xuanjia cavalry of the Tang Dynasty, or the Wei Wuju, invoked a sense of awe. If such indomitable iron armies were to manifest in another world, what grandeur and upheaval would ensue? Congratulations, Master. You have summoned the 18 Riders of Yinyan. The 18 Riders of Yinyan. A look of profound astonishment spread across Ning Fan's face as he recalled the historical accounts. The 18 riders were comprised of 18 individuals clad in cold attire, wielding curved sabers, their faces concealed by masks, heads wrapped in black cloth revealing only their eyes. They donned long black cloaks and Hu-style boots, each equipped with a dagger, a great bow, and 18 arrows, alongside their signature crescent moon sabers. Legend spoke of this iron cavalry, each member capable of taking on 100 foes, having once achieved 1,000-person slaughter. Their every deployment would unleash a tempest of bloodshed. System. Where are the 18 Riders of Yinyan now? Replying to Master, the 18 riders are currently concealed outside the city, awaiting your summons. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fan's expression as a bone flute appeared in his hand. Upon sounding this flute, the 18 riders would swiftly present themselves before him. This was fortuitous. Given his current status, he was not under much scrutiny, allowing him to amass power quietly. Nonetheless, his immediate priority was to devise a plan to acquire several salt mines. The Dayu Dynasty's regulation of private salt was not excessively stringent, yet the emergence of refined salt would undoubtedly stir significant controversy. This matter necessitated careful consideration. Securing the rights to salt and iron trade might require a conversation with his father, the Emperor. Contemplating this, Ning Fan felt a headache coming on. His status inevitably constrained his actions. Were it otherwise, his endeavors would be far more straightforward. Fortunately, Shun Wan-san was there to take the lead. 500 merit points. What should I exchange them for? Ning Fan fell into deep contemplation once more. 500 merit points could procure 5 first-rate summoning cards or 1 top-tier summoning card, while an unparalleled summoning card would demand 1,000 merit points. Presently, he was about to head to the military camp to train new recruits. Though Jin Yi Wei possessed unmatched bravery, he lacked military leadership skills, and as for the civil officials, Ning Fan had yet to step into the court, making their counsel unnecessary at this juncture. Thus, Ning Fan opted to exchange for a top-tier military general summoning card. System: exchange for 1 top-tier military general summoning card. Exchange successful. Would you like to use it? Yes. Ning Fan spoke directly, and a beam of golden light appeared, revealing a character attribute page. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the legendary general of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shubao. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels about the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the name of the second brother Qin was indeed thunderous. He not only made remarkable contributions to the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, but also upheld the spirit of chivalry. Galloping across both banks of the Yellow River, wielding his halberd to strike terror across the 3 states and 6 prefectures, shaking half of Shandong. After leaving the martial world and entering the court, following the fall of the Wagong, he pledged allegiance to Li Tang, achieving great military feats, and was appointed as the left commander of martial might, granted the title of Duke of Igua. Name: Qin Xiong Dynasty. Tang Dynasty. Loyalty: utterly loyal. Martial power: 96 intelligence, 81 leadership, 95 politics, 87 unit type, Xuanjia cavalry. Divine weapons: 4-edged golden halberd, tiger-headed golden spear mount, yellow-black thoroughbred dragon. Unique skills: flying horse gun planting, throwing the halberd. Special attribute: guardian deity. Achievement attribute: increasing martial power by 2 points. Xuanjia cavalry. Upon seeing that Qin Xiong's unit type was Xuanjia cavalry, Ning Fan couldn't help but show a hint of delight. System: could it be that the Xuanjia cavalry of the Tang dynasty will emerge alongside Qin Xiong? The unit type pertains to the troops commanded by the general in their previous life and will not accompany the general into this world. Ning Fan realized he had overthought it and inquired further. Where is Qin Xiong now? Replying to the master, Qin Xiong will come to seek your service within 3 days. Excellent. Ning Fan's gaze grew increasingly profound. With the authority to train troops now in his grasp, he possessed a certain degree of influence over the newly recruited soldiers. It would be wise to integrate Qin Xiong into the military camp. With his capabilities, given a mere opportunity, he could soar to greatness without any additional prompting from Ning Fan. Linbo, here, go, prepare a medicinal bath. I shall indulge in a medicinal soak. Yes. As Lin Yong went off to prepare, Ning Fan, feeling idle, perused the new soldier training manual awarded by the system. Notably, this manual encompassed strategies for military formations, methods for strengthening the body, techniques for boosting morale, and even some marching tactics. It could hardly be overstated that this was a comprehensive military treatise. If I thoroughly comprehend this new training manual, could my leadership attribute exceed 70? Ding! A system task has been triggered. Please check the details. A notification chimed, startling Ning Fan, who promptly accessed the system to find that a new task had been refreshed on the task board. System task released. Study military strategy. Task duration: 1 month. Task requirements: within 1 month, elevate the leadership attribute to above 70. Task reward: photographic memory. Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 stratagems. Photographic memory. Hiss. Sun Tzu's Art of War and the 36 stratagems. Though I had flipped through a few pages in my previous life, I had not memorized a single one. However, elevating my leadership value to 70 should not pose too much difficulty, right? Ning Fan murmured with a hint of self-doubt. Yet since the system's task deadline was set for 1 month, it should not pose too great a challenge. The higher the 4-dimensional attributes, the more arduous the enhancement. For instance, Once a top-tier talent's martial prowess reaches 90, every additional point represents a significant disparity, an insurmountable chasm. Your Highness, the medicinal bath is prepared. Excellent. Ning Fan stretched his limbs, having practiced spear techniques for over an hour that morning, followed by a rigorous beating from Emperor Yu, leaving his bones feeling as if they were dislocated. Gazing at the steaming medicinal vat, the rich aroma wafting through the air, Ning Fan tested the water's temperature before shedding his garments and immersing himself in the concoction. A tingling sensation enveloped him, as if every capillary was expanding vigorously. Ning Fan's complexion flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could feel a warm current coursing through his bones and flesh, unsure if it was the legendary meridian flow. After lingering in the vat for nearly half an hour, Ning Fan dozed lightly, perceiving the medicinal potency gradually dissipate. He rinsed himself and changed into fresh attire. As he moved to stretch his limbs, he was astonished to discover that the soreness and pain had entirely vanished, replaced by an inexhaustible vigor. Immediately, he seized the long spear from the weapon rack and began to wield it with fervor. Chapter 14. Ancient Medicinal Bath. Proficiency in spear techniques, observing his esteemed master once again engaged in rigorous practice, wielding a long spear with remarkable finesse. Lin Yong cast a surprised glance at the medicinal vat. He turned to Jin Yi Wei and remarked, "Evil one, it seems the potency of the medicine has yet to be exhausted. Would you care to give it a try?" Jin Yi Wei shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing the suggestion, and instead focused on the martial training of Ning Fan, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. He had not anticipated such rapid progress in the prince's spear techniques after merely a day's effort. "You have practiced the deathly 13 spears and gained insight. Experience points 3. You have practiced the deathly 13 spears and gained insight. Experience points 3. You have practiced the deathly 13 spears." Ning Fan tirelessly swung the spear, diligently committing every variation of the first form, yearning of the deathly 13 spears to memory. Following the medicinal bath, his physical endurance seemed significantly enhanced. For a continuous hour, he immersed himself in the art of spear play, his sweat thoroughly soaking the newly changed garments, only to be dried by the wind in a cyclical manner. Lin Yong and Jin Yi Wei stood quietly at the side, their faces awash with astonishment, particularly Lin Yong, who gazed at the slender figure that seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, yet stood resiliently time and again. The prince, whom he had watched grow up, adorned in gold and jade from a young age, had now willingly devoted himself to such arduous training. "Second master, why not take a moment to rest? Allow this old servant to fetch you a cup of water?" Ning Fan appeared oblivious to Lin Yong's words, gritting his teeth as he intensified his spear thrusts, an ominous whoosh accompanying each movement. "You have practiced the deathly 13 spears and gained insight. Experience points 3. You have practiced the deathly 13 spears and gained insight. Experience points. Congratulations, master. You have reached the minor accomplishment stage of the first form of the deathly 13 spears." A system notification echoed in Ning Fan's mind, causing him to instantly relax. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet a satisfied smile graced his face. System, display the martial arts assistance page. Deathly 13 spears, minor accomplishment 1, 300. Upon witnessing the martial arts page reflect the minor accomplishment status, Ning Fan exhaled a deep sigh of relief. What a challenge it had been. He had not anticipated that he could endure this. He initially believed it would take at least 3 days to attain minor accomplishment. Yet with the aid of the medicinal bath, he achieved it in just 1 day, though it was merely the first form. To refine the entirety of the deathly 13 spears to the major accomplishment stage would likely require at least 6 months. If only my physical constitution could keep pace. Perhaps I could practice continuously, but alas, my current frailty limits me to a maximum of 1 hour before reaching my limit. It appears I must allocate time to bolster my physique henceforth. Ning Fan rose to his feet and entered the Grand Hall. Casually tossing 26 flavored Remania pills into his mouth, he called out, "Linbo, go fetch some military treatises for me." "Military treatises?" Lin Yong's face expressed profound astonishment, followed by a resigned smile. Your Highness, our household possesses not a single book. The second master of the family has always shunned the written word, harboring a profound aversion to books. When the Wang residence was first established, it housed a library. Each time he erred, the emperor would administer a thorough beating, subsequently punishing him to transcribe texts or memorize certain classics within a library. However, fate took a cruel turn when an unforeseen fire reduced the library to ashes. Since that calamity, the second master has not touched a book nor recited a classic, opting instead for corporeal punishment. Although each punishment left him bruised and battered, the physical agony seemed more bearable compared to the torment of the mind. As time passed, he developed a certain rapport with such discipline. A bitter smile crept upon Ning Fan's face as he murmured, "Very well, I shall borrow a few books from the Jingwa Duke's residence another day." Linbo, do you know if there are any salt mines near the capital? Salt mines? Lin Yong queried, looking at Ning Fan with puzzlement. Second master, what do you need salt mines for? I possess a method to purify salt that yields a product far superior to the refined salt available on the market. What? Lin Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized Ning Fan intently, whispering, "Second master, is this true? Have I ever jested with you?" Lin Yong gasped, his face still showing disbelief. After a long pause, he replied softly, "Old servant shall investigate this matter at once. But second master, this is a grave issue. I implore you to exercise caution. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the stakes," Ning Fan reassured, noting the old man's evident concern for his well-being. Lin Yong hurried away, leaving Ning Fan to peruse the comprehensive training manual for new recruits, immersing himself in study. "Your Highness, a robust man has arrived outside the residence, seeking an audience." "Oh," a glimmer of surprise illuminated Ning Fan's face. "Please invite him in." "Yes." Before long, a brawny figure strode into the grand hall, his thick brows and piercing eyes exuding an aura of vigor. Upon spotting Ning Fan, he approached and bowed. "Commoner Qin Xiong pays his respects to your Highness." "Qin Xiong, Qin Shu Bao." A warm smile graced Ning Fan's face as he stepped forward to assist him. "Shu Bao, I have awaited your arrival. How does your Highness know my courtesy name?" "Ha, I not only know your courtesy name, but I am also aware of your prowess with twin cudgels and your mastery of spear techniques." Qin Xiong appeared perplexed, yet Ning Fan offered no explanation, instead cheerfully stating, "From this day forth, you shall reside in my household and accompany me to the military camp tomorrow." "Yes." Qin Xiong saluted respectfully, and Ning Fan gestured for him to set down his belongings as they took their seats. "Shu Bao, the court has newly recruited 100,000 soldiers, and I have been entrusted with training the new army. We will head to the military camp tomorrow, and I wish for you to join the ranks and achieve great deeds. What say you?" As Ning Fan's words fell, a gleam of determination sparkled in Qin Xiong's eyes. He clasped his hands and declared, "Your Highness, the commoner is willing to enlist and accrue strength for you." "Excellent." Upon seeing Qin Xiong's immediate understanding, a hint of joy appeared on Ning Fan's face. Although Qin Xiong was utterly loyal to him, the system had summoned a living person, and naturally, it was imperative to communicate with him first. "Come, take a look at this comprehensive training manual for new recruits." Qin Xiong, with a look of curiosity, took the booklet from Ning Fan's hand. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, I have read several military texts and possess considerable insights into the training methods for soldiers. Yet, the techniques outlined in this manual are unprecedented. Do you believe these methods to be feasible?" "Absolutely." Qin Xiong nodded without hesitation. "At the very least, these methods will enhance the soldier's physical prowess, far surpassing the existing practices in the army by several or even dozens of times." "Ah, that is splendid. Ning Sun Iflaimet. There are still aspects I do not comprehend, and I shall seek your guidance further." Now, with a commander boasting an impressive leadership value of 95 idly sitting nearby, Ning Fan certainly would not overlook this invaluable resource. Chapter 15. The New Army Camp. Congratulations, Master, for studying the new soldier training manual and gaining insights into military strategy. resulting in an increase of 1 in your command value. Throughout an entire afternoon, Ning Fan remained engrossed in the military texts, making rapid progress under the guidance of Qin Xiong. If he maintained this pace, he might very well complete the system task within a month. System, display my attribute page. Name, Ning Fan, identity, second prince of the Dayu Dynasty, king of Xianyong, notorious dandy of Yuwang City, esteemed client of Fengxiang Tower, chief instructor of 100,000 new troops, martial strength, 44 intelligence, 81 command, 61 politics, 61 divine weapon, none out, none items, Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, Suo Yang Gu Jing Wan, Jin Kuei Shun Chi Wan, Wu Zi Yin Zone Wan, body refining ancient formula, refined salt purification method, ancient brewing craft, special skills, 13 lethal spears, minor accomplishment, summon heroes, Dian Wei, Shun Wan San, Qin Xiong, summon troops, Yin Yun's 18 rider. Seeing that his martial strength had increased by 5 points, Ning Fan's face displayed astonishment. Could this be due to the minor accomplishment of the first form of 13 lethal spears? His intelligence and politics attributes seemed unchanged, but his command value had risen by 2 points after an afternoon of diligent study. Those who are lazy shall be punished by time, while those who strive shall not be forsaken by destiny. Master, keep it up. After consuming a bowl of the system's motivational broth, Ning Fan couldn't help but smile to himself. Many things in this world cannot simply be achieved through effort alone. Drawing forth the manual of 13 lethal spears from the system space, Ning Fan continued his research, soon becoming utterly absorbed in the intricate details of the spear techniques. You have reviewed the 13 lethal spears manual, gained insights, experience 1. Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system, Ning Fan's face was filled with astonishment. Was this truly possible? The martial arts assistance function was astonishingly powerful. With no further thoughts, he embraced the manual and unknowingly drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. The following morning, as dawn broke, a fiery orange horizon emerged, splitting the heavens and earth. A warm glow slowly ascended from the center of the skyline, enveloped in a misty purple aura, resembling a bashful maiden removing her veil. The first rays of light cascaded upon the towers of Yuwang City, gradually traversing the blue bricks, crossing the marketplace, and spilling into the depths of the courtyards, ultimately illuminating the figure of a slender youth. The long spear danced like a swimming dragon, and with every flourish, sweat dripped onto the cool stones below, accompanied by the sharp sound of piercing air. Your Highness, has he truly just begun his martial training? This is the 3rd day. A gasp of astonishment crossed Qin Xiong's face. Being an expert in spear techniques, he could readily discern Ning Fan's burgeoning prowess. Though the prowess in marksmanship may not yet be sufficiently vigorous, likely due to limitations in physical strength, it is evident that your Highness has already achieved a modicum of skill in technique and style. In merely 3 days, you have refined your marksmanship to such a level. It is astonishing to discover such innate talent in martial arts. Alas, your Highness has missed the prime period for martial training. Otherwise, the pinnacle of martial excellence might not have been beyond reach. Qin Xiong sighed softly, his countenance filled with regret. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Fan is a prodigy, for there exists no ideal time frame for martial training. With diligence and perseverance, ascending to the ranks of unparalleled martial generals is merely a matter of time. You have practiced the 13 lethal spears and gained insight, experience points 5. You have practiced the 13 lethal spears and gained insight, experience points 5. You have practiced the 13 lethal spears and gained insight. As Ning Fan noticed, with the enhancement of his proficiency in the 13 lethal spears, the experience points acquired after each practice session gradually increased from the initial meager amount to 5 points. After spending the entire night diligently reviewing the spear manual, he practiced the techniques over a dozen times again by dawn. Exhausted after an hour of rigorous training, drenched in sweat, Ning Fan sensed he was nearing his physical limit and turned to Lin Yong, saying, "Go, prepare a medicinal bath. Evil One, Uncle Bao, ready yourselves. After I bathe and change, we shall head to the military camp." "Understood. Your Highness, it grows late. We should depart." Lin Yong approached, softly reminding him. Ning Fan glanced at the time. It was already a quarter past the hour of Chun. After donning a set of black attire, he led Jin Yi Wei and Qin Xiong out of the manor. Your Highness, both Qin Xiong and Jin Yi Wei donned black armor, which added an air of gravitas compared to their usual appearance. Ning Fan nodded slightly and said, let us proceed to the Duke's residence first. Yes. Ning Fan chose not to travel by carriage. Although riding was somewhat taxing, today marked his visit to the military camp, and as a newly appointed military commander, arriving by carriage would surely invite ridicule. At the Duke Jinghua's residence, Li Xiaoning was similarly clad in armor, flanked by a dozen elite cavalry, exuding a more spirited demeanor than usual. The two exchanged slight nods of acknowledgement as they made their way to the western military camp. Li Xiaoning's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, who today, devoid of his wide-sleeved robe and ornate garments, appeared instead more competent and composed. Who is this? She inquired, noticing the unfamiliar figure by Ning Fan's side, who wielded dual maces and a golden spear, exuding an air of resolute authority, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. This is Qin Xiong, styled Shu Bao, a personal guard in my service. Personal guard? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xiaoning's face, though she refrained from further inquiry. She gently cautioned, Your Highness, once we arrive at the military camp, please refrain from drawing too much attention. Oh, observing the puzzled expression of Ning Fan, Li Xiaoning softly spoke, the newly recruited soldiers are predominantly from the capital region, and your esteemed name resonates with them, albeit not in the most favorable light. Realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she abruptly fell silent. Ning Fan, however, wore a dark expression and retorted, Thank you for your reminder, Princess. I shall take note. A hearty laughter erupted from Li Yan, who was beside Li Xiaoning, as he observed Ning Fan's discomfort. He jested, Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. Begone. As the group bantered and galloped forward, all but Ning Fan seemed to navigate the journey with ease. After a brief ride of about half an hour, they arrived before a military encampment. Is this the new army's camp? From a small rise, Ning Fan gazed in awe at the sprawling sight before him. The camp extended for over 10 miles, with figures bustling about and formations standing tall, exuding an unmistakable aura of determination and discipline from afar. Indeed, this is the new army of Dayu. Let us proceed. Chapter 16. Those who disobey shall be executed without mercy in the new army camp. As a group of riders approached, the guards at the gate swiftly stepped forward to intercept them. I am General Li Xiaoning, here by His Majesty's decree to take command of the new army camp. General Li. The expression of the guarding soldiers shifted, and upon verifying the imperial token, a look of respect emerged on their faces. Who is currently in charge of the camp? Reporting to the general, it is General Chun Fong, the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. Go inform General Chun to prepare for the handover. Understood. Observing Li Xiaoning's efficient handling of matters, Ning Fan could not help but express a hint of admiration in his gaze. To carve out a fearsome reputation on the battlefield of the North, how could one be merely a figurehead? Soon, as they entered the camp, Li Xiaoning's brow furrowed. She turned to Li Yan. Yan, please inquire if there are any training tasks for today. Ning Fan's eyes scanned the surroundings, landing on a particular tent. He strode over, with Qin Xiong and Jin Yi Wei hastily following. Upon hearing shouts from within the tent, Li Xiaoning's expression darkened. Within the tent, over a dozen men surrounded a square table, shouting loudly. As the curtain was abruptly lifted, 3 figures strode in. The leader, with a handsome countenance, wore a form-fitting black outfit, exuding an aura befitting one accustomed to authority. Instantly, the atmosphere in the large tent grew tense. All soldiers ceased their shouting, their gazes directed at Ning Fan. I have the largest, and it's a leopard. With Ning Fan's declaration, several soldiers let out a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and fear. Damn it, you startled me. I thought a general had come to inspect us. A burly man shot Ning Fan a reproachful glance, lifting the dice cup to reveal a surprising outcome, then abruptly turned to Ning Fan. What the hell, it really is a leopard. Brother, you're truly remarkable. Ha ha, I won. The sound of raucous laughter echoed, and Li Xiaoning and her companions entered the tent. Upon seeing Ning Fan involved in the gambling, her brow furrowed slightly, and just as she was about to speak, Ning Fan's voice resounded. Are you not afraid of military law for gathering in such an open manner to gamble? Hearing Ning Fan's question, the soldiers paused, their expressions showing disdain. What nonsense military law? Our 100,000 troops have long been forgotten by the court. As he questioned, Ning Fan seized the dice cup, swept 5 dice into it, and after a vigorous shake, he let it settle amidst the admiring gazes of the soldiers. Impressive, brother. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at such a young age. Indeed, with such talent, why come to the military? Ning Fan, casting a playful glance around. Would you like to learn? Absolutely. With a smile, Ning Fan lifted the dice cup, revealing 5 dice neatly stacked to form a single column, with only the top die visible, astonishingly showing a 1. The onlookers, all gamblers, cast admiring glances, revering it as if it were divine. Should you wish to learn, you must first answer a few questions. Ask away, brother. I shall divulge all that I know. Tell me, has there been any training in the camp these past few days? Training? Several men appeared momentarily bewildered before scoffing. Since our arrival, no one has overseen us. We rise for roll call and eat at appointed times, but the rest of the day is spent sleeping in our tents. How could it be otherwise? Before Ning Fan could respond, Li Xiaoning stepped forward, unable to contain herself. What of your camp's general? The general? We haven't even seen what he looks like. Indeed, the court recruited us and then abandoned us here. In just over a month, I've gained 7 pounds, Upon hearing this, Ning Fan realized further inquiries were futile. With a playful smirk, he asked, what is your name? I am Su Chong, brother. Will you take me as your disciple? Well, accepting a disciple is not out of the question, but my standards are quite rigorous. Li Xiaoning, noting Ning Fan's jesting demeanor, grew serious. Your Highness, this matter is grave. The soldiers in the camp have sunk to such depravity, even engaging in gambling, showing utter disregard for military discipline. This Chun Fong deserves the harshest punishment. Your Highness? The soldiers in the tent looked at Ning Fan with fear in their eyes. You are Qin Xiong. I command you. You shall rally the troops under the princess's token, and I permit you to act as you see fit. Those who defy my orders shall face execution without mercy. At your command. Li Xiaoning hesitated, glancing at Ning Fan. Should we not first report this to His Majesty? Ning Fan shook his head slightly, directing his gaze at Li Yin beside Li Xiaoning. Li Yin, you possess the token from the princess and me. Return immediately to Yuang City. Inform the city defense forces to seal the gates, and put the entire city on high alert. Li Yin exchanged a look with Li Xiaoning, receiving her nod before taking the jade token, bowing respectfully, and departing in haste. The dozen soldiers in the tent, now paralyzed by fear, knelt repeatedly, their faces pale with terror. Your Highness, spare us. We know our crimes. We shall never dare again. Rise. Ning Fan turned to Su Chong, his gaze sweeping across the room, softly declaring, I offer you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Lead us to the central command tent. Yes. Su Chong trembled as he walked ahead, guiding Ning Fan and his entourage towards the central command tent. Your Highness, Chen Fong must have learned of our arrival by now. Could he? He would not dare. Ning Fan shook his head lightly, smiling gently. Chen Fong likely harbors no objections. Otherwise, he would not allow such laxity in military conduct. However, he shall certainly face charges of negligence. Why then do you still send Yenner to the capital to deliver the message? Perhaps it is merely a precaution. Li Xiaoning cast a profound glance at Ning Fan, silently following him at his side. The thunderous sound of war drums resonated throughout the camp, as figures hurriedly rushed out of the tents, their faces etched with confusion. The war drums have sounded? Are we to engage in battle? This is the heart of the capital. How could there be warfare? Surely, it must be a summons for generals. Within the central command tent, Chen Fong cradled a wine cup in his hand, while a beautiful woman nestled in his embrace, feeding him grapes. A lascivious smile occasionally graced his lips, but suddenly, a deep drumbeat reverberated, causing the beauty in his arms to shudder in alarm. What is happening? Someone, Gulme, who dares to summon the generals? Chapter 17. The Eroded New Army. The red sleeve calls suddenly. A man clad in armor burst into the main tent, whispering, "General, I report to you that General Li Xiaoning from the Jingwa Palace has arrived by the Emperor's command to take over the new army. They have already entered the camp." "What?" Chun Fang's expression shifted abruptly, a flicker of panic igniting in his eyes, the intoxication on his face dissipating. He exclaimed furiously, "Why are you only informing me now? Who permitted you to let her in? Damn it! Why did the Emperor not give any prior warning? It's all over now." Chun Fang sat despondently in his command tent, his countenance ashen, murmuring, "What am I to do? General, perhaps you should tidy up the tent first? After all, you hail from one of the 4 prominent families. Even the Jingwa Palace wouldn't wish to offend you unnecessarily. At worst, they might accuse you of negligence. And the Emperor, considering the Chun family's reputation, would likely not be overly punitive." Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, Chun Fang slightly nodded, glancing at the woman beside him, and whispered, "You must hide quickly. I shall send someone to escort you out." "Yes." The woman, her complexion pale with fright, was about to leave when she suddenly noticed several figures intruding into the tent. The leader among them was a youth of 17 or 18. Observing him with an amused expression, "General Chun, you certainly know how to indulge yourself." Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the woman, a hint of familiarity sparking his curiosity as he inquired, "From the Red Sleeve Call, I presume?" "I have met His Highness, the Prince of Xianyang." The woman recognized Ning Fan, realizing he was the chief patron of their establishment, having once lavished a fortune for the sake of the Red Sleeve girls. Upon hearing the name Red Sleeve Call, Li Xiaoning regarded Ning Fan with scornful eyes, for he was indeed notorious in the capital for his debauchery, leaving a trail of affection wherever he went. A playful smile graced Ning Fan's face as he turned to the woman and said casually, "What is your name?" "Your Highness, I am called Qing." "Oh, Qinger." Ning Fan turned to Jin Yi Wei beside him, softly instructing, "Take her back to my residence, and ensure no one is allowed to approach her." "Understood," Jin Yi Wei replied, striding toward Qinger. In a state of terror, clung to Chun Fang. "General, General, please save me. I am yours." Witnessing the beauty weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Chun Fang revealed a hint of reluctance and slightly bowed to Ning Fan. "Your Highness, as you can see, Qinger is now under my protection." "Yours?" A glimmer of mockery danced in Ning Fan's eyes as he retorted playfully, "Whose possession she truly is remains to be seen. Guards, present. Bind Chun Fang." "Yes, you dare." Chun Fang's expression turned furious as he glared at Ning Fan. "Prince Xianyang, I am a general bestowed with the rank of 3rd grade by the Emperor. Do you dare to lay hands on me?" No sooner had he spoken than Jin Yi Wei swung his halberd, sending Chun Fang crashing to the ground, while the loyal guards of Li Xiaoning surged forward to apprehend him. "Your Highness, given the current situation, should we not postpone any disputes until we return to the capital?" "Ha!" Ning Fan, meeting Li Xiaoning's stern gaze, stepped towards Qinger, gently lifting her chin and whispering, "Tell me, who sent you?" "Huh? Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" "It was General Chun who brought me here. Please spare me." Qinger's face was filled with terror. Ning Fan drew the long sword from Jin Yi Wei's waist and pressed it against her neck, stating coldly, "Speak within 3 breaths, or you shall perish." I. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the tent, striking Qinger directly in the chest. Ning Fan's expression changed drastically, and Jin Yi Wei, momentarily stunned, rushed outside, brandishing his dual halberds. "Protect His Highness." Li Xiaoning's expression hardened as she commanded the elite guards behind her to encircle Ning Fan. Su Chong's eyes gleamed with determination. "Your Highness, I recognize that scent. I shall pursue him." He dashed out of the tent. Ning Fan squinted, addressing the armored soldiers beside him. "Stand down. They are not targeting me." Li Xiaoning checked Qinger's pulse and sighed. "She is dead." "How did you deduce she was acting under orders?" "Since time immemorial, heroes have often succumbed to the charms of beautiful women. The maidens of the Red Sleeve Tavern are never permitted to be taken away, even if I once." Ning Fan's voice trailed off, then continued, "However, this matter must be closely tied to the Red Sleeve Tavern. That maiden is not to be underestimated. As he spoke, he approached Chen Fong, crouching to ask, "Did she instruct you to relinquish military control?" "Yes, Your Highness, I was bewitched by this enchantress. It was she who promoted several lieutenants." Upon hearing Chen Fong's words, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, and he asked gravely, "Who are those lieutenants?" "Gu Ji, Gai Gan, and Chen 12. Gukui, Zhang Jun. You two, swiftly inform Qin Xiong and have them apprehend these three. At once. Try to capture them alive." Ning Fan reminded, turning to Chen Fong. "The Emperor appointed you to oversee the new army. What are the other vice commanders?" "They." Chen Fong's expression shifted abruptly, revealing hesitation. Ning Fan replied coolly, "If you disclose this now, it may serve to redeem you, and I shall plead for your clemency before the Emperor, should I uncover it myself. The Chen family cannot save you. I must confess, Your Highness, they have all been imprisoned by me. This was also the enchantress's doing." Ning Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the extent of Chen Fong's incompetence. A mere woman had completely ensnared him, almost usurping his authority. "Take him away." "Yes." After Chen Fong was escorted out, Ning Fan turned to Li Xiaoning and softly said, "Release the vice commanders. We must fully regain control of the army." "Understood." Led by several soldiers, Ning Fan arrived at a dimly lit dungeon, where three figures were ensnared in a cage, their breaths shallow and faces ashen. Were these not generals Nye Feng, Chai Yu, and Qiu Tianlu? "Who are you?" A disheveled man struggled to raise his head, casting a weak gaze towards Ning Fan and his companions, his cracked lips oozing a trace of blood. "I am General Li Xiuning, acting on His Majesty's orders to take command of the new army. This is His Highness, Prince Xianyong." Ning Fan turned to Jin Yi Wei, who brandished his twin halberds and forcefully struck the wooden cage, producing a resounding crash as it splintered into pieces. Jin Yi Wei swiftly severed the chains binding them, and several soldiers hurried forward to assist them. "Thank you, Your Highness. This Chen Fong truly deserves the gravest punishment." Chapter 18. Li Xiaoning's speculation in the training grounds. Qin Xiong stood upon the commanding platform as the war drums resonated through the air. A myriad of armored figures converged at this location. A group of newly appointed military leaders stood beneath the platform, gazing up at the imposing figure above. And a wave of murmurs erupted among them. "Who is this person? Is there such a notable figure among our new troops?" Their faces bore an unfamiliarity, as if they had never encountered him before. At present, the new army had just completed its recruitment, and the camp had only been established for a few days. Nearly all mid-level commanders were hastily drawn from the Imperial Guard, thus familiar faces were commonplace. However, the individual on the platform seemed to be a stranger to all. In a moment, everyone's gaze fixated on the figure atop the platform, who bore dual cudgels at his waist and emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Under his scrutinizing gaze, none dared to meet his eyes. "I am Qin Xiong, here at the behest of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Xianyong, to temporarily oversee the military camp." Upon the conclusion of Qin Xiong's declaration, the commanders below erupted into hushed conversations once more. "The Prince of Xianyong? Is he the notorious dandy from the capital?" "General Qin, we are all under the command of Commander Chen Fong. Perhaps His Highness lacks the authority to interfere with military affairs?" Without delay, Qin Xiong slowly retrieved a command token from his bosom, proclaiming, "The Emperor's tiger talisman is present. From this moment forth, I shall take charge of the barracks. Do any among you dissent?" "We have no objections." As the officers beheld the tiger talisman in Qin Xiong's grasp, their expressions shifted, and those who had been vociferous moments prior promptly silenced themselves, respectfully saluting. "General Qin." A gentle call broke through the tension. As two figures hurriedly approached and addressed Qin Xiong, "General Qin, the prince has ordered the apprehension of Gue Qi, Kai Kan, and Chen Shi." Upon hearing the names, the designated three men paled, and a robust man stepped forward, shouting, "On what grounds?" "General, even if you possess the Emperor's command token, military matters adhere to established protocols. A justification is required before you can apprehend us. We refuse to comply. Indeed, one cannot simply take a life without reason. What crime have we committed that warrants our arrest?" "Humph. If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, we shall not relent, even if it costs us our lives." The trio displayed indignation, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, while the remaining commanders watched coldly. These three were not drawn from the Imperial Guard, but had been elevated by Chen Feng, hence they refrained from rash actions, turning their gaze toward Qin Xiong instead. Upon realizing the order stemmed from Ning Fan, Qin Xiong wasted no time, directing his attention to the gathered leaders. "Apprehend these three." "Understood." The surrounding commanders and officers, faces stern, drew their swords and charged toward the trio. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Qin Xiong's eyes as he observed the three men. Despite being besieged by over a dozen skilled soldiers, managed to maintain their composure and even appeared to gain the upper hand, clearly not mere trifles. "Colleagues, must we disregard the bonds of brotherhood among comrades?" As soon as Qin Xiong made his entrance, he inexplicably turned against us, clearly intent on eliminating dissenters. How could this nameless individual possess the Imperial Talisman? He must undoubtedly be an enemy spy. Among the three, Chai Yu's eyes glimmered with resentment as he fought off the surrounding commanders while attempting to sow discord. Chu Qi coldly smirked, saying, "Do not engage in feudal struggles. The spy beside Chen Feng has already been silenced by your men. If you wish to avoid following in her footsteps, surrender swiftly." "What?" Upon hearing this, the three's expressions changed dramatically, and the surrounding commanders sensed the shift, their gazes now laced with cold intent, striking without hesitation. "Everyone stand down." With a leap from the high platform, Qin Xiong wielded his dual golden rods, using his momentum to strike forcefully at the formidable Gue Qi crash. A spark flew as Gue Qi felt a jolt in his arms, nearly losing his broad blade, and he staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance, staring in shock at the rod-wielding warrior before him. Impressive. The surrounding commanders regarded Qin Xiong with awe, having just sparred with Gue Qi. They were acutely aware of his terrifying strength. Yet, they were astonished to witness Qin Xiong, outnumbered 3-1, so decisively suppressing them. Such prowess, not only in this rookie camp, but even among the elite troops, would certainly rank him among the finest. With Qin Xiong's intervention, the relentless onslaught of his dual rods soon left the 3 lieutenants toppled and gasping on the ground, each with several broken ribs. In a mere moment, Qin Xiong had earned the respect of the commanders. Within the military, respect is reserved for the strong, and all matters are settled by the might of one's fists. Take them away and ensure strict surveillance. From this moment on, without my command, no one is to act. Those who defy this order will face execution. As you command." In the central military tent, Nie Feng and his companions expressed their profound gratitude to Ning Fan, bowing deeply. Ever since they had been imprisoned by Chen Feng, they had been engulfed in despair, their loyal followers suppressed, and even the veteran soldiers were at risk. "Thank you for saving us, Your Highness. There is no need for such formalities. It is I who arrived late." Ning Fan assisted the 3 to their feet, just as Su Chong strode in, blood still staining his attire. With a respectful bow, he reported, "Your Highness, the rogue who shot arrows from the shadows has been captured." A look of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. It was known that even Jin Yi Wei had failed to apprehend that assassin, yet Su Chong had succeeded. "Where is he?" "Dead. He had a poison pouch in his mouth." "And the body?" "Outside the tent." Ning Fan stepped towards the entrance, followed closely by Li Xiaoning and the others. Upon exiting, they discovered a corpse on the ground, with long drag marks nearby, clearly indicating that Su Chong had brought it back. "New recruit." "Indeed." Su Chong nodded and remarked, "The crossbow wielded by this individual is indeed our military's, and the armor he wears is that of a new recruit. Please verify his identity." "Understood." Ning Fan observed Su Chong's departing figure, a glimmer of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Despite his rather dubious inclinations, he possesses remarkable skills. At that moment, Qin Xiong strode in, wielding his twin cudgels. After a respectful bow, he presented a military token. "My lord, my lady, the new army camp has now been taken under my command, and I have successfully apprehended Gue Qi and his companions." "Excellent." Ning Fan nodded slightly, then turned to Nie Feng and the other 2 generals, speaking softly Gentlemen, now that Fang has been subdued by me, we, as newcomers, require your support to stabilize the morale of the troops. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will handle it. Ning Fan smiled and nodded. At that moment, Li Xiaoning interjected. Should we inform His Majesty about the situation at the camp? Then let the lady draft a memorial to present to the Emperor. And what about you? Naturally, I shall commence the training of the new recruits. Ning Fan replied with a playful smile, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. He turned to Qin Xiong and said, Uncle Bao, lead me to the training grounds. Your Highness, the turmoil within the camp has only just subsided. Should we perhaps wait a couple of days? No need, Ning Fan replied dismissively. It is imperative to disseminate the methods of training swiftly, as I am eager to return to the capital for a performance. Upon hearing Ning Fan's response, the others fell silent, and Li Xiaoning regarded him with curiosity. Following these events, her perception of Ning Fan had notably shifted. Faced with such a crisis, his composed and methodical demeanor was hardly that of a mere wastrel. Contemplating Ning Fan's background, Li Xiaoning's expression grew solemn, and a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that the previous frivolous persona of the Prince of Xianyong was merely a fade? Chapter 19, Mission Reward. Random summon of Spring and Autumn Assassins Dawn. System mission released. Training troops 2. Mission requirements. Disseminate the comprehensive training methods for new recruits in the new soldier camp and establish an effective competitive promotion mechanism. Mission deadline. 3 days. Mission reward. Random summon of a Spring and Autumn Assassin. 500 merit points. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Ning Fan maintained an impassive expression, yet a flicker of joy surged within him. This system task arrived at a most opportune moment. Furthermore, the reward was exceedingly intriguing. A random assassin from the spring and autumn period, along with 500 merit points, an assured profit. System. Can merit points only be acquired through system missions? And how might one obtain the troop summon cards? Returning to the master. You may acquire merit points by establishing recognized merits within the court, and receiving accolades from the court will yield such points. Currently, troop cards can only be randomly obtained through system missions, but once the system is upgraded, a system marketplace for exchanges will be available. System upgrade? A hint of perplexity crossed Ning Fan's face, and just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Qin Xiong striding towards him. Your Highness, the soldiers have assembled, and the martial arts platform has been erected. Let us proceed to the training ground. Training ground. Soldiers stood in formation. The sound of war drums reverberated through the air. Clad in a spacious robe, Ning Fan ascended the high platform, gazing down at the gleaming armor below. His eyes filled with awe, despite the loose formation and the lackluster demeanor of many soldiers. The sight of 100,000 troops standing before him filled the vast training field to the brim, an overwhelming spectacle that was difficult to articulate. Soldiers, from this day forth, I, along with Princess Chongning, shall jointly command the new military camp and oversee the training of new recruits. The 100,000 troops shall be divided into 20 large camps, each comprising 5,000 men, led by a commanding officer. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, a stir erupted among the ranks before him. The division of 100,000 troops into 20 camps was unprecedented in history. The officers displayed expressions of astonishment. With nearly 100 officers in the military, wouldn't this mean that many would face demotion? Your Highness, is this action somewhat contrary to military regulations? Indeed, Your Highness. With hundreds of officers in the new army, if we follow your proposed arrangement, it could lead to tens of thousands of soldiers. Your Highness, please retract your command. Many soldiers exhibited discontent, yet Ning Fan wore a subtle smile, his voice resonating like thunder across the expansive training ground. I have declared that from this day forth, in this new military camp, all matters shall be decided by me. Should anyone harbor dissent, they may step forward and voice their proposals. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the assembly. The commanders all silently shrank their heads, looking around, clearly unwilling to be the first to speak out. Excellent. Since there are no objections, allow me to conclude. From this day forth, the roles of sergeants, squad leaders, captains, and 1,000-man commanders shall be determined through martial contests. Those capable shall rise, while the inept shall descend. Within the military, everything speaks through the strength of one's fists. The moment Ning Fan uttered these words, a wave of fervor surged through the assembly. To determine the positions of squad leaders and team leaders through combat, even Ye Feng and his companions displayed astonishment. Surely this would throw the entire military camp into chaos. All commanders of the rank of lieutenant and above stepped forward. Before the discussions below could settle, Ning Fan's command rang out. One by one, figures emerged from the ranks, 100 robust men forming a vertical line before the platform, quietly awaiting Ning Fan's orders. You're all seasoned veterans of the military. Today, I grant you an opportunity to select 20 lieutenants from among you to command various battalions. However, unlike before, where you may have led hundreds or perhaps 1,000 men, this time, I present you with the chance to oversee a camp of 5,000. In other words, only 20 of you shall retain the position of lieutenant, while the rest must compete for the role of centurion. Should you fail to secure that, you will contend for the position of 100-man leader, and so forth until you attain a rank. If you cannot achieve any position, you will start anew as a common soldier and climb back up. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled commanders shifted dramatically. Some were elated, while others were filled with trepidation. Those of formidable strength sparkled with excitement, whereas those of lesser ability wore faces of concern. Your Highness, how shall the selection of lieutenants be conducted? A robust man stepped forward, saluting before boldly inquiring. An excellent question, Ning Fan responded with a smile, softly declaring. The method for selecting lieutenants is simple. Everything shall be resolved through combat. In one instance this time, you will engage in martial contests to determine the 20 strongest among you to assume the role of lieutenant. Very well. Laughter erupted among the commanders, their faces brimming with exhilaration, particularly among those of humble origins who gazed at Ning Fan as if he were savior. Many of the lieutenants hailed from noble families in the capital, sent to obtain prestige, while these sons of humble backgrounds had ascended step by step from the lowest ranks to reach their current status. Thus, upon hearing Ning Fan's proclamation, joy illuminated their faces, igniting a spirited resolve within them. However, do not rejoice too soon. I grant you a maximum of 1 month to prepare. After a month, there will be another round of contests, but this time it will be a competition for the entire army. Should any 100-man leader manage to surpass you, then you shall be demoted 1 rank, taking the place of the 100-man leader. The selection for squad leaders and team leaders will follow the same principle. The capable shall rise, while the inept shall fall. Every 3 months, there will be a grand military competition. In summary, as long as your fists are strong enough, you may continue to ascend from squad leader to team leader, from 100-man leader to 1,000-man leader, and even to lieutenant. There may even come a time when you are bestowed the title of general, enjoying the rewards of the court. As Ning Fan's words resonated, not only did the expressions of the generals below brighten, but even the ranks of soldiers behind him began to disseminate the message, spreading it from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Damn it, I've long found our squad leader insufferable. He accomplishes nothing, yet still dares to lord over us. This time, I must unseat him from his position. Ha ha ha. With my prowess, capturing a centurion should hardly pose a challenge. Apologies, Sergeant, but a month from now, we shall swap places. Amidst the clamor of the battlefield, the fervor among the troops surged, yet Ning Fan and his companions did not intervene. Instead, they allowed the excitement to escalate until all 100,000 soldiers comprehended the rules. Observing the growing intensity among the troops below, Ning Fan exchanged a glance with Qin Xiong, who nodded slightly and stepped forward, commanding in a low voice. All commanders, ascend the platform and prepare for the duel. Chapter 20. The First Elimination Round. Qin Xiong establishes authority at the command of Qin Xiong. Figures swiftly ascended the prearranged platform. Under Ning Fan's deliberate orchestration, the platform was rather diminutive, barely accommodating 100 individuals. Yet, nearly 200 crowded upon it, rendering each person's space exceedingly confined. The battle commenced instantaneously, as all the generals engaged in a chaotic melee atop the platform. Those who fell from it would be eliminated until only 100 remained. With the resounding beat of drums marking the initiation, the clash began following 3 strikes. As Qin Xiong's words echoed, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the generals on the platform. They had not anticipated the immediate elimination of nearly 100 participants, signifying that, in merely 1 round, close to 100 would bid farewell to their positions as lieutenants. In that moment, emotions ran high among the crowd. Some were jubilant, while others were apprehensive. Boom! 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 With the deep thud of the drum reverberating, the generals commenced their tumultuous skirmish. Within mere moments, several figures plummeted from the platform, the intensity of combat proving to be fierce. Observing the chaotic fray among the 100-odd generals, Qin Xiong set aside his twin hammers, leaped onto the martial platform, and personally eliminated those unworthy contenders. Among the new recruits, most who had secured their positions as lieutenants hailed from distinguished backgrounds and possessed considerable prowess, warranting respect. One must not underestimate the young scions from noble lineages. They've been trained by esteemed masters since childhood, many even emerging from military families. Their martial abilities far from negligible. Within the fray, combatants clashed incessantly, exchanging blows, their fists ready for action. Occasionally, someone was thrust from the platform, their faces reflecting a sense of desolation, while others lay incapacitated, being carried away. Navigating through the tumult, Qin Xiong swiftly dispatched over 10 generals from the platform within a few breaths, relentlessly seeking out those less formidable contenders. It appeared that the crowd had begun to recognize Qin Xiong's exceptional prowess, their expressions shifting to one of solemnity. Esteemed colleagues, the rules do not prohibit cooperation. Why not join forces to first remove General Qin from the fray? This thought resonated among several men, who, recognizing the threat posed by Qin Xiong, instinctively gravitated towards him, forming a temporary alliance to launch a collective assault. Excellent! Qin Xiong exclaimed, his demeanor turning serious. Clenching his fists, he calmly countered their onslaught, appearing remarkably unperturbed. Impressive. Observing Qin Xiong's ability to hold his own against multiple adversaries, many generals felt a surge of respect. His earlier confrontation with Gui Qi and his companions had hinted at his martial prowess, but it was only through direct engagement that they truly grasped the remarkable skill possessed by this seemingly unremarkable man. For the duration of an incense sticks burn, an increasing number of individuals joined the assault against Qin Xiong. Yet, rather than being forced off the martial platform, he instead sent several adversaries tumbling down. With 19 more eliminations, the martial contest would conclude. 18. 17. Ning Fan stood upon the commanding platform, silently counting the remaining participants on the martial stage, his voice rising in fervent encouragement. The combat on the martial arts stage grew increasingly fierce. Those who persevered to this moment were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional skill. As they approached the threshold of becoming one of the 100, everyone summoned their strength, striving desperately for a promising future. Qin Xiong cast a sweeping glance around, recognizing that the moment was ripe. With a swift motion, he leaped off the martial arts stage and landed beside Ning Fan, who was also observing the commanders below. Have you spotted any promising candidates? Most have nearly reached a 3rd-tier level, with a few on the verge of entering the 2nd tier. There are several commendable prospects, yet they seem to have never tasted blood. Ning Fan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. These commanders are primarily drawn from the Imperial Guards, stationed in the capital with little opportunity for battle. Their strength pales in comparison to that of the frontier troops. After the bout concluded, the 100 participants on the stage took a brief respite before entering the 2nd round. At Qin Xiong's commanding shout, the fighters halted, expressions of joy illuminating their faces. Although it was uncertain whether they could retain their position as lieutenants, the outcome remained undetermined, leaving them ample opportunity ahead. Meanwhile, those who descended from the stage wore complex expressions, some envious, others resentful, and a few tinged with jealousy and disdain. Your Highness, how will the 2nd round commence? A hint of curiosity appeared on Ye Feng's face, and Qin Xiong replied with a light laugh. The 2nd round entails cavalry combat, also a melee, with each participant required to eliminate at least one opponent. ultimately determining the top 40. Gasp! The expressions of Ning Fan and his companions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated such intensity in a mere contest for lieutenants. Although they had not participated directly, the brutal nature of the competition left them uncertain of their own chances of securing the position. For a moment, the trio's faces reflected their inner turmoil, wondering how the newly appointed King Xianyong would accommodate them. Ning Fan seemed to sense their unease and remarked discreetly, "Uncle Bao," above the 20 lieutenants. "I intend to appoint 5 generals, each commanding 4 battalions. Do you have confidence in fulfilling this role?" "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint your trust." "Excellent," Ning Fan replied, his smile widening. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with ambition, each displaying a unique expression. As the time arrived, the commanders prepared to enter the second round, the cavalry battle to determine the top 40. Begin. This time, Qin Xiong refrained from joining the fray. Having achieved his goal of establishing authority in the first round, he watched the cavalry commanders below. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the steeds of the commanders. Saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes appeared to be in order, prompting a wry smile. In many stories, a time traveler's first task was to present the 3 essentials of a horse. Yet none of these were particularly advanced inventions. These commanders seemed rather unskilled in cavalry combat. "Your Highness, the Imperial Guards are not adept at cavalry warfare, and among the 100,000 new troops, there are barely 1,000 horses. Thus, all the commanders are lacking in this regard." "Ah, I see." Ning Fan pondered for a moment and softly remarked, "Since we are establishing a new army, we must not be without cavalry. I shall return to the palace tomorrow and request my father to allocate horses and train the soldiers." Qiu Tianlu's face revealed a wry smile as he replied, "Your Highness may be unaware, but our great Yu has been embroiled in constant warfare, with the borders unstable and horses in dire shortage. The 1,000 horses we currently possess in our new army camp were generously provided by the Chun family." "Oh," observing the perplexed expression on Ning Fan's face, Ning Fan gently added, "Your Highness, the Qin family owns a horse ranch in the Jiangnan region, which serves as one of the primary sources for our great Yu's military horses." The military horse ranch. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Ning Fan's eyes, his face reflecting astonishment. Indeed, as one of the 4 great families, it was remarkable that they held such a vital resource. Chapter 21. Jin Yi Wei. Let us all join forces in the imperial study of Yuang City. A figure clad in black knelt respectfully before Emperor Yu, his face betraying a palpable fear. "Incompetence! What purpose do I have for your existence?" The emperor thundered. "Such a significant incident has occurred in the military camp, and you remain utterly uninformed. This is the heart of the capital, beneath my very gaze." With a swift motion, the emperor hurled the glass cup in his hand, which shattered upon impact. The black-clad figure did not flinch, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead as he remained silent, awaiting his fate. After a moment of venting his anger, Emperor Yu gradually regained his composure and coldly inquired, "So, it appears that the second prince and Changning have completely taken control of the new army camp? Your Majesty, the prince has seized military authority, and the 3 generals have been rescued. Chun Fang is currently being escorted back to the capital," the figure reported. "Does Chun Fang harbor any dissenting thoughts?" "Unknown. However, the princess is en route back to the capital, and it should not be long before she comes to pay her respects." "Oomph," the emperor scoffed, taking a sip of tea before slamming the cup down heavily on the table. "Let this serve as a warning, should it happen again. The existence of the shadow guards will no longer be justified." "Yes." The black-clad figure wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke softly. "As for the military camp, investigate thoroughly. I demand to know every move made within the camp. Keep Chun Fang in secret detention for interrogation, and seal off all external communications. I want to ascertain whether the Chun family is involved in this matter." "Understood." In the Western Great Camp, amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the mounted generals, seemingly blinded by the fervor of combat, wielded their wooden staffs and spears with fervent zeal. In less than half a joss stick's time, over 30 men had fallen from their steeds. "Shu Bao, starting tomorrow, Commence training according to the new recruits training guidelines. All necessary tools have been ordered from the Ministry of Works and will be delivered to the military camp by dawn. I grant you one day. Ensure that the new training methods are disseminated. Yes. Qin Xiong solemnly nodded in agreement, while the ongoing battle finally began to draw to a close. 40 riders galloped to the point of command, exuding the aura of victors, each brimming with determination. Ning Fan turned to Qin Xiong and Jin Yi Wei beside him, a smile gracing his lips. So, who among you wishes to step forward for the third round? Master, allow me, Jin Yi Wei exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. As a natural warrior, he was eager to seize any opportunity to engage in combat. Very well, let the fierce one take the lead. Your Highness, how will the third round be contested? Queried Ning Fan and others, their faces reflecting confusion. Ning Fan smiled slightly, stepping forward to announce, "Congratulations to all of you for advancing to the third round. If you can endure this match, you shall become my new army's lieutenant." Your Highness, how is the third round to be conducted? A lieutenant below could hardly contain his excitement as he called out to the command platform. The third round is quite simple, Ning Fan declared, gesturing toward a burly man beside him. If you can withstand 20 exchanges with this man, you shall pass and be eligible for the lieutenant position. What? As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, all eyes converging upon the formidable warrior Jin Yi Wei, who stood beside Ning Fan. Expressions of skepticism adorned their faces. Could it be that His Highness intended to subject them to a relentless series of battles? Your Highness, is this truly your intention? Indeed, Ning Fan signaled to Jin Yi Wei, who nodded slightly, brandishing his twin axes as he charged toward the martial arena, addressing the assembled generals below. Who will be first? I will. The burly man who had posed the earlier inquiry beamed with excitement, launching himself from his steed and gracefully alighting upon the arena, brandishing his wooden spear. After you, come fort. Ning Fan, from his elevated position, could not refrain from offering a word of caution, to which Jin Yi Wei merely inclined his head, discarding his axes from the platform and challenging the general. Let us begin. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Even Xiao Tianlu, standing near Ning Fan, could not help but voice his concern. Your Highness, is it wise for Jin Yi Wei to face an opponent unarmed? Not all. If he can withstand 20 rounds against this formidable adversary, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. Evil One, exercise restraint. Ning Fan's words resonated clearly among the assembled generals, their expressions turning grave. Your Highness, surely you do not underestimate us. They laughed heartily. We wield weapons, while that dark-faced man fights barehanded. To say nothing of enduring 20 rounds, it would be child's play to knock him from the platform. But what if all 40 of us can withstand 20 rounds against him? Listening to the general's banter, Ning Fan replied with a calm smile. If you all can endure 20 rounds, I shall reward each of you with 1,000 gold coins. Your Highness, at this proclamation, Ning Fan and others displayed expressions of deep concern, for this was not merely a contest of victory or defeat, it was 40 against 1, a relentless battle. Moreover, each participant was a capable soldier, many seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Should the dark-faced warrior falter, His Highness would certainly suffer a loss of face. Let the contest commence. Ning Fan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the martial arena, where Jin Yi Wei made the first move, stepping forward with a swift stride, delivering a straightforward punch toward the general. Oomph! Let us see what you are truly made of. The general's face bore a hint of disdain as he swept his wooden spear toward the advancing Jin Yi Wei. A resounding crack echoed as Jin Yi Wei deftly seized the spear, delivering a powerful elbow strike that shattered the weapon, causing the general's expression to shift dramatically as he discarded his spear and retaliated with a punch. The two fists collided with tremendous force, Jin Yi Wei leveraging the impact to lean back, his hands touching the ground as he executed a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the platform. Gasping at the sight of the fallen general, the spectators below were left speechless. Not only had he failed to endure 20 rounds, but he could not even withstand 3 exchanges. Next, Jin Yi Wei, with a simple yet sincere smile, turned to Ning Fan upon the platform. My lord, shall we allow them to join forces? Arrogance. What audacity. You, sir, are clearly overstepping. Although we may not stand a chance individually against you, united we shall certainly impart a lesson on humility. My lord, Jin Yi Wei disregarded the clamor from below and gazed again at Ning Fan, who, with a wry smile, slightly nodded and said, since all the generals are unwilling to concede, let us shift to a free-for-all. According to the rules of the first round, my side will stand alone while you 40 shall unite as one. The last 20 remaining shall be appointed as school lieutenants. Excellent. Brothers, let us unite and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Chapter 22. Ning Fan's strategy as a host of martial generals ascended the high platform with formidable presence. Jin Yi Wei shed his armor, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Shu Bao, how long do you think they can withstand the onslaught of the fierce adversary? In response to the Lord, at most 80 exchanges. A hint of surprise flickered across Ning Fan's visage. Although he was aware that Jin Yi Wei possessed martial prowess nearing 100, the average combat strength of these military leaders hovered around 70 to 80. To think that 40 men could not endure even 80 exchanges. Contemplating this, Ning Fan turned to Qin Xiong and inquired, what about you? In a contest of fists, I could last 100 exchanges. In cavalry warfare, at most 50. The trio of Nya Feng exchanged glances, internally assessing whether they could withstand the might of 40 men should they find themselves in the fray. Begin. At Ning Fan's command, the martial arena erupted into chaos as 40 men charged towards Jin Yi Wei. He maneuvered along the edge, engaging in battle while retreating, ensuring he maintained the initiative. Some generals attempted to cut off his escape route, aiming to completely encircle him. However, to their astonishment, Jin Yi Wei's fists suddenly shifted direction, launching an assault into the center of the arena. Within just 3 to 5 exchanges, he had felled 7 or 8 adversaries to the ground. Impressive. Ning Fan could not help but exclaim, marveling at his unparalleled prowess in close combat, which was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Currently, the fierce adversary had gained the upper hand. If these generals could not form an effective offensive strategy, harmonizing their advances and retreats, they would likely struggle to last even 50 exchanges. Ha ha ha. This is splendid. It will temper their enthusiasm. The Imperial Guard, having long been without conflict, had grown complacent over the years, indulging in a life of luxury in the capital, their figures becoming rather rotund. It was indeed time for them to engage in rigorous training. Among the new recruits, there were some with remarkable martial skills. It was likely that within a month, a significant portion of these individuals would be replaced. Merit must align with rank. As Ning Fan's words resonated, Nya Feng and the others donned expressions of contemplation. His remarks served as a warning. Under the current military structure, the soldiers must strive diligently to hone their skills. Ultimately, the capable would rise, while the incompetent would fall. And if they wish to retain their positions, they must double their training efforts. In a long run, if the 100,000-strong army fostered a positive cycle, the resultant combat strength would be truly formidable. Nifeng, your servant stands ready. Do you possess the confidence to lead the troops? At this inquiry, Niefeng trembled with excitement, replying, in response to your highness, I can. And you too? Ning Fan turned his gaze towards Qiu Tianlu and Chai Yu, both of whom nodded vigorously, their eyes reflecting deep respect. They had heard of this notorious dandy renowned in the capital. Yet, through this brief encounter, they discerned that he was not the unlearned and reckless figure of rumors. Instead, he exuded an elusive charm, as if merely standing there commanded a sense of reverence. Now, the entire new military camp has been entirely entrusted to this individual. Whether it leads to ascension or anonymity rests solely on his whims. And the gazes of the two have grown fervent. Your Highness, I vow not to disappoint your expectations. Ning Fan did not hasten to express his stance, but instead cast his gaze towards the martial platform below, smilingly remarking, "It is about to conclude." Before long, Jin Yi Wei leaped into the air, striking down a robust man from the platform, leaving only 21 contenders remaining. The third round of combat has ended. Ning Fan smiled slightly and softly declared, "From this moment forth, the 20 leaders on the platform shall each be appointed as military lieutenants, commanding a battalion of 5,000 men. This humble servant thanks your highness." The 20 individuals, filled with excitement, clasped their hands in a salute towards Ning Fan on the command platform, their faces reflecting a hint of reverence. How does it feel? Ning Fan's expression revealed a playful amusement as he silently observed the newly appointed lieutenants. "Ha ha! It is indeed exhilarating. I never anticipated that I would command 5,000 men. Your Highness, what must one do to compete for the general's position? Indeed, does defeating the general mean I can become one myself?" A cacophony of discussions erupted, the 20 lieutenants displaying exhilaration. Yet some noticed Ning Fan's demeanor, their smiles gradually fading, and the chatter among the crowd began to dwindle. "What's the matter? Are you all quite thrilled? Proud of having emerged from 200 to seize this lieutenant title?" Ning Fan's smile had vanished entirely, and the lieutenants bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. A group of inept fools. 40 against 1, 50 rounds, and not only did you fail to gain the upper hand, but you were also left half defeated. You exhibit no sense of shame, reveling in your self-satisfaction. Competing for the position of general? Very well. Ning Fan pointed towards Jin Yi Wei in the distance and proclaimed, "Who among you can bring him down? Not only will you have the title of general, but should you wish to command these 100,000 new troops, I would not object. But can you?" "What?" Ning Fan's merciless reprimand bore a hint of derision as he remarked, "It is not that I look down upon you, but I fear that none of you possesses the courage to step forward." The 20 lieutenants remained silent, heads bowed, as Ning Fan continued, "Do you believe that, a month from now, dark horses will emerge from the ranks of the new troops, usurping your positions? At least half of you will find your seats precarious, pushed aside. In due time, those subordinates whom you once commanded will ride atop you, flaunting their prowess. What will you do then? Perhaps some among you have secured your positions through lineage or connections, but let me make this clear. From this day forth, within my new military camp, regardless of your background, all must be determined by strength. Your esteemed identities are unmatched. Who could rival this king? Your influential backgrounds and extensive connections may hold sway. Yet within this new military camp, all matters are dictated by this king." Ning Fan unceremoniously doused them with cold water. Among the 20 individuals, some clenched their fists in silence. Others exhibited expressions of embarrassment, while a few wore looks of disdain. Qin Xiong, Nie Feng, Qiu Tianlu, and Chai Yu stepped forward. "You shall each command 20,000 troops, styling yourselves as a legion, named after the 4 symbols. I too shall personally lead 20,000 under the banner of the Qilin. In 3 months, a grand military exercise shall ensue." "Understood." A hint of amusement danced across Ning Fan's face as he remarked lightly, "Do not rejoice too soon. At that time, the 5 legions shall face off, and the defeated, all officers of the rank of lieutenant and above, shall run around the camp in the nude." Chapter 23. One of the 4 great assassins of spring and autumn, Zhuanzhu. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the expressions of several generals shifted dramatically. To run around the military camp in the nude? It was nothing short of a living nightmare. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Qin Xiong, who retrieved a previously prepared training method from his bosom and presented it to Nie Feng and the other 2 generals, saying, "Gentlemen, from this day forth, all soldiers in the new military camp shall train according to this method. It is a novel approach to military training, shifting the focus from formations to enhancing physical fitness. I implore you 3 to study it diligently upon your return. Training begins tomorrow morning." "Understood." The 3 men grew solemn, instinctively glancing at Ning Fan. They accepted the training method and, after a cursory glance, their faces suddenly expressed shock. "Your Highness, who devised this? It is utterly unprecedented. The potential for such strength training is remarkable." They marveled at the ingenious use of a simple lever. Listening to their exclamations, Ning Fan calmly remarked, "I trust you are aware that this new army, as per the court's plans, is intended to bolster the troops stationed at the borders. This implies that one day, these 100,000 soldiers may be dispersed among the frontier forces. Consequently, your positions may also become precarious. Therefore, I hope you can forge these 100,000 men into an indomitable iron army, such that even the court will have to deliberate carefully. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the three men exchanged glances of varying expressions and nodded solemnly. Ning Fan turned to Qin Xiong and commanded, "Shu Bao, until the princess returns. You shall be responsible for all military affairs." Yes. After organizing matters in the military camp, Ning Fan set off back to the capital. Currently, the 100,000 troops had yet to be structured, and the primary task of the day was to establish 20 large camps and 5 major armies. With Qin Xiong at the helm, everything would be in capable hands. In the imperial palace, Li Xiaoning and her brother stood respectfully before Emperor Yu, recounting all they had witnessed and the events that had transpired. The emperor's expression remained exceedingly calm, his gaze as inscrutable as a bottomless abyss, revealing no hint of emotion. "You performed well today. Where's Chun Fong now?" "Reporting to your majesty. He is awaiting summons outside the hall." After a long moment of contemplation, Emperor Yu quietly instructed, "Temporarily detain him in the criminal department's prison, pending further action." "As you command." After a respectful bow, Li Xiaoning hastily took her leave with Li Yan. The moment they exited the grand hall, a shadowy figure in black emerged from the corner. "Your Majesty, have you uncovered the truth?" The cloaked figure nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. "I have thoroughly investigated the matter and found no unusual activity from the Qin family. However, this incident is undeniably linked to the Red Sleeve Society." "Indeed," Emperor Yu nodded slightly, responding coolly, "the Red Sleeve Society must remain untouched. Let this matter pass without further inquiry. Bring Chun Fong back for rigorous interrogation and send a warning to the Chun family. This realm belongs to me, not to the Chun family." "Yes. Now, enlighten me about the affairs within the military camp." "Your Majesty, the prince." The emperor furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, "What mischief is this rebellious child up to now?" "Your Majesty, Prince Xianyong has restructured the new army organization, dividing the forces into 5 major armies and 20 battalions. He has also set up a competition arena for all military leaders to engage in martial contests, selecting 20 captains, each to command a battalion of 5,000 troops." The emperor's gaze sharpened instantly, his expression growing solemn. "Elaborate on this matter for me." "Yes." The black-clad figure stood respectfully, recounting every word spoken by Ning Fan upon entering the camp without omission. The emperor's demeanor suddenly turned exceedingly serious as he regarded the black-clad figure and softly inquired, "Where is the second prince now?" "Reporting to your majesty." "The prince has already returned to the residence." "Returned to the residence?" The emperor furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before saying softly, "Convey my decree. Summon Ji Sui to see me." "As you command." At the Xianyong prince's residence, Ning Fan sat in the courtyard, holding a brush in hand, idly sketching. A peculiar cup-shaped object emerged on the rice paper. "Can this thing be crafted?" "Subo, old servant is here. Go fetch a few craftsmen for me." "Yes." Ning Fan pressed the blueprint beneath the inkstone, silently opening the system to check the task rewards. "Congratulations, Master, for completing the task. Military training, too." "Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Spring and Autumn Assassin Random Summon. Merit value 500 points. According to system evaluation, the task rating is A level. Granting 1 advanced lottery draw." Upon seeing the golden letters shining on the task board, a smile spread across Ning Fan's face. "Another A-level rating. It seems achieving an S-level evaluation from the system is rather challenging. System, summon the Spring and Autumn Assassin. Summoning in progress. Please wait." "Congratulations, Master. You have summoned a renowned assassin from the Spring and Autumn period, Zhuanzhu." "Zhuanzhu?" A hint of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. "Display Zhuanzhu's attribute page. Name, Dayu Dynasty. Western Zhou Wu State. Loyalty, utterly loyal. Martial power, 92 intelligence, 76 leadership, 71 politics, 56 unit type, none divine weapon. Fish intestine sword mount. None ultimate skill. Hidden sword technique, special attribute. Concealed kill can conceal one's figure, with a probability of triggering a lethal strike that ignores over 90% of martial power. Upon seeing Zhuan Zhu's special attribute, a look of shock appeared on Ning Fan's face. This attribute is simply monstrous, the ability to ignore martial power to execute a lethal attack. Moreover, Zhuan Zhu's ultimate skill, the hidden sword technique, allows one to conceal the sword in invisibility, thus greatly enhancing the success rate of even the most brazen assassination attempts. System. What does the asterisk next to Zhuan Zhu's name signify? Returning to Master. Zhuan Zhu is a remarkable figure from before the Qin Dynasty and possesses memories from his past life. What? A look of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. He has been reborn with memories. Could it be that all the heroes of ancient China before the Qin Dynasty possess memories of their past lives? System. What is the meaning of this? The Master's current authority is insufficient. Only after 10 summons can the authority be upgraded. Upon hearing the system's response, Ning Fan was taken aback. Could the system truly be upgraded? Where is Zhuan Zhu now? Returning to the Master. Zhuan Zhu is currently within the palace of King Xianyong. A look of astonishment appeared on Ning Fan's face as he silently closed the system. He then felt a chill breeze rush past him, glancing around but finding no trace of anyone. Zhuan Zhu? Ning Fan called softly, and a figure silently manifested before him. The figure was exceedingly slender, with an appearance that was rather unremarkable, yet it emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent. I pay my respects to the Master. Such an eerie movement technique. Now, Ning Fan could barely be considered a martial artist, yet his vigilance failed to detect any trace of Zhuan Zhu. Indeed, if Zhuan Zhu harbored even the slightest intent to kill, he would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. Zhuan Zhu, I wish for you to establish an assassin organization. Are you willing? Chapter 24. The First Minister of Culture, the poisonous scholar of the Three Kingdoms, the assassin organization? Indeed, Ning Fan nodded solemnly and contemplated. Now, I am prepared to enter the court. The power of the rivers and lakes should not be underestimated. Therefore, I wish for you to commence from the realm of the Jianghu. My lord, the resources and finances required to cultivate a cadre of elite assassins are beyond imagination. You need not concern yourself with that. First, gather your men. In 1 month, I shall provide you with financial support. Upon hearing Ning Fan's assurance, Zhuan Zhu let out a sigh of relief and softly said, Please bestow a name upon the organization, my lord. The name shall be Underworld. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Grant me half a year, and I will ensure the Underworld's fame spreads across the land. Very well. Ning Fan nodded with a smile, not forgetting to remind him. As this is an assassin organization, it is imperative to maintain secrecy. Even internal subordinates must not be privy to our true nature. Do you understand? I understand. After Zhuan Zhu departed, a sharp glint sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes. He had now begun to step into the political arena. Once the commotion in the western camp spread, it would not be long before it attracted the attention of the entire court. At that time, the tranquil life would be shattered, leaving no path for retreat. System, exchange for a top-tier minister summoning card. Congratulations, Master, exchange successful. Would you like to use it? Use it. Ning Fan slightly nodded, feeling a flash of golden light in his mind as a mysterious wheel turned, revealing a shimmering screen in his consciousness, accompanied by a system prompt. Congratulations, Master. You have summoned the renowned strategist of the late Han Dynasty, Jiasu. Zisu, Ziwen. Ning Fan's face displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated summoning this infamous scholar from Dong Zhuo's camp. He was well known for his ability to navigate perilous waters. Since the turmoil of Dong Zhuo, he had wandered and served several lords, witnessing the downfall of Li Ju and Zhang Xiu, before ultimately aligning with Chao Wei. Aven Ao leaving Gao Gao. When Chao Pai ascended to the throne, he was appointed among the 3 dukes. Although not as renowned as Sun Yu or Zhuge Liang, his intellect was certainly not to be underestimated. System, check Jiasu's attribute page. Name, Dayu Dynasty, late Han loyalty, utterly loyal, martial skill, 71 intelligence, 97 leadership, 85 politics, 93 affinity, Poisonous Scholar, special attribute. Sowing discord. When using discord tactics, success rate increased by 50. Jiasu was the first minister summoned by Ning Fan. His attribute page differed slightly from that of martial generals, omitting divine weapons and mounts, with his ultimate skill transformed into a characteristic. To his surprise, Jiasu's intelligence reached an impressive 97 points. However, upon reflection, it was clear that the ability to maneuver through various factions and survive was not possessed by ordinary individuals. Jiasu is awaiting you at the entrance of the residence. Please send someone to welcome him. Oh. Upon hearing the system's proactive reminder, a look of surprise appeared on Ning Fan's face. He had not anticipated that Jiasu would arrive so swiftly. After greeting a guard, he instructed the system to commence a high-level lottery. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a vial of Tianyuan Dan. Tianyuan Dan? A hint of perplexity crossed Ning Fan's features as he clicked on the details of the Tianyuan Dan, only to be momentarily stunned. It was indeed a rapid cultivation elixir. Tianyuan Dan, a spiritual pill crafted by ancient alchemists. Consuming it can augment one's internal energy for 30 years, with a limit of 1 pill per person. Note: after ingestion, one's internal energy shall never advance again. To his astonishment, internal energy truly existed. Master, the martial path is divided into internal and external schools. The warriors summoned by the system predominantly belong to the external school, focusing on physical prowess, while internal school practitioners concentrate on internal energy. Ah, I see. Can the martial realms of internal and external practitioners be comparable? Roughly the same. Internal practitioners are classified into secondary, primary, and master levels. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a look of realization dawned on Ning Fan's face. This meant that top-tier warriors were equivalent to primary internal practitioners, while peerless warriors corresponded to internal masters. Such a classification was indeed straightforward. Ning Fan explored the system's space and discovered that within the vial, there were 30 pills, eliciting a joyful expression on his face. 30 years of cultivation could potentially elevate a person to the primary realm. The thought of producing 30 primary warriors overnight was exhilarating. Just as he exited the system, he saw a guard escorting a middle-aged scholar clad in a plain robe into the hall. After a respectful greeting, the guard announced, "Your Highness, this gentleman has been waiting at the entrance." "Very well, you may leave now." Ning Fan smiled warmly at Jiasu and softly inquired, "Are you Mr. Jiasu?" "Jiawenha? Commoner. I pay my respects to His Highness, King Xianyong." "Haha, no need for such formality." Ning Fan, embodying a demeanor of humility, personally assisted Jiasu to his feet. Scholars and warriors were distinct. Often, the former tended to be more pretentious, placing great importance on formalities. "From where do you hail?" "Wenha? Jiangnan." "Oh." A look of intrigue graced Ning Fan's face as he replied with a smile. "Since ancient times, Jiangnan has been known for its talents. I did not expect you to be from Jiangnan. Which esteemed figure do you follow?" "Reporting to Your Highness, I hail from a humble background and have merely read a few books without any formal mentorship." "Ah, I understand. What brings you here today?" "To offer my service to Your Highness." "Why?" A playful glint flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. The system had assigned each summoned scholar and warrior an identity in this realm, akin to living a new life, yet devoid of memories from their past. "Reporting to Your Highness, I have heard that you recently took command of the new army at the Western Camp. Your information is quite astute." "Hehe, Ziasu Juka Lai Di." "This matter is no secret in the capital. I have been wandering in the capital for over a month, and I have heard much about the affairs here." "Oh." Ning Fan cast a surprised glance at him and inquired, "Could it be that the news of my lord taking over the Western Camp has already spread in the capital?" "Indeed," Jiasu replied with a slight nod, a smile gracing his lips. "Given your reputation in the capital, it would be quite challenging for you to operate discreetly. Are you aware of what has transpired in the military camp?" A hint of suspicion crossed Jiasu's face as he shook his head slightly. "There hasn't been a whisper of anything. It appears that Your Highness has stirred quite a commotion in the military camp." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Jiasu's eyes. "The Western Camp is merely 20 to 30 miles from the capital. If there were any news, it would likely reach the capital in an instant. Yet, there is currently no sign of any disturbance in the capital. It seems someone has sealed off the military's information to render the entire military camp impenetrable. Could it be the emperor? I wonder what your highness has done to provoke such a response from his majesty. Chapter 25. The great trends of the world in just a few words. Jiasu had deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy. A hint of suspicion crossing his face as he turned to Ning Fan and quietly inquired, "Your highness, has there been some upheaval in the army? Your foresight is indeed admirable." Although Ning Fan wore a smile, he was inwardly astonished. Truly, one could not underestimate a strategist with an intellect of 97. His reasoning alone could command respect. If I recall correctly, the commander of the Western camp is none other than the direct descendant of the Chun family, the esteemed Chun Fong, who serves as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Could this matter be related to the aristocratic families? Or perhaps General Chun Fong has encountered some trouble within the ranks. Jia Su's brow furrowed deeply. The fact that the news had reached His Majesty and been sealed off indicated the gravity of the situation. What calamity could possibly arise from the new army? It was likely that this Chun family scion had stirred up some mischief. Would you be willing to join my Xinyong palace? Su, I pay my respects to the Lord. Upon hearing Ning Fan's invitation, Jia Su knelt without hesitation, immediately addressing him as Lord, signifying his allegiance. When he need not be overly formal. At present, my camp is in dire need of a strategist as extraordinary as yourself. Your assistance today feels akin to a fish finding water or a tiger gaining wings. You flatter me, my lord. Jiasu initially responded with a modest smile, but soon his expression turned serious as he asked, "My lord, what exactly has transpired in the military camp?" Ning Fan recounted the events within the camp, and Jiasu's countenance gradually grew grave as he solemnly remarked, "It appears this matter is not linked to the Chun family at all. Rather, it is entirely the result of Chun Fong being seduced by that woman from the Red Sleeve Society." "Indeed," Ning Fan replied, his tone contemplative. "However, I am curious. Which faction does this Red Sleeve Society belong to?" Jiasu looked at Ning Fan and softly asked, "My lord, do you possess knowledge of the great trends of the world?" "Of course." Ning Fan pondered before speaking. "Our Dayu is situated in the heart of the Central Plains, surrounded by formidable nations. To the north lie the 8 barbarians of the northern wilderness, who constantly raid us. To the west is the Diyin kingdom, eyeing us covetously. And to the south, the ancient land of the southern barbarians has long coveted the Central Plains, seeking to breach our southern gates. In the east, the Donghuai kingdom stands as our arch-nemesis, embroiled in perpetual conflict, harboring deep-seated grievances." "Indeed." Jiasu nodded in appreciation, smiling as he added, "My lord has overlooked one crucial aspect. Our Dayu occupies the land of Huainan." "Huainan?" Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. "There are 5 kingdoms in the Central Plains, 3 of which border to you, Diyin, Donghuai, and Li Kingdom, while the southern frontier is threatened by the southern barbarian ancient land. The Li Kingdom is located in the southwest of Dayu, adjacent to the 16 states of Huainan. In the early years, while the late emperor reigned, during the conflict with Donghuai, the Li Kingdom seized the opportunity to invade Dayu's heartland, capturing 5 prefectures and causing an urgent crisis in the south. The then General Liu Qin sought permission to engage in battle, leading an army of 150,000 to crush the forces of the Li Kingdom, reclaiming the 5 prefectures and even penetrating deep into the Li Kingdom, conquering 17 cities. At that time, the momentum was unparalleled, causing a stir both within the court and among the populace, compelling the Li Kingdom to seek peace. Liu Qin, hailing from a prestigious lineage, wielded significant influence in the political arena. The ministers unanimously petitioned for his elevation to kingship. Moreover, Liu Qin commanded a formidable military force, not only leading the 150,000 main troops of Dayu, but also having gathered over 100,000 surrendered soldiers, with an army of 300,000 stationed in Huainan. Even the imperial court regarded him with trepidation. There were murmurs suggesting that the Liu family harbored ambitions of treachery, for with Dayu's main forces positioned in the eastern territories. Should Liu can march northward, the vast Dayu Dynasty might collapse in an instant. The late emperor, caught in a dilemma, had no choice but to grant an exception and bestow upon Liu Can the title of King of Huainan, partitioning the region into states and granting him autonomy in local governance. In recent years, the relationship between Huainan and the court had been exceedingly delicate, as both parties endeavored to maintain a precarious equilibrium. With Dayu's borders unstable and its main forces stretched thin along the periphery, the dynasty had merely managed to hold its ground without the capacity to expand. Furthermore, Huainan bordered the Li Kingdom, making any rash actions perilous. The court annually rewarded Huainan, and after the ascension of Emperor Yu, there had been increased vigilance towards the southern territories, when he speculated that the Red Sleeve Call might be linked to the southwest. Yet, Jiasu slightly shook his head, softly asserting that although the king of Huainan possessed a substantial military force, if he truly intended to rebel, he might lack the resolve to do so. Otherwise, he would not have waited for so many years. Moreover, the audacity of the Red Sleeve Call to brazenly act against the new army camp put the secret operatives of Dayu in jeopardy. The shrine of the barbarian deity in the ancient southern lands had remained active in the southern regions over the years, yet they dared not extend their reach into the capital. Thus, I surmise that the Red Sleeve Call is likely backed by Donghuai. Oh, a hint of confusion appeared on Ning Fan's face. Why would it not be the Li Kingdom? Jiasu replied with a smile. Ever since the king of Huainan seized the 17 cities of the Li Kingdom, its national strength has gradually waned, and in recent years, it has been embroiled in constant warfare with the Dayan Kingdom. The sagacity of the Empress of Day, Li would not lead her to provoke Dayu at this moment, especially with no interests intertwined. Therefore, I deduce that the Red Sleeve Call is likely supported by Donghuai. Understanding dawned upon Ning Fan as he recalled that 3 months prior, the 3 Grand Dukes of Dayu had advanced eastward, clashing with Donghuai in a fierce battle at Huaining City, which had now reached a stalemate for 3 months, with each side claiming victories. Both factions continually deployed more troops, and it was evident that they were approaching a decisive confrontation. If Donghuai were to capture Huaining City, it would gain the momentum to engulf Dayu. Conversely, should Dayu emerge victorious, the Eastern Front would remain stable for at least 3 to 5 years. It appeared that Donghuai had indeed drawn upon significant resources, even resorting to infiltration from within. Clearly, Donghuai was heavily invested in this endeavor. The 3 iron-blooded generals of Dayu had all advanced eastward. This battle would determine the fate of the nation. For Donghuai to seize Huaining City would not be an easy feat. Chapter 26. Internal Turmoil and External Threats. The discourse of aristocracy Jia Su elaborated on the situation at the eastern battlefield in great detail, and Ning Fan wholeheartedly agreed. At present, both Dayu and Donghuai have invested heavily in this conflict. One seeks to expand its territory, while the other strives to defend its homeland and protect its people. Neither nation is likely to yield easily. However, according to Jiasu's analysis, Dayu relies on the natural defenses of the Huai River, backed by the city of Huaining, and is further bolstered by 3 renowned generals stationed there. While one cannot claim absolute certainty, there remains a considerable probability of victory, around 70 to 80%. What do you think, esteemed sir? Is Dayu truly in a precarious position? Upon hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, Jiasu's expression grew notably solemn. Ning Fan raised his gaze, fixing it upon Jiasu, and with a slight bow, he implored, "Please, esteemed sir, enlighten me." Earlier, while discussing the grand affairs of the realm with the Lord, it was evident that the Lord comprehends the dire reality. Dayu is surrounded by formidable powers on all sides, facing external threats, while internally, it grapples with the dominance of powerful families and the chaos of aristocratic authority. For over a century, Dayu has remained in a state of peril. Fortunately, the monarch is enlightened and not a fool, which is a blessing for Dayu. Yet, Dayu has been embroiled in warfare for years, fortifying its territory while facing incessant assaults from external foes, leading to an incalculable depletion of military resources and provisions, all without any tangible achievements. The plight of Dayu's populace is unbearable, Within the realm, 9 out of 10 households are empty. If this continues, the day of Dayu's downfall may arrive in an instant. Within the grand hall, the two engaged in fervent discourse. Outside, unbeknownst to them, 3 figures stood in the shadows. The foremost individual, adorned in resplendent robes, exuded an aura of authority cultivated through prolonged high office, his countenance both imposing and composed, instilling a sense of awe. The two flanking him bore similar regality, their expressions imbued with a trace of solemnity, clearly not ordinary persons. These 3 were none other than the Emperor of Yu, who had just emerged from the palace, accompanied by 2 attendants, Jing Li, the commander of the Imperial Guard, and Ji Sui, the current Minister of War. "Your Majesty." "Hush!" Jing Li was about to speak, but was silenced by a wave of the Emperor's hand. The voices from within the hall resounded once more. "What you say is indeed true. Dayu finds itself in a truly precarious predicament, unable to resolve the threats at its borders, while also powerless to address the crises within. Even the Emperor himself is constrained by the powerful families. I discovered in the military camp that our warhorses are dependent on the Chun family stables. What an absurdity! Upon thorough investigation, I found that a significant portion of our salt and iron mines are also under the control of these aristocratic families. The majority of officials, both civil and military, hail from these families, with 7 to 8 out of 10 originating from the 4 great clans. If this continues, will not the vast court be monopolized by the aristocracy? When all officials become members of the 4 great clans, will not the emperor be rendered a mere figurehead? Ning Fan's tone was profoundly serious, laced with palpable discontent. Even the emperor outside the hall could not help but clench his fists, a flicker of emotion crossing his face as he murmured, "Who would have thought my second son could comprehend my suffering? Yet what can I do? Alas!" Emperor Yu let out a deep sigh, while Jing Li and Ji Sui beside him wore expressions of contemplation. Although they hailed from prestigious families, they ultimately could not compare to the colossal influence of the 4 great clans. As the 3 pondered, a gentle voice resonated within the hall. "My lord need not be overly concerned. The current sovereign is both wise and martial." In the court, the left chancellor Lin Xiushi, despite his noble lineage and royal ties, harbors genuine loyalty towards his majesty. The core of the court remains firmly in the emperor's grasp. Moreover, the emperor has emerged from a tumultuous past, surely possessing his own hidden cards. Indeed, Ning Fan's voice echoed once more, "As long as the borders remain secure, my father's position shall never be shaken by others. The 4 great clans, along with the wealthy aristocracy, are ultimately but paper tigers. If our great Yu can one day free itself from external threats and stabilize its borders, we shall have the means to cleanse these so-called 4 great clans. Furthermore, the martial generals of our great Yu are unwaveringly loyal to the emperor and the court. Each one is a pillar of the nation. Why should I, as a prince, fret over trifles?" Emperor Yu silently stood outside the hall, astonished, unable to conceal his shock. He had not anticipated that his second son, who had always presented himself as a dandy, possessed such profound insight into the political landscape. The might of arms establishes the authority of the crown. How astute! What do you think of the second prince's remarks? They are indeed pearls of wisdom, most incisive. Indeed, who would have thought the second prince possessed such foresight? Both high-ranking ministers expressed their astonishment. Yet Emperor Yu furrowed his brow and murmured, "If the second son is so talented, why does he choose to present himself as a dandy? Could it be that his frivolous demeanor has been a mere facade all these years?" Upon hearing the emperor's musings, Ji Sui and Jing Li exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment in the other's eyes. Should the emperor's suspicions prove true, this seemingly frivolous prince could be truly formidable, possessing both wisdom and strategy, yet willingly concealing his brilliance, tarnishing his own reputation to appear as a dandy. This level of restraint would indeed leave even the 2 of them feeling inferior. "My lord speaks wisely." Jiasu's voice chimed in again. "However, the current stability of the court is maintained through a delicate balance. Should the borders face turmoil, this equilibrium would be shattered. How would Huainan respond? What choices would the 4 great clans make? Might the powerful factions of the Central Plains unite in conspiracy against our great you? I understand your meaning, esteemed sir. Ning Fan mused for long, while before softly stating, I have a strategy. Please advise me. Speak, my lord. The principle of eliminating external threats begins with securing internal stability. Given my father's current circumstances, we must find ways to weaken the power of the noble families while maintaining the stability of court. These families dare to act with impunity and even show contempt for imperial authority only because they perceive the court as dependent on them. And the instability at the borders makes the court hesitant to act against them. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning Fan's gaze as he spoke softly. If a sharp sword were to hang ominously above their foreheads, would it not instill a measure of trepidation within them? The Lord's implication was clear: to establish a covert agency within the court, answering solely to the emperor under the guise of safeguarding the palace, endowing it with the authority to patrol, apprehend, and serve as a guard, as well as to gather external intelligence, engage in reconnaissance, interrogation, and arrest. It would oversee the officials internally while probing military affairs externally, with the power to execute first and report later, sanctioned by imperial decree. What do you think, esteemed sir? As Ning Fan's words echoed through the hall, not only did Jiasu's expression shift within the chamber, but the three outside, led by Emperor Yu, also found their faces momentarily frozen, particularly Ji Sui and Jing Li, who felt an unspoken chill seep into their very beings. If such an organization were indeed to exist, what terror would it wield? Chapter 27. The Rise and Fall of the Realm. Burdened by the people, what are your thoughts, esteemed gentlemen? The Emperor Yu turned to his two loyal ministers. Jing Li offered a hearty smile, while Ji Sui appeared contemplative and slowly spoke. Your Highness, this strategy indeed holds the potential to instill fear among the court officials. However, establishing such an institution, would the civil and military officials truly acquiesce? Indeed, the Emperor Yu sighed with a hint of melancholy. Should I truly establish such an organization, those powerful aristocratic families would likely bow their heads to the ground in the Golden Hall. Yet, this plan of the second prince resonates deeply within my heart. Your Majesty, why not seek counsel directly from the second prince? Yu Emperor gently shook his head and replied, No, if I confront him directly, he may withhold his true thoughts. Let us wait until they have finished speaking. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, both men nodded slightly, falling into silence. However, the next moment, Jiasu articulated the Emperor's dilemma. My lord, if such an institution could indeed be established, those officials of noble lineage would undoubtedly obstruct it at every turn. Hee. A light chuckle emanated from Ning Fan, who calmly remarked, I ask you, how many in the court can claim a clean conscience? Even when it is known that they are corrupt and disrupt the governance, would the censorate dare to indict them? Would the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court dare to investigate? If the Emperor were to utilize formidable means to uncover a batch of corrupt officials and instill fear among the court, the proposition of establishing the Jin Yi Wei would naturally leave them speechless. Jin Yi Wei? Upon hearing Jia Su's confusion, Ning Fan realized he had misspoken and quickly added, Jin Yi Wei is merely the name I have devised for this secret agency. Ah, I see. Jia Su marveled. The genie moves in the night, hidden beneath the veil of the world, observing the myriad of beings with a cold gaze. I am in awe of your brilliance, my lord. You flatter me when Ning Fan responded with a wry smile. What we discuss today is ultimately mere theoretical speculation. You are aware of my background. The bloodline I carry ensures my detachment from that position, and my father would never relinquish power to me. Yet, I cannot bear to see the century-long legacy of Dayu crumble to dust. The rise and fall of the realm burdens the people. My actions are simply to remain true to my conscience. Ning Fan's expression was extraordinarily complex, yet his gaze bore unwavering determination. Given a second chance at life, he was destined to avoid a life of mediocrity. Outside the Grand Hall, the Emperor Yu felt a pang of sorrow, and at that moment, he seemed to fully comprehend why the second prince concealed his talents, even at the cost of his own reputation. After all, he bore half the bloodline of the Dayu Dynasty. The destruction of the Zhou by Dayu is a vendetta that runs deep, would Prince Xianyong. As the son of the Zhou royal family, as eldest princess, harbor thoughts of restoring the Zhou? While the late emperor refused to pass the throne to him, he fortunately navigated through that tumultuous period. Yet, he too harbored profound concerns, going so far as to establish another empress. From a young age, the second prince has been frail and sickly, earning the fondness of his father. Consequently, over the years, he has been allowed to indulge in his whims, even to the extent of corrupting the enforcers of justice under his father's directive. However, it is disheartening to realize that, in his foolishness and in pursuit of preserving his lineage, this imbecile has chosen to conceal his talents, tarnishing his own reputation in the process. It is indeed my fault. Though he shares half the royal blood of the Zhou dynasty, he is still my son. I had not anticipated that my negligence would render him so sensitive. A wave of regret surged within Emperor Yu, nearly compelling him to storm in and chastise the boy, questioning his bewildering choices. Your Majesty, the second prince's talents are perhaps on par with those of Prince Sheng, and his magnanimity is unmatched even by us ministers. Indeed, the second prince's words resonate deeply with me. The rise and fall of the realm rests upon the shoulders of the common people. In a mere moment, the two esteemed court officials experienced a profound shift in their perception of this wayward prince, their hearts swelling with admiration. They silently resolved to encourage their own sons to befriend this extravagant young man upon their return. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Emperor Yu's countenance shifted, as if he had made a resolution, and he spoke calmly. Let it be known that today, events shall not escape this chamber. Consider the Wang residence as if we have never graced it. Yes. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the two officials nodded solemnly, their faces betraying a hint of astonishment. It seemed that His Majesty had firmly decided to take action against the aristocracy. As Ning Fan and Jia Su exited the hall, they noticed three figures gradually receding into the distance, causing Ning Fan to furrow his brow. That figure seemed somewhat familiar. In the palace, as Emperor Yu returned, he summoned the leader of his secret guards. Sitting high upon his dragon throne, he spoke softly. Investigate the ministers of the court and uncover some incriminating evidence. Start with the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice. Additionally, pay close attention to the Supreme Court and the Censorate. I wish to ascertain how many among them are tainted. Upon witnessing the emperor's fierce countenance, the leader of the dark-clad guards stiffened and respectfully bowed. As you command. Before the morning court session tomorrow, I want to see some substantial evidence. Understood. After the leader departed, Emperor Yu convened his trusted ministers to discuss the establishment of the Jin Yi Wei. Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance and may incite turmoil within the court and beyond. And what of it? The emperor maintained a calm demeanor, a glint of cold amusement in his eyes as he remarked, Do they dare to conspire against the throne? A few ministers choked on these words, hastily bowing and expressing their trepidation. The emperor's gaze sparkled with intent as he softly declared, I have already dispatched individuals to commence this undertaking. Let the left chancellor propose it in tomorrow's court. This secret organization shall be named the Jin Yi Wei. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiushi's expression darkened considerably. As a representative of the scholarly elite in the court, though not hailing from one of the four prominent families, the aristocratic powers had long since categorized the Lin family within their ranks. It was evident that the sovereign was compelling him to choose a side. As you command, Your Majesty, Lin Xiushi sighed helplessly. In this position, he had no choice. The emperor could not challenge the four great families, yet he could target the Lin family. Although this might incite some turbulence, it would not undermine their foundation. Emperor Yu surveyed the room, observing the ministers voicing their allegiance, and nodded in satisfaction. Weighing, the old servant is here. Upon hearing his master's call, the attendant stepped forward promptly. The emperor then spoke languidly. Go, summon King Xianyong for an audience. You shall go personally. Wei Ying's expression shifted slightly at this command, and he respectfully bowed, replying, As you command. Chapter 28. Oh, my dear second brother, what are your thoughts on the current state of affairs? In the royal manor of Xianyong, Your Highness, the craftsmen have been gathered. I have found all the renowned artisans in the capital. Pray, take a look. Are they satisfactory? Lin Yong grinned, revealing a set of aged yellow teeth, while behind him stood dozens of plainly dressed craftsmen, all anxiously awaiting before Ning Fan. Commoners pay their respects to your highness. They bowed deeply, prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Rise, Ning Fan said with a genial smile. There is no need for formalities. I have summoned you all today for a specific purpose. Rest assured, your service to this prince shall not go unrewarded. Thank you, your highness. What is it that you require? The foremost craftsman, an elder of discerning age, spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, evidently experienced in the ways of the world. As he gazed at the blueprint presented by Ning Fan, curiosity flickered across his face. Whoever can construct this device shall receive a reward of 10 taels of silver and shall be granted entry into my royal manor. Your highness, is this statement true? Would his highness jest with you? Lin Yong interjected, his expression darkening at the craftsman's skepticism. Whoever can create this item, step forward. After a moment's contemplation, the leading craftsman replied, Your highness, the design is quite peculiar. It may take considerable time to complete. I am not in haste. Ning San took it softly, glancing at Lin Yong. Ensure these craftsmen are properly accommodated. Do not neglect them. Yes, your highness. Lin Yong personally guided the craftsman away, and as Ning Fan prepared to peruse some military texts, he noticed an elder dressed in eunuch robes approaching, led by the guards. Master Wei. Ning Fan was startled to see this close attendant of the emperor in his residence. Wei smiled slightly and bowed, saying, Your highness, I come at the behest of his majesty. He requests your presence in the palace. Oh, a hint of perplexity crossed Ning Fan's face. It was already late, and the emperor summoned him now? What does father wish to see me about? Wei wore a faint smile of resignation, replying softly, The specifics elude me. All I know is that his majesty has been in deliberation with several high-ranking ministers in the imperial study for quite some time. Ning Fan nodded slightly, feeling perplexed within, and turned to the guard beside him. Prepare the carriage. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, your majesty, Prince Xianyong has arrived. Oh, the Emperor Yu Huang set down the memorials in his hand, saying gently, Since he has come, let him enter. Yes. At the inner servant's soft command, Ning Fan strode into the grand hall, saluted, and stood silently before the emperor. Wei informed the imperial kitchen to prepare dinner, with an abundance of meat to nourish my second son. At your command. Thus, they proceeded to Qianning Palace. Ning Fan silently followed behind Emperor Yu, his brows knitting together in a near-comical fashion. Could it be due to matters concerning the military camp, or perhaps the Red Sleeve Association, or even the affair with Chun Fong? The two settled within the Qianning Palace, and Ning Fan found himself quite at a loss. In his recollection, aside from the annual banquet where Emperor Yu dined with the princes and princesses, it seemed that the father and son had never shared a meal alone. Do not be so reserved. Today, we are neither monarch nor subject. Let us be at ease. Emperor Yu proclaimed, a genial smile gracing his face. His gaze toward Ning Fan softer than usual. Father, if there is something to discuss, please do so directly. If a death sentence is to be handed down, it should be made clear. Otherwise, I cannot eat in peace. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, the smile on Emperor Yu's face froze, his grip tightening around the teacup, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. I was merely jesting, dear father. Please do not take offense. I have urgent matters to report. Observing Ning Fan's serious demeanor, Emperor Yu's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he inquired, What is it? Father, I have recently uncovered a spy organization in Donghuai. Oh, a look of surprise flickered across Emperor Yu's face as he slowly raised the teacup to his lips. Prai, due laboraci. You are aware, father, that I often frequent the pleasure quarters. While it may seem I indulge in hedonism, my true purpose has been to infiltrate this espionage group. Over the years, I have willingly endured the taunts of courtesans and the ire of your majesty, all in pursuit of this goal. After years of relentless effort, I have finally unearthed some clues. A cold smile crept across Emperor Yu's countenance, his eyes brimming with mockery. So, it seems I have misjudged you, father. You're being too harsh. This matter is not your fault. My sacrifices were made willingly, all to contribute to the great Yu Dynasty. Such sacrifices are of little consequence to me. Therefore, having made such significant sacrifices, what precisely have you discovered? The Red Sleeve Association serves as the hounds of Donghuai. They seek to infiltrate our great Yu, thereby influencing the war situation in the Eastern Territories. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Emperor Yu appeared unfazed, rather amused. And what of the evidence? Evidence? I possess none, though I do have a witness. Oh, Ning Fan recounted the details of the situation within the military. Yet Emperor Yu remained indifferent, casually remarking, as for the Red Sleeve Association, you must not interfere. Release the individual you have in custody at your earliest convenience. Release them? But, indeed, do not raise alarms. Observing the gravity on Emperor Yu's face, Ning Fan suddenly comprehended that this old fox had long been aware of the Red Sleeve Association's true nature. But why? Set a trap? Ning Fan's expression shifted repeatedly until he heard Emperor Yu's calm voice. How did you come to ascertain that the Red Sleeve Association is backed by Donghuai? Why could it not be Yin, or perhaps the Northern Desert, or even the Li Kingdom? Father, the Northern Desert has long retreated into the vast desert and will not resurface in the short term. Their hounds are likely now in hiding. The prospects of the Yin and League seem increasingly unlikely. Ning Fan articulated the conjectures surrounding his residence and Jiasu, which elicited a look of surprise from Emperor Yu, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the deduction. I have heard, my son, that a certain gentleman has recently graced your abode, a man of great knowledge and cunning. Pray tell, what is his name and origin? Ning San, caught off guard by the emperor's interest in Jiasu, replied with a wry smile, Father, you flatter me. He is merely a down-and-out scholar, prone to grandiloquent speech but devoid of genuine talent. Enough of this triviality. Tomorrow, I shall visit your residence personally to evaluate whether this man possesses any true scholarly merit. Father, surely it is not necessary. This matter is settled. The emperor interjected, not allowing for rebuttal, and continued, my second son. What is your view on the current state of affairs in the court? Chapter 29, manipulated by Emperor Yu, dear second son. What is your perspective on the current court situation? Emperor Yu cradled his teacup, his tone seemingly nonchalant, yet his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Ning Fan's expression. The court situation? Father, you do put me in a bit of quandary. If you were to ask me about the most beautiful courtesan in the capital, or the most exquisite singing voice, I could certainly regale you with tales. However, if you inquire about governance and statecraft, cough. Emperor Yu, upon hearing Ning Fan's words, was choked by his tea, leading to a fit of intense coughing, leaving a few lines of annoyance etched upon his forehead. This little wretch dares to feign ignorance. Had I not personally overheard his grandiloquent discussions at the manor, I might have truly been deceived. Humph, since you wish to perform, I shall indulge you in your theatrics. Observing how Emperor Yu initially displayed anger but refrained from erupting, gradually regaining his composure, Ning Fan could not help but admire him. Indeed, he was a sovereign. Such mastery of self-restraint would take me a decade to even approach. My dear second son, do you comprehend the dire predicament our Dayu finds itself in today? The borders are plagued by perpetual warfare. The tribes of the northern deserts have long been raiding our northern territories, and now, Duke Jing and Princess Chongning have engaged in a bloody conflict for 3 years, driving them into the northern wastelands. In the west, the formidable Dayan stands like a tiger in repose, ever poised to pounce and seize a piece of our flesh. In the south, those barbaric hordes sharpen their blades, boasting a force of 1,000,000 archers, fully capable of invading our Dayu at any moment. The Eastern Front has reached a critical juncture. Should we face defeat, our Eastern heartland will be directly confronted by the iron hooves of the Eastern Huai. As Emperor Yu spoke of these matters, he sighed with a sense of melancholic resignation. It is not merely external threats that concern us. Despite the formidable foes, our Dayu is blessed with loyal and valiant soldiers. What is truly loathsome are the sycophants within the court. They feast upon the corpses of the dead, greedy and corrupt, deserving of the harshest punishment. Seemingly genuinely angered, Emperor Yu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his gaze piercing through to Ning Fan. Have you ever heard of the four great aristocratic families? The Chun and Shu of Jiangnan, the Hu of the borderlands, and the Shui of Changyan. Indeed, I have heard of them. Ning San replied. Emperor Yu nodded slightly, his voice grave. It is commonly known that the Chun family of Shuzhou occupies the prosperous lands of Jiangnan, reputed to be wealthier than a nation. Yet, what they do not know is that the Chun family's horse ranch is the primary source of war horses for Dayu. They control the largest iron mines in Jiangnan, and the court spends millions of taels of silver annually purchasing pig iron from them. The Hu family of the borderlands, though not as affluent as the Chun family, holds sway over 30% of our salt mines, and even local magistrates have become their vassals. The Shui family, influential in the north of Jiang, controls the major ferry crossings along the Li River, to the extent that even official vessels must pay them fees. 70% of our commercial transactions in Dayu rely on the Shui family's water transport. As for the Liu family, their ancestors were founding heroes of our dynasty. Granted hereditary titles of marquis, their influence deeply entrenched in the Jiangdong region, even interfering with the court's control over local affairs. Most alarmingly, they monopolize our grain trade, manipulating food prices. Emperor Yu exhaled deeply, a sigh laden with the weight of turmoil, and spoke solemnly. Since the establishment of our dynasty, we have endured the ravages of war. Every previous emperor dedicated themselves to safeguarding our territory. During the reign of my esteemed predecessor, the full might of the nation was mobilized to quell the Great Zhou, which happened to be the realm of your late mother. Thus, I, Emperor Yu, have managed to hold our borders, and although we have faced incessant strife, the flames of war have, fortunately, not reached the homes of our citizens. For over a century, our great Yu dynasty has not produced a ruler of unparalleled glory, yet each sovereign has made their contributions. In external conflicts, our dynasty has scarcely suffered defeat. However, the internal governance has been nothing short of chaotic. A deep sense of helplessness shadowed Emperor Yu's countenance as he contemplated. Since my ascension, I have sought to diminish the power of the noble families, yet the situation remains precarious. Even I dare not act rashly. Nevertheless, today, the entire court is rife with the sycophants of the four prominent families, and I find myself with no avenue for retreat. Should their influence continue to expand, within 30 years, the Yu dynasty shall undoubtedly face unrest, perhaps even the peril of extinction. Upon hearing the emperor's lamentation, Ning Fan finally grasped the magnitude of the threat posed by the four great families. It is crucial to understand that the salt mines and waterways are the lifeblood of our economy, while iron mines and military resources are of strategic importance. Furthermore, grain is the foundation of a nation. It is not an exaggeration to assert that if the Liu family so desired, they could easily tighten their grip around the court's throat. The significance of resources such as grain, minerals, waterways, and military forces cannot be overstated. The fact that these vital strategic materials are monopolized by noble families, whose influence far exceeds that of the court, is indeed terrifying. Previously, I had only heard of the four great families, their names echoing throughout the realm, yet I had not fathomed the depth of their power. My dear second son, I have been contemplating a strategy during these past few days. I implore you to assist me in formulating a plan. Once Emperor Yu regained his composure, a smile graced his lips as he turned to Ning Fan. I intend to establish a clandestine organization, one that shall answer solely to me. Under the guise of protecting the palace, it will be endowed with the authority to patrol, apprehend, and gather intelligence, engaging in reconnaissance, interrogation, and arrests. It will monitor officials internally and probe military affairs externally, with the prerogative to act first and report later, sanctioned by imperial decree. What are your thoughts? As the emperor's words settled, Ning Fan stood frozen, struck by disbelief. Could it be that the emperor, too, was a traveler from another realm? Was this not akin to the infamous Jin Yi Wei? Observing Ning Fan's expression, a hint of amusement flickered across the emperor's face. Is this plan feasible? But it is indeed feasible. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. and I hold you in the highest regard. However, Ning Fan made an effort to steady his emotions, responding in a hushed tone. Father, this matter is of great gravity and should be deliberated with utmost care. Indeed, the emperor nodded in agreement. I am fully aware of the potential consequences. Once I unveil this information, the officials will undoubtedly strive to obstruct it. Yet, how many among them can claim to be without sin? I have already dispatched individuals to investigate a cohort of corrupt officials. Tomorrow, I shall employ a thunderous approach to intimidate the court, while simultaneously proposing the establishment of this clandestine organization. The courtiers shall be left with no grounds for dissent. Do you believe this course of action is viable? A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of Emperor Yu, while beads of cold sweat began to form on Ning Fan's forehead. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. That old fox, Emperor Yu, has actually sent someone to watch me? It must be true. Yesterday, my conversation with Jia Su was eavesdropped upon. Upon my return, I shall certainly unearth that scoundrel. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Ning Fan's face, Emperor Yu chuckled with amusement. Are you pondering the fact that I have dispatched someone to monitor you? And upon your return, you intend to expose that individual? What the? Father, do you possess the ability to read minds? Could it be that you have a system as well? Chapter 30. The Imperial Order. Emperor Yu did not hear the desperate cries within Ning Fan's heart, but instead observed his expression, unable to suppress a slight smile. What? Have I guessed your thoughts? Cough, cough. Father, you are indeed wise and formidable. Your son admires you greatly. However, I suggest you first discuss this matter with a few trusted ministers, as doing so may alleviate some resistance. Indeed, the emperor nodded with a smile. What you have considered, I have already addressed. However, in your opinion, how should we name this special agency, and what specific ranks and duties should be established? How about we call it the Jin Yi Wei? Ning Fan suggested. We could appoint a commander of the third rank, with 2 deputy commanders of the third rank and 3 supervisors of the fourth rank. Each would oversee 1,000 households, with each 100 households responsible for a specific region. Ning Fan pondered for a long while, recounting the structure of the Jin Yi Wei as he remembered it, though the primary distinction from the Ming Dynasty lay in the name alone. Father, the Jin Yi Wei holds an extraordinary position and power, which could significantly bolster imperial authority in the initial phase. However, over time, there will inevitably be those who abuse their privileges and act as tyrants. To prevent the misuse of power, I propose establishing an internal supervisory body, the Supervisory Hall, to oversee the actions of the Jin Yi Wei. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Emperor Yu fell into a brief contemplation. This lad truly had a trick up his sleeve. You make a valid point. I shall elaborate on this matter in tomorrow's court session. Upon your return, draft a memorial for me. You should attend tomorrow's court as well. What? Ning Fan's face fell in distress. Father, I bear a significant responsibility. Tomorrow marks the commencement of training for the new army, and I truly cannot be absent. You remind me, I almost forgot. The emperor said, placing a piece of meat on his plate and setting down his chopsticks. You have stirred quite a commotion in the military. Have you considered the repercussions? Repercussions? What repercussions? The mid-level commanders of the new army are primarily from the influential families of the capital. Now that your new regulations are in effect, many of them have been dismissed. Are you not concerned about inciting their resentment? Of course not. Ning Fan replied innocently with a smile. I am merely a reckless playboy, causing a ruckus in the military out of sheer boredom. If innocent parties are affected, they can only blame their own misfortune. After all, my reputation as a playboy is already deeply entrenched in the minds of the citizens and the court alike. No matter how outrageous my actions, they are to be expected. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he scolded, You take pride in your shame. That aside, regarding the commander of the Jin Yi Wei, whom do you believe is worthy of this heavy responsibility? This. Looking at the emperor's serious expression, Ning Fan felt conflicted. He knew very little about the court officials, and now with the emperor seeking his counsel, what could be his true intention? Father, as I mentioned, matters of state are beyond my knowledge. Emperor Yu was instantly filled with indignation, yet upon recalling Ning Fan's words of the manner, his expression softened considerably. After a long contemplation, He murmured, "If that is the case, then you shall assume the role. At tomorrow's morning court, I shall issue the decree." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan stood there momentarily in a daze. To appoint himself as the commander of the Jin Yi, this was akin to placing himself upon a pyre, enduring relentless flames. Since the establishment of the Jin Yi, it would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of aristocratic families and corrupt officials. With no foundation in court and no subordinates to rely upon, he would likely become the target of collective animosity. "Father, this matter is utterly—" Just as he was about to refuse, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding! System task initiated. Assume the position of commander of the Jin Yi. Task duration, 7 days. Task requirements. Successfully secure the position of commander of the Jin Yi. Task rewards. Title of commander of the Ming Dynasty Jin Yi, Jiang Wan. 14 Jin Yi captains and 1,000 elite Jin Yi troops. Father, this matter must be entrusted to me. Should I become the commander of the Jin Yi, I would serve as a blade in your hand. Regardless of the powerful aristocrats or corrupt officials, they are but a pack of mere rabble. Give me a month, and I shall undoubtedly establish a formidable foundation for the Jin Yi." Emperor Yu, initially perceiving Ning Fan's intention to decline, was taken aback by his sudden change of tone. A smile graced his face as he said, "Well, I hope you can shoulder this heavy responsibility and demonstrate your true capabilities. Son, your will is my command." Ning Fan bowed solemnly, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. If he were to be given an empty shell to confront the aristocratic officials, he would certainly refuse. But with a ready-made structure of the Jin Yi, it would be a tremendous boon for his future schemes. After concluding their serious discussions, the father and son began to converse freely. Ning Fan would often interject with teasing remarks that left Emperor Yu in fits of laughter, gradually erasing the distinctions between sovereign and subject. "Father, do you believe that iron clumps can fly in the sky?" "Nonsense. I have seen it. You rascal. When will you learn to temper your mischief with a touch of seriousness, so that you may be deemed fit for great responsibilities?" "You jest, father. I am but a grand scoundrel. Take this token. From today onward, you may enter and exit the palace at will, without prior notice." "This is the Imperial Pass?" Ning Fan gazed at the golden token in his hand, astonishment etched upon his face. Though merely a pass for entering the palace, its origin from Emperor Yu rendered it far more significant than a mere entry permit. In a sense, possessing this token meant representing Emperor Yu to a considerable extent. It even granted him the authority to mobilize a portion of the city's defense forces. "Father, your generosity knows no bounds. I must take you to Fengxiang Tower one day to express my gratitude. Get lost." After Ning Fan exited the palace, he paused to cast a lingering glance back, his eyes shimmering with a piercing brilliance. The Jin Yi was merely the beginning. He had never entertained the thought of challenging the commander of the Jin Yi, yet he had not relinquished his ambition to build his own power. However, securing the position of commander would allow him to emerge into the open, drawing the attention of others and facilitating various endeavors. Although he and the emperor had shared a pleasant and relaxed interaction that day, Ning Fan remained ever vigilant. Mindful of the adage that there is no kinship in the imperial family, he could not afford to falter, nor would he let a fleeting moment of warmth with Emperor Yu render him unguarded. Upon stepping out of the palace with an expression of calm, Jin Yi Wei had long awaited him. The two men wordlessly made their way towards the Xianyong Wangfu, while several figures simultaneously rushed from the palace, heading in different directions. A storm was brewing. Chapter 31. The military camp commences on that night. The cold wind howled, and the flickering lamps swayed in the breeze. Outside the window, the sound of the wind rustled ominously. Ning Fan, wrapped in a luxurious mink coat, sat cross-legged by the window, engrossed in a military treatise. Suddenly, a shadow fell before him, respectfully kneeling on one knee, the gaunt figure swaying precariously in the wind. "Master, please rise." Ning Fan appeared unfazed by the visitor's sudden arrival. He retrieved a jade vial from his robe and offered it forward. "Take this vial of elixir. It contains 30 Tianyuan pills. Those who consume a Tianyuan pill shall gain an additional 30 years of martial prowess, after which their inner strength shall cease to advance." A gasp escaped Zhuangju's lips, his face betraying profound astonishment as he accepted the vial. My lord, I have gathered a group of orphans aged 16 to 17, currently sheltered in a residence on the outskirts of the city. With the aid of these Tianyuan pills, they will be ready to undertake their mission within a month and a half. My lord, do these pills possess the ability to shatter the mirror? Alas, no. Ning Fan gently shook his head. These pills are effective only when taken by practitioners of internal martial arts, and the shallower the foundation, the greater the enhancement. If administered to a first-rate warrior, the increase in power may not exceed 5 years. Yet, if a commoner with no foundation consumes this pill, they may gain 30 years of martial prowess. Ah, I see. Zhuangju nodded in realization. My lord, do you have any further instructions? When the time is ripe, send individuals to infiltrate the 4 prominent families and secretly gather intelligence on them. As you command. Zhuangju's form quietly vanished into the night, as if he had never been there. Ning Fan resumed his serious study of the military text borrowed from the Duke of Jinghua's residence. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task, studying military strategy. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring photographic memory, Sun Tzu's Art of War, and the 36 stratagems. System evaluation complete. Task rated as A-class. Reward: 1 advanced lottery draw. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Ning Fan heard the system's notification, his face reflecting a hint of surprise. In just a few days, his dominion value had exceeded 70. System: display my attributes page. Name: Ning Fan. Identity: second prince of the Dayu Dynasty, king of Xianyang, notorious prodigal of Yuwang City, valued client of Fengxiang Tower, supreme commander of the new army. Martial power: 44 intelligence, 81 dominion, 70 politics, 62 divine weapons, none ounce, none skills, photographic memory, calligraphy, master level, items, 6 flavors rejuvenating pills, Lok Yang solidifying essence pills, golden chamber kidney chi pills, 5 suns cultivation pills, body refinement ancient formula, pure salt refinement method, ancient brewing techniques, Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 stratagems, ultimate techniques, 13 fatal shots, minor accomplishment, summonable heroes, Jin Yi Wei, Shen Wansan, Qin Xiong, Zhuangju, summonable troops, 18 riders of Yinyun. Seeing his dominion value had indeed reached 70, a smile spread across Ning Fan's face, and he was pleasantly surprised to notice a slight increase in his political value since a few days prior. Indeed, as the system has indicated, the lower the 4-dimensional attributes, the faster the enhancement. My dominion value has swiftly reached 70 points, likely due to my endeavors within the military camp. System: initiate the advanced lottery. With Ning Fan's command, a grand wheel appeared in his mind's eye, commencing its rotation until a notification sound resonated. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the exceptional steed, the purple lightning dragon. A steed? Ning Fan's expression momentarily froze. With a mere thought, a magnificent horse materialized before the window, its entire body adorned in a lustrous purple coat, measuring approximately 10 feet in length and standing 8 feet tall, with a head resembling that of a dragon and powerful limbs. Just a single glance captivated Ning Fan entirely. It was undoubtedly a divine mount. With a sudden neigh, the tranquility of the night was shattered, and a chorus of neighs echoed from various directions, rousing countless individuals from their slumber. The Horse King. Quite intriguing. Ning Fan leapt from the window, gently caressing the forehead of the purple lightning dragon. The moonlight cascaded upon its purple fur, rendering it even more extraordinary. My lord, is this? Jin Yi Wei, alerted by the commotion, appeared before Ning Fan, his eyes widening at the sight of the unparalleled steed. Where did such a horse come from? Ah, heavenly steed. Ning San took it. Let it away. At dawn tomorrow, we shall ride it to the military camp. Understood. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, Ning Fan resisted the allure of slumber. Rising from the warm embrace of his bed, the sky still shrouded in twilight and the cold wind biting. My lord, Jin Yi Wei, seemingly having waited for some time, stood in the courtyard with the purple lightning dragon in tow. Let us proceed to the military camp. The two of them, one mounted and the other on foot, made their way towards the western military encampment. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding drums reverberated through the 10-mile-long encampment as figures scurried to don their armor while rushing towards the training grounds. After 3 resounding beats, thousands gathered at the training field. Ning Fan gazed upon the 20,000 troops before him as 4 figures hastily approached and bowed in respect. "We are the lowly generals Gu Lufeng, Su Chongqing, Lin Yeping, and Jing Tian, paying our respects to your highness. Rise." Ning Fan waved his hand. The 4 figures stood respectfully, awaiting orders. "From this day forth, in the military camp, refer to me as General and salute accordingly. Do not address me as your highness." "Understood. Bring me a set of armor." "Yes." A loyal soldier presented a brand new set of armor, and Ning Fan donned it, stepping forward to face the assembled troops. "Soldiers, from this day onward, I shall be the commander of the Qilin army. Every day at the first watch, regardless of the weather, we shall commence training punctually. All generals, heed the command. Present. Begin the morning training, following the new methods I imparted to you yesterday." "Understood." The 4 lieutenants bowed respectfully and, with solemn expressions, made their way to their respective camps, leading their 5,000 soldiers to begin the morning drills. "Everyone, run around the encampment for 1 hour. The last 500 shall be responsible for washing the camp's garments." "Yes." Ning Fan stood upon the high platform, silently observing the training of the generals below. The rudimentary apparatuses, such as the horizontal bar, parallel bars, and climbing poles had now been erected. If the new recruits adhered to the training methods outlined in the comprehensive training manual, they could forge a formidable army within 3 months. "Erlai, come, join me for a few laps." Ning Fan called to the nearby Jin Yi Wei, who promptly fell in a step behind the main troop, commencing their morning exercises. For over half an hour, the entire military camp buzzed with activity, rousing the surrounding woodland creatures from their slumber. "Ah, what a refreshing experience!" Ning Fan exclaimed. "The court must be equally vibrant today." As he removed his armor, he turned to Jin Yi Wei, saying, "Erlai, prepare the horses. Let us also partake in the festivities at the palace." "Certainly." Chapter 32. Ning Fan ascends to the throne. The Yu Emperor shifts blame in the Yu King's city. Within the imperial palace, the Zhengda Hall stands resplendent. The hour has arrived, and the officials gather for the morning court. With a resounding call from the ceremonial officer, the ministers proceed into the hall. And upon the proclamation of "Long live the Emperor," the monarch and his subjects pay their respects, marking the commencement of the morning assembly. Those with matters to present may do so, while others may withdraw. Wei Ying stands to one side, and, as a commanding voice calls out, the officials are poised to step forward to report. Suddenly, the Yu Emperor waves his sleeve. "Gentlemen, hold your reports for the moment. Where is the Minister of Justice?" "I am here." The minister responds. "Come, let me see this memorial." The Yu Emperor's expression darkens like stormy waters as he forcefully tosses the memorial to the ground, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Kai Ji, the Minister of Justice, is momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a flicker of fear as he hurriedly retrieves the memorial, glancing at it briefly before his complexion turns ashen and he collapses to his knees. "This, Your Majesty, I deserve 1,000 deaths." 1,000 deaths? Show this memorial to the officials of the censorate. For over a century, our great Yu has never witnessed such shocking corruption. Had it not been for someone's secret report to me, I would remain unaware of the numerous corrupt officials standing before me in their ostentatious attire. I am utterly ashamed before my ancestors and the people of this realm. The Yu Emperor's fury is palpable, and the memorial circulates among the officials, prompting a wave of alarm and dread. Many ministers, both civil and military, are visibly shaken, some collapsing to the floor in terror. Ministry of Personnel. Zheng Aiqing, tell me, what is your ministry doing? Have the annual evaluations merely served as scraps of paper to deceive me? Faced with the emperor's wrath, half the court kneels in penance. Lin Xiushi seizes the moment to rise, kneeling before the assembly of officials, and solemnly declares, "Your Majesty, as the left chancellor, I bear the fault of negligence. Please, punish me." After a moment of contemplation, the Yu Emperor responds gravely, "What use is punishment? The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the the censorate, all are mere facades. If such corruption festers in the court, what the provinces? Are the counties free from malfeasance? I can scarcely fathom how the common people speak of me behind my back. The Yu Emperor inhales deeply, his gaze sweeping the room, and commands, "Bring forth all those named on this list, apprehend them, and hold them for questioning." Understood. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Jin Yi, takes it upon himself, leading a contingent of armored soldiers to drag the corrupt officials from the court one by one. The Yu Emperor appears utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness, Prince Xianyong, requests an audience." A eunuch approaches with hurried steps, speaking softly. The Yu Emperor's expression shifts slightly. He hadn't anticipated the prince's arrival at such a moment. After a brief contemplation, he responds quietly, "Let him enter," announcing the presence of Prince Xianyong. The ceremonial officers proclaim, and a tall figure strides into the hall, walking with purpose, chest out and head held high. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. A multitude of gazes, both martial and literary, converged upon the youthful visage of the boy, whose countenance still bore the traces of innocence. Expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. For the notorious reputation of King Xianyong was well known throughout the capital. Yet now, he sought an audience during the morning court. For what purpose? King Xianyong, what pressing matter brings you here at this early hour? In response to the emperor, the young prince declared, "Father, I seek nothing of importance, but under your guidance. I have learned to pay heed to the affairs of the court, wishing to contribute to the welfare of our people. Today, I come to participate in the discussions of state and to absorb your teachings." Please continue. With an expression of sheer innocence, Ning Fan stood quietly to the side, his gaze sweeping the assembly as he questioned, "Esteemed officials, why are so many of our ministers absent?" A cough interrupted the air. As Lin Xiaoshu seemed to choke on his words, slightly cupping his hands in respect, he murmured, "Your Highness, this is a court discussion. We must not." "Ning Fan, I am here. You have reported numerous corrupt officials, rendering a service to the court. Speak, what reward do you desire?" The expression of the emperor remained calm, yet his gaze towards Ning Fan held a glimmer of cunning. "Since you have willingly placed yourself in the line of fire, I shall spare Lin Xiaoshu and test your mettle." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's expression faltered, nearly overwhelmed by the burden of the emperor's unexpected demand. To accuse a multitude of corrupt officials? How could his own father place such a predicament upon him? As anticipated, when the emperor's words fell, the eyes of the court officials turned towards Ning Fan, filled with shock, skepticism, and some with a profound gaze that sparkled with hidden meanings. In response to "Father, I seek no accolades. My duty is to serve the court," he proclaimed. "These corrupt officials, who have committed heinous acts, should face the gravest of punishments. I beseech you, Father, to deal sternly with these scoundrels. Let all implicated be dismissed and held accountable, with no leniency, to provide the people with justice." As his declaration echoed through the hall, the ministers were increasingly taken aback. Such words seemed more appropriate for a frivolous young noble who knew nothing beyond the pleasures of life. In an instant, many exchanged complex glances towards their superiors, surprised to find a mere dandy being utilized as a shield. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. I will command the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to handle this matter with utmost seriousness." "Father," Ning Fan stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance toward the Minister of Justice, scoffing. How could these inept officials have wreaked havoc upon the court for so many years without the Ministry of Justice? The censorate, or the Supreme Court noticing. "Father, I believe that the fault lies not with the censorate, nor the Ministry of Justice, nor the Supreme Court." What do you imply?" In response to "Father, our great Dayu Dynasty possesses the censorate to oversee all officials, and the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court hold their own oversight powers. Yet still, we have witnessed the rise of such rampant corruption. Is it possible that the officials of the censorate and the Ministry of Justice have succumbed to corruption themselves? I refuse to believe it." Hearing Ning Fan speak in defense of them, the officials of the Ministry of Justice exchanged astonished glances, equally perplexed by his audacity. "Your Majesty, I believe it is not the fault of the esteemed officials, but rather a flaw in the oversight system established by your humble servant, Dayu. The esteemed gentlemen, being colleagues, inevitably engage in occasional personal dealings, which may lead to hesitations in reporting the truth. Over time, this has fostered an environment ripe for corruption. I propose the establishment of an independent supervisory agency, directly accountable to Your Majesty. This institution would oversee the officials internally and gather military intelligence externally. Such a measure would serve to constantly alert the esteemed officials and rigorously investigate wrongdoers. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the assembly of civil and military officials visibly shifted in demeanor, many appearing suddenly enlightened, realizing this was indeed His Majesty's ultimate intention. Your Highness, are you not exaggerating? Kai Ji interjected, stepping forward to make such a grand display over a few corrupt officials, even to the extent of troubling His Majesty. I cannot concur. Chapter 33. Drafting the Imperial Edict. Minister Kai, your words are misguided. Throughout the court, the esteemed ministers and officials are all loyal subjects of the Great Yu. If even a fraction of you falters, the entirety of the Great Yu shall suffer. Should you all fall into disarray, the people across our lands will rise in rebellion. Ning Fan spoke with righteous fervor, his tone resonating with strength as his gaze swept across the assembly. Finally resting upon Kai Ji, you have claimed that only a handful of corrupt officials have emerged. Yet, it is precisely these few that have imperiled the interests of countless citizens of the Great Yu. The sovereign is akin to a vessel. While the people are the water, water can buoy the vessel, but it can also capsize it. It appears that your years in service have been in vain, Minister Kai. Ning Fan's scathing remarks caused Kai Ji's expression to darken, and he offered a slight nod. Your Highness speaks justly, and I stand corrected. What a profound statement. That water can carry a boat and also overturn it. I am astonished that none among the esteemed officials in the court have grasped this truth. Huh. A smirk crossed the Emperor Yu's face as his gaze landed on Ning Fan. Prince Xianyong, do you have further thoughts to share? In response to my father, I have already prepared a memorial for your review. I propose the establishment of an inspection agency, which I shall name the Jin Yi Wei, to be headed by a commander. Ning Fan elaborated on the structure of the Jin Yi Wei, which had been discussed the previous day, yet he remained vague regarding its powers, merely stating it would investigate corrupt officials. After a brief exchange, the Emperor cast a knowing glance at Lin Xiaoshi and several trusted ministers, then spoke leisurely. What do you think of Prince Xianyong's proposal, my esteemed ministers? Your Majesty, I believe this proposal is quite reasonable. As the prince has articulated, the Jin Yi Wei's mandate is to investigate corrupt officials. As long as we, the officers, fulfill our duties and remain incorruptible, the Jin Yi Wei shall be rendered virtually redundant. Thus, I lend my support. Old Lin Xiaoshi, realizing he could not evade the matter, was the first to voice his agreement. The Minister of Justice and the Chief of the Supreme Court exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had not anticipated such a bold move from the Emperor. Even Lin Xiaoshi, the old fox, was compelled to take a stand. This is a ploy of the Emperor. Should they dissent, the court could accuse them of negligence. Yet, if they consent, it would be as if a guillotine were suspended over their necks. I lend my support. Several other ministers stepped forward, and Kai Ji pondered briefly before stepping forth and cupping his hands. Your Majesty, I lend my support. Very well. The Emperor Yu's lips curled upward slightly as he nodded. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the establishment of the Jin Yi Wei. I appoint Prince Xianyong Ning Fan as the commander of the Jin Yi Wei, responsible for safeguarding the court and supervising the officials, with a proclamation to be issued on a suitable date. Today, all corrupt officials under investigation shall be dealt with, and once the Jin Yi Wei is fully established, those implicated shall face severe punishment without leniency. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Personnel shall fully cooperate with Prince Xianyong in forming the agency, and any officials below the 5th rank may be transferred directly without the need for a memorial. The Emperor Yu Huang did not grant the ministers an opportunity to respond, decisively making a decision. The assembly of civil and military officials displayed a range of expressions, particularly Lin Xiaoshi and Kai Ji, whose faces were marked by astonishment. Was not the establishment of the Jin Yi Wei intended to suppress the court officials? Yet, such a pivotal position as the commander was entrusted to a useless prince? Kai Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him, regarding Ning Fan with scornful eyes, astonished that the usually wise and discerning Yu Huang had made such a blunder. Your son accepts the decree. Ning Fan bowed respectfully, casting a sweeping glance around the room, smiling. Esteemed officials, we shall inevitably interact moving forward. If I inadvertently offend anyone, I hope you will graciously point it out. Not at all, Your Highness. After a round of pleasantries, the morning court session commenced, devolving into a tug-of-war among the officials. With endless chatter and no substantive matters addressed, Ning Fan stood to the side, feeling drowsy. Court dismissed. At the enthusiastic proclamation, Ning Fan felt a surge of energy, striding out of the grand hall before pausing briefly and heading straight for the imperial study. Yu Huang seemed to have anticipated his arrival, as he had already instructed someone to prepare a cup of tea, smiling warmly as Ning Fan entered the hall. Your son greets father. All right, after your first court session. What are your thoughts? In response to father, it was rather dull. If the Fengxiang Tower were open in the morning, such a place wouldn't attract even a dog. Observing Ning Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Yu Huang could not help but grasp the teacup, his hand trembling uncontrollably. This wayward child dared to compare that brothel district with my golden throne hall. Father, when will the decree be issued? Hee. My sword is already eager for action. Yu Huang scoffed lightly, speaking with irritation. Do not presume that just because I grant you power, you may act with impunity. My son, the waters of the court run deeper than you imagine. A single misstep could lead to drowning, and you might not even stir a ripple. I am comforted that you have thoughts of your own, but the foundations of these noble families cannot be shaken by your solitary efforts. Yu Huang's expression was unusually grave, conveying a warning. Currently, you have no support. If you take down a batch of corrupt officials today, it will undoubtedly incite turmoil. In the past, you distanced yourself from court affairs. Although you committed many absurdities, you ultimately did not infringe upon their interests, and thus, no one sought to plot against you. But now, it is different. You stand at the eye of the storm, and there is no escaping it. With each step you take, proceed with utmost caution. After listening to Yu Huang's admonition, Ning Fan nodded slightly. Your son will remember father's teachings. Gulme. Yu Huang extended his hand, presenting a golden scroll. This decree you shall draft, and I shall affix my seal. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment, gazing deeply at Yu Huang, then nodded slightly, his face betraying no fear as he grasped the imperial brush on the dragon desk and began to write with fervor. Oh, when did your handwriting become so exquisite? This script appears to be unfamiliar to me. From which school or sect does it originate? Upon gazing at the characters inscribed on the imperial edict, Emperor Yu's countenance mirrored a profound astonishment as he turned to Ning Fan and inquired with a look of bewilderment. Dear father, I have merely engaged in a bit of random exploration. Please forgive my folly. Indeed, it is essential to continually explore and learn matters of governance, military strategy, and the balance of power all require a modicum of understanding. The emperor took hold of the imperial edict penned by Ning Fan, and upon noticing the phrase imperial decree permits execution before reporting, he paused in contemplation before firmly pressing the grand seal upon it. Go forth. Should any matters arise, consult Lin Xiushi. Though this old rascal is cunning, he does not associate with those of the same ilk. Until our wings are fully grown, one must exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. Chapter 34. The depth of the Empress upon exiting the imperial study. Ning Fan did not hasten away. Instead, he turned towards the Yaohua Palace. Your Highness, is the Empress in the palace? The noble consort has just fallen asleep. Very well, please convey my presence. Yes. A palace maid hurriedly entered the palace, and shortly thereafter, a regal woman strode out, her countenance softening upon spotting Ning Fan. Fanner, your son pays his respects to mother. Silly boy, rise quickly. It has been some time since you last visited. The noble consort personally assisted Ning Fan to his feet and led him into the palace. instructing the attendants to prepare tea and snacks. Today is not an audience day. How did you gain entry? Reporting to Mother, His Majesty granted me an imperial edict yesterday, bestowing upon me the privilege to enter the palace. Oh, a cold smile appeared on the noble consort's face as she remarked, he shows some conscience. Speak. What brings you to see Mother today? Have you caused trouble again? Reporting to Mother, I have not caused any trouble. I merely wished to pay my respects after a long absence. Ha! The noble consort chuckled lightly, gazing deeply at Ning Fan. My son has grown sensible and understands filial piety. All of you may leave. I wish to speak with the Prince of Xianyong. Yes. The noble consort dismissed all the palace maids, her expression growing considerably solemn as she regarded Ning Fan. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, Have you just come from morning court? Indeed. Why? Mother, I aspire to contend for the supreme throne. Ning Fan spoke candidly, while the noble consort's countenance remained impassive. Her tone unusually calm. Do not forget your origins. You bear the blood of the Dayu royal family. And what of it? I am also a son of Emperor Dayu. Have you considered this thoroughly? After much contemplation, observing Ning Fan's resolute demeanor, the noble consort refrained from further persuasion, letting out a gentle sigh as she entered her chambers. After some rummaging, she produced a box and placed it on the table. Upon opening the box, aside from a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry, there lay a completely black wooden token, crafted from an unknown material. When Ning Fan held it in his hand, it felt exceedingly cold. Do you remember your uncle Yi? Yi? Ning Fan paused, a slender, stern figure materializing in his mind. Seemingly the uncle the Empress referred to. This wooden token is the key to the Longzone Cave of our Dayu royal family. Find your uncle Yi. He will guide you to the Longzone Cave of Dayu. A grave expression crossed Ning Fan's face as he inquired earnestly, Mother, what is the Longzone Cave? The Longzone Cave is a secret place of Dayu, containing martial arts manuals collected by our royal lineage throughout history, as well as treasures of gold and silver, and the forging methods for a complete set of bronze-armored warriors. This wooden token is also the insignia of our Dayu military organization, the Blood Phoenix. When our nation fell, Yi went to great lengths to deliver this token to me. Now, I entrust him to you. The expression of noble consort Xian was intricate, her eyes reflecting a hint of daze as she softly spoke. Since your father ascended the throne, the Blood Phoenix has concealed itself among the populace. I am unaware whether it still exists after all these years. You must first find your uncle Yi. Indeed. Ning Fan stored the wooden talisman in the system space and gently inquired, Mother, are there any close allies in the court? Certainly. Noble consort Xian gazed deeply at Ning Fan, slowly rising to approach the window, and said calmly, Before your father ascended the throne, my words in the Prince of Chun's residence carried significant weight. I possess a list. Review it upon your return, and you may contact them. However, it has been many years since I've interacted with them, so you must discern their trustworthiness one by one. Thank you, Mother. Go now. Noble consort Xian smiled and nodded, standing silently by the window as she watched Ning Fan depart. A figure swiftly approached her side and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the Prince. Do not worry, let him be. Noble consort Xian's gaze was profound as she looked out the window beyond the red walls and green tiles of the palace. Her expression tranquil. After a long while, she murmured, Fanner, your mother will protect you. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task, serving as the commander of the Jin Yi Wei. Congratulations, Master, for receiving task rewards. Ming Dynasty Jin Yi Wei Commander Jiang Wan, 14 Jin Yi Wei captains, and 1,000 elite Jin Yi Wei soldiers. According to system evaluation, the task rating is A grade, granting 1 high-level lottery draw. Congratulations, Master, for assisting Emperor Yu in establishing the Jin Yi Wei, earning 1,000 merit points. Upon seeing the system's rewards and hearing another notification, Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. 1,000 merit points? This must be the first time the merit point reward mechanism has been triggered, right? It seems I am beginning to grasp the rules. A hint of joy appeared on Ning Fan's face as he quickened his pace, the notification sound echoing in his mind again. Do you wish to summon the Jin Yi? System. Where can I summon them? Please choose Master. They can be summoned to a designated location or infiltrated into different factions. Oh, Ning Fan's expression instantly brightened, and he softly declared, infiltrate the elite Jin Yi into various factions and summon Commander Jiang Wan and the Jin Yi captains to the Xianyong Wangfu. Summoning successful. Jiang Wan and 14 captains are already waiting at the Xianyong Wangfu. As the system's voice faded, a new talisman appeared in the system space. An additional information regarding the Jin Yi emerged on the holographic screen. Ning Fan glanced over it briefly, his face beaming with delight. These elite Jin Yi had directly infiltrated the major factions in the capital, even among the 4 prominent clans. Truly commendable of the system. It seems that there is no need for sharpening. It is already sufficiently keen. We can strike directly. A glimmer of cold-blooded determination flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He was resolute in claiming that position. Yet before ascending, he did not mind initiating a thorough cleansing to eradicate these malignant tumors. My lord. Upon catching sight of Ning Fan, Jin Yi Wei approached him from a distance. The two boarded the carriage in silence, setting off towards the Xianyong Wangfu. System. Activate the advanced lottery. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the advanced temperament. Refined and cultured. Advanced temperament. What on earth is that? A hint of perplexity crossed Ning Fan's face. In an instant, a wisp of white mist enveloped the entire carriage, dissipating in a fleeting moment. Refined and cultured? What? Transforming one's temperament? Ning Fan's expression was one of astonishment. It turned out that this so-called advanced temperament directly altered his very essence. Previously, he had appeared as a rascally young scion, but now he embodied the demeanor of a distinguished gentleman, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. He seemed to radiate knowledge without uttering a single word, simply standing there with an ethereal grace that captivated all. This reward is quite remarkable. Truly, the system does not disappoint. Chapter 35. The attitude of Emperor Yu with the blade raised in the grand hall of the Xianyong Wangfu. A dozen figures stood in respectful silence. The leader, clad in a flying fish robe and wielding an intricately embroidered spring knife, displayed a stern visage marked by sharp angles. Standing impassively at the center of the hall, Lin Yong stood quietly to the side, silently observing this group of uniformly dressed men, each exuding a palpable aura of menace, as if they had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. His Highness, the Prince of Xianyong, has arrived. Jiang Wan, at your service, my lord. Upon spotting Ning Fan, the austere youth knelt on one knee, performing a deep bow, while the 14 men behind him maintained solemn expressions, remaining silent. Please rise. Ning Fan walked gracefully to the forefront, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, filled with appreciation. With you, esteemed gentlemen, overseeing the Jin Yi, we shall undoubtedly achieve great feats and eradicate the prevailing corruption in our great Yu. Jiang Wan, at your command, I have received the imperial decree from my father. Effective immediately, you are appointed as the deputy commander of the Jin Yi. Your responsibilities will include overseeing the realm and promptly interrogating the corrupt officials identified by the court. Any official who violates the laws of great Yu shall face no leniency. Those deserving death shall be executed, and those deserving confiscation shall have their properties seized. Understood. A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Wan's eyes as he accepted the edict from Ning Fan. He turned to address the group of Qianhu behind him, commanding, assemble all Jin Yi in the capital and initiate investigations. Any who obstruct our efforts, regardless of rank or title, shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yes. The 14 Qianhu of the Jin Yi brimmed with fierce enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Yong, observing from the side, felt a shiver of trepidation. Ning Fan spoke softly. Should you encounter any resistance, send word to me. I shall personally intervene. Understood. As he watched the group hastily depart the grand hall, Lin Yong could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, whispering, Second Master, you are acting under the Emperor's command, leading the Jin Yi to hunt down and apprehend corrupt officials. However, Will your actions of seizing properties not provoke the emperor's ire? It is better to act decisively and report afterward. The imperial authority permits it. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. Since his father sought bloodshed, he harbored no reservations about unleashing a massacre. He pondered whether his blade, so sharp, could be wielded by his father without consequence. Temporary office of the Jin Yi Wei. Jiang Wan led over 100 Jin Yi Wei generals, all donned in flying fish robes and bearing embroidered spring knives, to the makeshift office. The formal Jin Yi Wei headquarters was still under construction, necessitating this temporary arrangement. Are all the apprehended officials gathered here? Reporting to you, my lord. All corrupt officials identified in today's court session are detained here. Good, you may leave. Jiang Wan prepared to enter the office, but the guards of the imperial army, sensing the formidable presence of this fierce entourage, instinctively recoiled, silently parting to clear a path. Interrogate separately. Once evidence is confirmed, we will take immediate action. All seized assets shall be transported to the office. Understood. 14 officials, their teeth bared in sinister grins, entered various chambers. Before long, anguish screams echoed, piercing and heart-wrenching. I confess. I admit my guilt. Grant me a swift end. Su Pingzhan, the deputy minister of revenue, had accepted bribes from the prefect of Jingzhou, Ma Ziwen, amounting to over 30,000 taels of silver 3 years prior. 2.5 years ago, under the pretext of celebrating a birthday, he had extorted a total of over 125,000 taels from local officials across various counties. A year and 9 months ago, Jiang Wan held the confession, recounting each transgression, his lips curling coldly as he asked, "Do you plead guilty?" "I plead guilty. I am guilty." Su Pingzhan hung his head, responding weakly. Jiang Wan turned to the waiting group of Jin Yi Wei and commanded, "Prepare your men. Immediately seal off the residence of Deputy Minister Su. Go inform the prince." "As you command." "My lord, the emperor's strategy is twofold." "Zisu dhimak godavili." "What do you mean?" "Firstly, the emperor seeks to test you, bestowing upon you immense power, allowing you to select officials from the 6 ministries. He wishes to see if you can withstand the pressure from the noble families and officials. Secondly, he wants to gauge the reactions of the major clans. Most of the officials in question are either lackeys or direct descendants of the 4 prominent families. How will the 4 great houses respond to the ruthless apprehension of their own? Though the Jin Yi Wei wield significant power, their foundation pales in comparison to the 4 great families. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree, without the emperor's support, you would be but a sword without a blade. Ning Fan, cradling a warm cup of tea, smiled and mused. Father is indeed a master strategist. Should the 4 great families react excessively, he can retract my authority at any moment, while this batch of officials is indeed implicated. Conversely, if they remain passive, Father can swiftly elevate my status to maintain a balanced situation. However, I have never intended to rely on Father to establish my footing in this treacherous court. Surely, news from Jiang Wan would arrive shortly. Jiasu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to see a Jin Yi Wei in a flying fish uniform hastening towards him. "Your Highness, the Lord has sent me to convey that Deputy Minister Su has confessed. The Lord has already dispatched men to surround the residence." Ning Fan nodded with a smile, softly instructing, "Inform Jiang Wan that I shall speak with him upon my arrival." "As you command." Ning Fan turned to Jiasu with an amused smile. "Let us proceed to deal with this Deputy Su. After today, the capital shall be swept by a storm of blood and chaos. Someone, here, prepare my official robes." With a serious demeanor, Ning Fan donned his flying fish attire, a beautifully embroidered spring blade at his waist, and set off with Jia Su and Dian Wei towards the residence of Deputy Minister Su. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Emperor Yu received word from his secret agents. His eyes flickered with intensity as he tightened his grip on the memorial in hand, pondering aloud, "Do not hinder. Send someone to covertly protect the second prince. Since he wishes to test the waters, let him encounter some obstacles. I too am curious to discern who has bestowed such confidence upon him. If my memory serves me correctly, Su Pingzhan was once recommended to the court by Chen Hansheng, was he not? Indeed, who would have thought he would be the first to strike against the Chun family? A glint of sharpness ignited in the eyes of Emperor Yu as he calmly commanded, "Remain vigilant and monitor all developments. Report immediately upon receiving any news." Understood. The figure cloaked in black vanished from sight, and Emperor Yu's expression gradually deepened into contemplation as he murmured, "In just half a day's time, he has assembled a faction of the Jin Yi Wei. Ah, my second son, I have indeed underestimated you." Chapter 36. No mercy for those who stand in the way outside the palace city. In King Longfang, a contingent of the Jin Yi Wei, clad in their distinctive flying fish attire and armed with embroidered spring sabers, strode purposefully towards the Su residence. The townsfolk along the long street whispered amongst themselves, their faces etched with curiosity. Which officials' guards are these? I have never seen such attire before. They do not seem to belong to the Jingzhou prefecture. As the group of over 100 halted before the Su residence, the surrounding populace gathered to witness the spectacle. The Su residence? If my memory serves me right, this is the abode of Su Pingzhan, the Vice Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official of the 4th grade. Amidst the murmurs, a stern young man at the forefront waved his hand, prompting his followers to form a barricade around the main gate of the Su residence. "Who are you? Do you know where this place is? Which office do you serve?" An elderly steward, over 50 years of age, stepped forth from the Su residence, anger flashing across his face. "This is the residence of Vice Minister Su. Do you not respect the law? I am Jiang Wan, Deputy Commander of the Jin Yi Wei. By imperial decree, we are to rigorously investigate corruption. The Emperor's command is clear. Any who obstruct us shall be executed without mercy." Jiang Wan cast a dispassionate glance at the steward, then noticed 3 figures approaching on horseback in the distance. He quickly advanced to greet them. "I am Jiang Wan, at your service. No need for formalities." Ning Fan dismounted, clad in his flying fish attire and wielding an embroidered spring saber. He proclaimed loudly, "All personnel, heed my command. Immediately seal off the Su residence, secure all ill-gotten gains, and apprehend everyone within." Understood. Jiang Wan bowed respectfully and issued the command. The 100 or so Jin Yi Wei surged towards the Su residence, only to be met by dozens of house servants who barred their way. "Any who obstruct shall be put to death without mercy." "You dare?" The elderly steward trembled with a mix of fear and fury. "This is the residence of a 4th grade official. Do you truly intend to commit murder in broad daylight? Stop them. No one may enter the Su residence until the master arrives." "Very well." A cruel smile crept across Ning Fan's face, his expression turning icy as he waved his hand. "Kill." Upon receiving the order, the Jin Yi Wei drew their blades and charged into the Su residence. Under the leadership of Jiang Wan and several captains, the house servants were no match for these formidable warriors. In mere moments, over 10 lay lifeless in pools of blood. The surrounding townsfolk watched in horror, retreating in fear, though some audacious souls pressed forward to witness the chaos. The elderly steward, now utterly terrified, stumbled backward while pointing at Ning Fan, exclaiming, "There is no law anymore. Someone, quickly fetch the master from the Ministry of Revenue." "No need for that. Your master is already implicated in massive corruption and bribery, and he has been apprehended by the Jin Yi Wei." Jiang Wan's face remained cold as he stormed into the residence, and the house servants no longer dared to obstruct them. The 100 Jin Yi Wei surged into the various courtyards of the Su residence. "It is over. All is lost. Could it be that the master is truly in grave trouble?" The old steward's face was ashen, slumped against the wall, a long blade pressed firmly against his throat. A voice filled with sinister amusement broke the silence. "Do you wish to live? Please spare my life," he stammered. "Ah, mercy can be granted. Take me to the Su family's treasury. If you can uncover Su Pengzhan's embezzled funds, not only will you survive, but many others shall too. However, should you fail to do so, you will perish, and everyone connected to you will meet the same fate." Ning Fan's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and a palpable aura of death that sent shivers down one's spine. "Yes, yes. I shall take you to the treasury at once." The old steward trembled, leading Ning Fan toward the Su family treasury. Ning Fan turned to the side and spoke to Jiang Wan in a low tone. "Go. Send someone to control the Su family's accountant. As you command. Moments later, under the old steward's guidance, they arrived at the treasury, where the heavy doors were unlocked, and a contingent of imperial guards rushed inside, hauling out large chests. For over a stick of incense's time, the guards meticulously counted, until a captain approached Ning Fan. "Reporting to you, my lord, we have uncovered over 60,000 taels of gold, more than 400,000 taels of silver, and over 1,000 pieces of jewelry and jade. Please review, my lord." Before Jia Shui could utter a word, Jiang Shui quietly remarked, "The Ministry of Revenue truly serves as the treasury of the court. Over the years, as the national coffers dwindled, it seems these funds have merely shifted from the state treasury to private vaults. Indeed, it compels me to take up the sword." A murderous glint sparked in Ning Fan's eyes as he gazed upon the gleaming gold ingots before him. "You shall personally carry my imperial edict and the command of the imperial guards to summon 1,000 imperial troops." "Understood." Jia Shui hurried off with the captain, while Jiang Wan approached with a contingent, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, all the account books of the Su family are here. But the accountant has taken his own life out of fear." "Very well, as long as the account books are in hand." "Have all personnel from the Su family been apprehended?" "Yes, all have been captured." Ning Fan nodded slightly and remarked, "On the memorial my father is investigating, the Deputy Minister of Revenue has embezzled over 70,000 taels. Yet today, from just the Su family, we have seized wealth amounting to over 1,000,000 taels. If one deputy minister can misappropriate over 1,000,000 taels, I eagerly anticipate what will be uncovered if we thoroughly investigate this wave of corrupt officials. Could it rival an entire year's tax revenue?" Jiang Wan, present. "Send word back to the Yamen, informing several captains that I wish for everyone to confess by the end of today. Employ whatever means necessary tonight. I intend to take decisive action." "As you command." In the palace, Emperor Yu, just about to take a brief respite, was interrupted by the urgent arrival of the commander of the Imperial Guards, Jing Li. "Your Majesty, just now, Prince Xian Yong dispatched men holding the Imperial Edict and the command of the Imperial Guards to summon 1,000 troops." "What?" The Emperor's expression shifted, his voice low and grave. "What does he intend to do with the Imperial troops?" "Your Majesty, it appears that His Highness has recently raided the residence of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, seizing a substantial amount of illicit goods and reportedly mobilizing personnel to transport them." "Oh." A hint of amusement flickered across Emperor Yu's face. To make such a grand spectacle over merely several tens of thousands of taels of silver. This young man is indeed rather impulsive. "Your Majesty, it is only natural for His Highness, having just assumed significant power, to act with some ostentation. However, his direct sealing of the deputy minister's estate raises concerns." Noticing the trace of worry in Jing Li's eyes, Emperor Yu revealed a faint smirk. "Once the ill-gotten gains are secured, I shall behold what they have to say. Go and assign him an additional 3,000 imperial guards within 3 days. They shall heed the command of Prince Xianyong." "Understood." Chapter 37. Undercurrents, the shock of the people on the long street of King Longfang. Numerous vendors and passers-by moved to and fro. The entrances of surrounding shops were crowded with onlookers, all gazing at a squad of armored imperial guards galloping towards the gates of the Su residence. The curious populace pressed closer to witness the spectacle. "I am the Imperial Guard Lieutenant, Wu Gang, dispatched by the Supreme Commander, obeying the summons of His Highness, Prince Xianyong." The martial officer's arrival was fortuitous. A smile graced Ning Fan's face as he spoke softly. "I have been commanded by the Emperor to investigate the corrupt officials within the capital. We have confiscated illicit funds and goods amounting to over 1,000,000 taels. I kindly request the assistance of my brothers in the Imperial Guard to transport these assets to the Ministry of Justice." Gasp! Wu Gang's expression shifted to one of astonishment at the sight of the mountain of boxes before the Su residence. He cast a profound glance at Ning Fan and, with a wave of his hand, commanded, "Brothers, transport all these assets to the Ministry of Justice." "Understood." The surrounding populace, upon hearing their exchange, wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that these boxes in the Su courtyard were filled with gold and silver treasures? As over 1,000 people surged into the Su residence, boxes of silver were swiftly loaded onto carts. Over 10 vehicles escorted by a throng of imperial guards made their way towards the Ministry of Justice. Jiasu approached Ning Fan silently and inquired softly, "My lord, is there a deeper intention behind your grand display in handling this matter?" To stir the grass and startle the snake. Ning Fan chuckled lightly. "I fear that this time we shall startle more than just the snake." Jiasu gave Ning Fan a meaningful glance as they both proceeded towards the Ministry of Justice. Go, go. Upon their arrival at the ministry, they were met by another squad of imperial guards arriving on horseback. The leading commander dismounted and strode forward, clasping his fists in greeting, "Your Highness. I am Wu Changkong, dispatched by the Emperor, leading 3,000 imperial guards at your command." Oh, a look of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face, while Jiasu regarded the imperial guard commander thoughtfully, aware that they were in a crucial area of the capital. It is no exaggeration to say that even the mere mobilization of 1,000 private soldiers would send ripples of shock throughout the capital. "General Wu, your timing is impeccable." Ning Fan smiled lightly, turning to Wu Gang. "Lieutenant Wu, unload these treasures in front of the Ministry of Justice and open all the boxes. I wish for the people to behold them, and let the other officials take heed." "Understood." Someone, go, erect a sign before the Ministry of Justice, detailing the sum of corruption by the Deputy Minister of Personnel, and make it public. "Yes, sir." Witnessing Ning Fan's decisive actions, the crowd's expressions shifted subtly. Wu Changkong stepped forward to offer counsel. "Your Highness, the amount of these assets is staggering. If displayed before the estate, could it not invite the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals? Indeed, Your Highness, it would be wiser to deposit them directly into the national treasury." Ning Fan maintained a gentle smile, exuding an aura of cultured elegance, akin to an exquisite jade gentleman emerging from a realm of poetry and painting. "Two generals stand here. Which villain would dare to harbor ill intentions? Is it conceivable that this cache of ill-gotten gains could be seized under the very noses of these two esteemed commanders?" A bitter smile graced Wu Changkong's face as he turned to his troops behind him. "You have all heard His Highness's words. Should there be the slightest loss of this wealth, I shall bear the consequences myself." Indeed, the 3,000 imperial guards formed ranks before the Jin Yi Wei's headquarters, revealing boxes overflowing with gleaming gold ingots and shimmering silver. In the brief span of a half-incense stick, hundreds of figures congregated before the Jin Yi Wei's gate. Alas, what a scandal involving the Deputy Minister of Revenue, a mere fourth-rank official. Yet he has embezzled such a fortune. Well said. Those treacherous officials, who fail to advocate for the common people, only know how to plunder their wealth. I have heard that the Jin Yi Wei is a new institution established by His Majesty, and its commander is a notorious wastrel from the capital. Are you referring to Prince Xianyang? Indeed, this is a tremendous stroke of fortune. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. Who could rival the wickedness of Lord Ning, now that he has chosen to mend his ways and serve the people? He truly embodies the principle of an eye for an eye. His Majesty is indeed wise and virtuous. A throng of citizens gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing the events, while the great families of the capital shuttered their grand doors in silence. At the Chen residence, as one of the 4 esteemed families in the capital, its grandeur and decor rivaled that of high-ranking officials, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet today, an inexplicable tension hung in the air. Shadowy figures entered through the back door, stealthily infiltrating the Chan estate. In the span of just 1 hour, 7 or 8 individuals had come and gone. In a grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes sat at the head, while several figures in plain garments gathered below, each exuding an air of authority befitting their long-standing positions. "Brother Chun, you must be aware of the situation. Lord Su's fate is uncertain within the Jin Yi Wei's precincts. Yet that rascal Ning Fan dares to raid his household directly. Moreover, His Majesty has dispatched the Imperial Guards to assist. This shows utter disregard for our family's reputation. Is His Majesty truly prepared to take decisive action against us?" The speaker was a lean man with a goatee, his tall frame betraying a deep-seated concern. Yet he addressed the senior figure with utmost respect. "Indeed, Brother Chun, With Lord Su's fate uncertain and several colleagues apprehended by the Jin Yi Wei, we cannot remain passive. I propose we march to the Jin Yi Wei's headquarters and demand the release of our people. Surely this wastrel would not dare to disrespect you, Brother Chun. Listening to the myriad voices of concern, the man known as Brother Chun rose slowly, a gentle smile gracing his features as he spoke softly. Gentlemen, let's not be hasty. The Jin Yi Wei is merely a blade in someone else's hand. In my estimation, this is a test directed at us, a means to gauge our response. Shui Pingzhan and others cannot be neglected. However, one must not act with undue haste, for if we truly provoke that individual, it would be to our detriment. Moreover, this affair involves more than just the Chun family. Therefore, what is your opinion, Brother Chun, on how we should proceed? I will first pay a visit to that old fellow Lin Xiushi. It is indeed unusual that this cunning fox has aligned himself with the imperial side this time. It seems the situation is far from ordinary. Everyone, return and await my further instructions. Yes, the group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, exiting through a side door, under the protection of their guards, dispersing in various directions. Go, ascertain the identities of these individuals. Understood. In the shadows, several figures simultaneously surged forth, trailing after the departing silhouettes. Chapter 38. A Night in Silks and Satins. The Imperial Guards blocked the way at the Jin Yi Wei Yamen. The piercing screams seemed to have never ceased since the arrival of those clad in the flying fish attire, and the scrolls upon Ning Fan's desk continued to multiply. Jia Su casually flipped through a few, his expression darkening. My lord, among these cases, a considerable majority are corruption scandals. Moreover, the cases appear to be interconnected. The matter of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Su Pingzhan, seems to remain inadequately investigated. A cold smirk crept across Ning Fan's face. How could it be that a mere deputy in the Ministry of Revenue could embezzle a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver? And if the minister was entirely oblivious to this, I find it utterly implausible. If my memory serves me well, Su Pengzhan is affiliated with the Chun family. Correct? Indeed. Jia Su pondered briefly, back when Qin Hansheng served as the Minister of Revenue. He recommended Su Pengzhan to the court and single-handedly promoted him to the position of Deputy Minister. Interestingly, the current Minister of Revenue also has ties to the Chun family. Oh, the present Minister, Lu Hao, hails from Jiangnan Shuzhou. Lord Lu has established himself in Shuzhou for 14 years. Quite intriguing. A playful glint sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes as he mused. This implies that my father must be well aware of the situation. The Ministry of Revenue is the treasury of the court. Such a pivotal position has fallen into the hands of the Chun family. It seems I have underestimated them. My lord, among the officials being scrutinized by the court, not all are from the Chun family. Other prominent clans are also implicated. Meanwhile, Minister Lu Hao remains unfazed, and the testimonies contain no mention of outsiders. It appears several individuals are still desperately holding on, likely waiting for assistance. Since they remain undeterred, let them keep their eyes wide open. Ning Fan gently lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea was quite bitter, lacking the fragrant sweetness of roasted tea. Yet it held an allure of novelty. He had never tasted such a haphazardly brewed, bitter concoction. Let our hidden agents stir into action and probe into Lord Lu's background. Even if we eliminate 100 minor fish, it pales in comparison to the shock of bringing down a single tiger. Jiang Wan, at your service. This king expects you to ascertain Lord Lu Hao's secrets before nightfall. Ideally, uncover the whereabouts of his embezzled funds. Yes. Jiang Wan bowed respectfully and departed swiftly. A confident smile graced Ning Fan's face. The elite of the Jin Yi Wei had infiltrated various factions, ensuring that every whisper in the capital did not escape his notice. Thus, Ning Fan remained comfortably in control. My lord, a 1,000 household commander approached, offering a sealed letter with utmost respect. Half an hour ago, 8 individuals entered the Chen residence. Among them were Qian Yinwen, the minister of the imperial stud, Su Yan, the chief of the armory, an official from the Jingzhou prefecture. Ning Fan took the letter from the commander, a smile playing on his lips. The fish have surfaced on their own, sparing us the trouble. It seems the other families will soon reveal their hands as well. My lord, are you prepared? Let us first deal with this Minister of Revenue. On a desolate night, the autumn winds swept across the land. Leaves danced through the air, and a full moon hung high above, as figures cloaked in brocade moved stealthily through the darkness. Oh, oh! The clattering of hooves echoed through the silent thoroughfare, swiftly rousing the patrolling Imperial Guards, who encircled a group of over 100 with military precision. Who dares to ride through the capital during curfew? The Jin Yi Guard is conducting an investigation. Step aside. Jiang Wan, with a dagger at his waist and a cold expression, sat astride a magnificent steed, gazing at the formidable presence of the Imperial Guards before him. The Jin Yi Guard? A flicker of apprehension crossed the face of the guard leader. He had heard of this newly established office, which had reportedly raided the residence of the Minister of Revenue on its very first day. The commanding officer of the Jin Yi Guard is none other than His Highness, Prince Xianyong. He seemed to be a force to be reckoned with. What case warrants such late-night endeavors? A raid. Jiang Luan clutched a cold, hard token in his hand and hurled it at the leader of the Imperial Guards, declaring, "The Jin Yi Guard is conducting an investigation. We act first and report later. Authorized by Imperial decree. Step aside at once." Observing the audacious demeanor of Jiang Wan and his companions, radiating an aura of lethal intent, the guard leader hesitated. Yet Jiang Wan, undeterred, insisted, "We shall proceed." The guard leader, watching the retreating figures, gravely instructed, "Follow them. I shall report this to the Grand Commander." The sound of hooves reverberated through the streets, awakening countless slumbering souls. Jiang Wan, armed with his embroidered spring blade, arrived at a lavish estate and commanded, "Break down the door. No one is to escape." Understood. Two burly members of the Jin Yi Guard surged forward, each delivering a powerful kick that shattered the heavy vermilion door. As the group stormed into the estate with menacing ferocity, who dares intrude upon the Lu residence? Someone. There are thieves breaking in. Quickly protect the master. Cries of alarm erupted, instantly stirring the entire Lu household as numerous individuals rushed towards the entrance. Jiang Luan remained unfazed, coolly declaring, in the Lu residence, "No one is to be spared. How dare you? Quickly, summon the Imperial Guards to apprehend the thieves." Someone, outside the Lu residence, a contingent of Imperial Guards, upon hearing this, exchanged anxious glances. To raid the residence of a second-rank official of the court without hesitation. Had the Jin Yi Guard truly become so audacious? "General, what shall we do? Should we intervene or not? If His Majesty were to take offense?" For a moment, the general displayed uncertainty. Just as he prepared to lead his men forward to obstruct the raid, a gentle voice resonated from behind. "This matter tonight concerns the Jin Yi Guard. The Imperial Guards should remain uninvolved." The general abruptly gestured for silence as a young man clad in white, possessing a delicate countenance and a tall, slender figure, approached with an amiable smile, exuding an air of refinement. "Your Highness, Prince Xianyong, we pay our respects, Your Highness. No need for formalities. Take your men back. Go and communicate with your commander. Inform them that tonight, regardless of any disturbances in the capital, they must not intervene, but rather steadfastly guard the palace gates. There are still a few families that require elimination, and we must avoid any undue commotion." Ning Fan bore an air of nonchalance, even when discussing murder. His demeanor remained remarkably tranquil, as if the extermination of clans was an ordinary occurrence for him. "Your Highness, this is the residence of the Minister of Revenue, and Lord L holds a significant position within the court. Without His Majesty's decree, we should—" "What? You wish to interfere with my investigation as a member of the Imperial Guard? And no, I wouldn't dare." Ning Fan cast a playful glance at him, leisurely making his way towards the L residence, pausing only to glance back at the commander with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, His Majesty will not hold you accountable." The commander's forehead was already beaded with perspiration as he turned to his soldiers behind him, exclaiming, "What are you standing around for? Quickly, follow me back to the palace." Chapter 39. The Emperor Yu, who gave him such audacity. Ning Fan strode into the Lu residence, the metallic scent of blood hanging heavily in the air, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. It was his first encounter with bloodshed, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Your Highness, upon catching sight of Ning Fan, Jiang Wan hurriedly approached, flanked by several guards clad in the embroidered uniforms of the Imperial Guard. What is the situation? Reporting to Your Highness. Aside from the direct descendants of the Liu family, all others have been implicated. Take me to see Lord Liu. Yes. Under Jiang Wan's guidance, Ning Fan arrived at a magnificent courtyard. There, seated on an imposing armchair, was an elderly gentleman dressed in resplendent robes, his demeanor emanating authority without anger. Lord Liu, Ning Fan greeted with a warm smile, a gentle expression gracing his features, inspiring no trace of malice in those who beheld him. Lord Liu's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before he spoke. It seems Your Highness is not as incompetent as the rumors suggest. It appears His Majesty has sired a prodigious child. You flatter me, my lord. It seems I shall not hear the morning bell tomorrow. My lord, your discernment is commendable. I must express my admiration. Your Highness's response is not unexpected. However, I fear that your actions today may not have been sanctioned by His Majesty. Oh, a hint of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face as he stood quietly, gazing at Lord Liu. Might I inquire what you mean, my lord? If His Majesty were aware of this matter, he would never allow you to act so recklessly. That is indeed a valid point. Your Highness appears rather self-assured, confident that you have everything under control. Were our roles reversed, I would not claim to possess your level of composure. Indeed, should our positions be switched, I too would find it difficult to maintain such serenity. Both men shared a hearty laugh, and then Lord Liu rose slowly from his chair, taking measured steps towards Ning Fan. Jiang Wan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. As he prepared to intervene, Ning Fan stepped forward gently, raising his hand to halt him. Stand down. I wish to speak with Lord Liu privately. Yes. Jiang Wan and the others retreated silently. Lord Liu regarded Ning Fan with evident admiration, pausing 3 feet before him, and softly remarked, Your Highness, tonight's actions are rather reckless. What do you mean by that? My lord, tomorrow, at court, you shall face the censure of both civil and military officials. And so what? Are you aware that half of the officials in the capital are affiliated with the Chen family? Are you attempting to threaten me? No. Lord Liu gently shook his head, murmuring, I am merely cautioning you not to underestimate the Chen family. Thank you. Ning Fan accepted the folded document handed to him by Lord Liu, smiling as he said, Jiang Wan, escort Lord Liu on his journey. Your Highness. Suddenly, Lord Liu shuddered, his gaze fixed intently upon Ning Fan as he rasped, Might I implore you, for the sake of this document, to spare my Liu family a single line of blood? A gentle smile graced Ning Fan's face. Yet the glimmer in his eyes was chillingly ruthless, his demeanor speaking volumes. Witnessing this, Liu Hao erupted into manic laughter. The world has misjudged me, Liu Hao. But who truly comprehends the essence of King Xianyong? The youth is formidable indeed. With a thunderous laugh, Liu Hao suddenly drew a dagger from his sleeve and plunged it fiercely into his own heart. In his dying moments, his gaze turned towards Ning Fan, his lips barely moving. My lord, fare thee well. Ning Fan stood in silence for a while, his voice finally resonating softly in the courtyard. Jiang Wan. It is time to proceed with the next family, is it not? Indeed, Your Highness. Jiang Wan wiped the blood from the blade and addressed the assembled imperial guards behind him in hushed tones. According to the list, by the hour of the hare, these individuals must be eradicated without fail, as commanded. In the imperial palace, at the Tianwu gate, Jing Li listened intently as the generals whispered among themselves, his expression suddenly shifting, his eyes filled with foreboding. Relay my orders. Immediately seal off the streets surrounding Liu Mansion. No one is to enter or exit. Understood. You. Accompany me to the palace. Yes. The general followed Jing Li closely, his voice trembling as he said, Commander, the prince has a message for you. The prince instructed that you should dutifully guard the palace gates, as there are still a few more families to eliminate, and not to let you intervene. What? Jing Li stumbled, nearly losing his footing on the jade steps. Turning to the general with a serious expression, Are you certain these words were spoken by His Highness King Xianyong himself? Absolutely, I would stake my head on it. Jin Yi inhaled deeply, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the palace front, he was intercepted by several eunuchs. Commander Jing, what brings you here at such an hour? Master Wei, please inform His Majesty. I have urgent matters to discuss. A troubled expression crossed Wei Ying's face as he replied softly. Commander, it is already the middle of the night. His Majesty has long since retired. If we disturb his rest, I cannot bear the consequences. Master Wei, the situation is dire. I implore you to notify him. Should His Majesty take offense, I shall bear the responsibility entirely. Such words, Commander. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying's countenance brightened. Commander Jing, please wait a moment. I shall go inform him at once. Thank you. Before long, Wei Ying hurriedly emerged from the palace, whispering, Commander Jing, His Majesty requests your presence. Very well. I shall trouble you to lead the way. And this is my subordinate, the captain. Kindly ask the general to remove his armor and weapons. It is the dead of night. Understood. Jing Li also removed his armor, preparing to step into the palace when another figure rushed in, panic evident on their face. Commander, it is the sixth household. Boom! Jing Li stood up, suppressing the tempest of emotions within, and turned to Wei Ying. Quickly, lead us inside. Seeing Jing Li's agitation, Wei Ying wasted no time and guided the two into the palace. Emperor Yu, donned in a regal robe, sat before a jade table, stifling a yawn as he observed the hurried movements of those around him, his brow slightly furrowed. Jing Li, what has transpired to incite such panic? Your Majesty, half an hour ago, His Highness, Prince Xianyong, led the Imperial Guards to raid the residence of Minister of Revenue, Lord Liu Hao, and executed his entire family. What did you just say? The Emperor abruptly rose, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Disbelief etched across his face. Repeat that for me. Which household did Ning Fan invade? The Minister of Revenue, Lord Liu Hao. Boom! Jing Li's words reverberated in Emperor Yu's mind like a clap of thunder, rendering the old eunuch beside him momentarily dazed. Jing Li then spoke again, his tone grave. Your Majesty, it does not end there. At the very moment I entered the palace, His Highness had already slaughtered 6 families. Unrivaled, this ungrateful wretch. How dare he? The Emperor seethed. Lord Liu, my esteemed minister, holds a position of great importance within the court. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Chapter 40. The Mad King of Xianyong, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince is still in motion. Should we send someone to intervene? Quickly, convey my imperial decree and summon that wretched scion to the palace at once. As you command. Jing Li respectfully bowed and was about to depart when he seemed to recall something and, turning to Emperor Yu, offered another bow. By the way, Your Majesty, the soldiers returning from the Jin Yi Wei reported that the seized, ill-gotten gains at the Ministry of Revenue's deputy minister's residence amount to not merely tens of thousands of taels of silver. The Emperor furrowed his brow and murmured, Could it be that there are even 100,000 taels? In response, my lord, as far as I know, the Crown Prince unearthed over 60,000 taels from the residence of Deputy Minister Su, along with over 420,000 taels of silver and more than 1,000 pieces of jewels and precious artifacts. What? The Emperor's form trembled violently, momentarily paralyzed by shock, his shoulders quaking uncontrollably. How is it possible for such immense wealth to reside within the abode of a mere deputy minister? Is the information accurate? It is indeed true. Jing Li nodded emphatically. According to my subordinates, the Crown Prince has arranged all the gold and silver seized from the Su residence before the Jin Yi Wei's headquarters, even posting a sign to make it public. It has already caused quite a stir throughout the capital. Who? The Emperor rubbed his temples and tightened his robe, stating, Go, summon that rebellious son at once. Yes. Break down the door for me. Yes. With a sweeping motion, Jiang Wan commanded, and the heavy vermilion door was forcefully knocked over by a wooden stake. A furious voice echoed from within the residence. Who dares to intrude upon the Zhang estate at this hour? We are the Jin Yi Wei, here to apprehend a notorious criminal of the court, Zhang Yan. My lord is a high-ranking official of court. What nonsense is this about the Jin Yi Wei? Which department do you belong to? Enough of this prattle. Just kill them. Understood. Jiang Wan waved his hand and declared loudly, "This is the last house. Once we raid this one, we can return home for a good night's sleep." "Very well. These corrupt officials are indeed excessively wealthy. My lord, the estate we are raiding tonight alone holds more than 500,000 taels in gold and silver, doesn't it?" "How, more than that?" The Jin Yi Wei, brimming with murderous intent, charged into the estate, effortlessly opening the doors to the Zhang family's treasury. "My goodness, is this the national treasury?" It is filled with gold ingots. Under the flickering torchlight, the golden glow dazzled, leaving the Jin Yi Wei in a state of astonishment. The gold ingots laid bare to the air, presenting an even greater visual impact than those before the Jin Yi Wei headquarters. What a corrupt official! Such greed from a minor bureaucrat. Have the person in question been apprehended? Reporting to my lord, they have already been captured. We shall escort them back to the headquarters for interrogation. Understood. At the Jin Yi Wei headquarters, Ning Fan lit a lamp, examining the memorial submitted by El Hao. The ink was still wet, evidently hastily written, containing several secrets about the Chun family, as well as the backgrounds of some key officials in the court. What a formidable family the Chens are. No wonder they instill such trepidation in the esteemed Minister of Revenue. Over the years, the ability to secure Liu Hao's unwavering loyalty is indeed remarkable. Alas, Ning Fan set down the document, inadvertently knocking over a nearby candle, causing a drop of wax to land upon the paper. As Ning Fan wiped away the wax droplet, a furrow formed upon his brow. He elevated the document high, scrutinizing it closely under the flickering candlelight, and murmured, "Evil one, your highness? Go, fetch me a bowl of vinegar." "Yes." As he watched Jin Yi Wei depart, Ning Fan gently placed the paper over the candle to warm it. Moments later, lines of small characters began to emerge on the surface. Boom! Upon discerning the small text, Ning Fan's expression changed dramatically. He hastily stood, carefully cradling the document in his bosom, and swiftly made his way towards the courtyard. "Your Highness, the vinegar has arrived." "No need." Ning Fan slightly shook his head, whispering, "Prepare the horses. We shall enter the palace." "Enter the palace?" Jin Yi Wei hesitated for a moment, softly responding, "Your Highness, at this late hour. His Majesty should have already retired." "Stop your prattling. Hurry." "Oh." Jin Yi Wei scratched his head in innocence and promptly went to fetch 2 fine steeds. Just as they were about to set off for the palace, a heavily armored man appeared, leading a troop of light cavalry. "Prince Xinyong, His Majesty has issued a decree for your immediate audience." General Jing, upon recognizing the visitor, Ning Fan, was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "It seems even the emperor cannot remain at ease." As they prepared to head towards the palace, a group of imperial guards appeared, escorting a number of individuals. Jiang Wan stepped forward, performing a respectful bow, and declared, "Your Highness, all 13 corrupt officials have been apprehended, their estates seized. Here is the list of names for your perusal." Ning Fan nodded slightly, tucking away the document personally inscribed by Jiang Wan. A cursory glance sent a shiver down his spine. It seems the emperor will indeed have much to attend to. At the Chun family estate, even at the late hour, the lights burned brightly. A hurried knock echoed through the night, and upon the door being opened, a figure cloaked in black whispered hurriedly before slipping inside. A moment later, in the main hall, the figure in black removed his outer garments and spoke gravely. "Master Chen San, a grave matter has arisen. Minister of Revenue Liu Hao, along with 12 high-ranking officials in the capital, have all been taken by the Imperial Guards." "What did you say?" The man referred to as Master Chun San paled. "When did this happen?" "Just now." "This is impossible. How could His Majesty dare to sever ties with us at this moment?" "Master San, decisive action is required." Chun Quan clenched his fists tightly, contemplating for a long while before stating, "We must not act rashly. Since they have chosen to strike at us, they will not allow us to escape. I suspect this is not the Emperor's intention." The figure in black was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Could it be Prince Xianyong? Perhaps." Master Chun San's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. "With the Eastern Front embroiled in a decisive battle, it is precisely the time when my Chun family is needed. His Majesty would never choose this moment to break relations with us." In my opinion, this time it must be that fool, Prince Xianyong, acting on his own accord. How dare he behave in such a manner? A mere dandy. Does he not possess the capacity for rational thought? That madman. Both individuals felt a profound sense of helplessness. To them, Prince Xianyong was nothing short of a lunatic, as any discerning person could perceive. Emperor Yu entrusted such a pivotal position as the commander of the Jin Yi Wei to Prince Xianyong. It was evidently an attempt to elevate a puppet, yet, in reality, this was no puppet, but rather a reckless madman. Third Master, what shall we do? Let us observe the developments. Inform our associates that during tomorrow's morning court session, we shall press the Emperor for action. Very well. Chapter 41. Your Majesty, allow your humble son to report in detail. The Royal Palace. Ning Fan was already mentally prepared for the summons from Emperor Yu. Moreover, he had recently uncovered a significant secret, regardless of its veracity, with Lu Hao now deceased. The memorial he possessed served as irrefutable evidence. As he made his way, Jing Li's gaze continually swept over Ning Fan, as if he wished to convey something but was unsure how to articulate it. It was not until they arrived at the palace entrance that he softly advised, Your Highness, after you meet with His Majesty, be sure to acknowledge your mistakes sincerely. Oh! Ning Fan halted, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied, Commander Jing, what sin have I committed? This. Jing Li observed Ning Fan's nonchalant demeanor and whispered, Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue is indeed a second-rank official of the court. Even if he is at fault, matters should be reported to His Majesty and then referred to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. Yet you. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Commander Jing, you worry too much. The practice of executing first and reporting later is a privilege of my Jin Yi Wei. Furthermore, Minister Lu Hao was corrupt and unjust, a scourge to the people, and thus deserved his fate. My handling of the case is entirely lawful, and after I meet with Father Emperor, I shall present all relevant evidence. Observing Ning Fan's self-assured demeanor, Jing Li was suddenly struck by a chilling realization. If all of this stemmed from this individual's machinations, how terrifying would that be? After all, having eavesdropped on his words in the Xianyong prince's residence, it was evident that he was no fool. Instead, he was a hidden dragon, concealing his brilliance. The fact that His Highness could endure for so many years and even tarnish his own reputation demonstrated a level of cunning and temperament far beyond that of a reckless opportunist. How could he possibly commit such a foolish act? Did he not understand that killing a high-ranking court official, even as a prince, would warrant severe punishment? Jing Li believed he had uncovered the truth and bowed respectfully to Ning Fan, his demeanor now infused with greater reverence. Lowering his voice, he said, Your Highness, His Majesty is awaiting you in the palace. Please proceed inside. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to command. Thank you, Commander. Ning Fan graciously accepted Jing Li's goodwill, nodding slightly before striding into the palace. Jin Yi Wei remained stationed outside like a sentinel, utterly motionless. Jing Li's gaze fell upon him, his eyes narrowing. This must be the bodyguard who served at His Highness's side. Your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor. I am unaware of the reason for your late-night summons. What are your commands? You ungrateful wretch. You truly dare to appear before me. Upon seeing Ning Fan, Emperor Yu could no longer suppress his fury and slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. What audacity! Tell me, what have you been up to tonight? Father Emperor, please quell your anger. Ning Fan offered a faint smile, his tone neither servile nor defiant as he replied. Your humble son has merely confiscated the assets of a few corrupt officials and was preparing to present the memorial for your review. Nonsense. How many times have I warned you not to act impulsively? Lu Hao is a second-rank official of the court. You have incensed me to the utmost. The countenance of Emperor Yu was one of unrestrained fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Fan, trembling slightly, his gaze sweeping the room. Grasping a bamboo tube from the table, he was about to hurl it in anger. Father, hold on. Allow your son to cunningly elaborate. At this moment, Ning Fan was devoid of any semblance of elegance. Rather, he wore a playful grin as he presented the prepared memorial. Emperor Yu inhaled deeply. casting a fierce glare at Ning Fan before setting the bamboo tube aside and gesturing for Wei Ying to bring forth the memorial. Father, this night I have conducted searches on 13 officials, among them 1 of 2nd rank, 2 of 3rd rank, 5 of 4th rank, and 5 of 5th rank. What? Emperor Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. The anger he had just subdued surged back. How dare you? Are you intent on dismantling my court? Next, will you prepare to raid my household and seek my execution? I would not dare. As if there is anything you would not dare to do. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly, gesturing toward the memorial in Emperor Yu's hands. Father, do take a look at the memorial first. After reading it, should you still wish to punish me, be it execution or dismemberment, I will comply without protest. With a heavy exhale, Emperor Yu opened the memorial Ning Fan had prepared. Upon merely glancing at its contents, his pupils constricted sharply, and he looked up, fixating on Ning Fan. Is what is written herein true? In response to Father, this time we have uncovered over 570,000 taels of silver, over 46,000 taels of gold, and more than 1,700 precious items. I had my people assess their value, which is no less than 1 million taels. In other words, I have contributed to the national treasury the equivalent of a year and a half's tax revenue in a single night. Emperor Yu gazed blankly at the memorial in Ning Fan's hands, a grave expression overtaking his countenance, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered 3 words. Well, killed. Father, the slaughter is not yet complete. This is merely the first batch. I possess irrefutable evidence against 17 officials in the capital, each sufficient to warrant confiscation and execution. Although these may be minor figures, they are nonetheless immensely wealthy. Ning Fan's demeanor was chilling, and even Emperor Yu, accustomed to bloodshed, could not help but raise an eyebrow. At such a tender age, how can you harbor such malevolence? Father, with these corrupt officials, only through their execution can we rectify the laws of the state and stabilize the court. If all the corrupt officials are eradicated, will the remaining be virtuous? Emperor Yu gently laid the memorial on the table, closed his eyes with a sigh, and lamented, "Let this be the end. Our great Yu cannot withstand further turmoil. If you continue your purges, we may be vanquished before any external foe can strike. Submit all ill-gotten gains to the treasury, and we shall deliberate further at tomorrow's court assembly. As you command." Ning Fan respectfully bowed, slowly retrieving a secret memorial from his robe, stepping forward to place it on Emperor Yu's desk, softly stating, "Father, this is a memorial that Lord L entrusted me to present to you before his departure. Please review it." Emperor Yu furrowed his brow, casting a penetrating gaze at Ning Fan. He held the official document in his hand and, after a brief moment, slammed it upon the table, a subtle yet palpable aura of menace enveloping the entire hall. "Father, please do not be angry. The matters contained within this document are of no great consequence. They are merely the machinations of certain noble families' hounds. Minister Wei, could you kindly fetch a bowl of vinegar?" "Yes." Minister Wei bowed respectfully before Ning Fan stepped forward, his voice lowered to a whisper. "Father, there is more to this document than meets the eye." Ning Fan took the document into his possession, lifted the candlestick from the table, and placed the paper above the flame. A line of small characters reappeared on the parchment, revealing additional lines not seen when it was at the Ministry of Justice. "Please take a look, Father." Chapter 42. The strategy of bestowing favor the gaze of Emperor Yu lingered on the memorial for a brief moment before he seized it in his hand, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In a calm tone, he inquired, "Who else has reviewed this memorial?" Replying to your majesty, "Only this humble son has laid eyes upon it. Not a word must escape. I shall obey." With a deep sigh, Emperor Yu softly remarked, "I should have foreseen this. The secret guards have been utterly oblivious. Minister L, he has merely become ensnared too deeply. His crime does not warrant death." Ning Fan stood silently to the side, and Emperor Yu placed the memorial above the candle flame, igniting it before depositing it into the spittoon. "The conflict in the East has nearly reached its conclusion. Those old scoundrels should return to the capital soon. You too should exercise restraint. The Imperial Guard prides itself on internal surveillance and external intelligence gathering, does it not? Emperor Yu's gaze fell upon Ning Fan, his expression unusually grave. Investigate the movements in the southwest. With the border situation still unresolved, I cannot find peace of mind. I shall obey. Ning Fan pondered for a considerable time before speaking softly. Your Majesty, perhaps we should first probe the reactions of the Prince of Huainan. Oh! At this moment, Emperor Yu appeared invigorated, casting a glance at Ning Fan as he said nonchalantly, "What are your thoughts?" Replying to your Majesty, "We might implement the strategy of bestowing favor upon Huainan." What does the strategy entail? Your Majesty, as I understand it, the Prince of Huainan has 3 sons and 2 adopted sons, with just one imperial decree, commanding him to divide the 16 prefectures into 5 portions and to confer titles upon his sons. He could effectively establish a fiefdom. He might even be permitted to establish a vassal state, provided he pays tribute to the court annually. His descendants could further partition their lands. Over time, the 16 prefectures of Huainan would fall apart without the need for conquest. As Ning Fan elaborated, a look of astonishment crossed Emperor Yu's face, and he regarded Ning Fan intently. What an astute strategy! If executed smoothly, the influence of the Prince of Huainan could be dismantled within 3 to 5 years. Not so straightforward. Ning Fan gently shook his head. Your Majesty, the Prince of Huainan is currently in the prime of his life and commands a substantial military force. For this strategy to take effect, it would require at least a decade or more. Moreover, the prince is no ordinary figure. This plan may not ensnare him as intended. However, should your Majesty issue the decree of bestowing favor, the prince will undoubtedly act. If he harbors any rebellious intent, it will surely reveal itself. Emperor Yu nodded slightly, stating calmly, the aspirations of the Prince of Huainan are already widely recognized. I simply did not anticipate his alliance with the Qin family. It seems the Qin family must be stirred into action. Your Majesty, I have another scheme. Speak, I am listening. Summon the eldest son of the Prince of Huainan to the capital under the guise of a marriage proposal and confine him within the city. As Ning Fan's words fell, a gleam of brilliance ignited in Emperor Yu's eyes, and he pondered, do you believe the heir of the Prince of Huainan will heed the summons? This humble son knows that the prince will not defy the imperial command unless he is fully prepared. We shall deliberate on this matter further. Emperor Yu did not make a decision hastily. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Ning Fan and said, my dear second son, with half of the Ministry of Revenue officials ousted by you, the position of minister remains unoccupied. Do you have a suitable candidate to recommend? In response to your Majesty, I manage execution, but not compensation. If you insist on having me recommend someone, I shall put myself forward. Begone. Emperor Yu chuckled, chiding him lightly. As he observed an elderly eunuch approaching with a bowl of vinegar, he addressed Ning Fan. The hour grows late. You may rest briefly in the side hall. Later, accompany me to court. Thank you, Father. Congratulations, Master. You have issued the decree of gratitude and earned 500 merit points. Oh, a look of astonishment crossed Ning Fan's face. He had triggered another merit reward. With the previous 1,000 points, he now possessed a total of 1,500 merit points. System. Exchange for a Supreme Civil Minister summoning card. Congratulations, Master. The exchange was successful. Would you like to summon? Summon. As Ning Fan's command fell, a character attribute page appeared on the luminous screen. Upon recognizing the name, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhuge Liang? The crouching dragon of the 3 kingdoms? Ning Fan's expression was one of intense excitement as he hurriedly opened Zhuge Liang's attribute page, his eyes brimming with joy. Name, Zhuge Liang, loyalty, utterly loyal, martial power, 61 intelligence, 99 leadership, 92 politics, 103 unit type, unparalleled flying army, divine weapon, Zhuge crossbow, ultimate skill, 8 trigrams formation, special attributes, strategist when devising strategies. Can trigger the strategist attribute, increasing success rate by 80, Prime Minister of Shu, when appointed as Prime Minister, political attribute 3, craftsman, mastery of ingenious techniques, incredible. The historical Zhuge Liang was not this formidable. Could it be that the summoned Zhuge Liang is from the romanticized version? Apart from martial prowess, his attributes nearly reached their zenith. Ning Fan felt his heart racing exponentially, his excitement evident. Influenced by various novels about the three kingdoms in his past life, he had nearly deified Zhuge Liang in his mind. In governance, military strategy, mystical arts, troop deployment, and intricate tactics, he seemed to excel in all. System. Where is Zhuge Liang now? Replying to the master, he is in seclusion at the cottage. Where is this cottage? Ning San Fronet. Could it be that he must personally invite Zhuge Liang out of retirement? Replying to the master, it is located within the courtyard of the Xianyong prince's residence. The cottage is situated in the rear garden of the Xianyong prince's estate, in the third courtyard. Wait, how was I unaware of a cottage in my residence? Ning Fan was momentarily speechless. Had the system altered his royal estate? After quietly exiting the system, he realized dawn had broken. 2 young eunuchs attended him, and Ning Fan decided against sleeping any longer. Instead, he donned a long robe and made his way to the Zhengde Hall. Ning Fan gazed at the stoic figure of Jin Yi Wei standing outside the hall and gently remarked, "Evil one, you may return to rest. After the court session, I shall make my way back alone. My lord, I shall wait for you outside." Jin Yi Wei's fierce eyes widened, and with an innocent smile, he silently gestured with his massive halberd. A bittersweet smile appeared on Ning Fan's face as he nodded slightly and strode towards the Zhengde Hall. At this hour, prior to the opening of the palace, a considerable number of civil and military officials had already gathered outside the hall. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, they were all taken aback. "Look, King Xianyong has arrived. This demon dares to attend the court. The bloody storm of last night was orchestrated by him. My esteemed colleagues, today we must ensure that King Xianyong pays the price." Ning Fan met their hostile gazes with a gentle smile. "Esteemed officials, the biting cold wind necessitates donning an extra layer of clothing. Perhaps your highness should prioritize your own well-being," one retorted. "Whether you can exit the great hall unscathed remains uncertain. Indeed, it is both tragic and laughable that one remains oblivious to impending doom." Ha ha ha. Ning San Lao Ket Heartidi. "Esteemed officials, you jest. I have come today to receive my reward. By the way, there shall likely be many vacant seats in the court today. I urge all of you to diligently seek your rightful positions. Do not stand in the wrong places. However, allow me to extend my early congratulations to you all. Some officials may need to shift their postures, given the numerous empty seats ahead. They cannot remain unoccupied, can they?" In that moment, expressions varied among the crowd. While a cold-faced figure within the throng cast a chilling gaze upon Ning Fan, a cruel smirk playing upon his lips. Chapter 43. Your Majesty, please execute the Prince of Xianyong. Long live our Emperor. Within the halls of the Zhengde Palace, amidst a resounding cheer, the ministers bowed before their sovereign. Emperor Yu appeared somewhat fatigued, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and upon noticing the numerous empty seats, a faint grimace tugged at the corners of his mouth. "If there are matters to address, speak now. If not, the court is dismissed." Weighing seemed to be well prepared, and with a loud call, figures began to emerge one after another from the ranks of civil and military officials. "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the Prince of Xianyong. I have a matter to report. Your Majesty, I have something to convey." Ning Fan observed the procession of over 10 officials advancing with their petitions, a cold smile gracing his lips. What grand spectacle, all directed at him. It appeared that the bloodshed had not been sufficient to instill fear in them. They remained undeterred and emboldened. Even Emperor Yu, having anticipated this, was taken aback by such a display, a glimmer of coldness shining in his eyes. Which factions were these individuals aligned with? "Esteemed ministers, please speak your minds. What do you wish to present?" No sooner had the emperor's words left his lips than the grand censor, Hu Yu, stepped forward, speaking with solemnity. "Your Majesty, I hereby impeach the commander of the Jin Yi, Ning Fan, for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, the persecution of loyal subjects, contempt for the law, and the massacre of high-ranking officials." A dangerous glint sparked in Emperor Yu's eyes as he replied coolly, "Hu Aiqing, do you have evidence?" The commander of the Jin Yi holds a significant position within the court, Should you fail to present evidence, I shall hold you accountable for false accusations. In response, Hu Yu declared, I possess irrefutable proof. His gaze fixed on Ning Fan with a mocking smile. He continued, Your Highness, did you not lead the Jin Yi Wei yesterday to annihilate the entire family of the Minister of Revenue, Liu Hao? Indeed, this is true. Upon hearing Ning Fan's admission, Hu Yu's expression turned fervent as he pressed on. Not only did you slaughter Minister Liu's family, but you also raided and executed 12 high-ranking court officials. Is this not so? Indeed, it was my doing. Ning Fan replied with a smile, displaying no sign of fear. Instead, he smirked. Pray tell, what counsel does Lord Hu offer? Humph. Hu Yu huffed in anger, raising his voice, Your Majesty. The Prince of Xianyong has now confessed to the massacre of court officials, showing utter disregard for the law. I implore Your Majesty to seek justice for Minister Liu and the others. Minister Liu served our nation diligently for over a decade, contributing significantly to the Great Yu Dynasty. Yet now, he has fallen victim to the hands of a mere wastrel. I beseech Your Majesty to execute the Prince of Xianyong. To calm the hearts of the people, let the Prince of Xianyong face severe punishment. I second this. I second this. One after another, the civil and military ministers prostrated themselves on the ground. Ning Fan could not suppress his laughter, stepping forward to declare, I beseech my father, the Emperor, to impeach Grand Censor Hu Yu for slander and conspiracy, defying higher authority. You are exceedingly audacious. The Emperor is present, yet you refuse to admit your guilt. Prince of Xianyong. Indeed, the slaughter of loyal subjects, the unjust execution of over 10 court officials, leading to the persecution of thousands. Such grave crimes have never been witnessed since the founding of our Great Yu Dynasty. I urge Your Majesty to command the law's strict punishment upon the criminal Ning Fan. Hu Yu once again uttered a low growl, and a cold smile spread across Emperor Yu's face as his gaze fell upon Ning Fan. Xianyong Wang, what do you have to say in response to the accusations laid out by Minister Hu? To report to Father Emperor, I am innocent. Ning San replied. Minister Hu claims you have harmed loyal subjects and slaughtered the innocent. What is your defense against this? Indeed, with Lord L and over 10 of his colleagues still warm in their graves, the evidence is irrefutable, and yet Your Highness still attempts to argue. Ning Fan surveyed the assembly of ministers. Aside from Lin Xiushi and a few loyal officials, nearly all had jumped at the opportunity to condemn him. Unable to suppress a smirk, he noticed the court officials watching him with a mixture of unease and apprehension. In that moment, the ministers appeared as if they were prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast, instinctively retreating. Father Emperor, I have been bestowed with the imperial favor and appointed as the commander of the Jin Yi Wei. I have been tasked with investigating corrupt officials and rectifying the court, all for the sake of restoring clarity for the common people. However, the officials led by the Minister of Revenue, Liu Hao, have engaged in bribery and have shown utter disregard for human life and imperial law. In accordance with the laws of the Yu, I have acted to confiscate their assets and execute them. Since my appointment, I have labored day and night, diligently fulfilling my duties, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against treacherous ministers, risking my life to gather evidence, all in service of the court. And yet I find myself the target of these gentlemen's slanders. I am wronged. I implore Father Emperor to discern the truth. Nonsense. Hu Yu's face turned ashen. His gaze at Ning Fan filled with derision. I have long heard that Your Highness lacks scholarly merit, and it appears the tales hold true. According to our court's laws, officials of the third rank and above, even if they have violated the law, must be tried by the Ministry of Justice and reported to His Majesty before any action is taken. You, a mere commander of the Jin Yi Wei, have no right to raid the residence of a second-rank official. Indeed, the Minister of Revenue is a high-ranking official of our court. The Jin Yi Wei possesses the authority to patrol and capture, yet you dare to execute a high official. With such overwhelming evidence, Your Highness should submit to the law and seek His Majesty's leniency. The faces of the ministers were painted with mockery, having reached this impasse. No matter how one might argue, even if His Majesty wished to shelter him, he would not dare to risk the wrath of the nation by shielding such misconduct. Ha ha ha! Ning Fan let out a hearty laugh as he slowly withdrew a golden scroll from his sleeve, proclaiming, "By the decree of Father Emperor, I am entrusted with the authority of the commander of the Jin Yi, responsible for patrolling, capturing, guarding, and handling external intelligence, conducting investigations, and establishing courts of my own, as authorized by imperial decree, regardless of an official's rank or title. Anyone who violates the law of the nation shall be subject to immediate execution, with a report to follow. This decree has already been communicated to all provinces. Thus, it stands that not only is L. Hao a mere second-rank minister of revenue, but even imperial relatives, should they breach the law, I possess the right to execute them before reporting. Esteemed officials, do you comprehend this?" "What?" Hu Yu's expression was one of disbelief as he trembled while taking the imperial edict from Ning Fan's hand. After glancing at it twice, he shuddered violently, nearly fainting from shock. "This imperial privilege to execute before reporting. Our court has never seen such a precedent. Your Majesty, is this truly the case?" The Emperor Yu sat at the head of the hall, his eyes brimming with mockery as he spoke lightly. "What the King of Xianyong states is not without merit. The Jin Yi holds imperial privileges, possessing the right to execute first and report later. The King of Xianyong bears a golden tablet bestowed by me, which allows him to act in my stead." As the Emperor's words echoed in the chamber, the officials kneeling before him nearly succumbed to faintness. Can it truly be played in such a manner? "Your Majesty, this is an injustice," exclaimed Ministérel. "For the sake of the nation, I have devoted myself tirelessly over the years, working day and night with unwavering loyalty to the court and to your Majesty. Surely, the King of Xianyong schemes for personal gain. I implore you, your Majesty, to see the truth. Your Majesty, Minister Hu speaks with reason. In a single night, the Jin Yi raided the residences of over 10 ministers. How can such violent individuals act in the name of heaven? I beseech you, rescind your decree and strip the Jin Yi of their privileges. This measure contradicts propriety and has no precedent in our dynasty. I plead with you to revoke your command." Chapter 44. The Ministers in Shock. Emperor Yu's scheme seated majestically upon the dragon throne. Emperor Yu surveyed the assembly of civil and military officials, each visage marked by indignation. A faint, cold smile graced his lips as he spoke languidly. "The matter of revoking the decree shall be discussed at a later time. King Xianyong, please relay to the esteemed officials the results of last night's endeavors." "Understood." Ning Fan quietly noted the expressions of those present, a hint of amusement flickering across his face as he softly inquired. "Last night, I ordered the confiscation of the estates of 13 corrupt officials. Can anyone guess the amount of gold and silver we recovered?" As Ning Fan teased the assembly, even Lin Xiosher beside him furrowed his brow in curiosity. Is His Highness seeking to take credit?" "Indeed, I am claiming credit, and it is a monumental achievement." A smirk of derision appeared on Ning Fan's face as he surveyed the room, his voice turning stern. "In the course of a single night, I confiscated over 570,000 taels of silver, 46,000 taels of gold, and more than 1,700 treasures from the estates of these 13 officials. How is that possible?" The proclamation sent shockwaves through the court. 570,000 taels of silver and 46,000 taels of gold, which equates to nearly 470,000 taels of silver, along with over 1,000 treasures. Such a sum would amount to an astronomical fortune. This was utterly absurd. As Ning Fan's words settled, a clamor of disbelief erupted among the ministers. "All ledgers from the various estates are now in the custody of my Jin Yi. The confiscated gold and silver are displayed before my office. Should any official doubt this or believe that I have wronged these wretched officials, they are welcome to investigate personally. I am unafraid to reveal that among you there are many with unsavory dealings, and I possess evidence of their transgressions. Were it not for the benevolence of my father, this morning's court might have seen a few fewer faces. Take heed, esteemed officials." With that, Ning Fan stepped aside, and the complexion of the ministers turned ashen, particularly Hu Yu, whose face was awash with disbelief. "How can this be? My Dayu's tax revenue last year was merely 700,000 taels. How could this happen?" Minister Liu, from the Ministry of Revenue, was famed for his integrity. Expressions of incredulity marred the faces of many officials, while others regarded Ning Fan with wariness, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. Emperor Yu's countenance was now a mask of cold amusement, his gaze fixed upon Hu Yu as he inquired in an unexpectedly calm tone. Minister Hu, do you believe these corrupt officials deserve execution? They should be executed. Hu Yu found himself at a loss for words, and the once boisterous assembly of civil and military officials fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Emperor Yu observed the minister's expressions, a cold laughter escaping him. The wealth seized from just 13 corrupt officials is equivalent to more than a year's worth of taxes for my Dayu. Last year, during the Jiangnan floods, you were all in a heated uproar over a mere 300,000 taels for disaster relief. Had I known that simply confiscating a few estates could replenish the coffers of Dayu, I would not have spared a single one of their heads until today. And you as well. Emperor Yu cast a fierce glance at his ministers, his voice resonating with authority. Each of you, standing upright and selfless. Who among you dares to thump their chest and declare their own innocence? At the sound of the emperor's rebuke, many courtiers lowered their heads in shame, while others cast resentful glances towards Ning Fan. Upon your return, contemplate your actions carefully. Will you continue down a path of darkness or cleanse your conscience and start anew? I shall grant you this reprieve, but upon your return, you are to deliver all that does not belong to you to the Ministry of Justice. Following the emperor's words, the court fell silent, the officials mumbling and hesitating, no longer daring to speak. Prince Xianyong, investigate all corrupt officials, purge the court, and grant 1,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 500 acres of fertile land. Thank you, Father. Ning Fan rejoiced inwardly as a system notification chimed in his mind, revealing that gaining merit points was not as daunting as he had anticipated. With the addition of the previous 500 points, he was now poised to summon an extraordinary scholar or general. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue holds a crucial position within the court. With Liu Hao facing justice, it is imperative to promote someone promptly. Lin Xiushi interjected, casting furtive glances at Ning Fan, as if searching for a revelation on his countenance. However, after several attempts, Ning Fan's expression remained inscrutable. Indeed, the emperor nodded slightly, a contemplative look crossing his face as his gaze shifted from Lin Xiushi to Ning Fan. Prince Xianyong, having achieved great merit, you are well acquainted with the court's officials. Do you have any candidates in mind? This question sent a ripple of alarm through the court, for the Minister of Revenue was akin to the treasury of the empire, a position that could elevate one's career to unparalleled heights, second only to the emperor himself. Yet, now the emperor seemed inclined to bestow this role upon Prince Xianyong. Was he preparing to support him? In reply to your Majesty, your humble son has only recently engaged in governance and dares not to speak presumptuously. I respectfully await your divine judgment. Very well. We shall deliberate on this matter at a later time. The emperor appeared unfazed and swiftly changed the subject. Esteemed ministers, yesterday I spoke with Lin regarding the past glories, and when the Southern King was mentioned, I could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Over the years, the Southern King has diligently defended our southwestern borders, deserving of great commendation. I am deeply gratified and intend to grant him the right to confer titles. The sudden mention of the Southern King, a powerful lord in the southwest, left the courtiers puzzled, particularly Lin Xiushi, who seemed utterly bewildered. Yesterday, I did not even meet with your Majesty. How can we discuss past glories? Am I to bear the blame? Your Majesty, the Southern King currently rules over 16 states. How do you intend to confer titles? With a light chuckle, the emperor replied nonchalantly, the Southern King has already achieved great success. There is little left to bestow upon him. I plan to confer titles upon his 5 sons, granting them marquisates. Upon reaching the age of 16, they shall govern the 16 states and possess the authority to establish their own offices. What? As these words were spoken, the entire hall was taken aback, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Xiushi's eyes. To bestow upon 16 states? This scheme of His Majesty is indeed a grand ambition. What say you, esteemed ministers? Your Majesty, is this overwhelming grace not excessive? Huh. The Prince of Huainan is the pillar of our great Yu state. Such actions are entirely warranted. Your Majesty's benevolence is commendable. I, an old minister, am in admiration. I hold no dissent. Upon observing that several key ministers expressed no objections, Emperor Yu, noting the complex expressions on many faces, decisively made his ruling, his gaze settling upon a stout middle-aged gentleman, Zhao Aiqing. This matter shall be entrusted to your Ministry of Rights. I shall comply with the decree. Minister of Rights Zhao Rui respectfully responded. A rare, unprecedented smile of ease graced Emperor Yu's face. With so many vacancies within the court, it was indeed time to contemplate new possibilities. Dismissed. With a grand gesture, Emperor Yu declared the court adjourned. Ning Fan eagerly made his way back to his residence, yearning to meet the illustrious Mr. Wulong, whose prowess was said to discern the realm even from the confines of a humble abode. Now, residing in seclusion, might he yet reveal his exceptional talents? Chapter 45. The profound intent of Emperor Yu. In the thatched cottage in the courtyard of the Xin Yonwang mansion, a humble thatched hut stood in a tranquil corner, enveloped in greenery that was truly picturesque. The moss-dappled steps were verdant, and the grass peered through the curtains, perfectly fitting the serene ambience. Seated within was a young man, modestly attired and possessing a refined visage, completely engrossed in a volume he held in his hands. "Sir," a soft call disrupted the contemplative thoughts of the young scholar in white robes, as three figures, appearing out of nowhere, stood smiling in the courtyard, observing him. "Master Kongming, I salute you, my lord. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to welcome you properly. Please pardon my oversight." Upon catching sight of Ning Fan, Zhuge Liang hastily rose, his gaze shifting to the two figures behind him, his expression instantly growing serious. "Come, let us sit and converse." Ning Fan approached the stone table in front of the thatched cottage and settled himself on a stone stool, beaming at Zhuge Liang, and softly remarked, "I have long desired to witness your esteemed presence. I never anticipated that today I would finally behold you in person. My lord is too gracious. In my time of despair, I was fortunate to find refuge under your wing, which has granted me a place to dwell." Zhuge Liang responded, acknowledging the young man's humility. "Seeing you arrive in such a weary state, could it be that you have just concluded court affairs?" "Indeed, my lord, I have heard of the events from last night. You must remain vigilant." Zhuge Liang's tone grew solemn. "What do you imply?" Ning Fan's eyes glimmered with depth. Zhuge Liang continued, "Currently, my lord commands the Jin Yi Wei, wielding the power of life and death. Last night, you apprehended and executed numerous corrupt officials, thereby diminishing their influence. The noble families will undoubtedly perceive you as a thorn in their side, and while they may be powerless in the court, they might resort to cunning tactics. Could it be that they would dare to strike against me?" Ning Fan questioned, his brow furrowing. "A corner dog will leap over the wall. My lord should not take this lightly," advised Jia Su, his expression earnest. "Understood. Kongming, during today's court session, my father mentioned the selection of the Minister of Revenue. What could his intentions be?" Ning Fan inquired, keenly aware of the political intricacies at play. Jia Su's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, yet he refrained from immediate comment, as this old fox was known for his serene demeanor, avoiding conflict and intrigue. Moreover, the young man, dressed simply before him, was far from ordinary. Observing Jia Su's silence, Zhuge Liang pondered before speaking. "My lord, the emperor likely harbors two intentions. First, by eliminating corrupt officials, you have rendered significant service to the court, even incurring the enmity of many ministers. The emperor wishes to compensate you for this. Or perhaps," Zhuge Liang continued, "if you were to recommend a candidate for the Minister of Revenue, the courtiers would believe you sought the position for yourself. Thus, you would find yourself opposing them, diverting their ire away from the emperor." As Zhuge Liang concluded, Ning Fan's expression revealed a dawning realization. "So, my father intends to use me as a shield. Clearly, he wishes to make me a scapegoat. Yet, I possess no power within the court. What use is his suggestion? Ah, this is the emperor's second intention. Zhuge Liang replied with a knowing smile. You have previously steered clear of political matters. Yet now you find yourself hastily thrust into the court, isolated and unsupported, to establish oneself within the court, even without a faction. One ought to possess 3 or 5 close acquaintances. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to gain a foothold. Presently, His Majesty appears inclined to support the Lord. And, as Zhuge Liang is aware, both the 4th Prince and His Highness the Duke of Shang have their supporters in the court. Not to mention several other princes who also have their allies. When His Majesty requests you to nominate candidates in the court, He intends to convey to the officials that you, Lord, possess a voice in the appointment of the Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's underlying implication, Ning Fan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems that having a political score of merely 62 is not without reason. Dealing with this assembly of cunning old foxes in the court makes one wish for a few more wits, especially with a father who might betray his own son. Who knows, one might end up being sold while aiding the very person who does so. If that is the case, it will not be long before the Wang residence of Xianyang becomes bustling with activity. A playful expression crossed Ning Fan's face as he turned to Zhuge Liang and inquired, Do you have any intention of entering the court, sir? My lord, I am but a humble scholar. Even if you were to propose me to the emperor for the position of Minister of Revenue, it is likely that His Majesty would not consent, nor would the civil and military officials, Zhuge Liang replied. It would be wiser for you to select someone of unblemished background, upright character, and integrity to cultivate your influence within the court. My lord, Master Kongming speaks wisely, interjected Jia Su, rarely taking the initiative to speak. If you could secure a Minister of Revenue, you would gain a strong ally within the court. Coupled with your command of the Jin Yi Wei, no one would dare to underestimate you. Listening to their counsel, Ning Fan nodded slightly. Their arguments were indeed sound. Both Zhuge Liang and Jia Su were his direct confidants, loyal and exceptionally capable. However, they currently stood as mere commoners, and the leap from an ordinary citizen to a high-ranking official was no small feat. Not even the Emperor Yu Huang could accomplish that easily. In light of this, I shall instruct the Jin Yi Wei to keep an eye on the virtuous officials within the court. A contemplative glimmer shone in Ning Fan's eyes. He was not well versed in state affairs, and with few genuine friends in the capital, he had no choice but to rely on the Jin Yi Wei. Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, Lin Yong approached with hurried steps, softly announcing, Second Master, the Princess of Chongning has come to visit. Oh, she is not at the barracks leading troops. What brings her to my residence? Ning Fan furrowed his brow and directed Lin Yong. Have her wait in the parlor. I shall change my attire and join her shortly. Understood. Wenhe, you and Kongming hail from the same era. Why not engage in further discourse? With that remark, Ning Fan rose and made his way towards the main courtyard, leaving Jia Su and Zhuge Liang in a state of perplexity. From the same era, their gazes met, both taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as they watched Ning Fan's retreating figure. In the reception hall, Ning Fan donned a fresh outfit and strode in, spotting a graceful silhouette seated within. He greeted her with a bright smile. Princess, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Your Highness, it is rare for the princess to visit. My residence seldom receives guests. Oh, Li Xiaoning's enchanting gaze sparkled as she cheerfully remarked, Indeed, it is an honor for me. With a light-hearted chuckle, she inquired, May I ask, dear princess, what brings you to my humble abode? With a hint of melancholy, Li Xiaoning cast a reproachful glance at Ning Fan and continued, Your Highness merely made an appearance in the military, yet has since taken on the role of a detached overseer. It was only upon my return to the capital today that I learned of the monumental achievements you have accomplished. Now, the citizens of the capital extol you as a devoted official, truly concerned for the welfare of the people. The reputation of a debauchee has been swiftly transformed overnight into that of a righteous hero in the eyes of the populace. Indeed, many citizens have even enshrined your likeness in their homes, burning incense and paying homage daily. Chapter 46. The Land Reclamation System and the Establishment of a Pig Farm. Upon hearing Li Xiaoning's words, Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing to realize that a villain, after committing numerous wrongdoings, could indeed become a good person after performing a single act of kindness. His former self had wreaked havoc in the capital for many years, earning a notorious reputation. Yet, after merely eliminating a group of corrupt officials, he found himself revered among the populace and even regarded as a great benefactor. Truly a bewildering turn of fortune. While he could reluctantly accept the public's praise, the idea of being worshipped and offered incense was rather excessive. A bitter smile crept across Ning Fan's face, and Li Xiaoning, observing his expression, playfully remarked, "I have heard that even the courtesans from several brothels in the capital speak highly of your highness. There are rumors that whenever you visit, the ladies in the establishment are at your service, free of charge." Cough, cough. Princess, such rumors should not be believed. I have always maintained my integrity and have never set foot in such places of ill repute. These are merely idle gossip among the common folk. Is that so? With a teasing glint in her beautiful eyes, Li Xiaoning prompted, "By the way, how is the training of the soldiers progressing? Now that you have taken on a more hands-off role, I have personally assumed command of the Qilin camp. I assure you, we shall not falter in the upcoming competition in 3 months. With the princess's direct involvement, there should be no issues regarding the training's effectiveness. Your Highness, I have come to discuss an important matter with you." "Oh, tell me," Li Xiaoning inquired, her curiosity piqued. In recent days, the soldiers' training regimen has intensified, and their morale is soaring. However, they are currently receiving only 2 meals a day, and their diet is rather sparse, which is hindering their stamina. Li Xiaoning's expression darkened as she softly expressed her concern. If this persists for an extended period, it may adversely affect the soldiers' health. Ning Fan furrowed his brows in response. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, a reality that could not be overlooked. In this era, life was not as plentiful as in his previous life, where everyone enjoyed 3 meals a day, and warm tea accompanied hearty meals. In this society, where class divisions were pronounced, only the royal family could indulge in 4 meals daily, while officials had 3. Common folk and soldiers were limited to 2 meals a day, and some impoverished citizens often struggled to find a warm meal throughout the day. I shall devise a solution. The training schedule must not be disrupted. We must ensure that the soldiers are well-fed and sufficiently nourished. Your Highness, why not accompany me to the palace to seek an audience with the Emperor? No need for that. This matter is too trivial to trouble my father. After a brief contemplation, Ning Fan turned to Lin Yong and instructed, "Uncle Lin, take the 1,000 taels of gold recently granted by my father and purchase some piglets." Piglets? Lin Yong's face displayed a hint of confusion. "Second young master, why procure such unclean creatures? We have cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks in our estate. Follow my orders." "Understood." Seeing the firm resolve on his young master's face, Lin Yong ceased his objections and quietly inquired, "Second young master, should all the 1,000 taels be spent on piglets?" "Indeed, all piglets, preferably of a breeding variety." "At your command." Lin Yong strode away, while Li Xiaoning wore an expression of confusion. Ning Fan spoke softly, "Your Highness, from this day forth, 100,000 soldiers will engage in drills in the morning and cultivate the land in the afternoon." "Cultivating the land?" Li Xiaoning exclaimed in surprise, her brow furrowing in bewilderment. "Why must we do that?" "Self-sufficiency," Ning Fan replied with a gentle smile. "Currently, all our soldiers in Dayu are limited to 2 meals a day, even the border troops. If we rashly request His Majesty to provide extra provisions for the soldiers in the capital, what would our comrades in the border forces think? Moreover, to ensure that all our soldiers receive 3 meals a day with our current national strength seems unfeasible. Therefore, to maintain training while ensuring our soldiers are well fed, we must take matters into our own hands." Ning Fan continued, and Li Xiaoning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. Those fighting valiantly at the border receive only 2 meals a day. If the soldiers in the capital were to receive 3, the border troops would surely feel aggrieved. Why should we, who risk our lives in battle, be outdone in rations by those who have never even seen the battlefield? It is said that the greatest concern lies not in scarcity, but in inequity. However, Your Highness, if our soldiers cultivate the land themselves, will they reap the fruits of their labor? Thus, I intend to borrow grain from the court under the guise of the Western camp, Ning Fan stated. Borrow grain? Indeed. Ning Fan nodded with a smile. My 10,000 sons in the capital, even if they cultivate 10,000 acres daily, could sell the yield to sufficiently feed themselves. And my father would naturally not refuse this request. Consequently, our soldiers will be able to supplement their rations, and even if the border troops learn of this, they will have no grounds for complaint. Upon hearing Ning Fan's reasoning, Li Xiaoning's expression transformed into one of complete understanding. Yet she queried, "But why instruct Steward Lin to purchase young pigs? Young pigs are known for their strong odor and are relatively cheap, typically only consumed by the impoverished. I have a method to eliminate the unpleasant odor of pigs, rendering the meat exquisitely delicious, even surpassing that of beef or lamb. Therefore, I plan to commission the construction of a pig farm." Ning Fan's face radiated joy. For the common folk of this era were unaware that castrated pigs lacked the distinct odor, while the nobility regarded pigs as unrefined and filthy creatures, scorned by scholars throughout history. The strong odor was indeed intolerable for many, which is why cattle and sheep dominated the market. However, cattle served as vital agricultural tools, and under Dayu's laws, the killing of draft animals was strictly prohibited, resulting in exorbitant meat prices that the average citizen could scarcely afford. Thus, Ning Fan resolved to establish a pig market, aiming to lower meat prices in Dayu, allowing the common folk to enjoy meat several times a year. Task notification: construct a pig farm. Task deadline: 7 days. Task requirements: the farm must accommodate 1,000 pigs. Task rewards: 1,000 potatoes, 1,000 sweet potatoes. Blueprint for the farming artifact: curved plow. Upon hearing the system's prompt echoing in his mind, Ning Fan could not help but shudder with excitement. The potatoes and sweet potatoes had finally emerged. These were artifacts of an era. It is no exaggeration to assert that the value of either of these items far surpasses that of 10 unparalleled civil and military officials. Observing Ning Fan's countenance transform into one of immense exhilaration, Li Xiaoning beside him could only express her bewilderment. "Your Highness, what brings such joy?" With an unmistakable smile gracing his face, Ning Fan softly replied, "It is nothing, merely a recollection of some amusing thoughts. Princess, you must return to the army at once and dispatch someone to survey the wasteland near the western camp. I shall seek an audience with Father Emperor and instruct the Ministry of Works to prepare a batch of farming tools. Tomorrow, we shall commence land reclamation for the entire army." Chapter 47. Assassination of King Xianyong. In the secluded grand hall of the Chun family estate, several figures gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. "Third Master, this time we have truly faltered." With a cold snort, Chun San waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. "Whether it is King Xianyong or the former Duke of Shang, none shall obstruct our path. Now that King Xianyong willingly serves as a blade in the Emperor's hand, let it be known that if the Emperor indulges such behavior, we shall not shy away from employing ruthless measures. Upon returning, ensure that each of you cleans up your own affairs. Those who must be silenced should be silenced. Any evidence that must be destroyed, eliminate it. We cannot allow that madman to seize any leverage." As Chun San finished speaking, the others nodded in silent agreement. A figure shrouded in a black cloak spoke up gravely. "Third Master, with the Jin Yi Wei gaining prominence, King Xianyong is destined to be at odds with us. Perhaps." The man swung his hand decisively, and a flicker of intrigue passed through Chun Rui's eyes. After a long moment of contemplation, his expression hardened as he declared, "In that case, I shall send word to the family for my second brother to dispatch a few loyal assassins. Since this brat refuses to recognize his place, let him not blame me for being merciless. The Emperor seems to hold this youth in high regard. Thus, I shall sever one of his limbs. I wonder if the Emperor will feel a pang of regret." Witnessing Chun San's palpable murderous intent, the others felt a chill and remained silent. "Now disperse, and be cautious on your way back." "Yes." The group rose to take their leave. Only a venerable elder in a black robe remained. watching as the others exited the grand hall. Slowly, he lifted his hat and addressed Chen San. Third Master, I possess several capable individuals, each skilled in combat. Shall we let them take action? Are they reliable? Absolutely loyal. Very well, Chen Rui replied, a glint of coldness in his gaze. In that case, I entrust this matter to you. I expect the head of that brat Ning Fan to be displayed at the gate of the King Xianyang's residence by dawn. Leave this matter to me. In the imperial palace, within the study, Emperor Yu was reviewing memorials when a figure clad in black silently appeared before the dragon table, bowing respectfully. Jin Nan, I pay my respects to your majesty. Have you clarified the situation? In response to your majesty, our informants within the Chun family have uncovered a trace of evidence. Over the years, the Chun family has secretly supplied the Huainan king with iron, ore, and warhorses. However, we have suffered significant losses on the Huainan front. One audacious Huainan king. A cold light flickered in Emperor Yu's eyes as an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him. For years, in the interest of domestic stability, the court had repeatedly yielded and appeased the 16 states of Huainan. To his astonishment, rather than garnering any gratitude, it only inflated the Huainan king's ambitions further. Does this mean the Huainan king is resolutely set on rebellion? Your Majesty. Jin Nan's face revealed a hint of difficulty as he spoke softly. The Prince of Huainan has managed his dominion over the 16 prefectures for many years. Their influence in that region is as solid as iron. It would be exceedingly challenging for our men to intervene once they arrive. Over these years, we have lost no fewer than 100 men in Huainan, yielding not a single gain, but instead expending vast human and material resources. To uncover the true nature of Huainan, it seems our shadow guards. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu's expression also darkened. Over the years, the court has never ceased its infiltration of the Huainan region. Yet the Prince of Huainan is not to be trifled with and remains ever vigilant against the court. In the coming days, the Ministry of Rights plans to dispatch envoys to Huainan. You are to place a few of your personnel among them. We must ascertain the Prince of Huainan's true capabilities. I wish to know how much power he has amassed during these years of lurking. As you command, Jin Nan respectfully bowed, yet his face bore a hint of hesitation. Emperor Yu, with a calm demeanor, said, if there is anything else, speak freely. Your Majesty, regarding the Jin Yi. The moment Jin Nan mentioned the Jin Yi, Emperor Yu's expression tightened. What has happened with the Jin Yi? Reporting to your Majesty. The Jin Yi under the second prince's command are all exceptionally skilled, exuding a formidable aura, akin to seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Just days ago, it seemed they had mysteriously gathered in the capital overnight, and my subordinates were completely unaware. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Emperor Yu's face. It is known that the capital is the territory of our shadow guards. While one might understand their inability to infiltrate Huainan, the fact that this group could assemble silently under the very eyes of the shadow guards is indeed intriguing. What are their backgrounds? Reporting to your Majesty, I have investigated, and each one possesses a clean lineage. Some hail from farming families, while others are mere traders. Their identities are unremarkable, yet their abilities are anything but ordinary. I could not uncover how the second prince came to find this group. As Jian Nan's words fell, Emperor Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, this matter ends here. Do not pursue it further. As you command. After conveying his message, Jin Nan dared not overstep and quietly withdrew. Emperor Yu toyed with 2 iron walnuts, pondering for a long while before softly stating, Wei Ying, proceed to Yao Hua Palace. At the Xianyang Wangfu, Ning Fan grasped the small wooden token given to him by his mother, his face reflecting deep contemplation. The Blood Phoenix was once the military intelligence organization of the Great Zhou, and having endured for over 2 centuries, the dynasty boasts profound heritage. Were it not for the relentless natural disasters and repeated upheavals, it would not be so easy for Yu to extinguish Zhou. Yu, what a remarkable figure. The image of a stern-faced young man surfaced in Ning Fan's mind, a presence that frequently graced his childhood, even having taught him martial arts for a period. Though he had not appeared for a long time thereafter, a few years ago, it seemed he had received a letter from Yu. In the present day, my greatest trump card is not the Jin Yi, but rather the realm of the underworld. With Zhuanju stationed in the underworld, complemented by the assistance of the Tianyuan Dan, it has undeniably emerged as a formidable force. Meanwhile, Shun Wansan's commercial ventures are gradually unfolding. A contemplative expression graced Ning Fan's face. Currently, he wields the power of the Jin Yi Wei, allowing him to hold sway over the capital. However, should he recklessly provoke the foundations of the Dayu Dynasty, might it arouse the suspicions of his father, the emperor? Nonetheless, he is reluctant to forfeit the opportunity presented by the Tsanglong Cavern. After all, the bronze swordsmen of the great Zhou once dazzled an era on the battlefield. Alas, in the waning years of the great Zhou, relentless natural disasters, coupled with internal strife and external threats, ultimately reduced it to a mere part of the territory of Dayu. Second Master, the pig has arrived. Chapter 48. The news brought by Lin Yong and the preparation of the winery, a sudden and urgent call echoed through the air as Lin Yong entered, his face alight with excitement. Upon catching sight of Ning Fan, he first bowed respectfully. Master, the pigs have arrived, over 10,000 of them. I have dispatched people to procure all the piglets from the entire Jingji region. Not a single tael of gold remains unspent. Lin Yong's face was brimming with exhilaration as he continued softly. Moreover, I have discovered a salt mine situated atop a desolate mountain to the east of the city. Is that truly so? Ning Fan's expression shifted from shock at the mention of the piglets to joy upon hearing of the salt mine. The craftsmen in the manor had already fashioned numerous distillers, and the tools for refining fine salt were prepared. All that remained was the salt mine. Where is the master at present? Reporting to your highness, they are all outside the city. Go and instruct Shun Wansan to come at once. Understood. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes. It seemed that the domination of Dayu's commerce would commence with a culinary revolution. Before long, a corpulent, prosperous-looking middle-aged man strolled in. By the heavens, Shun Fatty, how is it that you've lost weight in just a few days? Hee. Shun Wansan replied with a charming smile. Your Highness, I've been tirelessly busy these past few days, not daring to linger even for half an incense stick's time. Pray tell me, what have you been occupied with? Reporting to your Highness, I have been preparing the winery, converting several shops into wine establishments. I have also constructed a large wine cellar nearby, costing 5,000 taels of silver. After finishing his report, Shun Wansan inquired, Your Highness, I have heard that you ordered the procurement of young pigs in the Jingji area. What are your intentions? I plan to establish a pig farm. A pig farm? Shun Wansan's face reflected sheer astonishment. Pigs are such lowly and filthy creatures. Your Highness hold a most esteemed position. To construct a pig farm now would surely bring shame, even to the court. Your Highness, please reconsider. Such a noble identity as yours should not be tarnished by this. I care not for my reputation. Ning Fan interjected. This matter does not require your personal involvement. I summoned you to have you dispatch people to construct a pig farm outside the western camp. Lin Bo has discovered a salt mine to the east of the city. Go investigate and see if we can acquire that desolate mountain. Yes. A bitter smile crept across Shun Wansan's face as he softly remarked, Your Highness, the winery has thus far brewed 3 types of wine. In no more than half a month, all 5 wineries can open simultaneously. I have brought some samples for your Highness to taste. Very well. Ning Fan watched as Shun Wansan produced 3 small bottles of wine. He took the first bottle, sipped a mouthful, and reflected on his past life as a connoisseur of spirits. Though he would not dare claim to be an expert, he certainly possessed a discerning palate. Having savored the exquisite Matai, one can also appreciate the robust Red Star Ergo too. The fine brew contained within this jade bottle is approximately 30 degrees. Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Although the alcohol content is somewhat low for the common folk of this era, it can certainly be deemed as a strong liquor. Upon hearing Ning Fan's assessment, Shun Wansan could not help but display a wry smile, softly remarking, Your Highness, among these 3 types of liquor, the one in your hand has the lowest alcohol content, yet it is the sweetest. Its production cost is relatively modest, merely 3 to 4 won per bottle. Ning Fan nodded slightly and inquired, What is its name? A name? Shun Wansan responded. Indeed, Ning Fan continued, looking at Shun Wansan. A good product requires not only solid quality, but also effective marketing strategies and appealing packaging to thrive in the market. He elaborated on various marketing techniques from his past life, and Shen Wansan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Within moments, he found himself utterly captivated, astonished by Ning Fan's profound understanding of commerce. "Your Highness," he said, "as you have articulated, the name of the liquor serves as its signature. If I may be bold enough to request, could you name these 3 varieties?" With a light chuckle, Ning Fan replied, "Not merely the names of the liquors. To ensure a product sells well, one must also consider the target audience." "The target audience?" Shen Wansan echoed. "Precisely," Ning Fan affirmed, explaining. "To whom do you intend to sell this liquor? Is it aimed at the nobility or the common folk? Different demographics necessitate distinct marketing approaches. This liquor, being cost-effective, will naturally be priced lower than the other two. Thus, I suggest that the first type be marketed towards the common people, whether merchants or peasant laborers. It must be affordable for all." He proposed the name Fuguei Chun, symbolizing prosperity for everyone, with a price set at 50 per dough. As he spoke, Ning Fan took hold of the second bottle, uncorked it, and was met with a more robust aroma than the first. The taste was exceptionally crisp and left a lingering aftertaste, truly a fine wine. "This one is remarkable, likely around 42 degrees, he noted. 42 degrees? Shen Wansan inquired, puzzled. Ning Fan merely smiled, took another sip, and softly declared, "Let us name this Changxiangxi, primarily targeting the adventurous souls of the realm. We can enlist several storytellers to weave tales about it. On the day of the tavern's grand opening, we can have these narrators promote it, offering them a small sum, which will undoubtedly enhance the brand's recognition." Hearing this, Shen Wansan's eyes sparkled with inspiration, nodding eagerly like a diligent student absorbing knowledge. The pricing for Changxiangxi would be higher than Fuguei Chun, sold exclusively in jars and pots, one pot containing 1 liter and a larger vat holding 5 liters. Priced at 10 taels. That equates to 100 taels per dough. Shen Wansan was taken aback, realizing that the production cost of Changxiangxi was merely around 100 or so per dough. A single tael equals 1,000 won. This was indeed a lucrative venture. "Now, please hand me the 3rd bottle," he urged. "Your Highness, right away." Shen Wansan personally uncorked the bottle, and Ning Fan took a gentle sip, his eyes instantly brightening. If the first 2 wines had merely reached the quality of some inferior spirits from his past life, this bottle could undoubtedly be deemed a fine vintage. "What is the cost of this wine?" "To report to His Highness, it is 900 won for..." Ning Fan's face was one of astonishment. Today he learned that in this era, a pig costs only 300 to 500 won. This bottle holds approximately half a liter, meaning its cost is about 45 won, which exceeds his initial expectations. It is worth noting that in Yuang City, of rice costs merely 7 to 8 won. Given this, the wine will not be sold in bulk. Instead, it will be brewed in large quantities and stored. Once the other 2 wines are released, this one will be marketed. "What does your Highness intend?" "Ha! I shall name this wine Yu Jiang, signifying jade-like nectar. Upon your return, instruct someone to craft exquisite porcelain bottles, ideally adorned with intricate patterns, matching the size of this jade bottle. Each bottle of Yu Jiang will be sold for 10 taels of gold." 10 taels of gold. Chapter 49. The Peril of the Eastern Realm and the Schemes of the Red Sleeve Invitation, 10 taels of gold. Shen Wansan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his expression a portrait of disbelief. For merely a small vial of wine, which costs no more than 40 to 51, the prince intends to sell it for 10 taels of gold. Is he truly treating this wine as if it were divine nectar? Observing Shen Wansan's astonishment, Ning Fan smiled with confidence. In Yuang City, the elite and nobility abound, not to mention 10 taels of gold. Even if it were priced at 100 taels, there would be no trouble in selling it. This exquisite nectar is not even the finest wine. Once we return, I shall thoroughly study the ancient brewing techniques and continue to develop new wines. We must also devise a captivating name for the wine shop, something that will truly catch the eye. Listening to Ning Fan's words, Shen Wansan nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Ning Fan filled with reverence. "Very well. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. The construction of the pig farm must not be delayed. It must be completed within 3 days. If manpower is insufficient, seek out Qin Xiong in the military and request his soldiers for assistance. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Wansan slightly bowed before taking his leave. Ning Fan then settled onto the soft cushion in his guest chamber to rest for a moment before heading towards the Jin Yi Wei headquarters with Jin Yi Wei. My lord, is Jiang Wan in the office? Reporting to Your Highness, Lord Jiang has gone out to investigate a case. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face. What case is he investigating? This subordinate does not know. Just as Ning Fan was about to stride in, he spotted Jiang Wan riding a tall steed, galloping down the long street. Upon seeing Ning Fan, he promptly dismounted, a look of respect gracing his features. Greetings, Your Highness. Come, let us discuss inside. Ning Fan led the way into the office, with Jiang Wan hastily following, and the two took their seats in the main hall. Jiang Wan, what case are you investigating? Reporting to Your Highness, I have received crucial intelligence. The Red Sleeve Invitation is a stronghold of the Eastern Hui Kingdom. I have just dispatched someone to investigate. Indeed, upon hearing the words Red Sleeve Invitation, Ning Fan's expression shifted subtly, and he murmured, the Red Sleeve Invitation is indeed a stronghold of Eastern Hui military intelligence. But it is a bait set by my father. We must not act rashly, lest we disrupt my father's plans. Understood. Jiang Wan's face also bore a serious expression as he replied, Your Highness, our informants have reported that the situation in the Eastern Realm is likely to undergo further changes. Really? A hint of astonishment flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. Could it be that we have our people within the Eastern Hui army? Precisely. Jiang Wan retrieved a sealed letter from his bosom and handed it to Ning Fan, speaking softly, as far as I know. The Red Sleeve Invitation seems to have long been aware of their surveillance. My investigations into the Eastern Hui's front lines confirm this. This indicates that the Red Sleeve Invitation is intentionally exposing flaws, drawing the attention of the court, and thereby misleading the court to lure our troops into a trap. How is that possible? A grave expression settled on Ning Fan's face. If this were true, the situation in the Eastern Realm could become perilous. Now the Emperor, fully aware that the Red Sleeve Tavern is a strategic stronghold of Donghui, remains composed and refrains from any action, seemingly intent on exploiting the situation. However, after listening to Jiang Wan's remarks, it appears there is a deeper intrigue at play. If the Red Sleeve Tavern were to deliberately sacrifice a stronghold, exposing a flaw to draw the court's attention, it is likely they anticipate the court would not act rashly against them. If this were indeed a scheme within a scheme, this is troubling. Upon finishing the letter, Ning Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he said sternly, Our army has released false information through the Red Sleeve Tavern, aiming to lure the main forces of Donghui into the trap we have set. Yet, if Donghui realizes this is merely a ruse, they will surely deduce that our main forces have exited the city, leading them to conclude that Huaining City is devoid of troops. We have executed a risky ploy in hopes of swiftly subduing the eastern frontier, but if our movements are anticipated by Donghui, the loss of Huaining City would leave our main forces vulnerable and besieged. Jiang Wan, swiftly inform our contacts, and at all costs, relay this intelligence to Duke Xinghua. As you command. Jiang Wan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly departed. Ning Fan, gazing at the confidential missive in his hand, grew increasingly restless. The Great Yu is indeed in a precarious state, with the king of Huainan in the southwest eyeing them greedily. The aristocratic families within the court are stirring, and the western front remains unstable. Should the eastern battlefield falter, Great Yu is in peril. Evil One, prepare the horses. I shall enter the palace. In the imperial palace, within the imperial garden, Emperor Yu, rarely afforded a moment of tranquility, reflects upon the imminent conclusion of the eastern battlefield. After this campaign, there shall be no external threats for 3 years, and perhaps Great Yu might seize the opportunity to extract a hefty tribute. Once the eastern front is secured and the army returns to the capital, he shall also have the leisure to rid the court of those sycophants. Father, I wish to leave the palace for a while. Please allow me to go, pleaded a young maiden of around 14 or 15, affectionately linking her arm with that of Emperor Yu. I have not seen my second brother in months. I wish to visit him for just half a day. Is that not agreeable? Umph, you little girl, do not use the pretext of visiting the Prince of Xianyong to deceive me. Speak. Did you not recently disguise yourself as a boy and sneak out to the brothel? I have yet to settle that score with you. If this gets out, I shall see who dares to marry you. Upon hearing her father's words, Ning Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and softly replied, Father, I realize my mistake. My dear child, you have now reached the age for marriage. You must not continue to be so headstrong as before. Please, my second brother has yet to marry. She protested. I am still young. There is no rush. Seeing Ning Yao using Ning Fan as a shield, Emperor Yu chuckled lightly. The second one has been quite busy of late, indeed accomplishing some substantial matters, alleviating my burdens. Oh, father, do tell, what remarkable feats has my brother achieved? Whose daughter has he ensnared this time? Just as Ning Yao finished her inquiry, an indignant voice interrupted. Ning Yao, are you speaking ill of me again? Second brother. Upon encountering a sudden figure, Ning Yao was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying a hint of guilt as she instinctively retracted her head. You, what brings you here? Emperor Yu was equally surprised. This young man seldom appeared without cause, yet here he was, having pursued the matter all the way to the Imperial Garden. Could it be that he had instigated yet another calamity? Your son pays his respects to father. What brings you here? Father, it is urgent, concerning the fate of a nation. A grave expression crossed Ning Fan's face as he turned to Ning Yao, saying, Child, you should go amuse yourself for a while. Your second brother has matters of importance to discuss with father. Since when his second brother had matters of importance? Despite her playful retort, upon witnessing the solemn expressions on both their faces, Ning Yao prudently stepped aside. Chapter 50. The Movement of the Jin Yi Wei. Ning Fan's calculations after the two took their seats. Ning Fan did not wait for Emperor Yu to inquire, but directly spoke. Father, did you utilize the Hongzi Yuzo to disseminate false information? Indeed, Emperor Yu replied with a smile, nodding in approval. I never anticipated that you would discern my intentions. It is precisely for this reason that I did not allow you to meddle in the affairs of the Hongzi Yuzo. Observing the jovial expression on Emperor Yu's face, Ning Fan's countenance grew increasingly solemn. Father, you released false intelligence through the Hongzi Yuzo, deliberately exposing our army's vital supply routes, and inciting panic to lead Donghuai to believe that our provisions were insufficient. Furthermore, you allowed our people to leak this information to Donghuai, enticing them to launch an offensive, while our main forces were already strategically positioned. How did you come to know this? Emperor Yu's expression shifted to one of shock, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a grave demeanor. It was crucial to note that this matter was a closely guarded secret even within the court. Aside from a few key officials in the Ministry of War, only he and several veteran generals from the Eastern Front were privy to it. Yet now, this young man had articulated it so clearly. Father, the main army in Huaining City has fully deployed? Precisely. We have fallen into their trap. Ning Fan sighed deeply, his tone heavy. The Hongzi Yuzo is a deliberate bait set by Donghuai to lure us in. What did you say? Emperor Yu sprang to his feet, losing all semblance of regal composure, his face turning ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Eastern Front battlefield was of paramount importance. This battle was a gamble on the very fate of the Yu, second only to a national war. Should the Eastern Front falter, the ensuing chain reaction would engulf the Yu, potentially inviting the predations of powerful nations, as foreign states would undoubtedly rush to divide the Yu among themselves. Father, do not panic. I have already dispatched messengers to the Duke of State. There is still time. Emperor Yu tightly grasped his garment's hem, his expression gradually regaining its composure as he spoke in a low voice. Weighing, swiftly gather the civil and military officials to convene in the imperial study. As you command, immediately close in on the Hongzi Yuzo. Better to mistakenly eliminate 3,000 than to let even one escape. Understood. Ning Fan sensed the emperor's murderous intent and promptly strode towards the palace exit. Hongzi Yuzo. The upper floor was alive with music and dance, various dignitaries entering and leaving, while the private chambers on the second floor were filled with revelry. Surround the Hongzi Yuzo. Allow no one to escape. Yes. With a single command from Jiang Wan, he turned to Ning Fan beside him. Your Highness, shall we close in? I wish to personally meet the Hongzhuzhou maiden. Capture her alive. Understood. Jiang Wan responded, gesturing broadly as over 100 Jin Yi Wei surged forward into the Hongzhuzhou, swords drawn. In that instant, countless faces turned pale. The Jin Yi Wei. Heaven's mercy! Why have these harbingers of death come here? Why must they strike at the Hongzhuzhou? It's over. These officers are merciless. Many guests at the Red Sleeve Tavern displayed expressions of sheer panic, with some even dropping to their knees, pleading for mercy. My lords, what is the meaning of this? How have we offended you at the Red Sleeve Tavern? The madam's face also reflected her alarm. In a private chamber on the second floor, a graceful lady was hidden behind screen, plucking the strings of a guqin, her delicate fingers dancing across the strings, causing the music to grow increasingly frenetic. The discordant notes clashed together, sounding like a tempest, reverberating like a thunderstorm. Suddenly, with a sharp twang, a string snapped, and the door was kicked open, revealing a group of burly Imperial guards armed with swords, charging in. In a flash, two elegant figures emerged from behind screen. At that moment, the tranquil melody erupted once more as the woman behind the screen resumed playing her broken stringed instrument. Observing the two maidens brandishing their short swords, the four Imperial guards met them without hesitation, drawing their blades to engage. Ning Fan, accompanied by Jiang Wan, stepped into the private chamber, listening to the sporadic yet calming notes of the guqin, which contrasted with the increasingly urgent clash of swords. Miss Redsleeve, it has been far too long. A gentle smile graced Ning Fan's face as he stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Who would have thought that the one coming to confront us would be His Highness, the Second Prince? I too did not expect that one day I would draw blades against Miss Redsleeve. Venna, Yonana, stand down. The screen was lifted, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty, her smile warm and serene. Her enchanting gaze fell upon Ning Fan, filled with emotion. Remarkably, in just over half a month, this notorious dandy of the capital appeared transformed. He was even more handsome than before, his physique more robust, and astonishingly, all his previous bravado had been replaced by an air of refinement. Your Highness, have you come on Imperial orders? Ha, Miss Redsleeve, your perceptive mind has indeed discerned the truth. I am quite curious how His Majesty saw through it all. With a hearty laugh, Ning Fan replied, Miss Redsleeve, it is not only your Eastern Huai that has infiltrated my Dayu. It is quite possible that your general in the army, or certain minister in the court, is also affiliated with Dayu. At this revelation, Chu Hongxiu's expression changed drastically. Ning Fan continued, to be candid, from your deliberate exposure, sacrificing the entire Red Sleeve Tavern as bait, to the intentional dissemination of false information from my Dayu, everything has been orchestrated within my court's calculations. This is impossible. Chu Hongxiu appeared deeply moved, for she understood that the court had even mobilized all of Dayu's hidden agents for this war, willingly exposing the Red Sleeve Tavern to lure Dayu into a trap. They had exerted great effort to stage a performance, making Dayu believe it was transmitting false information, leading them to think that the main force of Eastern Huai had taken the bait, while in reality, there were other schemes at play. Yet now, it was astounding to realize that Dayu had orchestrated a plot within a plot within a plot. Eastern Huai had released the first layer, causing Dayu to think they were in the second layer, while in truth, Eastern Huai was operating in the third layer. And now, it became clear that Dayu had been on the fourth layer from the very beginning. Miss Hongxiu, if I am not mistaken, you believe that Huaining City is merely an empty fortress, do you not? You might even think that your main army is en route for a surprise attack on Huaining City. Alas, I must disappoint you. I do have long since set ambushes along the vital paths to Huaining City. A glimmer of disdain sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes, while Chu Hongxiu bit her lip in frustration, her face etched with resentment. All her meticulous planning had not only failed, but had instead placed her army in a precarious situation. In that moment, Chu Hongxiu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She had let her father down. Jiang Wan, investigate the true identity of Miss Chu. Yes, after issuing his command, Ning Fan turned to Chu Hongxiu and teasingly remarked, Miss Chu, should you be willing to spend a night of passion with me, I might consider discreetly notifying your people. Chapter 51, Misque. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of hope ignited in Chu Hongxiu's eyes. Her gaze upon Ning Fan akin to a desperate soul clutching the last straw of salvation. This scoundrel had long coveted her form, and now he audaciously resorted to betraying their court to win her over. Perhaps there was a chance for a turn of events? I shall consent for now. As long as the information is disseminated, our Donghuai army can evade an ambush. At that point, I can seek another means of escape. After weighing her options, Chu Hongxiu revealed a sorrowful smile to Ning Fan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Is what your highness said truly the case? One is not jest, Ning Fan replied, his gaze towards Chu Hongxiu now laced with a hint of lewdness. With a light chuckle, he added, Are you not afraid that your court may learn of this? Ha ha, the entire Jin Yi Wei is under my command. Who could possibly uncover this? Very well, I agree. Agreed it is. Ning Fan chuckled mischievously, unable to restrain himself as he stepped closer and whispered, But let it be known, while I shall permit you to relay the message, I cannot guarantee the timing. Rest assured, I have my methods. Chu Hongxiu signaled to a nearby maid, who promptly approached with a cage. Ning Fan's gaze was immediately captivated. It was a pigeon. However, this pigeon was considerably smaller than the typical messenger variety. Chu Hongxiu took paper and pen, inserting a note into the bamboo tube affixed to the spirit pigeon's leg, preparing to release it, but Ning Fan stepped forward. Wait. Has your highness changed his mind? Chu Hongxiu's expression tightened, her fingers nervously tugging at her garment, a bead of cold sweat forming in her palm. Ning Fan chuckled and shook his head, taking the spirit pigeon into his hands and retrieving the note from the tube. I wish to see if you're indeed playing tricks on me. Ning Fan unfolded the note, revealing a clear, concise message. Dayu has set a trap. Huaning City is untenable. Retreat swiftly. Your highness? I have changed my mind. This matter pertains to the fate of our Dayu. Ning Fan's words struck Chu Hongxiu, her lovely face paling as she murmured, Your highness, I merely wish to alert the Donghuai forces, urging them to withdraw. This will at most cause Dayu to miss a single opportunity for battle. Oh, a look of doubt crossed Ning Fan's face as he softly inquired, Will they still heed your warning? They certainly will. Are you certain? Absolutely. How long will it take for this spirit pigeon to convey the message? At most half a day. Very well. Ning Fan chuckled slyly, stepping forward to gently lift Chu Hongxiu's chin. I hope Miss Chu remains true to her word and accompanies me back to the manor tonight. Heh. Chu Hongxiu's heart brimmed with disdain. Yet she was compelled to smile brightly, nodding earnestly. Your highness need not worry. Though I am but a woman, my word is my bond. That is reassuring. Release the pigeon. Ning Fan handed the spirit pigeon back to Chu Hongxiu and turned to the Jin Yi Wei behind him, his voice stern. If a whisper of this matter escapes, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Do you comprehend? Understood. Several members of the Jin Yi Wei, though displaying hints of doubt, nodded without hesitation. Their loyalty to Ning Fan was unwavering. Even if their prince commanded them to march to their doom, they would do so without a second thought. Go. Chu Hongxiu personally released the spiritual pigeon into the sky. A great weight lifted from Ning Fan's heart, and beads of cold sweat broke out upon him. This time had truly been perilous. With the assistance of personnel from Donghuai and this spiritual pigeon, the message could be conveyed in less than half a day. There was still time. In this era, the spiritual pigeon was nothing short of a miraculous communication device. Miss Chu, what breed is this pigeon? I have never seen one like it before. I do not know. Chu Hongxiu's demeanor chilled considerably once the message was sent. A playful smirk crossed Ning Fan's face as Jiang Wan strode forward. Your Highness, seize all those summoned by Hongxiu. Understood. Imprison them all in the imperial dungeon for individual interrogation. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape. Yes. Remember, the information regarding Hongxiu's summons must not leak out. Understood. Jiang Wan bowed respectfully and promptly issued the orders. At that moment, Chu Hongxiu finally sensed something amiss. Her delicate brows furrowed as she turned to Ning Fan. What about you? Will you surrender, or shall we engage in battle? However, Chu Hongxiu had just rendered me a significant service, rescuing countless soldiers of Dayu. I shall surely petition my father for leniency. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, Chu Hongxiu's expression shifted dramatically. Are you deceiving me? Dayu has not seen through our plans from Donghuai. Was your previous statement meant to mislead me? Is Huaining City truly a desolate fortress? Have I just squandered an extraordinary opportunity for Donghuai? Seeing Chu Hongxiu finally awaken to the truth, Ning Fan chuckled softly, nodding. It was merely a temporary strategy. Miss Chu, do not take offense. You do not wish for your Donghuai soldiers to perish in battle, nor do I wish to stand idly by as my Dayu brothers meet their end. You, Volnad, Yunad, eliminotahum. Chu Hongxiu's eyes blazed with fury as she commanded. Two maidservants brandished short swords and charged at Ning Fan with deadly intent. Impudent, Jiang Wan bellowed, rushing forward with his blade drawn, while Jin Yi Wei silently positioned himself protectively by Ning Fan's side, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Wan, take them alive. Understood. Though the maidservants appeared delicate, their combat skills rivaled those of seasoned Jin Yi Wei warriors, and even Jiang Wan found it difficult to subdue them easily. Chu Hongxiu's gaze shimmered with a cold light, her figure flickering as she vanished in an instant, a glint of cold steel aimed directly at Ning Fan's heart. Little girl, do you think so little of me? Jin Yi Wei, grinning foolishly, swung his twin halberds fiercely towards Chu Hongxiu, whose expression shifted slightly as she faltered. Unable to approach Ning Fan. Be gentle, you brute. Miss Chu is now half your mistress. Yes, my lord. Jin Yi Wei abandoned his halberds and threw a punch forward. Seeing this, Chu Hongxiu flipped her dagger and hurled it at Ning Fan. My lord, be careful. It is of no consequence. Ning Fan maintained a serene smile. Yet the fierce warrior Jin Yi Wei reached out and seized the flying dagger, his expression now tinged with anger. You woman, were it not for my lord's fondness for you, I would surely crush you, he declared with disdain. Chu Hongxiu's face betrayed a hint of disdain as she observed her two handmaidens slowly succumbing to the pressure, prompting a surge of retreating thoughts. Miss Chu, surrender willingly. You shall not escape today. The entire Red Sleeve faction is encircled by my men, both inside and out. Ning Fan spoke with an unwavering smile. Chu Hongxiu's countenance hardened at his words, but the loathsome voice continued, should you dare to take your own life. I cannot guarantee what will become of your remains. Perhaps they shall be stripped bare, or displayed in a certain manner. Chapter 52, a deathly revelation observing the wicked smile that graced Ning Fan's face. Chu Hongxiu bit her lip, her eyes filled with humiliation. Could it be that even death was now beyond her reach? My lady, we shall protect you and fight our way out. Enough. Her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed at Ning Fan. She had not anticipated that this seemingly frivolous second prince concealed such depths. In that fleeting moment, she had genuinely believed his deceitful words. To think that half a year of plotting on my part in Donghuai could be so easily unraveled by His Highness's mere words. Now, I become a sinner of Donghuai. What can I return to? Yet, how does His Highness intend to deal with me, Hongxiu? Ning Fan's gaze roamed unabashedly over Chu Hongxiu, yet his eyes shimmered with clarity, reflecting nothing but admiration for her beauty. Devoid of any lewd intent, he appeared a different person entirely. My household is in need of a few dancers, Miss Chu. Why not find refuge with me for the time being? You are bold. Chu Hongxiu maintained her composure, but the two maids beside her seethed with indignation. Ning Fan merely smiled faintly, casting a lingering glance at Chu Hongxiu before turning away. Take all of Hongxiu's accomplices back to the Jin Yi Wei and interrogate them one by one. At your command. In the eastern territories, along an ancient path, a troop of armored cavalry thundered past, raising clouds of dust. At the forefront rode an elderly general, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, galloping fiercely. Ku! A spirit pigeon soared from the heavens, circling above the commanding officer. His expression hardened as he raised his hand, signaling the army to halt. General, it is the princess's spirit pigeon. Why has news arrived at this hour? Could there be another twist? The old general furrowed his brow, beckoning the pigeon, which landed gracefully on his hand. He extracted a slip of paper from the bamboo tube attached to its leg, his countenance shifting dramatically. "General, what news do you bear?" "The princess reports that Dayu has set a trap outside Huining City." "What?" The general's accompanying officers gasped, their faces reflecting alarm. "What has transpired? Could the information have leaked?" "Quickly, relay to the troops, rear guard to the front, withdraw 10 miles to set camp, and dispatch all scouts to investigate the enemy's movements towards Huining City." "At your command." The old general turned his gaze towards Huining City, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. "Which link in our chain has faltered? Could there be a traitor among us? Did you set this trap? Or has this been a ploy from the outset?" "Impossible." Observing his general's troubled musings, the vice-general spoke solemnly. "General, allow me to lead 3,000 light cavalry ahead to pave the way. Should anything arise, I will return immediately with news." "Unthinkable." The general resolutely shook his head. "If what the princess claims is true, our forces have already penetrated deep into Dayu's territory. Should Dayu encircle us, the consequences would be dire. Issue the order to retreat and await the scout's report." "At your command." In the wilds northwest of Huining City, a battalion of armored warriors lay concealed within the dense foliage, their sturdy bows and crossbows firmly grasped, awaiting the opportune moment. "Hark!" A resonant call echoed from afar, announcing an urgent dispatch from the capital. A middle-aged commander's expression shifted imperceptibly as he turned to behold a rider approaching at breakneck speed. "News! The Eastern Hui army has launched a surprise attack on Huining City. We implore the Duke to swiftly lead the forces to provide reinforcements." "What?" Duke Zhao Changjing's countenance darkened, revealing a flicker of alarm. Currently, the main forces of the Yu were strategically positioned outside the city, laying traps for the Eastern Hui as primary contingent. Yet, they had brazenly penetrated their defenses to assault Huining City. It must be noted that Huining City serves as the foremost bastion of Dayu's eastern front and is a vital repository for the army's provisions. Should Huining City fall, the consequences would be dire. "Who are you, and how did this news of Eastern Hui's attack on Huining City reach the capital?" "I report to you, my lord. The Eastern Hui has used a red sleeve as bait, deliberately disseminating false information from the court to ensnare us. In truth, this entire scheme is orchestrated by Eastern Hui, aiming to lure us out of the city to seize Huining City." "What do you say?" Zhao Changjing's face was etched with shock. "Is this ambush not a trap set by His Majesty for Eastern Hui? How has it transformed into Eastern Hui laying a trap for us in Dayu? My lord, please hasten to lead the forces to reinforce." "Who are you? Do you bear the token of His Majesty?" "I report to you. I am Zhao Yu, a 100-man commander of the Jin Yi, with a golden plaque bestowed by His Highness as proof." "Jin Yi?" Zhao Changjing's brow furrowed deeper, and upon seeing the imperial command in that man's hand, his expression shifted. "Has His Royal Highness sent you?" "No, it is His Highness Xianyou." "Nonsense." Zhao Changjing's face contorted with scorn as he bellowed. "Seize him. Among the princes, only His Royal Highness Sheng has received the imperial command. What nonsense about being a 100-man commander of the Jin Yi? Bring forth the truth." Faced with Zhao Changjing's icy demeanor, Zhao Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I assure you, my lord, I am indeed dispatched by His Highness Xianyou. Given the urgency of the military situation, you may choose not to believe me. However, our forces here cannot afford to wait for the main contingent of Eastern Hui. They are currently en route to Huining City, and should it fall, you are well aware of the gravity of the situation. As for the veracity of my words, you need only dispatch scouts to ascertain the truth. If reinforcements are not sent promptly, it will be too late." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's impassioned plea, Zhao Changjing's expression softened into contemplation. This man possesses the imperial command, thus he must be a messenger from the capital. Yet why would it be His Highness Xianyou? Is he not a notorious dandy renowned in the capital? How could he possibly hold the imperial command? Furthermore, what is this Jin Yi, and why have I not heard of it before? Observing Zhao Changjing's lingering hesitation, Zhao Yu drew a short blade from his waist, prompting several commanders beside Zhao Changjing to rush forward in defense. "My lord, the military situation is dire. We cannot afford any delay. I am willing to stake my life as evidence. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Yu plunged the dagger towards his own heart. Zhao Changjing's expression shifted instantly as he seized Zhao Yu's arm. Summon the troops. Relay my orders to dispatch all scouts to investigate the northeastern official road. The army shall immediately return to Huaining City. Once the scouts ascertain the movements of Dong Huai's main force, promptly inform Duke Pinghua and Duke Yuegua, instructing them to cut off Dong Huai's retreat. Understood. One individual accepted the command, and dozens of scouts galloped away. Zhao Changjing's gaze fell upon the captain of the Jin Yi Wei, and he spoke softly. You are aware of the gravity of this matter. I must proceed with caution. I recognize your loyalty and righteousness. Should the news prove true, you shall be a hero of our great Yu. I dare not. Zhao Yu, moved to tears at the sight of Zhao Changjing rallying the troops, respectfully bowed, saying, There is no trouble in the Eastern Territory. I shall not disappoint your Highness's trust. My lord, I have one more matter to discuss regarding my mission. Chapter 53. Seeking Peace Through Territorial Concessions? Ning Fan's anger flared. A hint of suspicion flickered across Zhao Changjing's face as Zhao Yu gradually produced a slip of paper from his bosom, extending it toward Zhao Changjing. The generals of Donghuai listed here are all our allies. I implore you, sir, to send someone to make contact. You, the Jin Yi Wei. A proud expression adorned Zhao Yu's countenance at the mention of the Jin Yi Wei. What exactly is this organization? To report to you, sir, the Jin Yi Wei is a newly established supervisory body of our dynasty, tasked with monitoring officials internally and gathering military intelligence externally, with the authority to execute first and report later. Granted by imperial decree. How can that be? Zhao Changjing's expression froze in disbelief. How could His Majesty allow such an institution to exist? Despite his doubts, Zhao Changjing unsealed the paper Zhao Yu had handed him. After a careful examination, he expressed astonishment. Are you certain these individuals are indeed your allies? I'm willing to stake my life on it. Zhao Changjing inhaled sharply, astonishment etched across his face. He inquired again. You mentioned that the Jin Yi Wei is a newly established agency of His Majesty. Yet every individual on this list holds significant power. Sir, these individuals were never subverted by the Jin Yi Wei. They have been ours from the very beginning. Zhao Yu replied with a faint smile, offering little elaboration. Zhao Changjing regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Is the leader of your Jin Yi Wei the Prince of Xianyou? Indeed. Upon receiving Zhao Yu's affirmation, a contemplative expression settled on Zhao Changjing's features. It seemed that the tides of change had swept through the capital. The army advanced rapidly towards Huaining City as dusk descended. Suddenly, a scout galloped in, shouting, Report. The Donghuai army has been sighted 50 miles northeast of Huaining City. Boom! Upon confirming the news, Zhao Changjing's body trembled violently. His garments instantly drenched in cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, he calmly inquired, Has the message been relayed to Duke Pinghua and Duke Yuegua? Yes, sir. Both dukes have already mobilized their forces to encircle the rear of Donghuai. Excellent. Zhao Changjing's face lit up with excitement. Convey to my generals, march at full speed. Tonight, I shall encircle the main force of Donghuai. At your command. Dayu. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Yu and his ministers wore furrowed brows, refilling their cups of tea repeatedly as disputes raged on without cessation. Your Majesty, the only viable course of action at this juncture seems to be negotiating peace with Donghuai. Conceding 2 provinces of our eastern territory, this condition will likely be difficult for Donghuai to refuse. Pondered the Minister of Personnel, Zheng Xian, after deep reflection. Absolutely not. Minister of War, Ji Sui, stepped forward, coldly asserting, since the founding of Dayu, we have never sought peace through territorial concessions. Our army has yet to be defeated. How can we beg for peace prematurely? It is utterly absurd. Emperor Yu gazed calmly upon the heated debate among his ministers. Ji Sui stepped forward with a bow. Your Majesty, the pressing matter at hand is to immediately dispatch reinforcements eastward. Once our aid arrives, we can safeguard our main forces. At that moment, reclaiming Huaining City would suffice to resolve the crisis. Lord Ji, our great Yu has no troops to mobilize. Are we to send the newly recruited 100,000 soldiers in a battle after merely half a month? Yet, what a new army, Ji Sui retorted. Even if they cannot compare to seasoned veterans, they are still 100,000 valiant men. The Minister of Personnel, Zhang Xian, wore a cold smile upon his face and remarked indifferently, "This is merely Lord Ji's wishful thinking. Let's not forget the need for caution in the southwest." As Zhang Xian spoke, he scrutinized the expression of Emperor Yu. "Enough," the emperor declared sharply, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on Lin Xiushi. "What does Minister Lin believe we ought to do to resolve this crisis?" This. Lin Xiushi's face betrayed his difficulty, stammering and unable to articulate a single coherent thought for a considerable time. "Your Majesty, Prince Xian requests an audience." Allow him to enter." The emperor sighed softly, rubbing his temples in weariness, only to see Ning Fan stride forth. "Your son pays his respects to father. No need for formalities." The emperor waved his hand dismissively, turning to Ning Fan with a question. "Have the spies of the Red Sleeve been captured?" "In response, Your Majesty, I have apprehended all the spies of the Red Sleeve." The emperor nodded in satisfaction, though his gaze turned somber as he looked upon Lin Xiushi. "You all may withdraw. We shall deliberate further in tomorrow's court session, but speak no more of territorial concessions for peace." "Understood." The ministers and military officials bowed silently and prepared to depart when Ning Fan's voice rang out in confusion. "Father, why must we concede land for peace?" "To whom do we concede land? Is the yin attacking us?" Hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, Ji Sui cast a cold glance at Zhang Xian and stated, "Your Highness, we are currently discussing matters concerning the eastern frontier. Minister Zhang intends to cede 2 prefectures of our eastern territory to seek peace with Donghuai." Ning Fan could not contain his laughter, causing all the ministers poised to leave to turn their attention toward him. "Why do you laugh, Your Highness?" Zhang Xian glared fiercely at Ji Sui and then directed an annoyed look toward Ning Fan. "I simply did not expect the term ceding land for peace to ever be uttered within the court of our great Yu, especially from the lips of a high-ranking official. Minister Zhang, if we concede 2 prefectures to seek peace today, shall we then cede another 2 should Donghuai attack again tomorrow?" Ning Fan's face was filled with derision as he mocked. "If one day the emperor of Donghuai takes a fancy to your wife and daughter, would you also offer them up to seek peace?" "You." Zhang Xian was instantly furious, pointing at Ning Fan, unable to voice his outrage. "Impudence," the emperor admonished sharply, glaring at Ning Fan, for this young man had publicly humiliated a high-ranking minister in front of many officials, which was indeed excessive. However, Ning Fan remained unfazed, bowing slightly to Zhang Xian. "Do not be angered, Minister Zhang. I was merely making an analogy." Ji Sui could no longer restrain her laughter, and the other ministers also struggled to suppress their amusement. Zhang Xian gazed at Ning Fan with an icy glare, calmly stating, "Our eastern borders are in imminent peril. Yet your Highness indulges in idle chatter. Do you truly believe that humiliating an old minister will compel Donghuai to retreat?" "Ha ha ha." Ning Fan could not help but burst into laughter, mercilessly mocking. "It appears that Minister Zhang possesses a sense of shame after all. When you boldly declared your intent to cede 2 provinces of Dayu, did you harbor any feelings of shame? The land of Dayu is home to hundreds of thousands. Yet you would simply part with it at the mere meeting of your lips. Yet when I demand the surrender of your wife and daughter, you fly into a rage and suddenly find your sense of shame. How utterly ridiculous!" As Ning Fan's unrelenting rebuke unfolded, the smiles on the faces of the civil and military officials gradually faded. Was this man truly enraged? Chapter 54. Request to establish the imperial decree. As Zhang Xian listened to Ning Fan's scornful taunts, his complexion fluctuated between crimson and ashen, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips turned a deep shade of purple from indignation, leaving him momentarily speechless, pointing at Ning Fan in a futile attempt to respond. "What? Does Lord Zhang take issue with this? Our great Yu has endured over a century of establishment, with ceaseless warfare, experiencing both triumphs and defeats, even once besieged by the southern barbarians at the banks of the Li River. Yet, throughout the reigns of our ancestors, has any sovereign ever proposed negotiations? Has any ruler ever yielded to the formidable powers from afar? Now, as my father diligently fortifies our borders, why must you insist on ceding territory and paying reparations? I simply wish to inquire, Lord Zheng, to whom do you truly pledge your allegiance? A frigid smile adorned Ning Fan's visage. If his previous remarks were blatant insults, then this discourse was undoubtedly a strike at the heart. Zheng Xian's expression darkened, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, declaring, Your Highness, I'm undoubtedly a loyal subject of Great Yu. Whether it is for peace or territorial concessions, my devotion to our nation is unwavering. Our main forces are currently embroiled in the eastern battlefield. If we negotiate now, we may preserve our strength. Should our troops suffer a total defeat, the eastern Huai would surge forth, and the losses to Great Yu would far exceed the mere cession of 2 provinces. If your highness can alleviate the peril in the east, I would willingly offer my wife and children. Zheng Xian spoke with fervor, embodying a figure of righteousness. Ning Fan's face was etched with cold amusement. Today, it is 2 provinces. Tomorrow, it will be 3, followed by a fleeting night of peace. If the eastern Huai were to launch another assault, would we choose to fight or to negotiate? Once all our lands have been surrendered, what shall we possess to contend with them? Confronted by Ning Fan's piercing gaze, Zheng Xian found himself at a loss for words. Ji Sui, listening intently to Ning Fan's discourse, nodded in agreement, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. If today we concede land for peace, then tomorrow our descendants shall be compelled to offer alliances and reparations. Our Great Yu has an ancestral decree. Only those royal offspring who achieve military merit may be granted the title of prince. Every emperor in our history has wielded a spear and ridden valiant steeds, embodying the spirit of a prince defending the realm and a sovereign safeguarding the state. Now, Lord Zheng dares propose territorial concessions. I wonder if our forebears in the ancestral tombs would rise in fury, cursing their unworthy descendants. My father, today I beseech you, before all the civil and military officials, to establish a decree. Henceforth, no emperor of Great Yu shall seek alliances, pay tributes, cede lands, or offer reparations. It is better to perish than to seek peace. With resolute determination, Ning Fan knelt before Emperor Yu, his gaze unwavering. Well said, Your Highness. Ji Sui was the first to step forward, performing a grand bow and kneeling beside Ning Fan. Your Majesty, I second this proposal. Great Yu is founded on martial prowess, and we must establish this ancestral decree to unite the hearts of the people. Your Majesty, I second this. I second this. Lin Xiaoshi pondered for a moment before stepping forward to express his agreement. At that moment, Emperor Yu finally emerged from his astonishment. A prince guards the nation's gates. A monarch dies for the realm. Well said. It resonates deeply with my sentiments. Grant permission. With a grand gesture, Emperor Yu cast an appreciative glance at Ning Fan, momentarily envisioning the shadow of his eldest son. Zheng Xian stood silently to the side, feeling a flush of heat wash over his face. He sensed that the events of today would soon spread like wildfire throughout the realm. Once Emperor Yu established a familial decree, it would inevitably be announced to the world. By then, the scholars of the land would come to understand the full context of today's discourse, and Zheng Xian would undoubtedly be the target of scorn and reproach. Father, your wisdom astounds, Ning Fan exclaimed, bestowing a loud compliment as he rose to stand beside Zheng Xian. In a hushed tone, he remarked, It seems that Lord Zheng did not lend his support earlier, yet he still harbors thoughts of negotiation. Now that the mask has been torn away, it will be better to offend him completely. Nevertheless, I am indifferent. He is merely a puppet supported by his lineage. If I find him displeasing, I shall confront him directly. It is a liberating notion. As for whether he bears animosity towards me, I care not. He is but a doomed man, and I shall seize the opportunity to deal with him accordingly. Your Highness, your words today are thunderous and resonant. Your Majesty, I seek to confess my transgressions, Zheng Xian declared as he bowed before Emperor Yu, though his gaze was directed at Ning Fan. It appears that your Highness possesses a well-thought-out plan, and I trust you have devised a method to resolve the crisis. Emperor Yu did not rush to respond. Instead, he regarded Ning Fan with keen interest, convinced that this young man would not be so audacious without a suitable countermeasure. Indeed, Lord Zheng speaks wisely. You need not offer your wife and daughter as collateral. The crisis in the Eastern Territory has already been addressed by my appointed envoy. Upon hearing Ning Fan once again invoke his wife and daughter, Zheng Xian felt a surge of indignation, nearly collapsing to the ground. Your Highness, we are in the presence of His Majesty. One must not speak so lightly. The elder statesman then inquired, Might I ask how your Highness has resolved the peril in the Eastern Territory? Who have you dispatched for this task? This question sparked curiosity not only in Emperor Yu, but also among the gathered officials, all of whom turned their attention to Ning Fan, questioning whether he was merely posturing to save face or if he had indeed managed to discreetly resolve the crisis in the East. It seems, Lord Zheng, that you are less than pleased to hear that I have alleviated the Eastern danger, Ning Fan retorted. Your Highness, that is a misinterpretation. I'm simply concerned for the affairs of the realm. The lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers are at stake, and there is no room for deception. Zheng Xian's face was marked with a cold smile, and a flicker of vengeful satisfaction danced in his heart. Do you truly believe that a mere debauched youth like yourself can resolve a crisis? Surely, Huaining City has fallen by now, and the main forces of Dayu must be ensnared in chaos, struggling for their own survival. As for your claim of having dispatched someone to resolve the situation, I scoff at such a notion. The entire court is at a loss. And what can you, a mere youth, possibly contribute? Have you truly resolved the matter, Prince Xianyong? At this moment, Emperor Yu appeared to be somewhat restless, his gaze fixed intensely upon Ning Fan. Despite harboring a tinge of doubt within, he could not help but be filled with hope at Ning Fan's unwavering confidence. Reporting back to father, I have just sealed off the red sleeve invitation. Ning Fan recounted the events that transpired with the red sleeve invitation in detail, leaving Emperor Yu and the others in a state of awe. Eventually, they could no longer contain their laughter. Splendid. Truly worthy of being my Qilin child. Who would have thought that half a year of scheming by Donghuai could be unraveled in an instant by you? A remarkable feat. Observing the joy radiating from Emperor Yu, as if a great weight had been lifted from him, Ning Fan spoke with a measured tone. Father, I cannot claim with absolute certainty that this matter is resolved. Should the generals of Donghuai harbor any doubts and act rashly, our Huaining City may still be engulfed in turmoil. Ning Fan's words served as a sobering reminder to Emperor Yu. He turned to Wei Ying beside him and instructed, if any intelligence from the front lines arrives tonight, regardless of the hour, report it immediately. As you command. Chapter 55. The first extraordinary general, Yu Wumu of the Southern Song Dynasty, upon exiting the imperial study. Ning Fan strode purposefully towards the palace gates. Yet, after taking but a few steps, he was halted by a voice calling out to him. Your Highness. Ning Fan halted his steps, turning back to behold none other than the Minister of War, Ji Sui. Lord Ji, I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the second prince. Ning Fan nodded with a smile, having gained some understanding of this Minister of War during their earlier encounter in the hall. The information regarding this individual was also present in the records of the Jin Yi Wei, marking him as a loyal and steadfast minister. I wonder what insights Lord Ji may have to offer. I would not presume. Ji Sui let out a light laugh and cupped her hands in respect, saying, I was deeply impressed by your Highness's remarks earlier in the court. It is merely a heartfelt expression, a release of pin-up emotions. I hope it has not caused Lord Ji any amusement. Your Highness, Lord Zheng is indeed a relative of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Sheng. If you were to humiliate him today, you must be cautious in the future, for Lord Zheng is not a man of magnanimity. I sincerely appreciate your reminder. Lady Ji, it is precisely because of my brother's reputation that I refrained from taking action against him. Otherwise, the Zheng family would have likely already met their demise in the netherworld. What? Ji Wei's face was etched with an expression of disbelief as she exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Lord Zheng, such a lowly character, merely a sycophant? Alas! Ji Sui also sighed softly and said, one cannot blame His Majesty for this matter. Over the years, our great Yu has been tirelessly striving to contend with the formidable powers from all directions. In the court, The majority of individuals possess a sincere heart. Yet upon entering this vast cauldron of corruption, some are unable to maintain their integrity. Others find themselves ensnared, and still others, consumed by insatiable desires, ultimately abandon their principles and engage in reckless misdeeds. Indeed, power can lead one to lose sight of their true essence, forsaking virtue and integrity, and may even drive individuals to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. Your Highness, Ji Sui suddenly adopted a solemn demeanor and softly inquired, in eliminating a multitude of corrupt officials, you have inadvertently offended numerous court ministers. Do you harbor any regrets? Since I hold the authority of the brocade-clad officials, I have committed actions that may offend others. Why should I feel remorse? Indeed, it can be said that I stand unashamed before heaven and earth. For praise and blame will naturally unfold with the passage of time. Well said. Once again, an official clad in a resplendent crimson robe approached from behind, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. It turned out to be the esteemed Lord Xie. Ji Sui turned her head and saw that the visitor was none other than the Minister of Works, Xie Xingxian. I have seen His Highness the Second Prince, she exclaimed. There is no need for such formalities, Master Xie. Ha ha, I have just heard Your Highness's remarks, and I am profoundly impressed. Today I have learned much. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your kind words. It was merely an expression of my sentiments. Ning Fan smiled and said, whether serving as an official or for the people, one should govern for a term and bring prosperity to the region. I am well aware that executing those corrupt officials would undoubtedly offend both the civil and military factions of the court. However, if I were to wield power yet remain inactive, I would surely incur the wrath of the people of the realm. To offend a handful of corrupt officials for the sake of the common people, garnering their praise instead, it is clear which holds greater significance, as you both surely understand. Well said. The gazes of the two individuals directed at Ning Fan were filled with reverence. Who would have thought that the once notorious dandy, renowned throughout the capital, could articulate such resounding words? The trio made their way towards the palace gates, each expressing their opinions freely, creating a sense of camaraderie that resonated deeply. Your Highness, we have arrived at the palace gates. It is time for us to part ways, Xie Xingxian said, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Minister Xie, it won't be long before I may pay a visit to your Ministry of Works. We shall meet again then. Xie Xingxian shivered at the remark, his complexion turning pale. Your Highness, has any official in my ministry violated the law of the land? Ha ha. Minister Xie, do not be alarmed. All matters concerning you two are meticulously laid out on my table at the Jin Yi Wei office. I am well acquainted with both of you. Otherwise, we would not have traversed this journey together. What I meant is in a few days, I plan to create a small contraption and will need to enlist a few craftsmen from your ministry for assistance. Ah, I see. Xie Xingxian visibly relaxed, letting out a deep sigh, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He chuckled wryly. Your Highness certainly gave me quite a scare. Those who commit no wrongdoing need not fear the knocking at their door. Ji Sui jested from his side. Could it be that Minister Xie harbors a guilty conscience? With a formidable presence like His Highness beside us, even the innocent may tremble at the thought. They all laughed heartily. After their merriment, the three boarded their carriages, each heading in a different direction. Upon returning home, Ning Fan immersed himself in his quarters and activated the system. With 1,000 merit points still at his disposal, he was poised to summon an extraordinary general. System, exchange for a supreme general summoning card. Congratulations, Master. The exchange was successful. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? Summon. Congratulations, Master. You have summoned the renowned general of the Song Dynasty, Yu Fei. Yu Fei? Ning Fan's expression shifted, astonished to have summoned the legendary Yu Wumu. System. Display Yu Fei's attributes. Please hold on. Name. Yu Fei Dynasty, Song Dynasty, loyalty, utterly loyal, martial power, 101 intelligence, 86 leadership, 107 politics, 68 troop type, Yu family army, including Beihai army, Xianfeng army, Xingjie army, Tabai army, Yuyi army, etc. Divine weapon, Liquan spear mount, White dragon steed, special skills, Yu family spear technique, galloping horse archery, special attributes, Martial Saint, title attribute. Increases martial power by 3 points. Invincible infantry. In battles between infantry and cavalry, morale and endurance of the soldiers increase, slaying the alien. In battles against foreign tribes. Leadership increases by 1 point, and the martial power and endurance of the soldiers increase by 3 points. After reviewing Yu Fei's attributes, Ning Fan was utterly astonished. Dual attributes exceeding 100? It seemed almost celestial. In his previous life, he and Yu Wumu were akin to fellow townsmen, born in Tangyin and raised in Neiwang. Thus he was quite familiar with his legendary feats. He had been a disciple of martial arts masters Zhou Tong and Chen Guang, capable of drawing a bow with either hand and possessing remarkable strength, rising to fame at a young age. Subsequently, he achieved remarkable feats in the military, even being posthumously honored by Zhu Yuanzhang as the martial saint. Prior to the Qing Dynasty, temples dedicated to General Yu Fei were ubiquitous across the nation, revered by the people. During the Wanli period, the Ming Emperor Xinzong further elevated him to the esteemed title of the Supreme Emperor of the Three Realms, the guardian against demons, and the venerable Yu. From that point onward, the title of martial saint oscillated between Guan Yu and Yu Fei, at times even being held concurrently. It was not until the establishment of the Qing Dynasty that, in an effort to eradicate the Han people's resistance to Qing rule, an edict was issued to dismantle the temples of Yu Fei throughout the country, thereby amplifying the martial image of Guan Yu. The underlying reason for this was that Yu Fei devoted his life to resisting the Jurchens, who were the ancestors of the Manchus. Chapter 56. Assassin Strike. Where is Yu Wumu now? Reporting to my master, Yu Fei has entered the world and will come to seek refuge within a month. A month? Ning Fan's brow furrowed. It was noteworthy that figures like Dian Wei and Jia Su appeared before him within a single day, and Zhuge Liang had directly entered his palace. Yet, Yu Fei required an entire month? Very well, a month it shall be. Ning Fan silently exited the system, retrieving the art of war from the system space, and began to study it earnestly. In recent days, reading military texts before sleep had gradually become his habit. As the golden crow sank in the west, the jade rabbit rose in the east, the chill of early winter approached, and the desolate autumn winds howled incessantly, swirling dry leaves upon the moonlit ground. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking shattered the stillness of the night. 7 or 8 figures darted through the moonlight, leaving trails of air disruption in their wake. Where did these wild dogs come from? Damn it, I'll slay them. Stop. The leader of the black-clad figures narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. The mission is paramount. We must not create unnecessary complications. The Xianyong Palace is guarded by experts. Prepare the strong bows and crossbows and ensure a precise shot. We are near the palace. If we are discovered, reinforcements from the Imperial Guards will arrive within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. So we have only that long. Remember, once the deed is done, do not linger. The consequences are well known to you. Understood. The group of black-clad figures responded in unison, swiftly taking flight toward the depths of the Xianyong Palace. Each member was a martial arts expert, possessing exceptional lightness of foot, making it nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to detect them. In mere moments, the 8 black-clad assassins infiltrated the palace, gliding seamlessly toward the attic where Ning Fan resided. The attic ahead was their target. Prepare the crossbow bolts. As the leader's command fell, all 8 drew their crossbows, aiming at the brightly lit window of the attic. Inside the attic, Ning Fan yawned, weariness evident on his face as he set down the art of war. He had not visited the military camp in the past few days and decided it was time to do so. Tomorrow, he could discuss the implementation of the land reclamation system with his father, as well as the pig farm. The curved plow. With this tool for reclaiming land, along with sweet potato and potato seeds, not only could we sustain 100,000 troops, but it would also suffice for 300,000 to 500,000 without issue. I wonder if Shun Wansan has secured the salt mine. Just as Ning Fan pondered these matters, the sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air erupted, shattering the window and hurtling toward him. Not good. Assassins. The guards outside the attic immediately sensed the danger and called out in alarm. Upon hearing the snapping of bowstrings, Ning Fan instinctively rolled aside, narrowly avoiding several bolts that embedded themselves into the wooden decor beside him. He lay motionless on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Jin Yi Wei rushed in from the outer chamber, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Ning Fan unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. Your Highness is safe." Ning Fan deeply breathed out a cloud of stale air, rising to his feet and brushing off his attire, his eyes shimmering with a cold glint. "Evil come, let us venture outside. Your Highness, do you doubt my ability to protect you?" Jin Yi Wei was momentarily speechless, then broke into a hearty smile. "Your Highness, with me around, no one can harm you." As they conversed, they made their way outside the pavilion. In the spacious courtyard, 8 black-clad assassins were locked in combat with the guards of the Xianyong prince's residence, displaying an unsettling ease against the onslaught of dozens of guards. In mere moments, over 10 guards lay lifeless in pools of blood. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in Ning Fan's eyes as he spoke matter-of-factly. "Evil come, you shall take the lead, and allow not a single one to escape." "Understood." Jin Yi Wei licked his lips, a surge of killing intent rising within him, as he brandished his dual halberds and charged towards the black-clad assassins. Ning Fan, clad in a simple robe, stood poised on the steps of the pavilion, squinting at the fray below. Who could have sent them? Zhang Xian? Or perhaps the Chun family? With Jin Wei's intervention, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The 8 assassins seemed to sense the extraordinary prowess of the stout figure before them, their vigilance heightened. "Eliminate the target first. Old 7, Old 8. You engage him while we hold off these guards." "Agreed." 2 figures exchanged glances amidst the throng and leapt towards Ning Fan's direction. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yong had silently appeared by Ning Fan's side, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he regarded the advancing assassins as if they were mere specters. Jin Yi Wei swung his halberd, sending 2 charging assassins flying. He then lunged forward, positioning himself before the 2 attackers, and with a mere 2 strikes of his halberd, he severed the formidable assassins in half. "Hiss!" Lin Yong's face betrayed a mixture of astonishment, and he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Jin Yi Wei truly possesses remarkable martial prowess. His skills must have reached the level of a master. "Lin Bo, judging by your demeanor, you seem to have some skills as well?" "Hee." Lin Yong chuckled awkwardly. "Second master, do you still not know me? My skills are merely rudimentary, barely enough to perform a few tricks." "Ha!" Ning Fan felt his spirits lift considerably as he surveyed the remaining black-clad figures, a spark of eagerness igniting within him. However, he ultimately restrained the urge brewing within. Despite having practiced diligently for a few days, even mastering the first form of the deadly 13 spears to a minor degree, he knew he still paled in comparison to these skilled assassins. Nonetheless, he was grateful for the chance to survive today, as his recent training had significantly enhanced his physical abilities. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to have executed that previous somersault. One would have perished beneath the hail of arrows long before. Jin Yi Wei strived to capture them alive. Certainly, upon hearing Ning Fan's admonition, Jin Yi Wei tempered his ferocity, employing the flat of his dual halberds to subdue his foes. In merely 3 or 5 exchanges, he brought 2 adversaries to the ground. Such formidable skill. This individual's raw strength is impressive. Do not engage him in prolonged combat. Let us eliminate King Xianyong first. The leader clad in black fixed his gaze upon Ning Fan, his eyes gleaming with unabashed murderous intent, and swiftly surged forward. "Be careful, Your Highness." Jin Wei's countenance shifted as he wielded his halberd to send the assailants before him sprawling. However, the black-clad figure was exceedingly agile, rendering him unable to intercept the impending threat. 5-step halberd technique. Lin Yong stepped forward, poised to act, when Jin Wei's urgent shout rang out. In his hand appeared a miniature halberd, which he hurled with great force, piercing through the back of the black-clad leader. Ning Fan was equally swift, seizing a long spear and thrusting it forth. The spearhead penetrated the figure completely, leaving an expression of deep resentment etched upon the leader's face, his eyes wide open in death. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant sound of bells echoed, causing Ning Fan and Lin Yong to exchange startled glances, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the palace. Chapter 57. Your Highness, how is it that you bear traces of blood? This is the great Emperor's bell before the Jingde Hall. How many times has it rung? Second Master, it has sounded 5 times. Clang, with the 6th toll. A grave expression enveloped Ning Fan's countenance. In the city of Yuang, there exists a bell and drum tower, resounding with morning bells and evening drums. Each day during the morning court, the toll of the great Emperor's bell signifies the commencement of the audience. However, in the event of unforeseen occurrences, such as the Emperor's passing, the demise of nobles, or the uprising of rebels, this great bell would toll as well. According to the laws of Dayu, there are stringent regulations regarding the number of tolls. For instance, during the morning court, a single toll announces the gathering, while 3 tolls indicate the passing of a royal or noble. The death of significant figures, such as the Empress or the Dowager Empress, warrants 6 tolls. Should the Emperor pass away, or should there be a rebellion or war declared, the bell tolls 9 times. Now it tolls 6 times. By the laws of Dayu, all officials of the 5th rank and above must enter the palace within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense upon hearing 6 tolls. How can this be? The Dowager Empress has long since departed, and the Empress is in good health. Could it be that a certain prince has passed away? Lin Yong, standing beside, furrowed his brow, seemingly confused as well. Lin Bo, have you forgotten? According to the laws of Dayu, urgent news from the borders within 800 miles or the possession of a golden token bestowed by His Majesty can also summon the great Emperor's bell. Your Highness suggests that news from the Eastern Front has arrived. Ning Fan's gaze flickered as he observed Jin Yi Wei subduing several figures clad in black, and calmly instructed, "Deliver these individuals to the Jin Yi Wei for an overnight interrogation." Your Highness, they are all death warriors, with poison hidden in their teeth. Had I not reacted swiftly, it is likely not a single one would have remained alive. A solemn expression surfaced on Jin Yi Wei's face as he spoke earnestly. Ha ha, whether they are death warriors or assassins, the Jin Yi Wei must ensure they divulge their secrets. For those guards who fell in battle, prepare their compensations generously, providing them with ample silver. Understood. Lin Yong nodded heavily, turning to Ning Fan and saying, "Second Master, do you wish to enter the palace, or shall we take Jin Yi Wei with us?" "There is no need. Jin Yi Wei shall personally deliver this captive and the bodies to the Jin Yi Wei. My safety is not a cause for concern." As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, he mounted the purple lightning dragon and sped toward the outer palace. Master, in a shadowy alley, Zhuang Zhu's figure silently appeared before Ning Fan, kneeling on one knee and offering a respectful salute. "You are aware of tonight's events, are you not?" "I have arrived late. Please punish me, Master." "There is no need for punishment at this moment. Ascertain the identities of these individuals and who is behind this." "Yes." Ning Fan galloped out of the alley, with Zhuang Zhu escorting him until he gradually faded into the darkness. In the imperial study, the Emperor of Yu sat there in silence for half the night, unable to find rest, as he perused the memorials back and forth. If what Ning Fan claims is true, news from the Eastern Front will soon settle the dust, and a battle report shall arrive in the capital. Yet whether it be news of victory or defeat remains uncertain. Time flowed neither hastily nor slowly as Emperor Yu dismissed the urgent pleas of his concubines and succumbed to slumber at his desk. Suddenly, the resonant chimes of the clock jolted him awake. He quickly donned his robe and strode towards the palace's exit, his authoritative voice reverberating through the grand hall. "Weighing, who has struck the Grand Emperor's bell?" "Your Majesty, joyous news," exclaimed Weighing, stumbling forward with an expression of delight. "A great victory in the eastern frontier. The 3 dukes have decisively defeated the main forces of Donghuai, annihilating over 100,000 enemies." "What? Ha ha ha. Splendid." Initially taken aback, Emperor Yu soon erupted into hearty laughter. Jing Li, leading the scouts bearing the good tidings, approached with utmost respect, presenting the victory report. "Your Majesty, the Duke of National Defense has commanded me to relay that in this battle, our great Yu has outmaneuvered the 30,000 troops of Donghuai, encircling them with 3 armies and eliminating 70,000 foes. The forces of Donghuai are in retreat, and our army is expanding its triumph. In this battle, The Prince of Xianyang's Imperial Guards deserve the greatest credit. As the scout fervently conveyed the news, Emperor Yu could not conceal his joy, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. I understand. You may rest now. Upon the return of the three dukes, I shall duly reward their merits. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jing Li's expression mirrored the joy of the moment. Wei Ying gently reminded, Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor's bell has sounded. The civil and military officials are already present in the palace, awaiting you in the Jingde Hall. Let us proceed to Jingde Hall. Within the Grand Hall, officials stood in solemn formation. Emperor Yu conveyed the news to the gathered ministers, igniting a fervor among them. Ha! True to the Duke of National Defense. With this victory, our great Yu has gained another unparalleled warrior. Old Duke Zhao's strategic prowess is unmatched. Among all our martial generals, perhaps only the divine General Jing Gua and His Highness the Prince of Shang can be compared. The courtiers showered praise without restraint, while the smile on Emperor Yu's face remained unwavering. The eastern frontier had long been a source of anxiety for him, and now, with its stability, a heavy burden was finally lifted from his heart. Ahem! Emperor Yu cleared his throat lightly, prompting all officials to stand at attention, and the hall gradually fell silent. This victory in the eastern frontier is an unprecedented triumph for our great Yu. The Prince of Xianyang shall receive the highest commendation. As soon as the emperor's words fell, the courtiers looked at Ning Fan in astonishment, some bewildered. Your Majesty, what does the victory in the eastern frontier have to do with the Prince of Xianyang? Is it possible he ventured onto the battlefield to receive the highest commendation? Your Majesty, this may be somewhat excessive. The courtiers expressed their discontent, while a few prominent ministers, such as Lin Xiushi, exchanged complex glances with Ning Fan, fully aware of the underlying circumstances. It seemed that after today, the Prince of Xianyang would hold a place in the Emperor's esteem, second only to the Prince of Shang. Emperor Yu, hearing the official's dissent, replied coolly, Had it not been for the intelligence conveyed by the Prince of Xianyang's Imperial Guards, our great Yu's Huainan city would have likely fallen, and our 200,000 main forces would have found themselves ensnared. What? The Jin Yi Wei has conveyed military intelligence? Upon hearing this, all the ministers gazed at Ning Fan with astonishment. Could it be that the Jin Yi Wei, having been established for merely a few days, has already amassed such influence? I congratulate Your Majesty. Our Prince of Dayu is indeed a dragon among men. The courtiers swiftly shifted their tone, showering praise upon Emperor Yu. Ning Fan stood silently at the front of the hall, remaining reticent. Xianyang, do share your desires for rewards, the Emperor prompted. In response to Your Majesty, I require no rewards. It is my duty and responsibility, Ning Fan replied with a composed demeanor. The Minister of War, Ji Sui, regarded him with admiration, his expression one of deep respect. Bloodstains? Your Highness, how could there be bloodstains on you? A sudden exclamation echoed throughout the Grand Hall, and in that instant, a profound silence enveloped the court, all eyes fixated upon Ning Fan. Chapter 58, The Black Eyes Platform. Ning Fan's counterattack. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu's countenance shifted in astonishment. He abruptly rose from his dragon throne and descended the high platform step by step, his gaze fixated intensely on the bloodstains adorning Ning Fan. What transpired? Ning Fan respectfully bowed and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, before entering the palace, 8 black-clad assassins infiltrated my Xianyang palace, attempting to assassinate me with their formidable crossbows. The guards of the estate fought valiantly to protect me, eliminating all 8 assassins. The blood upon me is that of the attackers. What did you say? The Emperor's expression transformed into one of fierce intensity, a menacing aura enveloping him as he bellowed. Who dares to send assassins after the Crown Prince, a first-rank duke, and to infiltrate my very residence? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Jin Li, he summoned. How is it that your Imperial Guards failed to protect the capital? The Emperor's face was livid with fury. How could the estate of a first-rank duke be assailed by black-clad assassins, even attempting to kill a royal? This is utterly absurd. The Xianyang Palace lies just outside the palace walls, at my very doorstep. Jin Li, upon hearing this, was overcome with trepidation and knelt, proclaiming, Your Majesty, Please quell your anger. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide His Highness with an explanation. Oomph. I grant you 3 days to unearth the mastermind behind this. Should this matter remain unresolved, I will show no mercy. Father. Ning Fan stepped forward, a light smile gracing his lips. There is no need for anger. I anticipated this day would come. After speaking, he cast a glance at the assembled civil and military officials, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I understand that I have offended many in recent times, yet I did not expect some would resort to such despicable means. Therefore, I shall respond accordingly. I do not fear revealing that the case files of the Jin Yi Wei are currently burdened with numerous heads. It is possible that the executioner's blade may fall at any moment. Thus, esteemed lords who wish to take action should do so swiftly. I offer you an opportunity. Starting today, I shall disband all guards at the Xianyong Palace. Employ whatever unscrupulous methods you desire, and see if this group of inept fools can claim my head. As Ning Fan's words echoed, the faces of the court officials turned pale, and the emperor furrowed his brow, gently reprimanding, "This is nonsense. Father, there is no need to trouble Commander Jing with the investigation." Ning Fan's tone remained calm and unhurried, devoid of any trace of anger. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of all present. Investigations are the hallmark of the Jin Yi Wei. This matter I shall handle personally. Upon hearing Ning Fan's declaration, the emperor nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Then let this case be thoroughly investigated. Anyone involved, regardless of their station, shall be executed without mercy. Ning Fan slightly inclined his head, but he did not intend to resolve this matter through official channels. Since they had resorted to such base tactics, he would not be bound by the rules of chivalry. Father, I have yet another matter to report. Speak, Your Majesty. I humbly seek your permission to implement the land reclamation policy within the new military forces. The land reclamation policy? A hint of doubt crossed the face of Emperor Yu as he observed Ning Fan present a memorial. After a thorough examination, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this land reclamation policy is truly a boon for the nation. Our capital is already replete with wasteland. If we could cultivate it and plant grains in due time, it could very well transform into a significant granary for our great Yu. Ministers, I invite you to peruse this as well. The emperor commanded that the memorial be circulated among the court officials, who expressed their astonishment. Many gazed at Ning Fan with newfound respect. This wayward prince is poised for a rise. Having concluded the morning court session, while the dawn had yet to break, the ministers returned to catch a few more hours of sleep. Upon exiting the palace, Ning Fan encountered Jiang Wan and Jin Yi Wei, who had been waiting for some time. Let us proceed to the Jin Yi Wei headquarters. Your Highness, we have uncovered the culprit. Oh, a look of surprise graced Ning Fan's face. He had not anticipated such swift results. The Qin family? Not at all. Jiang Wan shook his head slightly. It is the Duke of Xuanwu, although it is not the Chun family's doing. They cannot escape culpability. The day before, the Duke of Xuanwu had visited the Chun residence alongside several officials, all of whom are mercenaries from the underworld. Your Highness, should we seal off the Duke of Xuanwu's residence? There is no rush. A cold smile played upon Ning Fan's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Let the Jin Yi Wei refrain from intervening for now. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. Do we possess any leverage against the Duke of Xuanwu? Reporting back to Your Highness. The Duke has withdrawn from court for many years and conducts himself with the utmost caution. His hands are quite clean." Intriguing. Ning Fan chuckled softly and turned to Jiang Wan. Henceforth, the primary task of the Jin Yi Wei shall be to infiltrate the surrounding nations, especially regarding military intelligence and court affairs. Whatever is required, money or personnel, must be provided. Your Highness, our intelligence network within the Great Yu is still not fully established. Would it not be overly ambitious to act externally? A valid point. Ning Fan nodded thoughtfully and mused. In that case, you shall oversee internal surveillance and begin laying the groundwork for the Jin Yi Wei's intelligence network. Let Jiasu assist you within the Jin Yi Wei. Establish a new agency within the Jin Yi Wei to be named the Black Ice Platform. It shall be dedicated to military affairs. Overseen by Jiasu, focusing on external infiltration military intelligence gathering, and incitement. Understood. Jiang Wan's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly. Ning Fan's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as he declared, "The Black Ice platform must remain classified within the Jin Yi Wei. Let us start with the Huainan region. Within 3 months, I wish to be apprised of all military intelligence concerning Huainan, as you command." Upon exiting the Jin Yi Wei headquarters, Ning Fan did not proceed as planned to the new military camp. Instead, he returned to the Wang residence of Xianyong, where he first met with Jia Su to inform him of the establishment of the Black Ice platform. With his cunning strategist personally overseeing the Black Ice platform, Ning Fan felt reassured. While Jia Su may not be the foremost authority on statecraft, when it comes to subterfuge, he could easily overwhelm the finest literati. "My lord," after a prolonged wait in the garden, Ning Fan finally beheld the figure of Zhuozhu, who respectfully bowed and reported, "I have ascertained that these 8 assassins hail from an organization known as the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, commissioned by the Marquis of Xuanwu." "Indeed," Ning Fan replied with a slight nod, gently inquiring, "What are the underpinnings of the Netherworld?" "In response to your highness, the Oxhead and Horseface have resumed their positions, while the Black and White Impermanents are currently undergoing evaluation. One of the 10 Yama Kings has been confirmed. Given this, let us take decisive action against the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. It is time for the Netherworld to make its presence known. We shall utilize the Blood Slaughter Pavilion to assess the capabilities of the Black and White Impermanents. The competent shall rise, while the inept shall fall." Understood. Furthermore, by tomorrow morning, ensure that the head of the Marquis of Xuanwu's son is placed beside his bed. Chapter 59. Requesting the Blood Slaughter Pavilion's intervention in the Chun residence. Duke Xuanwu Jihong and the third master of the Chun family, Chen Rui, sat in the hall, their expressions grave and silent throughout the night. "Third master, the news has spread. What is it?" Last night, the Taihuang bell rang, signaling a great victory in the Eastern Territories. The Duke of the State annihilated 170,000 enemies and will soon return triumphantly. Furthermore, the King of Xianyong was attacked, inciting the Emperor's furious wrath. Upon hearing the steward's report, Chen Rui's gaze sharpened, and he inquired intently, "Is the King of Xianyong dead?" "And no," the steward, cold sweat trickling down his brow, responded in a hushed tone. "It is said that more than 10 of the king's guards perished, but he remained unharmed. Today in the court, the king boasted that he would dismiss all his guards and await the assassin's arrival." Moreover, the steward's face grew somber as he recalled, many officials possess incriminating evidence against him, which could be used at any moment. "What are the assassins?" "It is said that 8 assassins have died, and their bodies were dragged to the Jin Yi Wei's headquarters." Chen Rui and Ji Hong exchanged a profound glance, then addressed the steward. "You may leave. Remain vigilant regarding developments in the capital, and report back immediately with any news." Understood. Once the steward departed, Chen Rui's expression darkened, a cold smile playing upon his lips, to dismiss all guards and wait for the assassins. Such arrogance. "Duke, this young scion is provoking us." Ji Hong's eyes gleamed with a hint of frost as he replied, "There is no need for the third master to be angered, no matter how much Ning Fan struggles. He is merely a pawn in someone else's hand. However, the recent victory in the East has disrupted our plans. Once Zhao Chengjing and the others return, the situation will become even more unfavorable for us. The Emperor seems determined to act against us. We cannot afford to remain passive." Chen Rui's eyes glinted with a profound darkness, revealing no discernible emotion. After a prolonged contemplation, he inquired, "How are the preparations in the south?" "The King of Huainan is currently in contact with those in the south, but no specific updates have been received. Urge them to accelerate their progress. Otherwise, he may strike against us first." Understood. Ji Hong nodded slightly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he quietly remarked, "Third master, it has been over half a month since the fourth master returned home. Have you received any news?" "The fourth?" Chen Rui paused, shaken, and shook his head slightly. "Since he was transferred to the new army camp, there has been no word." Hearing this, Ji Hong chuckled softly and said, "It is rumored that the fourth master has brought along a courtesan from the Hongxiaozhou theater. He seems to be living quite extravagantly." "Umph." This fellow is naturally unruly and indulges in pleasures. It is only a matter of time before he encounters misfortune. As Chen Rui spoke of Chen Fong, disdain shadowed his features, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Seeing that Chen Rui was reluctant to discuss the matter, Ji Hong wisely shifted the topic, gently saying, "Third Master, the assassins who attempted to kill the king of Xianyong last night were all trained by me. If that young Ning Fan fails to uncover the mastermind behind this, will he not turn his hand against our people? Are you suggesting, since the king of Xianyong has boldly spoken, we should let him be?" A chilling glint flashed in Xian Wu Ho's eyes as he spoke slowly. "Are you aware of the most notorious assassin organization in the martial world, the Blood Slaughter Pavilion? Of course, the Blood Slaughter Pavilion has long been famed in the martial world. Do you mean to say you can summon their assistance?" "Third Master, those 8 last night were indeed purchased from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. The people of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion failed in their attempt." Upon hearing this, Chen Rui's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Imperial Guard seems to have emerged from the very stones, each one a master in martial arts. It must be that Emperor Yu has employed hidden forces." However, even the Blood Slaughter Pavilion faltered. "It appears that removing Ning Fan's head will not come easily. You are unaware of a critical detail." Xian Wu Ho shook his head slightly. "In the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, there are gold, silver, and bronze-ranked assassins. The 8 who acted last night were merely bronze-ranked. They are not formal members of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. I have a good rapport with the pavilion's leader. It would be prudent to invest heavily to summon a few silver or even gold-ranked assassins. Is that so?" A glimmer of joy appeared on Chen Rui's face as he softly remarked, "I did not expect you to establish a connection with the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. They are infamous in the martial world and possess numerous experts. If we can enlist their aid, Lord, you should carry a fortune in gold to extend my goodwill to the Blood Slaughter Pavilion." Ji Hong paused for a moment, secretly marveling at the Chun family's wealth, and nodded slightly. "Leave this matter to me." At the king of Xianyang's palace, in a humble cottage, Ning Fan engaged in a game of chess with Zhuge Liang, the black and white pieces intricately woven across the board, yet their focus remained far from the game. "Master, I have brought a list of officials from the Ministry of Personnel," Ning Fan said. "In recent days, many officials have visited my residence, but most are mere sycophants, flattering and ingratiating themselves. The Minister of Revenue remains sidelined, and if this continues, it could lead to complications." Zhuge Liang took the list from Ning Fan, reviewed it meticulously, and then gently placed it down with a smile, saying, "My lord, since there are no suitable candidates among the capital officials, why not transfer someone from the local ranks? Furthermore, the position of Right Chancellor is currently vacant, and the candidates are all from prominent families. His Majesty wishes to promote trusted confidants, but their qualifications and abilities are somewhat lacking, which could make it challenging to win public support. Thus, His Majesty would rather allow the left chancellor to dominate than easily relinquish the right chancellor's position." "What do you mean?" A look of confusion crossed Ning Fan's face as he listened to Zhuge Liang, who continued, "I am considering a candidate for the position of right chancellor." Ning Fan gazed at Zhuge Liang, whose expression was inscrutable, and with a smile said, "Could it be that you are preparing to step out of retirement?" "Not at all." Zhuge Liang chuckled softly and inquired, "My lord, do you still remember the esteemed former Grand Tutor, Mr. Shunli?" "Of course I do." Ning Fan's expression momentarily faltered, as his mind conjured the imposing figure of a gentleman clad in simple robes, wielding a ruler with an air of authority. He was the teacher bestowed upon him by the late emperor, and during Ning Fan's childhood, Mr. Shun also served as the esteemed head of the Imperial Academy, imparting knowledge to numerous princes, thereby earning the right to be considered a mentor of sorts. In his previous life, he had been rather unruly, even daring to insult this venerable teacher in public. Yet, Mr. Shun had never shown anger. Instead, he reflected upon his own shortcomings in teaching and personally guided him through a month of study, exemplifying the essence of education. In Ning Fan's recollection, Mr. Shun frequently brandished his ruler, rarely allowing it to rest. "Is your suggestion to invite Mr. Shun out of retirement to assume the position of Right Chancellor?" "Precisely." Zhuge Liang nodded slightly, a hint of reverence gracing his countenance as he spoke of this individual. Mr. Shun embodies the spirit of a true scholar. Though he engages in literary pursuits, he is far from pedantic. His physique may be frail, yet his will is unyielding, establishing a hall of learning beyond the palace walls. He represents the aspirations of the humble, and within the scholarly community, he holds significant esteem. Should we succeed in persuading Mr. Shun to return to public service, he would undoubtedly instill awe among the unscrupulous officials within the court. This matter, I am certain His Majesty will not decline. Chapter 60. New Task from the System. Inspection of the military camp. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Ning Fan nodded in agreement. This esteemed figure, revered as the master of the world among the scholars of Dayu, had imparted knowledge to many renowned scholars under his tutelage. If it were indeed possible to persuade Master Shun to emerge from seclusion, the ensuing turmoil against the aristocratic families would be significantly mitigated. Beep. System task issued. Strategize for the right chancellor. Task requirement. Within 1 month, invite Shinli to assume the position of right chancellor. Task reward. 1 system upgrade. Unlocking the system marketplace. The sudden system notification momentarily stunned Ning Fan. A system upgrade? Could the system truly evolve? His gaze instantly ignited with fervor as he turned to face Zhuge Liang. Master Kongming, do you know the whereabouts of Master Shin now? Replying to Your Highness. Master Shun is residing in a small town in Jiangnan, where he has established a modest chapel and taken in 3 to 5 disciples. The old gentleman truly embodies the saying of having students spread across the land. Ning Fan chuckled lightly, then contemplated. However, the old gentleman has distanced himself from the court for many years and is now of advanced age at 70. Whether he would be willing to return is uncertain. Your Highness, during my studies in Jiangnan, I had the pleasure of conversing with Master Shun, and I am willing to make the journey on your behalf. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ning Fan's eyes. In that case, you shall handle matters with Master Shun, while I will deal with my father. Your Highness, the position of Minister of Revenue is well suited for Chun Qinghe, the governor of Nanhe County, who is known for his integrity and righteousness. I shall seek an audience with the Emperor tomorrow. As dusk descended, the horizon was painted with a rosy hue, and though no solitary wild goose graced the scene, a warm glow enveloped the sky. Ning Fan exited the thatched cottage and, accompanied by Jin Yi Wei, hastened toward the western military camp. Your Highness, Qin Xiong and several generals stood respectfully before Ning Fan. Upon hearing the news, Li Xiaoning hurriedly made her way from the Qilin camp to the central military tent. Your Highness, I heard from Yuan that you were attacked last night. Are you unharmed? Li Xiaoning inquired, approaching to lift Ning Fan's sleeve, relieved to find no injuries. Ahem, Ning San Golket awkwardly. Realizing her actions, Li Xiaoning blushed and softly asked, Your Highness, what instructions do you have for this visit? Summon all the generals. Understood. Qin Xiong personally beat the drum to gather the troops. Soon, leaders from the 4 camps assembled within the tent. Gentlemen, Ning Fan, seated at the head, surveyed the room and spoke softly. From today onward, the 100,000 soldiers of our western camp shall implement the Tunshin system. The Tunshin system? A look of confusion crossed Nie Feng's face, echoed by the curious expressions of the other generals. The Tunshin system entails training while cultivating the land. Many among my newly formed army hail from farming backgrounds, and there is much uncultivated land in the capital region. From this day forth, the 5 legions shall dedicate 2 to 3 hours each day, in addition to their morning and evening training, to the reclamation of wasteland. Reclamation? Nie Feng and Xiao Tianlu exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant. Your Highness, one of the generals ventured, the soldiers are already straining under their daily training. If they must also engage in reclamation. Before he could finish, Ning Fan interjected with a smile. The reclaimed land will be cultivated by my new army, with each legion responsible for a designated area. The yield will be divided, with the soldiers receiving 40%. Furthermore, from this day onward, my new army shall enjoy 3 meals a day, with at least 1 serving of meat soup daily. Ning Fan's pronouncement elicited gasps of astonishment from several generals. And even Qin Xiong murmured, Your Highness, the rations for 100,000 soldiers will require an increase of nearly 10,000 stones for for just one meal. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter, Ning Fan replied, rising slowly and saying, as the farming tools are yet to be completed, let the soldiers wield their weapons to clear the surrounding thickets first. With a single command, the entire army of 100,000 was mobilized. Upon hearing that they were required to spend 2 hours daily on land reclamation, many soldiers began to express their discontent. We are already exhausted from our training. Must we also toil in the fields? Who issued this order? Damn it. I joined the army to achieve glory, not to farm. One sergeant complained indignantly. The squad leader approached with measured strides, coolly stating, "This is the direct order of the prince. Do you have any objections?" The prince? His Highness Xianyong. Indeed. Cough. Cough. I have no objections. In recent times, the morale within the army had improved, despite the arduous training. The soldiers recognized the value of their newfound skills and praised Ning Fan, especially in anticipation of the grand military competition in 3 months. Upon learning that the order came directly from Ning Fan, the sergeant's anger dissipated. The squad leader shot the sergeant a sharp glare, surveying the group before proclaiming, "Brothers, I did not finish my earlier statement. From today onward, while we dedicate time to land reclamation, we will also receive 40% of the income from the land we cultivate." What? We shall receive a share? The squad leader's words ignited excitement among the soldiers, with even those who had not yet received the news gathering around. Indeed, the squad leader replied nonchalantly, raising his voice, "Moreover, from today, our new army will transition from 2 meals a day to 3, and His Highness has decreed that we shall enjoy a bowl of meat soup each day." Meat soup? Surely I must be dreaming. Certainly not. The squad leader chuckled. His Highness is currently in the main tent. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire with him directly. I wouldn't dare. I trust His Highness, he replied with a grin. Many soldiers wore silly grins. For 3 meals a day was a luxury they had scarcely dared to dream of. It was said that only the wealthy gentlemen of the capital enjoyed such a privilege. Moreover, the aroma of meat soup was a rare delight, only savored during festive occasions. Even if one managed to procure a bowl, it would invariably be reserved for their wives and children. To their astonishment, they would now be able to savor meat soup daily. Ning Fan spent the entire day in the barracks, practicing his marksmanship and inspecting the camp, until news arrived from Shun Wansan. "Your Highness, the pig farm has been completed." "Is that so?" "Shin Darren awaits outside. The pig farm is but a few miles from here. Let's go and see." Ning Fan promptly mounted his purple lightning dragon and swiftly raced towards the pig farm. Chapter 61. Your Highness, how deeply you conceal. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task, constructing a pig farm. Congratulations, Master, you have received the task reward. 1,000 potatoes, 1,000 sweet potatoes, and a blueprint for the agricultural artifact. The plow. According to the system's evaluation, the task is rated as Class A, granting 1 high-level lottery draw. As Ning Fan galloped towards the pig farm, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Instinctively, he opened the system interface, and another notification chimed in. Master has implemented the Tunshin system, achieving an accomplishment and earning 500 merit points. Another 500 merit points. A smile crept across Ning Fan's face. It seemed that acquiring these merit points was not as difficult as he had anticipated. System, initiate the high-level lottery draw. Master is engaging in perilous driving. The attempt has failed. Please dismount and retry. Ning Fan paused, realizing he was riding furiously. Shen Wansan gradually slowed his pace and pointed towards a factory building ahead. Your Highness, we have arrived. Indeed, Ning Fan nodded slightly. This pig farm spanned nearly 100 acres, and Lin Yong had already dispatched personnel to deliver the purchased piglets. With distant pig sounds echoing through the air, Wansan, I have meticulously documented the methods for pig farming on this paper. Please study it carefully upon your return. Remember to regularly clean the waste and use quicklime for disinfection. As Shun Wansan gazed at the pig farming manual handed to him by Ning Fan, his eyes brightened. Your Highness, can castrating the pigs truly eliminate the gamey taste? Hee, you shall know once you try. If so, it would indeed benefit the populace. Observing Shun Wansan's excited expression, Ning Fan pondered before speaking. There are numerous ways to prepare pork. Upon your return, recruit some skilled chefs from the common folk to specialize in marinating and cooking pork. Once the wine house opens, we shall begin laying the groundwork for a restaurant. Understood. After a tour of the pig farm, Ning Fan gently inquired, "How goes the matter with the salt mine?" Upon hearing Ning Fan's question, a hint of difficulty crossed Shun Wansan's face as he replied solemnly, "Your Highness, the desolate mountains to the east of the city belong to the Ma family of Jingzhou Prefecture. I have visited multiple times, yet each time I was turned away." The Ma family? Ning Fan's mind conjured images of the Ma family of Jingzhou Prefecture, a powerful clan within the capital. Ma Ziyuan held the position of governor of Jingzhou Prefecture and had recently appeared on Ning Fan's list for confiscation. However, recognizing the significance of the position, Ning Fan refrained from hastily taking action against the Ma family. Go to the Jin Yi Wei and seek out Jiang Wan. Have him dispatch a few Jin Yi Wei to assist you. Inform Jiang Wan that if Ma Ziyuan is willing to negotiate, he should swiftly acquire the land deed for that desolate mountain. If not, have Jiang Wan proceed to confiscate his assets. Yes. A spark of excitement illuminated Shun Wansan's face as he gazed upon Ning Fan with reverence. Your Highness, the winery is set to open the day after tomorrow. Might you have time to oversee the proceedings? Well, we shall see. Ning Fan did not hastily agree. Now that the seeds were in hand, along with the blueprints for the plow and the ongoing contest with the Chun family, these matters were of paramount importance. Wang San, I entrust the commercial strategy to your capable hands. As long as you believe a venture is profitable, you need not seek my approval. Feel free to make your own decisions. Thank you, Your Highness. A look of profound gratitude graced Shun Wansan's face, as this was a testament to the prince's deep trust in him. Very well. Manage affairs here proficiently. I shall return to the capital first. Understood. Upon receiving Shun Wansan's nod, Ning Fan made his way towards the purple lightning dragon while quietly activating the system. System, initiate advanced lottery. Activation successful. Please hold on. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired master-level hidden weapon proficiency. A notification rang in Ning Fan's ears, and he felt an exhilarating tingling in his hands. Moments later, his fingers regained their dexterity. Remarkable. Does this mean I have now become a master of hidden weapons? Ning Fan's face radiated with astonishment. If only the 13 deadly guns could also reach such mastery so effortlessly. I am eager to discover the true strength of this master-level proficiency. Leaf plucking, flower flicking. Suddenly, a martial arts technique from a past life drama echoed in his mind. He swiftly plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, and with a flick of his wrist, launched it forth. A sharp sound pierced the air as the green leaf struck a wild rabbit hidden in the underbrush. And after a rustle, the creature fell silent. Beside him, Jin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. The prince was indeed a concealed martial arts expert. You have practiced the hidden weapon technique, leaf plucking, flower flicking, gaining 5 experience points. Impressive. Ning Fan felt a surge of excitement. It was known that martial arts were categorized into 5 levels: beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, master, and perfection. Though his skills had yet to reach perfection, he had managed to dispatch a rabbit with a mere leaf. To his surprise, the martial arts assistance feature had been triggered. This meant that with diligent practice of this technique, one day he could attain perfection himself. How intriguing. A joyful expression adorned Ning Fan's face as he eagerly accessed the system to check if there were any changes to his attributes. Name: Ning Fan. Identity: Second Prince of the Dayu Dynasty, King of Xianyang, Commander of the Imperial Guard, Nemesis of Corruption, Expert in Raiding, Chief Instructor of a New Army. Martial Power: 54 Intelligence, 81 Leadership, 73 Politics, 67 Divine Weapon, None out. Purple Lightning Dragon Skills: Photographic Memory, Calligraphy, Master Level. Hidden Weapons, Grandmaster Level. Items: 6 Flavor Remania Pills, Lock Yang Solid Essence Pills, Kidney Chi Pills, 5 Suns Generating Offspring Pills, Body Refining Ancient Formulas, Refined Salt Purification Method. Ancient Brewing Techniques, Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, Potato Seeds 1000, Sweet Potato Seeds 1000, Plow Manufacturing Blueprints, Ultimate Skills, 13 Lethal Shots, Minor Achievement. Flying leaves and blossoms. Novice. Summoned heroes. Jin Yi Wei, Shun Wansan, Qin Xiong, Zhuanzhu, Jia Su, Zhuge Liang. Yu Fei summoned troops. 18 riders of Yan Yun, to Ning Fan's astonishment. His martial prowess had indeed increased by 10 points, while his intelligence remained unchanged, and his leadership saw a modest rise of 3 points. Remarkably, his political attribute surged by 5 points, indicating that his recent attendance at court had not been in vain. Ning Fan mounted his steed and, with a cheerful grin, addressed Jin Yi Wei. Evil one, retrieve that wild hare. Tonight, we shall feast on braised rabbit head. Jin Yi Wei nodded with a smile, grasping the hare by its ears as he mounted his horse. Upon noticing a green leaf embedded in the hare's body, his pupils dilated in surprise. Could it be that His Highness employed a mere leaf to hunt down a wild hare? Such a skill must surely indicate mastery in martial arts. His Highness conceals his talents exceptionally well. Chapter 62. Is King Xianyong scheming for the position of Prime Minister? Upon returning to the capital, Ning Fan immediately immersed himself in his residence. At present, the climate of the capital has transitioned into early winter, making it quite challenging for both potatoes and sweet potatoes to thrive in large-scale cultivation. Moreover, the construction of greenhouses would likely result in a significant increase in costs. Nevertheless, contemplating the staggering yields of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Ning Fan ultimately resolved to make a decision. What could possibly serve as a substitute for plastic film? Is there a material in this era that not only possesses excellent insulation properties, but also meets the requirements for light transmission? Ning Fan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels about time travel, where the protagonists effortlessly constructed greenhouses to nurture seeds. Yet, the texts never elaborated on the materials used for such constructions. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Ning Fan also hailed from a farming family, which possessed a greenhouse. To maintain the temperature within a greenhouse, one merely needed to stoke a fire and connect it to a coarse iron pipe, thereby achieving the desired warmth. The plastic film required for constructing greenhouse facilities is, alas, beyond the manufacturing capabilities of our current era. Must we truly await the arrival of spring next year? Let's first forge the curved plow before delving into further matters. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, retrieving the blueprints for the curved plow from the system's spatial realm. After examining them meticulously, he could not help but marvel at the ingenuity and exquisite craftsmanship of ancient agricultural implements. This plow is assembled from 11 components, and the manufacturing process is not particularly challenging. However, to promote its widespread adoption, it may require a considerable amount of time. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan instructed Lin Yong, Lin Bo, send a few craftsmen to construct this plow for me before tomorrow's morning court session. Understood. Lin Yong gazed at the sketch in Ning Fan's hands. A deep astonishment etched across his face. Second Master, is this a plow? Remarkable. What you are preparing. Oh, it matters not. I have discovered that the plow used by the great Emperor Yu is rather laborious. Thus, I have devised this innovative curved plow. Hiss, my esteemed Second Master, are you certain that this ostentatious plow is superior to that of our great Yu the Great? Nonsense. Ning Fan met Lin Yong's skeptical gaze and retorted with irritation. What do you mean by frivolous embellishments? Have you not noticed that this plow is considerably more compact than the one passed down from our ancestors? Indeed, what you have said is indeed true, my esteemed elder. I hold you in great admiration. I shall attend to this matter immediately and ensure that this plow is procured before nightfall. Wait a moment. As Lin Yong was about to depart, Ning Fan softly inquired, have you been reassigned from your post at the residence as I requested? Master, what on earth is this commotion about? Those lurking malevolent spirits are eagerly seeking an opportunity to strike at you. With the guards of the residence reassigned, who shall safeguard your safety? Follow the orders of this king. Ning Fan's tone became unequivocal as he declared, I would never jest with my own life. It is imperative that we disperse before tonight. Understood. A hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Yong's face as he silently withdrew from the hall. Ning Fan, detecting a strong and unpleasant odor emanating from his body, instructed the maid to prepare warm water for a soothing bath. Dressed in a neat ensemble, he set forth towards the imperial palace accompanied by Jin Yi Wei. The system of land reclamation has begun to be implemented. Yet the matter of borrowing grain from the court has yet to be discussed with Father Emperor. Furthermore, the position of Minister of Revenue and the selection of the right chancellor must first be communicated with Father Emperor. Although Ning Fan is quite confident about this matter, he ultimately dares not overstep. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Haha, why are you not busy investigating cases? How do you find time to see me? Without lifting his head, Emperor Yu continuously waved his brush, reviewing the memorials in hand, occasionally furrowing his brow. Ning Fan had long grown accustomed to Emperor Yu's demeanor. He stepped forward, took a lychee from the fruit platter on the dragon table, popped it into his mouth, and spoke while chewing. Father Emperor, I have come to request a favor. Oh, Emperor Yu was taken aback, raising his head to see Ning Fan unceremoniously seated beside him, and said with irritation, Is there anything in this world that you cannot accomplish? Heh, Father Emperor, there are indeed numerous things that I cannot manage. However, I am fortunate to have you as my steadfast support. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us get straight to the point. A glimmer of curiosity appeared in Emperor Yu's eyes. Given Ning Fan's current status and power, it was almost effortless for him to accomplish tasks. Even the ministers in court dared not provoke him. Yet here he was, coming to seek a favor. Your Majesty, I wish to borrow money and grain from you. Emperor Yu's brow furrowed immediately. What? Is the Wangfu of Xianyong unable to provide for itself? Not at all. Ning Fan gently shook his head, explaining softly, Recently, I have been implementing military training methods in the barracks, greatly enhancing the soldiers' combat abilities. However, due to the intensity of the training, their physical stamina is lagging. And with the implementation of the land reclamation system, I wish to change the rations for the 100,000 new troops to 3 meals a day. What? A look of astonishment crossed Emperor Yu's face, and he spoke solemnly. Do you understand what it means to add an additional meal for 100,000 troops? Of course. I have given it considerable thought. In response to Emperor Yu's inquiry, Ning Fan was well prepared. Firstly, the land reclamation system can be implemented within our Dayu border army, allowing the soldiers to cultivate wasteland and personally plant crops, yielding a 40% harvest. Secondly, Father Emperor, to train an invincible iron army. Physical fitness is paramount. And how can the soldiers achieve the desired training results if they cannot even fill their stomachs? Thirdly, the grain I seek to borrow is on behalf of the Western camp, and when the spring planting yields come next year, I shall repay the principal and interest in full. Listening to Ning Fan's discourse, Emperor Yu fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he turned to Ning Fan and said, I grant your request, but I have heard that there will be a grand martial competition in your army 3 months hence. I shall personally observe the training outcomes. Thank you, Father Emperor. Ning Fan slightly cupped his hands in gratitude. Watching as Emperor Yu returned his attention to the memorials in hand, unable to resist stealing a glance. Father Emperor, are you preparing to establish the right chancellor? Indeed. Emperor Yu slightly nodded, appearing rather vexed. He cast a glance at Ning Fan and remarked, The position of the right chancellor has remained vacant for quite some time. Presently, the courtiers frequently submit memorials requesting the establishment of this post. However, among the myriad of officials, those qualified for the role are predominantly from noble families. I find myself without a suitable candidate. Those sycophants dare to invoke ancestral precedents to pressure me. Once the matters in the Eastern Territories are settled, I shall hold them accountable. Observing the Emperor's countenance, marked by fury and a glimmer of latent menace in his gaze, Ning Fan spoke softly. Father, I do have a recommendation for a suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu's expression abruptly sharpened. His eyes deepened profoundly as he turned towards Ning Fan, concealing his emotions. Could this young man also be coveting the position of Right Chancellor? Have I misjudged him? It seems there are no significant connections between him and the other officials. The Emperor's visage remained as tranquil as water, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. Yet an imperceptible imperial aura surged forth. The atmosphere in the grand hall instantly grew weighty, while Ning Fan maintained a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by the emperor's imposing presence, holding his gaze steadily. Meanwhile, Wei bowed his head deeply, not daring to breathe, observing the dynamic between the father and son, the sovereign and his subject. Chapter 63. The move of Zhu Emperor. Yu leisurely lifted the teacup from the dragon table, bringing it to his lips for a sip, all the while discreetly observing Ning Fan's expression. His curiosity was piqued. His second son had refrained from political affairs for years, yet now he wished to intervene in the position of the right chancellor. Whom would he propose? Could it be that the second son harbored a clandestine power within the court, one even he was unaware of? Whom do you intend to recommend? Pray enlighten me. In response to father, I wish to propose the former Grand Tutor, Shun Li, the esteemed Elder Shun. Emperor Yu's hand trembled violently around the teacup. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Ning Fan. Whom did you say? The former Grand Tutor, Shun Li. Ning Fan reiterated, and a complex expression emerged on the emperor's face, suggesting he had misjudged his son. He had initially assumed that the second son had his own covert agents within the court. However, it appeared he was genuinely devoted to the welfare of the realm, displaying unfeigned loyalty. After all, Elder Shun had long since departed the capital, rendering any connection with the second son implausible. Furthermore, given Shun's character, he would never engage in disreputable conduct. With this realization, the emperor's demeanor softened considerably as he regarded Ning Fan. Do you know the whereabouts of Master Shin now? In response to father, I have ascertained that the elder currently resides in a small town in Jiangnan, living in seclusion. Master Shun is of advanced age. He is unlikely to emerge from his retirement, the emperor mused with a sigh. Indeed, Shun Li was an exceptional choice and could alleviate the emperor's predicaments in the court. However, Shun had evaded the political arena for many years. When the emperor ascended to the throne, he had made several inquiries regarding Shun's whereabouts, but to no avail. Could it be that this young man now possessed the means to coax Shun out of his retreat? Father, I have a talented individual under my command, who shares a deep friendship with Elder Shun. He has already journeyed to Jiangnan to invite the elder out of seclusion. Oh, a glimmer of curiosity appeared on the emperor's face as he inquired softly, what do you believe are the chances of successfully persuading Master Shun to return? 8 or 9 out of 10. Excellent. A hint of joy illuminated the emperor's expression, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he contemplated. If you can bring Master Shun to the capital within 3 days, then the position of Right Chancellor shall undoubtedly belong to him. It is settled. The brilliance in Ning Fan's eyes sparkled as he slightly bowed before preparing to take his leave. Second son, regarding the assassination attempt last night, have the perpetrators been identified? In response to father, those assassins were all sworn warriors. I have not uncovered any significant leads. Sigh. The emperor exhaled softly, gravely advising, you are now regarded as a thorn in their side. Do not let your guard down. Ensure you are accompanied by more guards when you venture out. Rest assured, father, I am well prepared. Very well, you may go. Ning Fan strode confidently out of the main hall, while Emperor Yu remained deep in thought for a considerable time before quietly uttering, have you uncovered anything? In response to your majesty, these 8 individuals are sworn warriors brought out by Marquis Xuanwu from the Bloodshed Pavilion 3 years ago. Marquis Xuanwu. The emperor's expression shifted in surprise, a cold smile curving his lips. I did not anticipate that he would be embroiled in this as well. Send someone to secretly protect the second son. Should he suffer even the slightest mishap, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. Upon returning to his residence, Ning Fan, finding himself with idle time, commenced the practice of the 13 lethal spears. After experiencing an assassination attempt, his thirst for power had intensified. Longing and remembrance intertwine, while fleeting thoughts stretch into infinity. As he stood suspended in the void, Ning Fan thrust forth a spear, its shaft quivering, the sound of the wind howling, exuding an impressive aura, cold glimmers radiating outward. You have practiced the first style of the 13 lethal spears, gaining 10 experience points. You have practiced the first style of the 13 lethal spears, gaining 10 experience points. You have practiced. A series of system notifications echoed, and after more than an hour, Ning Fan had grown increasingly adept at the first style. If he had merely been practicing a superficial display in the previous days, today he had developed a semblance of lethality. At the very least, engaging with a few ordinary strongmen would pose no challenge. System: display the martial arts assistance page. 13 lethal spears. Minor achievement: 221 300, petal and leaf. Beginner: 5100, seeing the martial arts attribute page reflect an additional entry. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Ning Fan's face. His mastery of concealed weaponry was now his trump card. In a surprise attack, even some martial arts experts would find it difficult to defend against. Lin Bo, second master, what are your orders? Prepare some throwing darts for me, as well as silver needles and steel balls. Certainly, Lin Yong replied cheerfully, while Ning Fan rested upon a stone stool. The mastery of concealed weapons involves not only the art of throwing, but also the craft of their creation. However, to produce tangible items, one must invest considerable time and effort, which Ning Fan evidently lacked and was not particularly interested in. To him, concealed weapons were merely a means of self-preservation. Thus, he harbored no intention of delving deeply into their study. As night silently descended, the heightened vigilance throughout the capital became evident after the events of the previous night. The patrolling imperial guards, lanterns in hand, roamed the desolate alleys. Accompanied by the distant departure of a contingent of guards, a spectral figure emerged before a magnificent mansion, the residence of Marquis Xuanwu. Zhuangzhu gazed at the golden plaque above the entrance, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he leaped into the estate. Regarding the task personally entrusted by his master, he opted not to involve his subordinates, intending to personally sever the head of the Marquis Xuanwu's son. As far as I know, the Marquis has 3 legitimate sons, with the eldest likely residing in the eastern wing. Once the target was identified, Zhuangzhu, employing his uncanny agility, seemed to meld seamlessly with the night, traversing the various courtyards. Damn it, try hiding from me again. Come out obediently, strip bare. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Do you believe it? A brazen voice erupted from within a chamber, accompanied by the sound of weeping and the tearing of garments. Young Master Ji, I beg you, spare me. I am kneeling before you. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Zhuangzhu's eyes as he slowly retrieved the prepared smoke from his bosom. He pierced the paper of the window, gently extending it within. Before long, an eerie stillness enveloped the interior. Moments later, Zhuangzhu emerged nonchalantly, carrying a black bag, and gracefully leaped to the rear courtyard. There, he rendered Xuanwu Ho unconscious with the smoke, leaving his severed head resting upon the bed. My lord, as Zhuangzhu exited the Xuanwu Ho's residence, a figure materialized before him, respectfully stating, "We have located the Blood Slaughter Pavilion's whereabouts. Convey the order. In 3 days, the assessment by the Yin and Yang officials shall commence." Understood. The two figures seamlessly melted into the shadows, marking the beginning of the counteroffensive from Ning Fan. Chapter 64. The National Doctrine of Dayu. Assassins arrive in the capital as the dawn broke over Yuwang City, the capital of the Dayu Kingdom. Merchants and laborers began to pour into the city, their burdens balanced upon their shoulders. Shops opened their stalls, and some swept the streets in front of their establishments, while the bun shop had already hung out its sign. Have you heard? Our Dayu has annihilated 170,000 enemies on the eastern battlefield. Indeed, this news has been circulating in the capital since yesterday, and you're just now learning of it? That is not my point. I heard that a few days ago, His Majesty convened the civil and military officials to discuss peace negotiations. The Minister of Rights, Zheng Xian, actually suggested ceding 2 provinces of Donghuai to negotiate peace. Is that true? In the bustling street, several shopkeepers gathered in small groups, discussing recent rumors. Goodness, has the Minister of Personnel lost his mind? Who knows? I also heard that His Highness, Prince Xianyong, publicly humiliated Minister Zheng. Oh, how so? The slender man chuckled softly, casting furtive glances before lowering his voice. Prince Xianyong pointed at Zheng Xian's face and scolded him. If you offer 2 provinces today, will you not be offering your wife and daughters tomorrow? Laughter erupted among the crowd. A burly man boomed, while said Prince Xianyong, A dignified court official, seeking peace before the battle even begins, is utterly foolish. But isn't Prince Xian Yong known as a notorious wastrel in the capital? Such words do not seem to originate from him. That was in the past. The slender man replied with admiration. Now, Prince Xian Yong holds the position of commander of the Jin Yi Wei. Just a few days ago, he led a raid on the homes of over 10 corrupt officials, seizing millions in silver. Nowadays, when the people of the capital mention Prince Xian Yong, who does not speak well of him, as the crowd nodded in agreement, a constable rushed towards the city gate, holding a scroll of edicts aloft. His Majesty has decreed the national doctrine of Dayu. Henceforth, no emperor of Dayu shall seek marriage alliances, tribute, cession of land, or compensation. It is better to perish than to seek peace. The princes shall guard the borders, and the ministers shall die for the nation. This is to be proclaimed to the world. The constable galloped past, and the citizens along the street paused to observe, their faces reflecting shock. A pale scholar stood in a daze, repeatedly murmuring, "No marriage alliances, no tribute, no cession of land, no compensation. The princes guard the borders, and the ministers die for the nation." What a grand declaration! With such a wise ruler, why should we fear instability from all directions? Beside him, a robust man responded with fervor, "Indeed, His Majesty has truly struck a chord with me. Since the establishment of Dayu, we have endured years of conflict, experiencing both victories and defeats, yet we have never truly bowed to external pressures. This Minister of Personnel is nothing but a coward. Exactly, we could easily achieve victory, yet he wishes to cede 2 provinces. Could Zheng Xian be a spy for Donghuai? Overnight, Minister Zheng Xian seemed to have become the most despised figure in Yuan City. In the residence of the Xuanwu Marquis, within the chambers, the sound of a clock ticking echoed through the silence. The rhythmic sound of crisp drops echoed against the ground, as a figure on the bed stirred and slowly opened its hollow eyes. Tick-tock. HM. Ji Hong sniffed the air, alert to the sound, and suddenly sprang up. Upon seeing a bloodied head hanging by the bedside, a shiver coursed through him. Intruder. A cry of terror reverberated through the estate, rousing the guards. Ji Hong finally recognized the disheveled face, and his pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing him to faint again. "My lord, what has happened?" A steward rushed in, his expression turning pale at the sight of the head by the window. "Zhonger!" The Marquis of Xuanwu let out a harrowing scream, pointing at the steward with fury. "Why are you still standing there? Remove Zhonger at once." "Yes, yes." The steward, equally terrified, stood frozen as guards swarmed outside. Ji Hong strode toward the door, demanding, "Who did this? What are you all doing? Who has slain my son? When did his head come to be displayed here? What in the world is happening? Who can explain this to me?" The Marquis's face was a storm of rage as he seized the lead guard, swinging a fist in anger. "Calm your fury. Calm my fury?" Ji Hong's eyes blazed crimson as he replied darkly, "How can I calm my fury when my son's head is hanging above my bed, and you lot were oblivious? If that person had targeted me, would there be another head hanging here today? Ah, a group of inept fools. If you cannot find the murderer, you shall all pay with your lives." With a sweeping gesture, Ji Hong turned and departed. In an instant, the news of the assassination of the Marquis's eldest son spread like wildfire, stirring a tide of unrest in the capital. In the imperial palace, Emperor Yu was taken aback upon hearing the report from the secret guards. "The Marquis of Xuanwu's estate? Indeed. What is your perspective on this matter?" Emperor Yu's gaze flickered uncertainly. The leader of the secret guards, Jin Nan, pondered for a moment before responding. "Your Majesty, there was no movement at the Jin Yi Wei's headquarters last night." Upon hearing Jin Nan's words, Emperor Yu spoke calmly. "What is the Marquis's reaction?" "All the guards sustained severe injuries and have reported to the Jingzhou prefecture." "Do you believe this was orchestrated by my second son?" Jin Nan's face showed a conflicted expression, and he bowed his head in silence. "Very well, you may leave. Keep a close watch on the Marquis of Xuanwu's estate, and report immediately with any news." "As you command." Once Jin Nan disappeared, Emperor Yu's expression darkened profoundly. His second son had become increasingly inscrutable. Just a day before, an assassination attempt had been made against him, and now, the head of the mastermind son was displayed above his bed. This force had grown to a level that made Emperor Yu wary. My second son, I hope it is you, yet I fear it may be you. Do not disappoint me. In the Chun estate, Ji Hong donned a black robe and silently entered through the back door. Third master, I have received the news. Chen Rui sighed softly, observing Ji Hong's bloodshot eyes and tightly clenched fists. He spoke gently. Lord Ho, please accept my condolences. What is your take on this matter? I cannot see through it. Chen Rui shook his head resolutely and replied quietly. Your usual demeanor is discreet, and you have long distanced yourself from court affairs. It should not be the work of someone within the court. Have you offended anyone? Not at all. Ji Hong worked diligently to compose himself, speaking in a deep voice for the sake of our grand plan. I have not stepped out of my house, nor maintained connections with any factions in the court. If one were to speak of enemies, the Prince of Xianyong? Chen Rui's gaze sharpened suddenly as he replied gravely, the Prince of Xianyong commands only the Jin Yi Wei. Yet, this method of operation does not resemble that of the Jin Yi Wei. Brother Ji, do you have any news from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion? Ji Hong nodded slightly, responding in a solemn tone. I have already delivered your generous gift to the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. The pavilion master seems inclined to ally with the Chun family and has dispatched 3 gold-ranked assassins and 10 silver-ranked assassins to the capital, ready for your command. Ha ha ha, splendid. Chapter 65. Arriving with the Imperial Guards, a breakthrough in might in front of the Jingzhou Prefecture, Shun Wansan made his appearance once more, yet this time he was accompanied by several burly men clad in the garb of the Imperial Guards, their waists adorned with intricately embroidered spring knives. The officers stationed at the prefecture were struck with terror upon seeing the 4 imposing figures behind Shen Wansan, their faces paling and legs trembling uncontrollably. Greetings, esteemed officials. My young brother, it is a pleasure to see you again. Shen Wansan greeted cheerfully, slightly bowing as he said, I would appreciate it if you could inform the prefect that Shen Wansan has arrived once more. The officer swallowed hard, nodding dumbly. Your Excellency, please wait. I shall go in and deliver the message. Watching the officer hurriedly enter the prefecture, Shen Wansan could not help but reflect on the advantages of having allies in the capital. In the back hall of the Jingzhou Prefecture, Your Excellency, Shen Wansan has come to see you. Shen Wansan? Ma Ziyuan furrowed his brow, seemingly trying to recall who Shen Wansan was. Refuse him entry. Did I not make it clear? No uninvited guests are to be admitted. The officer displayed a conflicted expression, timidly stating, this time, Shen Wansan is accompanied by 4 members of the Imperial Guards. What did you say? Ma Ziyuan's complexion turned ashen. The Imperial Guards? Indeed. Quickly, invite Lord Shen in. Prepare the finest tea. Ma Ziyuan rushed outside the Jingzhou Prefecture, seeing 5 figures standing before the drum of grievances. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and slightly bowed, saying, Lord Shun, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Your Excellency is too kind. I am finally in your presence. Shun Wansan chuckled and said, There is no need for concern. I am not one of the Imperial Guards. These 4 are merely my friends. Lord Shun is jesting. Please come in. Indeed, let us converse inside. The group strode into the main hall of the Jingzhou Prefecture, and after some pleasantries, Ma Ziyuan cautiously inquired, May I ask what brings you here in person, Lord Shun? Request is too grand a term. I merely have a favor to ask. Please speak freely, and if it is within my power, I shall not decline. Ma Ziyuan felt relieved, realizing that Shen Wansan was here to conduct business, which would certainly simplify matters. Indeed, Lord Ma is a man of character. Shen Wansan did not beat around the bush and softly stated, I am a merchant, and I have heard that you possess an unutilized mountain in the east of the city. I happen to wish to establish a horse ranch there, hence my visit to you. A horse ranch? Ma Ziyuan was taken aback, whispering, Lord Shun, this matter may be somewhat Before Shen Wansan could respond, one of the Imperial Guards behind him interjected with a furrowed brow. Mr. Shun, Commander Jiang instructed before his departure that Prefect Ma's reputation is somewhat questionable, although I have heard that you share a certain rapport with him. In deference to your esteemed presence, the Jin Yi Wei have chosen to exercise leniency, whether to investigate or not. I await your verdict. Upon hearing the words of the Jin Yi Wei, Ma Ziyuan felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Could it be that they possessed incriminating evidence against him? Lord Shun, the barren land to the east of the city, I shall gift it to you. The land deed is in my residence. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately. Please take a moment to sit. At that instant, panic surged through Ma Ziyuan, a cold sweat enveloping him as he cast a fearful glance at Shun Wansan. Who was this individual, capable of summoning the Jin Yi Wei to his aid? Haha, Lord Ma. You jest. I have come to negotiate business, not to extort. As far as I am aware, Lord Ma invested a staggering 30,000 taels to acquire this desolate mountain. I do not wish to take advantage of you. I shall offer 50,000 taels for the deed. Ma Ziyuan's expression faltered, and he hastily shook his head. Lord Shun, you are too kind. It is my sincere wish to assist you in establishing a horse ranch. I shall prepare all necessary documents for the construction at once. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send for me. Haha, you are too gracious, Lord Ma. After a brief interlude, Ma Ziyuan had someone bring the land deed, which he personally handed over. Lord Ma, I currently do not possess 50,000 taels in cash. Would it not be prudent to draft an IOU? This, Ma Ziyuan cursed inwardly, yet wore a smile as he replied, Lord Shun, you jest. I have great trust in your character. There is no need for an IOU. You may repay the sum at your convenience. Haha, in that case I am most grateful. Lord Ma, without hesitation, Shun Wansan tucked the deed into his robe and turned to the Jin Yi Wei behind him. Gentlemen, I have pressing matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Safe travels, Mr. Shun. The four Jin Yi Wei nodded politely as Ma Ziyuan watched Shun Wansan depart, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Lord Shun? Humph. The leader of the Jin Yi Wei scoffed, casting a cold gaze at Ma Ziyuan. Lord Ma, you share a deep friendship with the former Minister of Revenue, Lord Liu Hao. This, the commander continued, in light of the contributions you have made for the citizens of the capital over the years, we shall temporarily shelve this case. The vast sums embezzled by you over the years have all been delivered to the Jin Yi Wei headquarters. This matter shall be put to rest. Upon hearing the Jin Yi Wei's declaration, Ma Ziyuan felt a pang of regret, yet simultaneously a sense of relief, dropping to his knees in profound gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, esteemed officials. If even a whisper of today's events escapes, I shall personally ensure that your doorstep is tread upon by my men tomorrow. Indeed, I shall not breathe a word of this. Take care. The four Jin Yi Wei departed with purposeful strides, leaving Ma Ziyuan feeling utterly drained, slumped in his chair, drenched in cold sweat. The entire family has miraculously survived. This group of formidable beings is truly overwhelming for an ordinary person. It seems I must seek an opportunity to ally with the Prince of Xianyang. At the Prince of Xianyang's residence, Ning Fan wielded a long spear, which danced in the air like a soaring dragon, twisting and charging forward, the sound of breaking air resounding continuously. You have practiced the first form of the deadly 13 spears, gaining 10 experience. Congratulations, Master. The first form of the deadly 13 spears has reached the realm of great accomplishment. Would you like to view the martial arts assistance page? View. Deadly 13 spears. Great accomplishment, 10,000. Upon witnessing the first form of the deadly 13 spears officially entering the realm of great accomplishment, Ning Fan could sense a qualitative change in his spear technique. Even though he had only mastered the first form, he could distinctly feel the enhancement of his martial prowess. Unable to resist, Ning Fan opened the system and discovered that his martial power had increased by another 5 points, reaching a total of 59, although still somewhat lacking. He had progressed from 39 points to 59 points in less than a month of cultivation, an impressive increase of 20 points. Second Master, Princess Liu Yao requests an audience. Chapter 66, The Layout of Huainan. Assassins enter the city. Ning Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and resolutely declined. Second Master, you should meet with her. The old servant implored. I cannot provoke this little ancestor. Ning Fan felt a headache coming on. Since childhood, Ning Yao had been a spirited and mischievous girl, often trailing behind him in various petty escapades. Even the art of administering poison had been learned from her. Thus, Many kept their distance from this little witch. Go. Send someone to the palace with a message that Ning Yao has sneaked out again. Yes. Lin Yong's eyes brightened as he strode out of the courtyard. Just as Ning Fan contemplated how to create a greenhouse, Jiasu entered with purposeful strides. Greetings, my lord. What brings you here? Ning Sun inquired. My lord, I have meticulously selected 100 elite soldiers, prepared to take action towards the south. Upon hearing Jiasu's words, a serious expression crossed Ning Fan's face. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Has there been any news from the Jin Yi Wei? Report to my lord. We have our people in the Huainan Wangfu. Recently, the Huainan king has been negotiating with the south. The southern barbarians? Precisely. A thoughtful look flickered in Jiasu's eyes as he continued. The Huainan king has been lurking for many years, harboring rebellious thoughts, but has refrained from acting due to the looming threat of the Dali. Now, with negotiations underway, they aim to use the southern barbarians to counterbalance the Dali. Furthermore, I have learned that the Chun family has been increasingly close to Huainan. They may already be plotting. Ning Fan's expression darkened as he contemplated for a long while before speaking slowly. The Huainan king must have defenses in place against my father. Immediately initiate infiltration against the Huainan king and order the Jin Yi Wei there to fully cooperate with the actions of the Haibing Tai. I want to lay a web of surveillance across Huainan. No matter their movements, they must remain under our watch. Understood. Jiasu nodded heavily. A cold glint shone in Ning Fan's eyes as he softly commanded, Inform Jiang Wan that we can take action against Xuzhou. Capture all officials connected to the Chun family. My lord. Jiasu's expression tightened, and he cautioned, the Qin family controls the largest horse farm in Dayu, along with the military supplies and pig iron needed by our border forces. If we act rashly, won't it? What is there to fear? Ning Fan replied dismissively. If the eastern frontier were unstable, I might indeed hesitate to provoke them, but with the Duke of the State about to return, how dare the Chun family confront the court? The horse farm can be seized at any time, and the iron mine can be taken whenever. As long as my blade is at their throat, they will be at my mercy. Jiasu paused, considering his words, and then nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed true. Let Jiang Wan personally head to Jiangnan. Yes. After Ning Fan concluded his meeting with Jiasu, a figure approached with determined strides. It was Shen Wansan, who had just exited the Jingzhou prefecture. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Have you secured the land deed? Shen Wansan nodded slightly and produced a land deed from his bosom. After a brief glance, Ning Fan softly instructed, from this moment onward, immediately organize a workforce to commence the extraction of the salt mine and refine the pure salt. Your Highness, when shall we commence sales? There's no urgency. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with a keen light as he replied. This refined salt is prepared specifically for the Hu family. The Hu family from the frontier? Indeed. Ning Fan responded with a gentle smile. The Hu family monopolizes the salt trade across the realm, and through this singular commodity, they have secured their position among the 4 prominent families of Dayu. Now that I possess the method to refine this salt, it is akin to seizing the Hu family's Achilles heel. Let us stockpile 300,000 stones of refined salt, await the opportune moment, and strike a decisive blow against the Hu family. Understood. A hint of excitement illuminated Shen Wansan's countenance. In his eyes, this refined salt represented a swift avenue to wealth. Yet in the hands of His Highness, it transformed into a weapon capable of toppling a great financial power. Such is the vision. Your Highness, the wine establishment will open tomorrow. Shen Wansan continued. In recent days, I have engaged several storytellers to fervently promote the 3 exquisite wines. Though it has yet to be released, it is already the talk of the capital. Ning Fan smiled and said, in that case, seize the opportunity to establish the reputation of our wine house. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not disappoint. Ning Fan then imparted a few marketing strategies before Shen Wansan departed. Content. Turning to Lin Yong, he inquired softly, Lin Bo, has any news emerged from the capital in recent days? Second Master, you would not believe it. The capital has been quite lively today. Your recent confrontation with Lord Zheng of the Ministry of Personnel has spread like wildfire. Now, when the gentlemen of the capital mention you, they all give a thumbs up. It's the first time in years that such admiration has been shown. Seeing the pride on Lin Yong's face, Ning Fan smiled and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Indeed, there is another matter. It is said that this morning, the head of the eldest son of the Xuanwu Marquis was found hanging above his bed." The Xuanwu Marquis was so frightened that his face turned purple. Upon hearing the news he desired, Ning Fan nodded with a smile and inquired further. What was the Xuanwu Marquis' reaction? Naturally, he reported the incident to the Jingzhou prefecture. However, the prefecture dispatched several constables to the Xuanwu Marquis' residence. Yet they uncovered no clues whatsoever. Many are now speculating that this act was perpetrated by someone within the Xuanwu Marquis' household. Interesting indeed. Ning Fan pondered whether to orchestrate a frame-up against the Xuanwu Marquis' sons, inciting a spectacle of internal strife among the aristocracy. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. He decided to have Zhuanzhu make nightly visits to the Xuanwu Marquis' residence. Once his sons were eliminated, he doubted the Marquis could remain composed. Lin Bo, please investigate whether there are any skilled papermakers in the capital. Furthermore, instruct the craftsmen of the manor to seek out Shunwan-san. Arrangements will be made in due course. Indeed, after Lin Yong departed, Ning Fan found himself sitting in the courtyard, a habit he had cultivated over the past few days. Savoring the unpalatable tea and contemplating the intricate chess game before him, quietly reflecting on the complex political landscape of the court. "My lord," as a figure emerged. A smile finally graced Ning Fan's face. "Why have you arrived so late today?" "My lord." Zhuanzhu's expression turned serious as he replied in a low voice. "I have received word that the Blood Fiend Pavilion has dispatched a group of assassins, though their exact number remains uncertain. Are they targeting me?" "Indeed." Zhuanzhu produced a sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it over, stating gravely, "This time, the Blood Fiend Pavilion has deployed gold medal assassins, each a top-tier killer, with at least 3 among them. They should have entered the city one after another over the past 2 days." Chapter 67. The Divine Abode of the Underworld. The Qin family's doorstep. Have we located the lair of the Bloodshed Pavilion? Reporting to your excellency. It is situated on a desolate mountain to the east of Yuang City. The eastern desolate mountain? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fan's visage. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Indeed, it is a remote place seldom trodden by human feet. Over the years, the influence of the Bloodshed Pavilion has predominantly thrived in the far reaches of Jiangbei or Jiangnan. No one anticipated that their headquarters would be established within the capital region, and just outside Yuang City. How are preparations on your end? Your Excellency, the Oxhead and Horseface have already entered the capital, and the Wheel King of the 10 Yama Kings shall arrive tomorrow. I intend to seize this opportunity to reinstate the Black and White Wuchang. Listening to Zhuanzhu's explanation, Ning Fan nodded slightly. As the only one among his ranks who entered this world with memories, Zhuanzhu's methods and abilities, in certain respects, surpassed those of his previous life. Now, as the ruler of the underworld, Zhuanzhu has established exceedingly stringent regulations. According to the divine abodes of the underworld in the past, every assassin within could inherit a divine abode, such as the ones designated as Oxhead and Horseface, along with the already reinstated Wheel King among the 10 Yama Kings. These 3 represent the pinnacle of combat strength in the current underworld. As per Zhuanzhu's accounts, each has ascended to the ranks of top assassins. All who enter the underworld are referred to as ghost messengers. Above the ghost messengers lies the divine abode. The hierarchy ascends from the lowest rank of ghost messenger to the day wanderer, night wanderer, Oxhead, Horseface, Black and White Wuchang, and the 10 Yama Kings, among others. Each divine abode must undergo an examination by Zhuanzhu. At present, the underworld's forces are in their nascent stages, with only 3 divine abodes reinstated. For this operation, Zhuanzhu intends to assess the positions of the Black and White Wuchang. Those who pass will assume their roles, elevating themselves within the underworld's ranks. Ning Fan pondered momentarily before speaking softly. From this day forth, the underworld shall be divided into 10 halls, with the central division stationed in the central plains, while others, such as the 5 Ghost Emperors and the 10 Great Yin Commanders, shall remain at headquarters. Since the Oxhead and Horseface have arrived, We shall venture to the eastern desolate mountain together at noon tonight. If the Wheel King cannot make it, then he need not come. At this critical juncture of the Underworld's expansion, we need not mobilize our entire force to deal with a single bloodshed pavilion. Zhuanzhu, I hope that within a year, the foundation of the Underworld can be fully established. Yes, Zhuanzhu replied solemnly, aware that His Highness has been greatly supportive of him. If he fails to strengthen the Underworld, he may find it difficult to face His Highness again. Prepare accordingly. We shall meet at the eastern desolate mountain at the midnight hour. Understood. In a tranquil courtyard, Chu Hongxiu sat pensively in a pavilion, gazing vacantly out the window. Princess, have there been any updates? Reporting to the princess, we have suffered defeat. Chu Hongxiu's brows furrowed in disbelief. Defeated? Indeed. Qing Wanner's expression mirrored profound disappointment as she spoke softly. After receiving our message, General Cheng ordered a retreat 10 miles, only to be ambushed by Dayu from behind. Surrounded on 3 sides, we were unable to regroup, and the army has retreated in disarray. We lost 17,000 elite troops. General Cheng has fallen in battle. The words of Qing Wanner struck like a bolt from the blue upon Chu Hongxiu's heart, instantly bringing forth tears that blurred her makeup as she wept softly. Princess. A look of deep concern clouded Qing Wanner's face as she hesitated, words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Chu Hongxiu gently urged, please go on ahead. I wish to sit alone for a moment. Princess, you mustn't blame yourself. It is truly the treachery of that scoundrel, the king of Xianyong. In these past few days, for reasons unknown, the guards of the Xianyong Palace have withdrawn. Do not worry. We shall certainly find an opportunity to help you escape. Enough. Chu Hongxiu's expression regained its calm, though her demeanor remained wistful as she sighed. After 6 months of plotting in Donghuai, all has crumbled in an instant. What face do I have left to return to my father? She mused that perhaps it was better to remain in seclusion, waiting for the right moment to redeem herself. But, enough, Wanner. You and Shower must not act recklessly. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chu Hongxiu's eyes as she pondered. The king of Xianyong is not a mere petty villain. He is a man of profound cunning, whose actions are shrouded in mystery and deceit. Yet he possesses a capacity for tolerance. For the time being, he is unlikely to make a move against us, so do not provoke him. Yes. Have there been any updates from our people? None. King Venna replied, Herr Expression-Tagging. The Jin Yi Wei are on high alert. It is nearly impossible for ordinary folk to approach. And news from within is tightly sealed. They likely face dire circumstances. However, it seems that Dayu is also in turmoil. I heard that Ning Fan was even attacked the other day. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxiu's countenance froze in shock as she softly inquired. You mentioned that the guards of the Xianyong Palace have all withdrawn? Indeed. Qing Wanner, sensing Chu Hongxiu's intent to escape, hastily suggested, Princess, should we devise a plan to find an opportunity to break free? Do not act impulsively. This must be a trap set by Ning Fan. We absolutely cannot fall into his scheme. Understood. Ning Fan had instructed Lin Yong to prepare a selection of throwing darts and poison needles, carefully storing the lethal weapons. Although he did not intend to personally engage in the night's operation, it was wise to be thoroughly prepared for any unforeseen dangers. Eli, here, prepare yourself as well. Tonight, we shall take lives. Take lives? A look of surprise crossed Jin Yi Wei's face, quickly replaced by a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. He chuckled, my lord. I need no preparation. 2 great halberds will suffice. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan laughed heartily, idly toying with a bone flute as he curiously asked Jin Yi Wei, how does your skill compare to that of the commander of the Imperial Guards? Jingli. My lord, I have yet to cross swords with Commander Jing. Should I seek him out for a duel? Cough, cough. That is entirely unnecessary. Ning Fan shook his head lightly, just as Jiang Wan hurriedly approached, his face marked by a grave expression. Your Highness, Jiang Wan, what brings you here? Ning Fan inquired, surprised that Jiang Wan arrived immediately after Jiasu's departure. Your Highness, our operatives have detected the assassins from the Bloodshed Pavilion entering the capital. Half an hour ago, they infiltrated the Chun residence. Are you certain? Ning Fan's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze intensifying with an air of solemnity as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Wan. "Are you certain?" "Your Highness, several assassins are currently under our surveillance. They must be within the Chun residence." "The Chun residence?" Ning Fan paced back and forth, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This could be an opportunity, a chance to strike fear into the enemy and rattle their defenses. If he could apprehend the assassins from the Bloodshed Pavilion within the Chun family estate, it would substantiate the charges of collusion with the underworld to assassinate the reigning prince, delivering a devastating blow to the Chun family's reputation. However, the Chun family is one of the 4 great noble clans, and the extent of their power and influence is daunting, leaving Ning Fan with much to ponder. Yet, given that they have inadvertently provided him with leverage, he would not let this rare opportunity slip away. "This time, you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep. If you can initiate the first move, do not blame me for retaliating with a final blow. I only wonder if my father's fragile heart can withstand the impending turmoil." Ning Fan's demeanor grew increasingly ominous, sending a palpable chill even through the stalwart Jin Yi Wei beside him. "Jiang Wan, gather our forces immediately and closely monitor the movements of the Chun residents." "At your command." Chapter 68. Your Majesty, His Highness is not seeking trouble. He is here to take lives. In the royal palace, Emperor Yu sat solemnly on the high dais, while the left Chancellor Lin Xiushi, various ministers, and several civil and military officials stood respectfully. "Your Majesty, in recent days, the Ministry of Revenue has accumulated a plethora of official documents that urgently require resolution, yet the position of Minister of Revenue remains vacant. The former Minister Liu Hao and Deputy Minister Su Pingzhan have left behind falsified accounts that are impossible to reconcile. I believe it is imperative that Your Majesty appoint someone to this position without delay." "Indeed." Emperor Yu nodded in agreement. Recognizing the Ministry of Revenue as a pivotal institution within the court, having been stagnant for several days and burdened with significant paperwork, who do you think would be suitable to assume the role of Minister of Revenue? Emperor Yu's gaze swept across the assembly. Lin Xiushi pondered briefly before cautiously suggesting, "Your Majesty, what of Deputy Minister of Personnel Guanqing?" "Humph, the Ministry of Personnel cannot even manage its own affairs." "Your Majesty, perhaps we should promote Deputy Minister of Revenue Zhou Xian. He has served in the ministry for many years and has not been tainted by the misconduct of Liu Hao and Su Pingzhan. I believe he would be the most fitting choice." Minister of Personnel Zhang Xian promptly chimed in. Emperor Yu cast a fleeting glance at a nervous figure within the crowd and replied indifferently, "Zhou, my dear minister, is still somewhat inexperienced. He should undergo further training for a few more years. Your Majesty, since there are no suitable candidates within the court, why not select an official from the local governors?" Upon hearing Ji Sui's suggestion, Emperor Yu contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He turned to Zhang Xian and inquired, "Zhang, which governors have performed exceptionally well in their evaluations over the years?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, Li Hong, the governor of Danyang, and Sun Gongfu, the governor of Pings, have both served locally for many years and have excellent reputations." "Very well. Have their annual documents sent to me. Not just these two. I require the documents from all governors over the past 3 years." "Understood." After the crowd responded, Emperor Yu addressed the Minister of War, stating, "I have received a letter from the Duke of Xinghua. The Eastern Front has been stabilized, and the army is to return home. Now that Zhao Rui has gone to Huainan, let Prince Xianyong welcome the victorious soldiers on my behalf. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights must cooperate fully." "As you command." The officials responded with solemn expressions and respectfully took their leave. As Emperor Yu prepared to attend to the documents, he noticed Jing Li hastily approaching, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Jin Yi Wei has mobilized again." "What?" Emperor Yu's expression shifted momentarily, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Who has this rascal set his sights on now?" "The Chun family." Emperor Yu's pupils constricted sharply, his demeanor remaining composed. After pondering for a long while, he slowly picked up the memorial on his desk. He had anticipated a period of calm from this rascal, yet was surprised to find him targeting the Chun family this time. At this juncture, was he in possession of some incriminating evidence against them? Nevertheless, allowing him to stumble might not be a bad thing. A bitter smile crept across Emperor Yu's face, Even he must tread carefully with the four prominent families. However, with Ning Fan bringing the Jin Yi to the Chun family, it served as a timely warning. It was an opportune moment to gauge the Chun family's reaction. Let it be. The second prince has always acted with prudence and would not seek trouble without cause. However, the gates of the Chun family are not so easily breached. How many people did he bring? Emperor Yu harbored concerns for Ning Fan's safety, while beside him, Jing Li felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Hesitating before speaking, "Your Majesty, the Jin Yi have mobilized entirely, and they are armed with powerful bows and crossbows." "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's visit to the Chun residence does not seem to be one for mere confrontation. It appears more akin to a raid. This scoundrel, quickly, send someone to intercept him and instruct him to meet me at once." "As you command." Watching Jing Li hurriedly depart, Emperor Yu nearly crumpled the document in his hand, taking a deep breath, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. "Second brother, the Qin family must not be provoked yet. Do not dig your own grave." At the Chun residence, within a dimly lit grand hall, 10 figures stood before Chun Rui, each exuding a chilling aura, brimming with a sense of ruthless intent. "Master Chun, I come at the behest of the Hall Master, ready to await your orders." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Chun Rui's expression radiated joy as he jovially replied, "Rest assured, for those who serve the Chun family, Master Chun shall never treat you unfairly." Standing beside Chun Rui, Ji Hong scanned the 10 figures and remarked, "Master Chun, these 10 are silver-ranked assassins from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, and 3 gold-ranked members are concealed within the capital, unlikely to reveal themselves easily. When the time is right, they will strike with thunderous force, clearing obstacles for you." "Indeed, excellent." Chun Rui's face beamed with satisfaction as he softly said, "Since you are here, make yourselves at home in my residence." "Understood." The 10 silver-ranked assassins, guided by the steward of the Chun residence, proceeded to various chambers. Chun Rui turned to Ji Hong with a smile and declared, "Now that I have the assistance of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, I shall eliminate all impediments in the capital. The priority is to remove the hidden danger posed by Prince Xianyong. I have received word that Zhao Changjing is preparing to return. What are your thoughts?" Though Chun Rui directed his inquiry at Ji Hong, his expression revealed his eagerness. Ji Hong was suddenly alarmed. "My lord, are you planning to take action against Zhao Changjing?" "Precisely. Those 3 old bastards are confidants of that individual. If we can eliminate them, he will likely find his position precarious without us needing to intervene. My lord, this matter is of great significance. We must not act recklessly." "Haha, I have already communicated with my family, and they harbor no objections." This, Ji Hong's face displayed hesitation. Zhao Changjing and his companions were not ordinary figures. Each had experience in warfare and wielded considerable power, being trusted subordinates of Emperor Yu. Moreover, as they were leading their troops back, capturing them would not be an easy feat. Not good. "Master, the Jin Yi have surrounded my Chun residence." "What did you say?" Chun Rui sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with fury. "Is it Ning Fan who has personally come with men?" "Precisely." "Umph." Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, a deep disdain flickered in Chun Rui's eyes. Is the entrance to the Chun family so easily accessible? "Third Master, the Imperial Guard have arrived this time, and it seems their intentions are far from benevolent. The Emperor Yu would never dare to easily sever ties with my Qin family. He surely fears that, should the news leak, individuals from the palace would come forth. I shall see whether the Jin Yi Wei dares to intrude upon my Qin residence. Go, summon the guards of the manor. Should the Jin Yi Wei attempt to force their way in, let them face no mercy." "Understood." Chun Rui glanced at Xuanwu Marquis beside him and said, "My lord, please take the rear exit to return first. I shall confront that young Ning Fan." The third master cautioned, "You must not act recklessly. Do not jeopardize our grand plans." "Rest assured, how could I, Chun Rui, possibly fear mere inexperienced youth?" Chun Rui wore a cold smile at the corners of his lips as he strode towards the gate of the mansion, accompanied by a group of knife-wielding guards. Chapter 69. Chun Rui's resolve. Listen closely, all of you. If anyone dares to intrude upon my Chun residence, regardless of their status, They shall be executed on the spot. Chun Rui halted his steps, turning to the assembled guards, his voice resonating with undeniable confidence. Third Master, the one leading is none other than Prince Xianyong. The steward cautioned in a hushed tone. And what of Prince Xianyong? In my Chun household, even if His Majesty you were to grace us with his presence, we would still demand a formal greeting. A defiant expression adorned Chun Rui's face, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. He was certain that the emperor would not dare to confront his family at this juncture. Moreover, this situation was not sanctioned by the emperor. It was Prince Xianyong acting independently, seizing this opportunity to intimidate those wavering officials in the court. Open the gates. A low command was issued, and 2 guards rushed towards the entrance, securing the wooden bar as the gates creaked open. Just as Chun Rui, brimming with fierce resolve and flanked by over 100 guards, prepared to step outside, he was met with the sight of 3 rows of imperial guards, armed with formidable bows and crossbows, aimed squarely at his entourage, poised to unleash arrows at any moment. At the forefront stood a young man clad in plain robes, smiling mischievously as he regarded Chun Rui. Chun family, Third Master Chen? Ning Fan's smile bore a touch of amusement, his tone exceedingly gentle as he addressed the individuals behind Chun Rui, casually remarking, "What is this grand display? Third Master, are you preparing for rebellion?" Chun Rui seethed internally, yet he suppressed his fury in the face of the formidable archers. "Might I inquire why your highness has surrounded my Qin residence?" "To apprehend a wanted criminal." "A wanted criminal?" Chun Rui frowned, his voice icy. "My family has always abided by the law, and there are no criminals as you allege within my household." The accomplices of the blood slaughter pavilion who attempted to assassinate me are currently harbored within your estate. Ning Fan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression chilling as a hint of lethal intent emanated from him. "Chun Rui, you conspire with assassins to attack a royal prince. How audacious! Your Highness, do not speak baseless accusations. My Chun residence has always acted with integrity, and my father was honored by the late emperor, allowing no room for such slander. From your words, it appears you intend to shield the court's criminals?" A flicker of menace ignited in Ning Fan's eyes, and inexplicably, a chill crept into Chun Rui's heart. This notorious dandy from the capital exuded an unexpected aura of intimidation. "Your Highness, my Chun residence harbors no criminals of the court. Since you refuse to surrender them, I shall personally search the premises." With a sweeping gesture, Ning Fan coldly commanded, "If anyone dares to obstruct, they shall be dealt with mercilessly." "Understood." The imperial guards immediately readied their bows, preparing to unleash their deadly volleys. Chun Rui's expression fluctuated between rage and despair as he bellowed, "Ning Fan, do you not respect the law? If His Majesty were to learn of your siege upon my Qin residence, he would surely hold you accountable. I am apprehending criminals of the court. What crime is there in that? Attack." Ning Fan issued another command, and the imperial guards, without a moment's hesitation, sprang into action. Jiang Wan unsheathed his long blade and led a contingent of men into the heart of the estate, shouting, "Advance! Block their path." Chun Rui was also infuriated. He could not comprehend why a mere prince would dare to so boldly offend the Qin family. One must understand that even His Majesty harbors a degree of trepidation towards the Qin family. He boldly shed the title of Yuhuang, yet it still failed to intimidate him. Could it be that this time, Yuhuang is truly prepared to take action against him? In the distance, on a certain street, a contingent of the imperial guards cast their vigilant gazes towards the palace. Their expressions shifted with a jolt upon witnessing a squad of elite soldiers rushing towards them. Leading this formidable group was none other than Jia Su. "Go, barricade the street. No one shall enter or leave this thoroughfare." "Yes." A squad of imperial guards swiftly arranged themselves into formation as Jing Li approached on horseback. Upon seeing the line of guards before him, his expression immediately turned solemn. "The imperial guards?" "Indeed." Jia Su, with a smile, clasped his hands and offered a slight bow. "I am Jia Su, the deputy commander of the imperial guard, here to pay my respects to the supreme commander." "So it is you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jing Li instantly recognized it. This was the scholar who had engaged in a grand discussion of the realm with His Highness at the Xian Yong Palace. Commander Jia, where is His Highness? Returning to the Supreme Leader, His Highness has gone to attend to official duties. Jing Li's expression immediately turned serious as he hastily remarked, but has he gone to the Qin residence? I was unaware. Hasten and convey to His Highness that His Majesty has issued a decree commanding his swift presence in the palace. A hint of difficulty appeared on Jia Su's face as he softly spoke. I am here under the command of His Highness to seal off the streets. No one is allowed to leave without permission. You. Jing Li's expression instantly turned icy, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he coldly remarked, Jia Su, this is the Emperor's decree. Are you defying his orders? I dare not. It is merely that His Highness has commanded, should anyone attempt to pass, we shall execute them all without exception. I kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for our esteemed leader. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Jing Li's eyes as she comprehended the resolute demeanor of Jia Su. In that instant, she realized that this entourage clad in resplendent garments was specifically tasked with obstructing her passage. That person surely anticipated that His Majesty would dispatch someone to convey the imperial edict. Commander Jia, do you comprehend the implications of taking action against the Qin family? Naturally. Then why do you not intervene? Why should I intervene? You. Jing Li was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a surge of frustration as he exclaimed, Your Highness has just ascended to power, yet you intend to strike against the Qin family. Are you aware of their immense influence? If you were to truly annihilate the Qin family, even His Majesty would be unable to protect you. Jia Su observed Jing Li's earnest expression, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. It seemed that this esteemed commander harbored a certain fondness for His Highness as well. Otherwise, there would be no need for such earnest entreaties. My lord, the consequences of all these actions are indeed known to His Highness, yet he still chose to proceed. Do you understand why? Upon hearing Jia Su's retort, Jing Li was momentarily taken aback, and a hint of speculation flickered in his heart. Could it be that His Highness possesses the confidence to emerge unscathed from this turmoil? How could that be possible? Supreme Commander, the events there have now commenced, and all has settled. You may proceed to report back to His Majesty. I shall promptly dispatch someone to convey the decree to Your Highness, urging you to hasten to the palace to meet the sovereign. Alas! Jing Li shook his head with a sigh, casting a complex glance at Jia Su, and said softly, Lord Jia, may you take care of yourself. After speaking, he turned the horse's head and galloped towards the palace to report back. Jia Su gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace, his eyes gradually deepening in contemplation. He addressed several of his trusted confidants beside him, saying with a measured tone, Go forth and act according to my instructions. This matter must not be allowed to leak in any way. Understood. Several individuals clad in plain clothes, resembling the imperial guards, proceeded in various directions. Chapter 70. Falling into the trap, an unexpected discovery at the Qin residence. With a sweeping gesture from Ning Fan, 3 rows of soldiers simultaneously released their arrows. The resounding twang of bowstrings echoed, and a flurry of arrows shot forth towards the gates of the estate. Thud! One by one, the guards of the Qin residence fell in the front lines. Chun Rui's forehead was drenched with cold sweat as he gazed in horror at the gentle figure not far away. He truly dared to take a life. What a madman! Chun Rui cursed softly, continually retreating step by step. The guards of the Qin residence defended against the rain of arrows, while simultaneously withdrawing to the rear. Kill! Jiang Wan's figure darted forward, brandishing his blade as he confronted the enemy head-on, while a pack of formidable Jin Yi Wei surged behind him like ravenous wolves. The guards of the Qin family were all elite warriors. However, in the face of the ferocious Jin Yi Wei, they appeared somewhat inadequate. Under Jiang Wan's leadership, the fearsome Jin Yi Wei stormed into the Qin residence with relentless fury. Immediately search for the assassins of the blood slaughter pavilion. Allow no one to escape. Understood. Upon Jiang Wan's command, a squad of imperial guards dispersed in every direction. The Qin residence was significantly larger than that of an ordinary official, making the search quite challenging. However, Ning Fan seemed rather unhurried, for the entire Qin residence had already been thoroughly encircled by him. No one could slip away from beneath his watchful gaze. Curse it! Why has the decree of Emperor Yu not yet arrived? Could it be that they have discovered something? Chun Rui, cursing under his breath, had shrunk behind a group of guards, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. He had not anticipated that the Xianyong king would be so audacious and reckless, showing no regard for the consequences of his actions. Did he truly not comprehend the ramifications of plundering the Qin residence? Third Master, the brothers are nearly all perished. Shall we surrender? Surrender, you say? Go tell those in the guest room to charge out through the back door. Understood. The steward hurriedly rushed towards the guest room, and Ning Fan did not intervene, a hint of mockery gracing his visage. Master Chun-san, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Surrender the assassin from Blood Slaughter Pavilion, and I may contemplate sparing your entire Chun family. Otherwise, not a soul shall remain in the Chun residence. Ning Fan's tone was remarkably calm, and a hint of refined amusement graced his face, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation. However, Chun Rui could not help but sense a chilling undertone, particularly the subtle yet palpable aura of menace concealed within Ning Fan's smile, sending shivers down his spine. I shall reiterate. The Chun residence harbors no assassins from the bloodthirsty pavilion, as you claim. Execute. A sudden low shout echoed from the rear courtyard, and shadowy figures leapt into the air, hurtling towards Ning Fan and the group of brocade-clad guards with a ghostly grace. A look of profound astonishment appeared on Ning Fan's face. These individuals actually stepped forward on their own? Are they courting death? Chun Sanyi, it seems that today you are destined to face your inevitable demise. Under Ning Fan's teasing gaze, Chun Rui's expression shifted between shades of blue and purple, leaving him bewildered as to how Ning Fan had managed to trace the whereabouts of this group of assassins. As long as I can intercept the king of Xianyong, the crisis will naturally be resolved once the palace sends its people. I might even turn the tables and exert pressure on Emperor Yu through the factions within the court. If necessary, I could silence these 10 individuals, ensuring that there are no witnesses left. Yet, he never anticipated that these 10 fools would not slip away through the back door. Instead, they boldly rushed out. Were they willingly walking into a trap? At this juncture, a ruthless glint flickered in Chun Rui's eyes. King Xianyong, do not rejoice too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. Observing the resolute expression on Chun Rui's face, Ning Fan wore a faint, cold smile. Merely a desperate struggle. The Chun family colluded with the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, assassinating the current prince and usurping political power. Anyone associated with the Chun family shall be executed without mercy. Capture Chun Rui for me. Understood. Jiang Wan responded loudly, brandishing his blade as he charged towards Chun Rui, while Jin Yi Wei and several members of the Imperial Guards shielded Ning Fan. It must be said, the silver medal assassins from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion were indeed formidable. The ordinary Imperial Guards could hardly withstand 10 exchanges against them. Jin Yi Wei, do not concern yourself with me. Go and subdue them. Understood, Jin Yi Wei replied, brandishing his spear as he advanced towards the 10 assassins. Ning Fan, with a flick of his sleeve, produced a gleaming throwing dart, directing his gaze towards a guard from the Chun residence before launching it. With a splatter of blood, the dart found its mark, piercing the throat. And to Ning Fan's astonishment, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have killed one with a throwing dart, proficiency in hidden weapons 57. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that killing also enhances proficiency? An increase of 50 points at once. Was it a glitch in the system? Or? He retrieved another dart, casting it forth to eliminate another guard from the Chun residence. You have killed one with a throwing dart, proficiency in hidden weapons 59. What the heck? Ning Fan could not restrain his exclamation. When he hunted a rabbit with a hidden weapon, he only gained 5 points of proficiency during regular training. A maximum of 5 points was the norm. Yet now, killing a single person could elevate his proficiency by 50 points. A spark of brilliance ignited in Ning Fan's eyes as he leapt forward, seizing a long spear from a fallen body and dashing ahead. With a sweeping thrust, he sent a feeble guard sprawling, then executed the first move of the 13 lethal spears, Longing. You have killed one using the first form of the 13 lethal spears, gaining 50 points of proficiency. Truly it is as such. After dispatching an adversary, Ning Fan swiftly retreated, his face betraying an unmistakable delight. It turned out that killing was indeed the fastest way to enhance proficiency. The wretched system had failed to inform him. Lost in his elation, Ning Fan was oblivious to the astonished expressions of the Imperial Guards nearby, who had not anticipated that the prince possessed such martial prowess. In the fray, the guards from the Chun residence continued to fall one after another, while the 10 silver medal assassins, employing their bizarre agility, persistently ambushed the engaged Imperial Guards. In just a few breaths, 3 members of the Imperial Guard fell victim to the ambushes of these assassins. Jin Yi Wei, wielding his halberd, charged at one of the assailants, who, caught off guard, could only hastily brandish his short sword in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet, the sheer ferocity of Jin Yi Wei's strength was overwhelming. With a sweeping blow, he sent the attacker hurtling through the air, a glimmering blade finding its mark with deadly precision in the assassin's throat. You have slain an enemy with a dart, gaining 76 points of proficiency. System: why is the proficiency gained from kills inconsistent? Master: the stronger the enemy you eliminate, the greater the proficiency acquired. Understanding dawned upon Ning Fan as a look of realization crossed his face. Taking refuge behind a cluster of Imperial Guards, he intermittently hurled concealed weapons, delivering fatal strikes at critical moments. System: display the martial arts assistance page. Deadly 13 guns, mastery 61,000, concealed weapons. Grandmaster 808-3000, petal and leaf. Novice 500. Ning Fan fervently accumulated proficiency, witnessing significant progress in his skills with concealed weapons, drawing ever closer to perfection. However, this unexpected revelation stirred excitement within him. He had initially believed that relentless practice was the only shortcut, unaware that he could directly amass experience points. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to venture outside the city and eradicate some bandits? Chapter 71. On the borders of the realm, perhaps a monarch's heir in the imperial palace, Emperor Yu sat solemnly at his desk, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. His eyes seemed to conceal an abyss, rendering his true emotions inscrutable. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a robust figure strode into the hall, his face marked by urgency. Emperor Yu glanced towards Jing Li, furrowing his brow. Did you not manage to stop him? Reporting to your majesty, I did not encounter his highness. Indeed, it appears his highness anticipated your dispatch and has sealed off the streets outside the Chun residence. A hint of astonishment crossed Emperor Yu's features. So, the second prince's actions against the Chun family were not merely impulsive? Your majesty, I have met with Jia Su from the Xianyong Wangfu. It seems his highness is emboldened in his stance against the Chun family. Oh, the Chun family he confronts is but the tip of the iceberg. I wonder how Shuzhou will respond to this turn of events. With a weary sigh, Emperor Yu resigned himself to await news of the rebellious son. Have you heard? The Chun family conspired with the Blood Slaughter Pavilion to assassinate His Highness the Prince of Xianyong. What did you say? Assassinate the Prince of Xianyong? Is the Chun family plotting rebellion? How audacious! The news spread rapidly, permeating every corner of the capital, from bustling streets to grand inns and tea houses. The Blood Slaughter Pavilion was rumored to be a notorious assassin organization. Why would the Chun family target the Prince of Xianyong without provocation? You are unaware, aren't you? A man with a sharp face and round cheeks smirked, lowering his voice. Recently, the prince confiscated the assets of a group of corrupt officials, all of whom were former associates of the Chun family. How could the Chun family tolerate such an affront? Despicable. The Chun family blatantly disregards the law, unable to discern right from wrong. The prince is ridding the realm of evil, yet they dare to retaliate. Utterly shameless. The sharp-faced man chuckled lightly, feigning mystery. Can you guess how the prince retaliated? Could he possibly have confiscated the Chun family's assets? Unthinkable. Just moments ago, I witnessed the Imperial Guard storm the Chun residence. It is likely they are being executed as we speak. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, until a voice rang out from the crowd. Well done. All eyes turned to a young man clad in splendid attire. I possess some insider knowledge. It is said that after the Chun family's initial failed assassination attempt on the prince, they employed 10 assassins from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, hiding within their estate and lying in wait. Fortunately, a chivalrous individual caught wind of this, and in a fit of rage, the prince led the imperial guards to encircle the Chun residence. The prince declared that if the Chun family surrendered the assassins, he would overlook the matter. Yet who would have thought that the third master, Chun Rui, would harbor murderous intent once more? There were plans to eliminate the prince. The young man in traditional attire sighed in dismay. The Jin Yi Wei has only recently been established, yet it has already eradicated a multitude of malignant elements for our great Yu. I never anticipated that those avaricious officials would retaliate so swiftly. If anything were to happen to His Highness, who would hold those corrupt officials accountable? Indeed, the Chun family possesses numerous disciples and associates within the court, reflecting the emperor's profound trust in them. Little did I expect that the Chun family harbors such treacherous ambitions. Jia Su, blending into the crowd, wore a faint smile and exchanged knowing glances with the talented youth and the sharp-tongued young man, as several figures simultaneously vanished into the throng. The affairs of the Chun residence stirred a great commotion throughout the capital, leading to a rapid decline in the family's reputation. At the Chun residence, 10 assassins left only 4 alive, while all the guards were utterly annihilated. Blood flowed like a river throughout the estate. Chun Rui, disheveled and sitting on the ground, glared at Ning Fan with eyes full of wrath, sneering, "Ning Fan, today, I, Chun Rui, concede defeat. However, do you believe you have triumphed? Soon, you shall accompany me in death. The wrath of the Chun family is beyond your capacity to endure." Preposterous, Jiang Wan bellowed, brandishing his embroidered spring blade against Chun Rui's throat. A smile graced Ning Fan's face as he calmly responded, "Whether it be the Chun family or any other, across the realm, all lands belong to the sovereign, and all subjects are under the king's dominion. The court may find use for your Chun family, allowing you to stand among the 4 prominent clans. But should the court abandon you, you would merely be a pack of lost dogs, a mere flock of worthless creatures daring to intimidate the royal family. Today, I may raise your Chun family in the capital, and tomorrow, I could obliterate the Chun clan of Shu Prefecture. Do you believe that?" A deep disdain radiated from Ning Fan's expression as Chun Rui erupted in laughter. Such grandiose claims. "I am eager to see how you intend to dismantle my Chun family in Shu. Without my Chun family, you would struggle to forge a complete suit of armor or assemble a warhorse. How can we fend off foreign foes? If you do not slay me today, tomorrow, Emperor, you will personally execute you as an apology to my Chun family." Observing Chun Rui's wild demeanor, filled with arrogance, Ning Fan smirked slightly and said, "Take Chun Rui to the Jin Yi Wei Yamen and arrange for him to meet with Chun Fong. I also wish to learn the specifics of the conspiracy with the king of Huainan. Furthermore, what role does the Marquis of Xuanwu play in this?" As Ning Fan's words fell, Chun Rui instantly faltered, his face pale with terror as he stammered, You. Nonsense. Haha, take him away. My father must be growing impatient waiting for me." Ning Fan then turned to Jiang Wan and softly inquired, "How did the matter I entrusted to you fare?" "Your Highness, it has been accomplished. Has it been verified?" "Indeed." Upon seeing Jiang Wan's emphatic nod, a broad smile illuminated Ning Fan's face. In Jiangnan, in a secluded town, outside a modest dwelling, a scholar and a student sat facing each other. "Kong Ming, I have long departed from the court, and with my advancing years, I fear I can no longer bear great responsibilities. Alas!" Zhuge Liang sighed with a sense of melancholy, his countenance reflecting profound disappointment. "Now, our great Yu faces both internal and external turmoil, with noble families disrupting authority, monopolizing the court, and engaging in factionalism, leading to the chaos of governance. Only with your esteemed presence can the situation be stabilized. Were it not for unavoidable circumstances, how could I dare to intrude upon you?" In Shen Li's eyes, a flicker of bewilderment appeared, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. "In the past, I fell out of favor with the late emperor, left the capital in disgrace. and vowed never to return to court, retreating from the political arena. Yet now, our great Yu is in a precarious state, should further unrest arise. The risk of upheaval looms large. For the sake of the common people of Great Yu, I shall accompany you on this journey, even if it leads to my demise. I would have no regrets. Upon hearing Shan Li's words, Zhuge Liang felt a surge of respect, rising to bow deeply. I, representing the populace, express my gratitude to you. Esteemed sir, not at all. Shan Li also rose, returning the gesture with a complex expression as he regarded the young man before him, whom he held in high esteem. Kong Ming, if you were to enter the court, the crises within and outside great, you could be swiftly resolved. Why then do you travel such a distance to seek my assistance? Sir, I am but a humble scholar, despite possessing numerous strategies. It is difficult for me to ascend to prominence in one leap. Observing the bittersweet smile on Zhuge Liang's face, Shan Li could not help but reflect. When will scholars from humble origins ever see the day of their rise? Chapter 72. What gives Ning Fan his confidence? In the royal palace of Yuang City, upon receiving definitive news from the Chen family, Emperor Yu dismissed all present and sat quietly before the dragon table, his expression profoundly grave. With the downfall of the Chen family branch, it was likely that turmoil would soon arise in Shuzhou. However, he was more intrigued by the source of Ning Fan's audacity. What emboldened him to strike against the Chen family at such a precarious moment? Your Majesty, Jin Nan respectfully saluted and presented a confidential document to the emperor. There are reports from Jiangnan. Last night, 3 of the Chen family's military weapon workshops experienced disturbances, with evidence suggesting that their iron casting techniques may have been compromised. I have also discovered that in recent times, several of the Chen family's iron masters and craftsmen have mysteriously vanished, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. The past few days, Shuzhou has been thrown into chaos, yet we have been unable to uncover the true instigator. And our own people have nearly been implicated. As Jiannin finished speaking, a look of deep astonishment spread across Emperor Yu's face. For many years, the Chen family has meticulously guarded their ironworking techniques, and we have repeatedly failed to penetrate their defenses. My tolerance for them over these years has been predicated on the fact that the most advanced weaponry of Dayu could only be crafted by the Chen family. Otherwise, how could I have allowed their existence? To his surprise, someone had successfully breached their defenses. The emperor's expression darkened as he spoke with gravity. This is not good news. Have you determined which faction is responsible? Reporting to your majesty, I have not uncovered any clues. Could it be the Dayan? Your majesty, this matter does not bear the mark of Dayan. In recent days, not only have our people been investigating, but the Yanlong guards of Dayan, the Phoenix Terrace of Li Nation, and even the Mankind Shrine of the ancient southern barbarians have been probing discreetly. Interesting. A glimmer of profound insight sparkled in Emperor Yu's eyes as he calmly declared, "Reinforce our personnel and spare no expense to acquire the Chen family's ironworking techniques and those craftsmen. We must pursue this relentlessly. If these techniques fall into our hands, the Chen family will no longer have any reason to exist." Yes, your majesty. Moreover, the emperor's expression hardened with a chilling intent. Those pests lurking in the shadows must be eradicated. Over the years, the South and the West have continually infiltrated us. If we do not impart a lesson, they will grow increasingly audacious. Jian Nan, from this day forth, expand the ranks of our secret guards. All expenses shall be drawn from my treasury. Thank you, your majesty. Jian Nan respectfully withdrew, just as Wei Ying entered with light steps, bowing in deference. Your majesty, His Highness Prince Xianyong requests an audience. Let that rebellious child enter. Yes, your son pays his respects to father. Ning Fan strode into the hall, offering a respectful bow and standing before the emperor. Emperor Yu slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently upon Ning Fan as he approached step by step. Did you enjoy the spoils of your raid? Indeed. Now tell me, what incriminating evidence have you captured against the Chen family? The emperor's face revealed a hint of amusement. It seems you have acted with lethal intent, regardless of the consequences. Reporting to your majesty, the Chen family, specifically Chen Rui, has colluded with the Bloodslaughter Pavilion to assassinate the current duke. Are you implying that the Chen family is behind this? Indeed. Do you possess any evidence? Both witnesses and physical proof are at hand. A confident smile graced Ning Fan's face. The assassins who attacked me that night were not all eliminated. One was left alive. The Blood Slaughter Pavilion has dispatched 10 more assassins, all of whom I captured in my residence, and they are currently undergoing intensive interrogation. The expression of Emperor Yu remained unexpectedly calm as he halted 3 steps in front of Ning Fan, suddenly shifting his demeanor. Was it also your people who conducted the clandestine inspection of military supplies? Father Emperor, your wisdom shines. Observing Ning Fan's smug grin, Emperor Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be you? Father Emperor, prior to my visit, I made a trip to the armory. The ironworking techniques from the Chun family have already been delivered. Furthermore, the craftsmen abducted from the Chun family will soon arrive in the capital. Father Emperor, I have uncovered numerous spies from enemy nations. My Jin Yi Wei in the Jiangnan region is currently executing arrests, and I believe it will not be long before we receive good news. Listening to Ning Fan's revelations, Emperor Yu's face was filled with profound astonishment. What began as a mere test had unexpectedly unveiled that the Jin Yi Wei was indeed behind all of this. Has the Jin Yi Wei become so formidable? Not even the secret guards could uncover a trace of evidence. Someone, Emperor Yu commanded in a low voice, and Jing Li strode in. Your Majesty, dispatch someone to the armory to inquire if the Prince of Xianyong has recently visited and what items were delivered. Yes. Just as Emperor Yu returned to his dragon desk, he heard Wei Ying report, Your Majesty, the head of the armory, Lord Ling Hao, requests an audience. Emperor Yu's expression shifted in surprise. Jing Li, who was about to leave, halted his steps. Go, summon him in. Announced Lord Ling Hao of the armory to present himself. No sooner had the command left his lips than a robust, dark-skinned man strode in, his face betraying an unmistakable joy. I have just successfully attempted to forge fine iron. Within 3 days, I shall be able to produce weapons identical to those of the Chun family. Emperor Yu's gaze instinctively shifted to Ning Fan, his joy now impossible to conceal. Ning Fan naturally understood the Emperor's emotions at this moment. The pinnacle of the Yu's ironworking techniques and weapon forging methods had long been held by the Chun family. The weapons crafted by the court were incomparable to those produced by the Chun family. Over the years, the court had continually shown forbearance towards the Chun family, primarily due to their exquisite forging skills and the technical embargo they imposed on the court. During the reign of the late emperor, it was explicitly and implicitly indicated to the Chun family to relinquish their ironworking techniques, yet they repeatedly evaded the request, even boldly challenging the court, nearly severing the Yu's supply of weaponry and jeopardizing its military logistics. After ascending the throne, the current emperor dispatched numerous secret guards to steal the Chun family's ironworking techniques. Yet each attempt returned empty-handed, even resulting in casualties. To his astonishment, the armory has now managed to break free from the Chun family's grasp and independently forged fine iron. How confident are you in this endeavor? Emperor Yu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Hao, who patted his chest in assurance, declaring, Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life. Excellent. Emperor Yu chuckled heartily and declared, The armory has rendered extraordinary service this time. Once exquisite weapons are forged, if what you say is true, I shall bestow substantial rewards. Ling Hao cast a glance at Ning Fan and said, Your Majesty, the methods of refining these fine iron and forging the weapons were generously bestowed by His Highness the King of Xianyong. I cannot claim such great merit. Emperor Yu smiled and nodded, acknowledging, I am aware. King Xianyong has rendered great service, and Minister Ling, along with the military armory, has equally contributed immensely. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Ling Hao's resignation, Yu Huang's gaze shifted, and the smile on Ning Fan's face instantly faded. Speak up. What are your plans moving forward? Chapter 73. Defying the Heavens. The Sun is unfazed father. The Chun family has, over the years, colluded with the king of Huainan, conspiring to rebel and seize control of the court. Their crimes are utterly unforgivable. Chun Fong, the fourth son of the Chun family, has conspired with Eastern Hui spies to disrupt the new army and intends to instigate a palace coup. Such a heinous clan deserves to be eradicated. and all their accomplices must be eliminated. Observing Ning Fan's fierce demeanor, even Emperor Yu felt a chill in his heart and solemnly replied, "It is easy to destroy the Chen family, but what comes after? Have you considered the repercussions from Huainan? How will we stabilize the court amidst the ministers and scholars? And even the remaining 3 of the 4 great families? Father, I have just received news that Mr. Shun is already on his way to the capital." Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, a conflicted expression crossed Emperor Yu's face. To claim he did not wish to take action against the Chun family would be a lie. Among the 4 great families, the Hu family controls the salt trade, the Shui family governs the waterways of Dayu, and the Lu family virtually monopolizes the grain trade, manipulating grain prices. He could tolerate all of these, but only the Chun family had grasped the court's Achilles heel. It must be understood that Dayu is unlike other nations. Its borders are riddled with formidable enemies, perpetually plagued by warfare, and the demand for weapons, armor, and war horses is immense, allowing for no errors. Yet, such crucial strategic resources are controlled by a single clan. The Qin family has even colluded with Huainan to plot rebellion. Emperor Yu could not condone this. However, would it be premature to act decisively now? Father, observing the emperor's troubled expression, Ning Fan spoke again. Tomorrow, the 3 dukes will lead their troops back. If we can strike with overwhelming force and seize the Chun family's arms workshops and stables, they will pose no threat to us. As for Huainan, to my knowledge, they are currently engaged with the South and are not fully prepared. Given Liu Kan's temperament, he would never act rashly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing the grave expression on Ning Fan's face, Emperor Yu pondered for a moment, then slightly nodded and said solemnly, "I do not wish for you to intervene in this matter." A flicker of emotion crossed Ning Fan's face as warmth spread through his heart. The Chun family, as a formidable entity, boasts numerous disciples and officials, and their influence in court and among the populace is sufficient to overshadow him as a prince. Moreover, the true extent of the Chun family's hidden power remains a mystery to all. Should Ning Fan personally bring about the downfall of the Chun family, their concealed forces would undoubtedly seek endless retribution, and he would not merely offend the Chun family, but the entire scholarly community. In this era, the power and influence of these noble families cannot be overlooked. Father, in the current court, none is more suited than I. This task cannot be entrusted to the Jin Yi Wei. No one else is willing to defy the heavens and eradicate the Chun family, for they do not wish to stand against the noble families of the world. But I am unperturbed. A carefree smile graced Ning Fan's face. He was determined to realize his ambitions in this era, inevitably positioning himself in opposition to the grand families of society. At present, he did not occupy the imperial throne, thus avoiding a direct conflict between the noble clans and the court. With the Yu Huang acting as a mediator, every step he took would allow for maneuverability. He understood that only by delivering a severe blow to the Chun family could he demonstrate his capabilities to the world, thus creating an opportunity for the commoners to rise. My son, I recognize the vastness of your aspirations and the cunning strategies you possess. There is an echo of your royal brother in you, yet you exhibit a greater shrewdness, albeit at times your temperament may be a touch fierce. It is astonishing that in just a month, you seem to have undergone a complete transformation, now capable of alleviating my burdens. I find solace in that. Yu Huang rarely revealed his genuine emotions, and as he gazed at Ning Fan, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes, though it quickly retreated, replaced by a sigh of melancholy. In the past, I yearned for your success, but now that you can truly stand on your own, it pains me. Yu Huang recognized that Ning Fan was voluntarily stepping forward to shield him. The Chun family had to be dealt with. However, should he take matters into his own hands, it would surely pit the noble families against the court, leading to inevitable turmoil. If Ning Fan could intercede, deflecting the ire of the aristocracy, the pressure on Yu Huang would be greatly alleviated. Father, a man of virtue must know when to act and when to refrain. My decision is resolute, and I shall not waver. Ning Fan's words rang with conviction. Yu Huang paused, slightly nodding. Have you thoroughly considered the position of Minister of Revenue? Reporting to Father, I propose Chun Qinghe, the governor of Nanha. Chun Qinghe. Yu Huang's eyes brightened. I am aware of this individual. He once served as Deputy Minister of Revenue, but later clashed with the powerful and was exiled by your grandfather. He is known for his steadfast character and integrity. Do you share a close relationship with him? Reporting to father, I'm not acquainted with Minister Chun. Oh, Yu Huang expressed surprise. Then why do you advocate for him? Father, I have dispatched the Jin Yi Wei to investigate the reputation and conduct of officials throughout the realm. Minister Chun is well regarded and unafraid of the powerful. I have heard whispers of the past incidents. Moreover, having previously held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, if he were to return to the court and take charge, he could undoubtedly alleviate your burdens. Indeed, Yu Huang nodded in appreciation, smiling. You would entrust such a vital position to an outsider? Father, with all due respect, that is not the case. Ning Fan shook his head slightly, his expression earnest. The Minister of Revenue's appointment is not solely at my discretion. It requires your approval and must also silence the whispers of both civil and military officials in the court. Most importantly, the individual must be competent and capable of benefiting the realm. Otherwise, how am I any different from those who engage in factionalism and petty dealings? Well said. The Emperor Yu, filled with elation, gazed deeply inside. I must confess, I have underestimated you until now. Since it is so, you may extend a greeting to Chun Xinghe on my behalf. He continued, 3 days hence, the imperial decree shall be conveyed, and you may proceed to the capital. Ning Fan recognized that the emperor was deliberately allowing him to convey a personal favor to Chun Xinghe, and he slightly bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, father. Now, you may depart. Tomorrow, the Duke of Zhenghua returns to court. You shall personally welcome him on my behalf. At your command. Ning Fan strode out of the palace, while the Emperor Yu gazed at his gradually receding figure, murmuring, Ah, my second son, you are more suited to inherit my throne than the first. What a pity. Chapter 74. Assassination on the Long Street. Jiasu's 3 strategies. The horizon was adorned with crimson clouds, as the setting sun of early winter cast a warm glow over the frigid world. Sparse silhouettes dotted the long street, gathering in clusters of 3 to 5. Ning Fan sat within a carriage, lifting the curtain with a dazed gaze. Look, is the carriage of Prince Xianyong. He had just heard that Prince Xianyong led the Imperial Guards to raid the Qin residence, and now he encountered him so swiftly. The Qin family was one of the 4 prominent clans. It was audacious of Prince Xianyong to target them. Ning Fan remained oblivious to the murmurs of the townsfolk. Suddenly, a horse whinnied, and the carriage jolted as Jin Yi Wei tightened the reins, gravely warning, Your Highness, be cautious. Ning Fan sensed something amiss. A glint of cold light shot towards them, accompanied by the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air. However, he had already anticipated this. He leaned back just in time as an arrow struck the carriage, its fletching trembling with a resonating sound. Assassins, Jin Yi Wei exclaimed, brandishing his dual halberds. Your Highness, hold steady. With a powerful push, he leaped onto the carriage, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were fired in quick succession, accompanied by 2 figures emerging from the shadows. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with cold light as he swiftly hurled 3 flying darts out of the window, accurately deflecting the arrows. He then launched 2 more darts towards the advancing black-clad assailants, causing the townsfolk to scatter in terror, retreating 100 meters before halting. Such audacity! To dare assassinate a royal prince in broad daylight. It was utterly contemptuous of the law. Could they be from the Chun family again? The commotion soon attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards. The 2 assassins, having deflected Ning Fan's projectiles, exchanged glances and vanished into the night. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. 10 assassins from the Qin residence had already been eliminated, yet 2 more had appeared. Was the Bloodshed Pavilion sending more than just 10? Your Highness, are you unscathed? Jin Yi Wei hurriedly climbed into the carriage, concern etched on his face. Ning Fan shook his head slightly, his voice steady as he instructed, Continue onward. We shall discuss this at the Yamen. Yes, Jin Yi Wei acknowledged, greeting the Imperial Guards before steering the carriage towards the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. News of the assassination attempt on Prince Xianyong spread rapidly throughout the capital, with many suspecting the involvement of the Qin family. At the headquarters of the Imperial Guards, Jiang Wan and Jia Su received the news of Ning Fan's assassination and promptly led a team to greet him. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Ning Fan replied with a slight shake of his head, turning to Jiang Wan with a grave expression. "Bring those two fleas to me." "Rest assured, Your Highness." "Have the four captives been interrogated?" "Your Highness, they have revealed no significant information and are on the brink of death." "In that case, grant them a swift end." Jia Su regarded Ning Fan and tentatively inquired, "My lord," regarding his majesty. "Approved." At these words, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Jia Su's eyes, and he solemnly remarked, "My lord, should the Chun family be vanquished this time, you will undoubtedly be the foremost target, unaccepted by the aristocracy of the realm. Thus, we must devise our plans at the earliest. What suggestions do you have, sir?" After a brief contemplation, Jia Su spoke with conviction. "In our quest to acquire the Chun family's iron smelting techniques, our presence among them has already been exposed, necessitating our withdrawal. However, the Chun family has also lost its leverage with the court, akin to a tiger deprived of its fangs. I propose 3 strategies. Please proceed, sir." "Firstly, tarnish their reputation." A shadow flickered in Jia Su's gaze as he continued. "For noble families, reputation is paramount. Over the years, the Qin family has blood on their hands and has been tyrannical in Shuzhou, inciting widespread resentment among the populace. My first strategy is to publicize the Chun family's misdeeds, igniting public outrage. This task can be executed by my Jin Yi Wei operatives, as the recent raid on the Chun residence has already caught the attention of the capital citizens. We need merely to enlist a few gossip mongers to circulate the tale in taverns and tea houses, and it will quickly spread throughout the capital. Not only in the capital, but also in Jiangnan, particularly in Shuzhou. We shall seek out the oppressed commoners to report their grievances to the Jin Yi Wei. In this manner, the Jin Yi Wei's actions will undoubtedly draw attention, and by covertly sowing discord, the Qin family will be engulfed by overwhelming public ire." Ning Fan, upon hearing this, displayed a look of deep appreciation. Truly, Jia Su, the cunning strategist, had devised a plan that could place the Chun family squarely in the eye of the storm. Noble families have always prided themselves on their lofty ideals, yet they are also the most sensitive to matters of reputation. This first strategy could render the Chun family infamous. "And what of the second strategy?" "The second strategy," Jia Su replied with a subtle smile, "is that the Chun family possesses numerous GS and former officials within the court. As the Chun family conspires with the Prince of Huainan to rebel, we have irrefutable evidence. We need only dispatch individuals disguised as members of the Chun family to the residences of these GS, enticing them to join the rebellion. We might even resort to threats to ensure their cooperation, which would undoubtedly tarnish the Chun family standing." As soon as Jia Su articulated this second strategy, Jiang Wan furrowed his brow and said softly, "These individuals are not easily deceived. How can we convince them? If we are discovered, the repercussions could be dire." We need merely forge a secret missive from the Chun family and deliver it to them. Should they refuse to respond, we will assassinate them on the spot, leaving behind a trace of doubt." A look of astonishment washed over Jiang Wan's face as he sighed. "Though this plan is ingenious, it risks harming the innocent. Then we shall target those who are not entirely innocent." Jia Su replied confidently, "Among their GS or allies in the court, many are deserving of death. If they perish, so be it. At that time, while some may harbor doubts, we can ultimately convince others that, regardless of success or failure, the outcome will ruin the Chun family's reputation and perhaps even dismantle their alliances." Ning Fan nodded in agreement. This strategy is feasible. And the third strategy is even simpler. Jia Su lifted his teacup, moistening his throat before continuing, after our lord's decisive action against the Chun family, the noble houses across the realm will surely find themselves engulfed in trepidation. Though they often engage in fierce rivalries, their intertwined interests bind them together. Over the years, the Chun family has offended many, accumulating political adversaries within the court and foes in the region of Shu. Our lord need only dispatch envoys to engage with them, and soon there will be those willing to act on his behalf. As long as the Chun family remains intact, they will sustain the interests of numerous factions. However, should they falter, a greater multitude will stand to gain, and therein lies the essence of human sentiment. A serene smile graced Jia Su's face as he proposed. To tarnish their reputation, obliterate their prestige, fracture their influence, and bolster their adversaries. This would swiftly lead to the disintegration of the Chun family. Let these noble houses take the initiative, while our lord maneuvers with caution, thus avoiding becoming the target of collective hostility from the realm's noble families. Chapter 75, Journey to the Desolate Mountain. The underworld emerges with Jia Su's 3 strategies. Ning Fan felt a profound sense of calm. Any lingering doubts he had were evidently dispelled. Currently, the Chun brothers were confined within the precincts of the Jin Yi Wei, and the events unfolding in the capital would soon reach the Chun family in Shuzhou. How the Chun family would react remained uncertain, yet caution was necessary. Once you have concluded matters in the capital, personally venture to Jiangnan. Understood? Have you extracted any useful information from the Chun brothers? Reporting to the Lord. Chen Fong is merely a hedonistic wastrel, possessing little knowledge of family affairs. No useful information has been gleaned. Chen Rui is undergoing rigorous interrogation. Ning Fan nodded slightly, his voice solemn. We must pry open Chen Rui's mouth. The Chun family maintains close ties with Huainan, and what the court lacks most at present is intelligence regarding Huainan. Yes. Ning Fan returned to the manor with Jin Yi Wei, while Jia Su summoned several trusted subordinates from the Haibing Tai, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Greetings, my lord. Dispense with the formalities. Jia Su's tone was icy, his eyes glinting with coldness as he stated matter-of-factly. Are you willing to serve His Highness unto death? Reporting. We are willing. Good. There is a task you must undertake. He produced a pre-prepared note from his bosom and handed it to the foremost figure clad in black. This contains your mission. It pertains to His Highness's grand strategy. You are to act accordingly, without the slightest error. Understood? Jia Su's gaze shimmered with a chilling light as he solemnly warned. Should any information leak, do not expect to return. Yes. This night was extraordinarily tumultuous, as thick clouds obscured the moon, leaving only a sliver of pale light in the pitch-black sky. On the ancient path, 2 riders galloped eastward. It was not until noon that they arrived at the foot of a desolate mountain. Your Excellency, Zhuan Zhu's figure appeared silently before Ning Fan, kneeling on one knee, his face a portrait of reverence. Dispense with the formalities. My lord, all personnel have been gathered and are ready to act. Very well. Ning Fan's gaze turned to the figures emerging from the shadows behind Zhuan Zhu, all clad in black, their bronze masks concealing their faces, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Your Excellency, dispense with the formalities. Ning Fan gestured with a wave of his hand, nodding slightly to Zhuan Zhu, signaling him to commence. Zhuan Zhu regarded the 15 figures in black before him, stating coolly, Today marks the assessment for the position of Wu Chang. In our underworld, the capable ascend while the inept descend. This evening's task is to annihilate the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. You 15 are the elite of our underworld, and to seize the divine residence, each must employ their own methods. The headquarters of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion is situated atop this desolate mountain. You have 1 hour. The 2 who slay the most enemies shall earn the title of Wu Chang in the underworld. The members of the underworld bore solemn expressions, for the Blood Slaughter Pavilion had long been renowned in the martial world, and they were certainly well aware of its reputation. It was said that the pavilion master was a highly skilled practitioner, known throughout the realm for his formidable martial arts. To their astonishment, the task assigned for this night was to confront the Blood Slaughter Pavilion. Furthermore, a cold glimmer flickered in Zhuan Zhu's eyes. Do not reveal yourselves. If there are any survivors from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion within the hour, all 15 of you will fail the assessment. Hearing Zhuan Zhu's words, even Ning Fan furrowed his brow, finding the conditions rather harsh. However, upon observing Zhuan Zhu's earnest demeanor, he refrained from interrupting and instead exhibited a hint of anticipation. Action! With Zhuan Zhu's command, the 15 figures simultaneously surged towards the mountain. Zhuan Zhu turned to Ning Fan and whispered, My lord, let us follow and observe. Ning Fan nodded slightly, accompanied by Jin Yi Wei as they ascended the mountain alongside Zhuan Zhu. Each of these 15 individuals had reached the pinnacle of their abilities, with 8 having consumed the celestial essence pills you bestowed upon them, forming the backbone of our underworld forces. The Wheel King has already proceeded to Jiangnan to recruit soldiers, and it won't be long before we establish our underworld branch there. Listening to Zhuanzhu's introduction, Ning Fan nodded thoughtfully and inquired softly, "Where are the bullhead and horseface?" Present. Almost simultaneously, two figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. Jin Yi Wei's expression turned serious, brandishing his twin weapons to intercept, but Zhuanzhu hastily called out, "General, do not strike. They are our own." Jin Yi Wei's face registered profound astonishment. The distance between them had been no more than 3 zhang, yet he had sensed nothing. Such agility was truly beyond the reach of ordinary men. "Bullhead and Horseface, we pay our respects to you, my lord." The two figures knelt before Ning Fan, one slender and the other robust. The frail man bore the horse face, while the sturdy figure was the bull head, both eyes sparkling with curiosity as they regarded Ning Fan. "There is no need for such formalities." Ning Fan smiled and nodded, recognizing the underworld as his most powerful trump card, its secrecy unparalleled even by the Black Eyes platform. Should this card be revealed, even the Emperor Yu would have to regard it with caution. Though the underworld had been established for a short time, its combat prowess was not inferior to any martial sect or assassin organization in the realm. "Bullhead and Horseface, you shall personally oversee the situation. Anyone who reveals their whereabouts shall be eliminated." "Understood." The two bowed once more to Ning Fan before vanishing into the darkness, their movements strikingly similar to Zhuanzhu's, clearly having received true instruction. "Zhuanzhu, how many martial sects similar to the Blood Slaughter Pavilion exist within the Great Yu territory?" "In response to my lord, there are countless." Zhuanzhu pondered briefly before continuing. "Some martial sects are intertwined with secular interests, such as certain escort agencies, martial aristocracies, or assassin organizations. Though they belong to the martial world, they have not fully detached from worldly affairs. There are also some hidden sects concealed deep within the mountains, living in seclusion and eschewing conflict with the world." "Oh." A look of surprise crossed Ning Fan's face as he tentatively inquired, "Are there any immortal cultivation sects among these martial arts factions?" "Immortal cultivation?" Zhuozhua was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a wry smile, "Your Highness, these are merely martial arts sects. There are no immortal cultivation sects, as you mentioned." "Oh." Ning Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that this world truly was an unadulterated fictional realm. Although some martial arts masters could shatter mountains and stones, they were ultimately still mere mortals, unable to escape the fate of a century-long lifespan. The three of them followed the 15 individuals to the summit of Solitary Peak, where the wind howled fiercely, and the sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys screeching echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, the 15 assassins from the underworld stealthily navigated the shadows, making their way towards the various pavilions and towers atop the Solitary Peak. To their astonishment, Bloodkill Pavilion had managed to construct a series of pavilions and towers in this desolate mountain without a sound. Chapter 76. The Hunt for the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, my lord. This place is seldom trodden, with dense forests that obscure ordinary eyes, Zhuanzhu remarked. "I propose we establish our headquarters here in the underworld." Upon hearing Zhuanzhu's words, Ning Fan displayed a contemplative expression, nodding slightly. "The deed to this desolate mountain is in my possession. Setting our headquarters here seems fitting." "Thank you, my lord." Zhuanzhu bowed respectfully. Ning Fan waved his hand, his expression turning serious as he softly inquired, "Zhuanzhu, does the Blood Slaughter Pavilion not possess several formidable experts? Can 15 of them manage?" "Rest assured, my lord. These 15 are personally trained by me, each possessing exceptional assassination skills. Most of the pavilion's experts are currently on missions, and with the bull-headed and horse-face by their side, they will be safe. That is for the best." Ning Fan observed Zhuanzhu's confidence and shifted his gaze to the nearby pavilions. 15 figures emerged like phantoms from the depths of hell, their ghostly forms seamlessly blending into the night as they maneuvered between the pavilions. These structures were scattered and guarded, each man by sentinels armed with crossbows and daggers at their waists. "Go." The 15 figures exchanged glances before darting towards different pavilions. Within a central tall building, several figures congregated. The hall was dimly lit yet spacious, adorned with hundreds of skulls suspended above, casting a chilling atmosphere in the flickering candlelight. Deputy Pavilion Master, we have yet to receive news from the capital. Could something have gone awry? Have we sent anyone to make contact? Not yet. Send someone immediately to investigate. Yes. The speaker was a bald man, his eyes glinting with a dark sheen and emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. Has the Pavilion Master emerged from seclusion? Not yet. With a sigh, the bald man lamented, I cannot discern if our allegiance to the Chun family is wise or foolish. These aristocratic families are ruthless, devouring without leaving a bone. Deputy Pavilion Master, the Pavilion Master has made a decision regarding this matter. It would be prudent not to dwell on it. An elderly man gently interjected, and the bald man regarded him with a hint of apprehension, nodding slightly. I wonder if the Pavilion Master can successfully take that step. If he succeeds, our blood slaughter pavilions standing in the martial world will surely rise, and even the Chun family will regard us with caution. Indeed, as discussions unfolded within the hall, an unspoken massacre commenced outside. On a pavilion, a figure clad in black stood rigidly. Though fatigue was evident in his eyes as he swayed slightly, nearly dozing off. Suddenly, a glint of cold light struck true into his throat. The black-clad guard's eyes widened in shock, yet he could not utter a sound as he fell, only to be silently caught by another figure in black before any noise could escape. Whoosh! The assassin of the underworld retrieved a smoke bomb from his bosom and inserted it into the loft, as several arrows pierced through the window, accompanied by fleeting shadows. In merely the span of a short incense stick, all the individuals within the loft had succumbed to a frigid demise, without uttering a single sound. Exercise caution. The Blood Slaughter Pavilion is indeed our rival, possessing acute senses, including the sounds of movement through the air, the scent of blood, the whistling of arrows, and the shadows of those who tread past, any of which could expose your vulnerabilities. Furthermore, within the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, there are several masters whose prowess rivals your own. Thus complacency is utterly unwarranted. The gentle voice of the horse face resonated, and a solemn glimmer shone in the eyes of the 15 individuals, who nodded slightly. They continued their advance, observing the 15 as they surged towards the next loft. The ox head remarked to the horse face, "Let us proceed to deal with the Pavilion Master and several elders of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion first. Otherwise, relying solely on their words, the completion of our mission may prove exceedingly difficult." Agreed. The two exchanged knowing glances, a wicked smile gracing their lips. Before their forms vanished from sight, the bald man returned to his quarters, delaying his descent into slumber. The Pavilion Master had accepted the Chun family's gifts and even expressed a desire to ally with them, stirring a profound unease within him. What astonished him even more was that the target of the assassination was none other than the reigning prince, bound by the Pavilion Master's authority within the gates. He dared not voice his dissent, yet inexplicably, this sense of disquiet only intensified within his heart. Perhaps, upon completing this task, it would be prudent to contemplate retirement. Sighing softly, the bald man reminisced about his wife and daughter at home, a tender expression surfacing on his face. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced the air, and a shadowy figure surged silently towards him. The bald man's countenance shifted dramatically. He rolled swiftly, only to be overcome with dizziness. Poison? Death. A man donning an ox head mask wielded a cleaver, and with a swift motion, the sharp blade cleanly severed his carotid artery. The bald man's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them in death, his face a mask of disbelief. The vice master of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion had been stealthily infiltrated by a rival and met his end with a single, silent strike. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish many. Let's depart. Observing the ox head's adept handling of the situation, the horse face exhibited no surprise, as if such methods were commonplace. They lingered not a moment longer and swiftly took their leave. An enemy approaches. A sudden cry shattered the tranquility of the night, and the ox head and horse face exchanged glances. At last, someone has been discovered. It was anticipated. If the notorious Blood Slaughter Pavilion could be silently annihilated by a band of inexperienced novices, it would indeed be a farcical tale. Come, let us investigate. Outside another pavilion, A figure cloaked in black was encircled by several guards of the blood slaughter pavilion, an expression of deep resentment etched upon his features. Umph! Who dares to act so audaciously within my blood slaughter pavilion? Truly, it is like the old immortal eating loquats, growing weary of life. At the forefront stood the elderly man who had just been in the grand hall, his eyes gleaming with a chilling, murderous intent. He spoke calmly. Seize him. I wish to see what kind of scoundrel dares to bring murder to my blood slaughter pavilion. Yes, with a single command. Over a dozen guards surged forward toward the underworld assassin. Kill. Though trapped in a desperate situation, the assassin clad in black showed no signs of fear. Brandishing a dagger and charging forth. Little Five had been discovered. What should be done? To rescue or not to rescue? The master has given orders. Those who expose their whereabouts shall be eliminated. Are we truly to stand by and do nothing? The hidden assessors from the underworld displayed expressions of inner turmoil, while Zhuozhuo, Ning Fan, and the others observed silently from a distance, akin to three outsiders. Chapter 77. Martial Arts Master. Oxhead and Horseface, with two esteemed individuals providing covert support, Little Five was undoubtedly safe. A slender figure clad in black spoke indifferently, preparing to turn and continue his hunt on the adjacent tower. Beside him, a tall youth with a chilling gaze also took a step forward. Kill! A piercing scream echoed as Little Five brandished a short sword, decisively ending the life of a blood slaughter pavilion guard with a single strike, swiftly turning to thrust again. Courting death. Disable his arms. The elder from the blood slaughter pavilion's eyes glimmered with a frigid, murderous intent. With a command, the surrounding guards lunged forward. While the elder drew a dagger, darting into action, I can no longer restrain myself. Kill. In the shadows, a reaper from the underworld sprang forth, followed by 7 or 8 figures soaring through the air, targeting the guards of the blood slaughter pavilion. Oxhead and Horseface furrowed their brows and spoke with calmness. They're still quite inexperienced. This may anger the master. Simultaneously, both struck, unleashing a volley of arrows that felled several blood slaughter pavilion guards, causing the elder's complexion to change drastically. Who are you? He demanded. We are phantoms risen from the underworld. A raspy voice echoed in the elder's ear, followed by a sudden spray of blood from his neck as shadows flew past, leaving numerous figures sprawled on the ground. In mere moments, Oxhead and Horseface had dispatched all the blood slaughter pavilion guards. Thank you for your intervention, my lord. The underworld assassins gazed at Oxhead and Horseface with exhilaration, only to be met with a chilling retort. You are all eliminated. Without allowing the stunned crowd a moment to recover, they vanished before their eyes. As assassins, the traits you must eschew are sympathy, emotion, pity, and indignation. Such feelings will sway your thoughts and affect your decisions. Cold-bloodedness is your sole defining characteristic. Fail to embody this, and you shall never be deemed an assassin. The figure of Zhuozhuo appeared behind them unbeknownst, his frigid words resonating in their ears like a divine warning. You have failed the assessment. You may return. Yes. The eyes beneath the masks were filled with despondency as they swiftly retreated into the forest, vanishing completely. Ning Fan, concealed in a corner, silently observed the unfolding scene, his eyes revealing a trace of contemplation. Meanwhile, Jin Yi Wei regarded the slight figure with trepidation, acutely aware that this individual was a true assassin. Beneath the grand hall, in a dimly lit secret chamber, a figure draped in a black robe sat cross-legged, eyes firmly shut. Boom! An aura surged forth from his being, stirring up the surrounding dust, as the black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, radiating a serene glow. This, indeed, was the master. The figure clad in black sensed the abundant internal energy within his dantian. With a swift movement, he entered the grand hall, his nostrils flaring as a glimmer of chilling murderous intent ignited in his eyes. How audacious! For the first time in over a decade, someone dared to invade my blood slaughter pavilion. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, causing him to furrow his brow slightly as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? As his words fell, he struck out with a palm, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. The surge of his internal power swept forth with the force of 100 rivers converging into the sea. Masters, the figures of Oxhead and Horseface manifested, retreating several paces, their expressions betraying a deep-seated wariness. To think that the master of the Blood Slaughter Pavilion has attained the realm of a grandmaster. It is worth noting that even the most obscure sects may lack a martial arts grandmaster to guard them. Disclose who sent you here, and I shall grant you the chance to take your own lives. The disdain in Nangong Yin's eyes was palpable as he regarded the two figures before him. His tone is indifferent, as if addressing mere ants. Arrogance. Today, I shall witness the might of a grandmaster. Oxhead wielded a butcher's knife, while Horseface brandished a dagger, advancing toward Nangong Yin from either side. Overestimating themselves, Nangong Yin cast a cold glance at the duo, his form vanishing in a flash, becoming a mere afterimage as a short sword materialized in his grasp. With a gentle sweep, two streams of sword energy shot forth. Both Oxhead and Horseface expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly evaded his strike. Yet, Nangong Yin showed no signs of pause, pursuing them relentlessly with his sword in hand. Outside the pavilion, Zhuangju's face altered slightly as he exchanged a brief greeting with Ning Fan before soaring away. A grandmaster. Jin Yi Wei's face reflected astonishment as he gravely remarked, "My lord, we have encountered a formidable opponent." "Oh." Ning Fan's brow furrowed in concern as he turned to Jin Yi Wei, inquiring, "Evil come, who is stronger, a martial arts grandmaster or an unparalleled martial general?" Replying to my lord, both the internal grandmaster and the unparalleled martial general operate on the same level. The internal focuses on techniques, while the external emphasizes physical prowess. The internal cultivates inner strength, whereas the external relies on brute force. A flicker of curiosity crossed Ning Fan's face. So, does that imply the unparalleled martial general can contend with an internal grandmaster? Not necessarily. Jin Yi Wei shook his head. There are variances in strength among unparalleled martial generals, just as there are differences in mastery among internal grandmasters. Without direct confrontation, comparison is quite challenging. I see. A look of realization dawned on Ning Fan's face. For instance, both Elbu and Xiangyu belong to the ranks of unparalleled martial generals. Yet Xiangyu's might should surpass that of Elbu. To think that a mere blood slaughter pavilion conceals a grandmaster is quite unexpected. My lord, this grandmaster has likely just achieved his breakthrough, Jin Yi Wei remarked softly, gazing toward the direction of the pavilion. I possess the capability to engage him in battle. As he spoke, he brandished his dual halberds, a fervent battle spirit igniting in his eyes. It is unnecessary for you to intervene. Even a grandmaster would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand Zhuangju's lethal strike. Oh, in Jin Yi Wei's eyes shone a profound curiosity, while Ning Fan stood by, smiling silently. He is well aware of the extraordinary nature of Zhuangju, which disregards martial prowess and boasts a 90% chance of triggering a lethal strike. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade such an attack. Gome, let's venture inside and take a look. Within the Grand Hall, the Bullhead and Horseface have both sustained severe injuries, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their faces etched with solemnity as they regard the dark-robed man before them. Indeed, merely possessing exceptional cultivation, yet able to engage with me for such an extended period. Your strength is commendable. In Nangong Yin's eyes, there was no longer a trace of murderous intent. Instead, a hint of admiration emerged. If you are willing to submit to me, I shall spare your lives. Let tonight's events be forgotten. With my esteemed presence overseeing the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, the future is boundless. Ma Mian's expression remained serene, devoid of any utterance. The dagger in his hand whirled gracefully, and with a sudden burst of energy, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow. Neo, too, undeterred, glanced at the gash on his cleaver, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more, heedless of the impending doom. A flicker of anger ignited in Nangong Yin's gaze as he calmly declared, "In that case, you shall descend and accompany my people to the grave." Chapter 78. The Actions of Jia Shui. Another joint impeachment? A splash of blood blossomed in the void. And for an instant, time seemed to freeze. A spectral figure clad in black descended from the heavens, a 7-foot-long sword piercing through the chest of Nangong Yin from behind. In that moment, not only were the bull-headed and horse-faced figures rendered speechless, but Nangong Yin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils visibly dilating. Assassins are never the warriors who confront one another on the battlefield. The singular creed of an assassin is to kill, not to duel. The martial skills and techniques you have mastered, your movements and breaths, all serve one purpose: murder. Zhuang Zhu's cold voice resonated, and even the bull-headed and horse-faced figures felt a chilling aura that gripped their very souls. "Thank you, my lord." The two bowed respectfully as numerous figures materialized in the grand hall, marking the conclusion of this hunt. Zhuang Zhu, with his slender frame at the center, met the burning gazes directed at him, his icy voice echoing through the hall. "This mission has resulted in the failure of all participants. Bull-headed and horse-faced, you shall descend to hell for your punishment. As you command." The crowd was momentarily stunned, not daring to voice any objections, and bowed respectfully one after another, vanishing before Zhuang Zhu, leaving behind only a trail of lifeless bodies. "My lord." Upon seeing Ning Fan's figure, Zhuang Zhu approached respectfully. "The Bloodfiend Pavilion has been entirely eradicated." Ning Fan nodded slightly, a smile in his eyes. "Since the establishment of the underworld, it has been but a month. There is no need for excessive reproach." "Understood," Zhuang Zhu replied, as Ning Fan continued toward the hall's exit, stating, "Now that I possess a Jin Yi Wei, the court's civil and military officials are greatly apprehensive. The underworld must not allow even the slightest leak of information. Otherwise, those who fear me will not be limited to just the officials." Zhuang Zhu's gaze sharpened, and he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, my lord. The underworld shall not interfere with the mortal realm unless on a mission." "Good. We must eradicate the roots. Henceforth, spare no effort in hunting down the remnants of the Bloodfiend Pavilion. The wealth stored in the treasury shall be entrusted to you." "Thank you, my lord." In Yuang City, within a resplendent mansion, an elderly man with graying hair sat in his study, dimly lit by a lamp, his expression distant. "Lord Han." A hoarse voice broke the silence, and a shadow appeared before him, silently observing him. "Who are you?" "This is a letter from the south. I implore Lord Han to make a swift decision." The figure in black produced a sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it over. Han Su's gaze sharpened as he seemed to recall something, the panic on his face receding. "What? The head of the Chun family is plotting rebellion?" Han Su trembled, fear evident in his eyes. As the figure in black stated flatly, "The head of the family has long conspired with the Prince of Huainan and is now preparing to act. I beseech Lord Han for assistance." This is too much." Han Su was utterly flustered, tightly clutching the confidential letter in his hands. He sighed deeply. "I have received kindness from the head of the Chun family, yet I remain a subject of Dayu. If the Chun family has other instructions, I shall certainly do my utmost. However, regarding this matter, I am unwilling to participate. Please inform the head of the family that I shall not divulge a single word." Observing the resolute expression on Han Su's face, the cloaked figure revealed a cold smirk and said indifferently, "Lord Han, I am not here to negotiate with you today, but rather to convey orders. Should you refuse?" The dark-clad figure's intent became threatening, and a flicker of terror ignited in Han Su's gaze. "What? Do you intend to silence me? I have performed numerous unsavory tasks for the Chun family over the years, sufficient to repay the kindness shown to me back then. Are you truly determined to drive me to my death?" "Huh. Only the dead can keep secrets." The ruthless glint in the cloaked figure's eyes was unmistakable. While Han Su could only muster a tragic smile, "It seems I have no choice in the matter. I consent." Han Su's entire being slumped weakly into the chair, responding feebly, "That is for the best." The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. "I hope Lord Han understands the stakes. If you betray the Chun family, your entire household will likely precede you into the underworld." With that, the dark figure departed silently. Such scenes unfolded in the official residences throughout Yuang City, with some yielding and others silenced. In any case, The capital was far from tranquil that night. In the Jin Yi Wei headquarters, Jiasu spent the night sleepless, watching figures return as he sat cross-legged before a hearth, casually inquiring, "Have all matters been settled?" "Reporting to you, my lord, the 3 individuals I contacted have all submitted. My lord, of the 3 families I approached, 2 complied, while 1 resisted fiercely. I silenced them and left behind a flaw." "Excellent." Jiasu nodded slightly, his gaze scanning each person before him. He continued, "Your families have already been brought to the capital. They will reside in the mansion adjacent to my Jin Yi Wei starting today. I do not wish for a whisper of today's events to escape." "Understood." Jiasu nodded again, calmly stating, "From this day forth, closely monitor these officials. It is permissible to employ certain means to intimidate them. I grant you half a month to sever their ties with the Chun family completely." "Understood." They retreated quietly, and as Jiasu gazed into the glowing embers of the hearth, a glimmer reflected in his eyes. He turned his gaze to the window, where delicate snowflakes began to drift downwards. Jiasu retrieved a document from his desk, his eyes landing on the names listed, and a cold glint flashed. During the morning court session, Ning Fan slowly entered the grand hall, dragging his weary body, instantly capturing the attention of numerous civil and military officials. "Greetings, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Xianyang." "Your Highness." Many officials acquainted with Ning Fan, such as Minister of War Ji Sui and Minister of Works Xie Xingxian, approached with respectful gestures. "Umph." The Minister of Personnel gazed at Ning Fan's figure, his eyes reflecting a hint of coldness as he stood silently by, seemingly oblivious. The sycophants of the Yushur Tai regarded him with disdain, even sporting faint smirks. Today's court would undoubtedly be tumultuous, as the Xianyang king had inexplicably provoked the Chun family, even going so far as to massacre them, yet failed to present any credible evidence. The numerous factions of the Chun family within the court would certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. With a resounding "Long live the Emperor," the ministers paid their respects. As Emperor, you took a seat. "If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, the court is dismissed." Upon Wei Ying's declaration, a mischievous expression appeared on Ning Fan's face as more than 10 civil and military officials stepped forward, among them the Deputy Minister of Personnel and the Grand Inspector. "Who you?" A cold smile played on Ning Fan's lips, wondering how long these individuals could sustain their bravado. "My esteemed ministers, what is the meaning of this?" The Emperor inquired, his gaze shimmering with a hint of danger as he observed the group of officials stepping forward. "Your Majesty, we have united in petition to impeach the Xianyang king." Chapter 79. Striking court officials? "I dare to do so." "Oh." The Emperor you raised an eyebrow, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes as he spoke coolly. "Are you once again seeking to impeach Prince Xianyang?" "Your Majesty, Prince Xianyang has abused his power, wantonly slaughtering the innocent and disregarding the law, annihilating the entire Qin family. This heinous act demands that your Majesty deliver justice for the Qins." In response to Hu Yu's impassioned words, the Emperor Yu merely smiled coldly and replied, "Hu Yu, you previously accused Prince Xianyang of slanderous charges. Should you fail to present substantial evidence this time, do not blame me for punishing you for treason. Indeed, Master Hu, His Highness commands the Jin Yi, possessing the authority to oversee the realm. The confiscation of the Chun family's assets must have been due to their transgressions against the law. Master Hu's blatant disregard for justice, without even clarifying the circumstances, was an attempt to incite a coup, was it not?" Ji Sui and Xie Xingxian emerged to defend Ning Fan, prompting the Emperor Yu to regard them with newfound respect. In just a month, this young man had remarkably garnered the support of the ministers of war and industry. "Humph." Hu Yu snorted in indignation, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty, I am certain that Prince Xianyang has violated the law. The Chen family are not officials of our court. There are no allegations of corruption or bribery against them. Moreover, the Chen family has always abided by the law. What could have compelled Prince Xianyang to act with such brutality? Indeed, Your Majesty, Prince Xianyang and his Jin Yi henchmen, emboldened by imperial authority, act lawlessly and are bloodthirsty. Should the Jin Yi not be dismantled, our great you may face the peril of destruction." I implore your majesty to adjudicate and punish Prince Xianyong. The assembled officials and generals knelt in unison, and the emperor Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as his gaze lingered on Ning Fan. Master Hu, you truly are incorrigible. Last time, you and the officials falsely accused me, and my father, in his mercy, spared your wretched life. Yet today, before all, you dare to pressure me in court. Are you seeking rebellion? As Ning Fan delivered this scathing rebuke, branding him a traitor, Hu Yu trembled with rage, responding, Your Majesty, as a prince of the realm. Prince Xianyong's words are disgraceful and unbecoming. I beseech your majesty to punish him. With a resounding slap, Ning Fan struck Hu Yu's face, delivering a series of blows, leaving Hu Yu dazed. Even the surrounding officials and the emperor Yu were momentarily taken aback, anger etched upon their faces. Enough. Upon hearing the emperor's command, Ning Fan quickly withdrew, bowing to Hu Yu with a solemn expression. Master Hu, I apologize for my earlier lapse. I was momentarily overcome. You brute. Ning Fan's expression turned icy as he delivered a swift kick, sending Hu Yu crashing to the ground. Brute? To hell with you. For reasons unknown, the elegant demeanor of Ning Fan seemed to vanish entirely at that moment, as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Hu Yu. The solemnity of the morning court was swiftly thrown into disarray. Enough, the Emperor Yu declared with a low growl, his gaze towards Ning Fan tinged with displeasure. What is the meaning of this in the Great Hall? Father, your son acknowledges his transgressions and humbly requests your punishment. Upon witnessing Ning Fan's voluntary admission of guilt, the Emperor's ire began to dissipate. Since the officials from the Censorate and the Supreme Court have jointly accused you, you shall explain to them why you laid waste to the entire Chun family. A prince who transgresses the law is no different from a commoner. Should you abuse your power as a member of the Imperial Guard, even if you are a prince, I shall show no leniency. As the Emperor's stern countenance met their eyes, Hu Yu and his companions were filled with elation, while Ji Sui revealed a deep concern. I report to your majesty. The Chun family conspired with the assassin organization, Blood Slaughter Pavilion, to assassinate your son. Oh, do you have evidence? Please allow your son to present the captured assassins before you. As Ning Fan's words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued, and the emperor furrowed his brow, stating, Jingli, bring them forth personally. Yes. Jingli responded with a respectful bow, leading a contingent of imperial guards who bore 5 figures into the court. The courtiers gasped in shock at the sight of the 5 individuals. Are they even human? Good heavens, their teeth have been shattered, and they possess but a single finger on each hand. Look at the one in the middle. Why is there blood beneath him? Many among the civil and military officials shivered in fear. Hu Yu, trembling, sprang forth once again. Your Majesty, Prince Xianyong has abused his power, forsaking humanity. I beseech you to punish him. How dare you? Ning Fan seized Hu Yu by the hair and violently yanked him forward, raising his fist to deliver a barrage of blows. Your Majesty, save me. Spare my life, Your Highness. The air filled with anguished cries, prompting even Ji Sui to step forward to intervene, gently urging, Your Highness, you must cease. Further violence may lead to death. This treacherous official has repeatedly slandered me. How can I allow him to go unpunished? Hu Yu trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Ning Fan, too terrified to utter another word. Your Majesty, Prince Xianyong displays utter disdain for the throne, brazenly assaulting a court official. I implore you to mete out punishment. Your Majesty, is this punishment not excessively lenient? What? Should I behead him instead? Emperor Yu gazed coldly at the official and remarked, or shall we say, execute his entire family, implicating the 9 clans? I dare not. The sight of Emperor Yu's fierce protection of his own stirred unease among the high-ranking ministers, who were taken aback by the importance this individual had seemingly acquired in His Majesty's eyes. Ning Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he addressed the 5 figures that had been brought forth. Father, esteemed lords, this individual is the assassin who attempted to take my life for the first time. He has confessed to being sent by the Duke of Xuanwu. Let us expedite the morning court session, for I must attend to the matter of confiscating their assets afterward. What? The Duke of Xuanwu? How can that be? The Duke has always been known for his humility and indifference to worldly affairs. Why would he seek to assassinate your highness without cause? The court officials expressed their doubts, and even Ji Sui furrowed his brow, looking at Ning Fan with a puzzled expression. Huh, the Duke of Xuanwu has colluded with the Chun family, conspiring to revolt. The other four are assassins from the Blood Slaughter Pavilion, and I have brought their testimonies for your majesty's review. Chen Rui has already confessed in prison,